This is the Supreme Scepter Star Crusher, purchased by the state at a cost of tens of billions. Now it is gathering dust in a pile of junk, becoming useless. Even a god-level weapon refiner would only treat it as a fire stick. But when I saw it for the first time, I didn't hesitate and used up all my savings to buy it. The classmates burst into laughter. Who would use a stick as a weapon? How stupid. But I never said a word, because I know that inside it, the only legendary profession in the world is sealed. At this time, Shanghai No. 2 Middle School, Class 17 of Grade 12. The career awakening has been completed this year, and the results of our classmates can be said to be quite outstanding. Among the 40 people in the class, 29 have successfully awakened to combat professions, ranking third in the school. This is cause for celebration. Teacher Fong, the head teacher, was smiling and proudly reading out the data on the podium. Suddenly, a nonchalant voice came from the back row. "Hey, teacher, you counted wrong, didn't you? There should be 28 people. Lu Xingzhou's awakened profession is not qualified to be counted." Haha, you're right. A lowly profession, like a magic apprentice, is not as practical as a blacksmith or a chef. To be honest, I would rather team up with a cook than bring a magic apprentice into a dungeon. He's just a burden. The classroom was filled with laughter and sarcasm. I was sitting in the last row by the window, looking calm, as if these words had nothing to do with me. But the bald guy next to me slammed the table and stood up, glaring at me. "Wang Hu, Zhao Xiaofei, you guys look down on others. Have you forgotten how you used to call me Brother Lu? Are you so proud of yourself after awakening a high-level profession? Come and fight me if you dare. I'll beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you." The person who said this was my bald desk mate, Sun Chi. He was the only ruthless person in the school who had awakened the rare profession Extreme Boxer, nicknamed One Punch Man. As soon as he finished speaking, the guys who had just laughed at me immediately stopped talking, and Wang Hu even shrank his neck subconsciously. But that contemptuous look still stayed on me, as if he was looking at a completely fallen genius. The head teacher coughed twice and interrupted the scene. "Everyone be quiet. Sun Chi, sit down." Sun Chi glanced around angrily before reluctantly sitting back in his seat. In the afternoon, the school organized all students to go to the library to select skill scrolls that are suitable for their professions. I won't say much about the value of the skill scrolls. This opportunity is rare. The citywide selection and assessment will be held in a month. It all depends on your luck. On the podium, the head teacher was still making the final mobilization. Sun Chi beside him muttered in a low voice, "Brother Lu, they're laughing at you now, but they have forgotten that you ranked first in the school in the potential test. Just say a word, and I can make them all crawl home after school." I held my forehead with one hand and fell into a moment of confusion. What the hell is this? The magic apprentice they just mocked was actually me? My mind was dazed because right before my eyes, a system panel with a blue glow was appearing, on which was written, "Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary." I turned to look at Sun Chi in confusion. "Are you sure that I have awakened a magic apprentice and not a forbidden arcanist?" Sun Chi slowly typed a capital question mark. "Brother Lu, do you want me to tell the truth?" The corner of my mouth twitched. "Go away. Stop making trouble." "Really, Brother Lu, please open the attribute panel and take a look. Don't embarrass me." After the system comes into being, everyone has a character panel, which contains information such as occupation, combat power, attributes, skills, etc. I quickly glanced at it. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Occupation, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, LV.1. Combat power, 2 stars. Skills, not mastered. That's right, I really am a Forbidden Arcanist. Sun Chi told me, don't worry about whether the profession is real or not. The key point is the combat power assessment next week. If you can't reach 10 stars, you'll be kicked out of the special training list. At that time, entering the dungeon will be a death sentence. You also know the mortality rate of individual dungeons. My heart tightened, and the memory of the system world gradually became clear. The dungeon was dangerous and unpredictable. The strong could make money and treasures, but ordinary people would die if they made the slightest mistake. Let's go and learn some skills first. I decided to go to the library first. When I arrived at the door, my homeroom teacher stopped me and said earnestly, "Xingzhou, your profession itself is weaker than those students who have awakened elemental mages. After you go in, give priority to choosing a Tier 3 skill scroll. Even if you only have one, it is better than 2 Tier 2 skill scrolls. Otherwise, if your skills are weak, no one will team up with you for dungeons in the future. I nodded silently and walked into the library. In the skill room, scrolls are neatly arranged on 4-layer bookshelves, ranging from level 1 to level 4. The other law students were all surrounding the level 2 area for selection. When they saw me come in, their eyes were filled with mockery and contempt. I was too lazy to pay attention and concentrated on browsing the high-level scrolls. Skill status, unlearnable. I looked through all the tier 3 skills, and none of them were learnable. Then I looked through all the tier 4 skills, but still found nothing. Seeing that time was running out, I was ready to settle for the second best and choose a level 2 skill. But at this moment, a golden prompt entry suddenly appeared on the virtual light screen in front of me. At this moment, I was completely stunned. Blurred? No. I checked again and again. The skill scroll in front of me clearly said, 9th level skill. What's even more outrageous is that the status actually showed learnable. I rubbed my eyes hard, fearing that I'd seen it wrong. But when I looked at it again, the result was still the same. The next second, I couldn't help but grin and couldn't suppress my laughter. There's always a way out. But as soon as a smile appeared on his face, an old saying popped up in his mind. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Who knows how this thing got into the skill scroll rack at school? If it is discovered, not only will it be taken back, I am afraid I will be held accountable. You know, even the most basic level 1 skill can be sold for thousands of gold coins in the market. Level 9 skill? That's simply the most expensive among the most expensive. Thinking of this, I immediately put away my smile, suppressed my excitement, quickly registered the student information at the operating table, and took the scroll away. Then I coughed lightly as if nothing had happened, lowered my head and stuffed the scroll into my arms, pretending nothing was wrong. Then I pretended to be calm, but actually looked around nervously. Seeing that no one was paying attention, I ran away. My weird appearance naturally attracted the attention of the students around me. What the hell is he doing? I saw him secretly take a skill scroll. It seems to be level 1. No way. Could he have discovered some incredible skill? Everyone was alerted when they heard this. Several students who were carefully selecting skills immediately surrounded me and rushed to the shelf where I was just now, checking the registration record. Skills taken. Little Flame, level 1. Registered student, Lu Xingzhou. The air froze for 3 seconds. Then everyone burst out in unison, cursing. Damn it, are you kidding us? Everyone lost interest in an instant. Just as they were about to turn around and start over, the announcement came. Remaining selection time, 1 minute. Students, please hurry up. This really made the atmosphere go haywire. The faces of the people who had just surrounded me and made a scene suddenly changed. They had only chosen one skill, and the other one was not chosen yet. It's all my fault for looking like I had stolen a family heirloom just now and wasting their precious time. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Someone randomly grabbed a level 1 skill scroll, and someone complained about random registration. When the system was shut down, there was a sense of regret that the college entrance examination paper was not completed. Damn it, blame that Lu Xingzhou. He's insane, treating a small flame like he's stealing a national treasure. I understand. He never thought about the selection at all. He just came here to mess things up and drag us down with him. Fuck, wait and see if I don't beat him to a pulp in the tryouts. After leaving the skills library, the students returned to their classes. Sun Chi came up to him with a smile. Brother Lu, how was your choice? I am still immersed in the joy of acquiring the 9th level skill, with 2 words written on my face, confidence. Sun Chi was stunned, his eyes lit up. Awesome, Brother Lu, level 3? Or level 4? I smiled faintly and calmly took out the scroll. Guess. Sun Chi took a closer look, and suddenly a questioning expression appeared on his face. Brother Lu, you haven't learned it yet? I learned a long time ago. I grinned. You're crazy, Sun Chi said anxiously. Don't you know that there are only 2 skill bars in the novice period? Choosing skills is a strategic issue. You have to think twice. If the class teacher knew about this, he would be so angry that he would die on the spot. But I crossed my arms and said, why? My skill is level 9, and it's not worth a slot. Level 9 skill? Sun Chi opened my panel with a suspicious look on his face and saw, skill, Little Flame, level 1. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was silent for 3 seconds. No way. Is Brother Lu really crazy? Sun Chi silently took out his cell phone and quickly typed a text message while I wasn't paying attention. Brother Lu is crazy. Come quickly. After all students completed their skill selection, the head teacher stood on the podium, holding a densely packed statistical table in his hand, carefully checking the skill selection information of each student in the class. As he flipped through the books, he commented softly, "Well, most of the students' chosen skills are of a fairly high rank, and they also fit in well with their respective professions." When he saw the column for Sun Chi, his eyebrows raised slightly. As expected of a seated player in the special training class, he has already mastered a 4th level skill. It seems that the only one who can compete with him for the first place in the school this year is the monster girl in the next class. After looking through the records of most students, the head teacher's eyes finally fell on my name. He had expected this in his heart. I had awakened an unpopular low-level profession with weak basic attributes, and I probably couldn't even meet the minimum learning requirements of the 3rd level skills. Even if I was lucky, I could only pick 2 barely passable 2nd level skills. But when he really saw the data I filled in, he was stunned. Lu Xingzhou only chose 1 skill, and it's only a level 1-1. The head teacher's face darkened instantly, and he cursed in a low voice. This kid really ignored my words, didn't he? He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, closed the statistical table, turned around, and prepared to talk to me. At the same time, in the school training hall, Sun Chi applied for a separate training room and called me over. "Brother Lu, you are not serious, are you?" I sneered and flexed my wrists. "Stop talking nonsense and get started." Sun Chi shrugged and smiled easily. He knew that the training room was equipped with a top-level security system. Once an attack that could endanger the lives of students was detected, the system would immediately block the combat area, isolate the 2 sides, and ensure that no one was hurt. "Come on, Brother Lu, don't show mercy." "Then you better be careful." Ordinary skills can't hurt me." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a ball of hot and strange flame appearing in the palm of my hand. The next second, the ball of fire seemed to be ignited by the devil, and it came crashing down with a scream. Bang! Sun Chi's face changed. He no longer dared to be arrogant. He roared out almost as a conditioned reflex. Ultimate boom fist. The 2 skills collided violently in the air, and the noise was deafening. Almost at the same time, the alarm in the training room suddenly sounded. The system determined. There is a fatal danger. The protection mechanism is activated. A protective wall rose instantly, separating the 2 of us. At the moment when the protective wall rose, Sun Chi's fist just touched the flame. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded on the other side of the wall. Sun Chi just breathed a sigh of relief, but then he froze in place. The protective wall, made of high-strength steel, strong enough to withstand the full-force attack of a level 20 professional, was actually slowly melting under the impact of the flames. "What the hell?" Sun Chi yelled, his face full of shock. "This is no joke. He won't be the first unlucky guy in the school's history to be nearly burned to death in the training room with the protection mechanism fully activated. He wants to be famous, but not in this way. Fortunately, I'm only a newly transferred level 1 professional. Although the wall was already burnt and deformed, it finally managed to withstand the outbreak of the extinction flame. When the fire died down, the other side of the room was completely burned black. I trotted over and said with a sincere smile, "Hey, Sun Chi, are you okay? I'm so sorry, this is the first time I used this move, and I didn't expect it to be so powerful. By the way, you didn't finish your sentence just now. What did you say?" Sun Chi looked blank, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "Are you concerned about me? Or are you reminding me how socially awkward I was just now?" Before the 2 could react, Mr. Wong, the gym administrator, rushed in. "Are you 2 okay? Are you injured?" "Teacher Wong, we're fine. We just made a bit of a mess in the training room." "I'm glad you're okay." "Wait, how chaotic is it?" Teacher Wong hadn't finished his words when he looked up and saw the nearly melted state of the protective wall. The words got stuck in his throat, and his expression changed from surprise to horror, as if he was in no better shape. When Teacher Wong turned around and took a look, he was stunned. One wall of the training hall almost collapsed into ruins, and the originally sturdy safety isolation device was also shattered. It looked like it was not in need of repair, but in need of reconstruction at all. His expression suddenly became complicated, and his eyes fell on the 2 still immature students in front of him, as if he was digesting the reality in front of him. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Those who are in the know that this is student training, but those who are not might think that a war has just happened here. He has worked in this school for more than 10 years and has never seen any student destroy the training ground in such a terrible state. Even if Sun Chi is a rare professional, he wouldn't do this level of post-disaster reconstruction site, right? So, Teacher Wang subconsciously turned his gaze to the handsome boy with a calm temperament and expression beside Sun Chi. Could it be him? But he didn't ask who did it. It didn't matter to him. No one was hurt, which was better than anything else. As for the maintenance costs of the training room, that was the headache for the school leaders. He just needed to report it truthfully. Outside the training hall, Sun Chi looked down at his burned right hand, a trace of fear appearing on his face. If the school's isolation mechanism hadn't been activated in time, I would have lost my hand. I might even have lost my life. Brother Liu, are you sure that's a level 1 skill? Little Flame, you're exaggerating. It's a cheat. After saying that, he took out a bottle of basic healing medicine from the prop space and drank it. After a while, the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This bottle of medicine cost 1,000 gold coins, and it's gone just like that. Brother Liu, keep a record of it, and you have to reimburse me later. I look calm and spread my hands. I told you this was a 9th level skill, but you didn't believe me. You can't blame me. Besides, you are a rich man with enough money to build a villa. It's not appropriate for you to come to me and cry poor, right? Sun Chi choked, but didn't continue to pester me. In fact, he just complained a few words casually. If he really expected me to pay, then the sun would rise from the west. He simply changed the subject. Brother Liu, what is your current combat power? I guess it's at least 50 stars, right? The power of that fire attack, just now, was off the charts. You're definitely a high-level professional. I raised my eyebrows and suddenly realized that I was pulled into a practical test right after I learned the skills, and I didn't even have time to look at my current combat power data. But since it is a level 9 skill, its combat power should have taken off, right? Starting in double digits, that's reasonable. Just as I was about to open the information panel, a familiar and angry voice exploded from a distance. Lu Xingzhou, you bastard, get over here. Seeing that it was Teacher Fong, Sun Chi, and I took a step back at the same time. Teacher, are you looking for me? Looking for you. I asked you to choose a skill. What did you choose? A level 1 Little Flame? Are you kidding me? Increase the physical training to 1,000 times tonight. Teacher Fong was so angry that his face turned red and sparks were almost coming out of his eyes. Sun Chi quickly tried to smooth things over. Teacher, don't get excited. Brother Liu's Little Flame is not an ordinary Little Flame. Its explosive power is even stronger than that of a level 6 fireball. I almost died just now. Teacher Fong frowned in confusion. Are you kidding me? Sun Chi. You know, Sun Chi is not an ordinary student. He has a 4th level skill and is the ace seed designated by the special training class. And now he says, he can't beat me? Really, Mr. Fong, I swear. If you don't believe me, just look at his information panel. I conservatively estimate that his current combat power is at least 30 stars. Oh, 30 stars? Do you think this is cabbage? There are many level 15 professionals who don't have 30 stars. Teacher, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, look at my hand, Sun Chi said as he stretched out his right hand. However, the wound that had just healed for less than half a minute had already returned to its original state. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Teacher Fong looked at him for 3 seconds as if he were a fool. Sun Chi coughed twice and looked for help. Brother Liu, please show the panel to the teacher. I can't hold on any longer. I suppressed my smile and raised the corner of my mouth. I know. I just want to see how long you could be embarrassed. After saying that, I walked forward and said calmly, then I'll show you how to do it. Open the information panel. The next second, Sun Chi and Teacher Fong's expressions were instantly petrified, and both of them widened their eyes. The virtual panel in front of me clearly showed. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Occupation, Magic Apprentice, low level. Level 1. Combat power, 3 stars. Skill, Little Flame, level 1. The head teacher's face was as dark as a volcano that was about to erupt. You're kidding me, aren't you? I was confused and stunned because from my perspective, my combat power was indeed 3 stars. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Occupation, Forbidden Arcanist, legendary, level 1. Combat power, 3 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, level 9. Something's wrong. A 9th level skill only gets 1 combat star? This is too outrageous. Just when I was still doubting my life, Sun Chi saw that the head teacher wanted to strangle me and quickly advised, Brother Lou, quickly show your skills to the head teacher and make him give up. I slapped my forehead and thought, yes, just demonstrate it. I immediately walked to the edge of the playground and struck a release posture with great vigor. Teacher, be careful. Don't let me hurt you by mistake. I raised my right hand and gathered all my magic power. The air around me suddenly became hot, and the energy fluctuations were violent. The head teacher frowned unconsciously. Could it be? What he said is true. However, the next second, what popped out from my palm was just a small flame the size of a fist. The flame flickered and instantly dissipated into the air, leaving no sparks behind. This scene was just like Charmander farting. I was stunned. Hey, when did the magic value run out? Enough! The head teacher finally yelled, pointing at me and Sun Chi, and roared, "You too, do 1,000 rounds of physical training on the playground. Don't even think about going home if you haven't finished training." I almost believed you just now, you bastard. On the playground, a handsome young man and a shining bald head were doing repetitive physical training. What did I do to anyone? I'm the victim, okay. Sun Chi complained while doing push-ups. I kept my head down and said nothing, my mind rapidly thinking about everything that had just happened. The 9th level skill I identified was actually just a 1st level small flame, but when I released it, I could really feel the destructive power. Looking at the mana value that was cleared by a skill, it seems to confirm this point from the side. It's not that the skill strength is wrong, it's the entry recognition is wrong. Is this a BUG? Or is it the cheat code on my time traveler? What is certain is that errors in entries do not occur every time, but are rather probabilistic events. But when does it trigger? What is the pattern? I still don't know. However, one thing is certain. With my current combat power level, I can't pass the screening of the special training class. If you want to pass the test, you must first raise your combat power to 10 stars. There is only 1 week left, and maybe you can get enough by clearing dungeons. But wait, I use my skills once, and my mana is all gone. How can I clear the dungeon alone? Do I just have to enter the dungeon and fire once, and then sit back and wait for death? If you want to stay alive, you have to rely on magic potions. But that stuff is more expensive than life potions, at least 900 gold coins per bottle. My own aunt gets up early and works late every day selling buns, and only makes 5,000 yuan a month, which is not enough to support a magic black hole like me. So, I can only think of my brothers. Just when I was thinking about how to take advantage of Sun Chi, the bald guy next to me suddenly screamed, "Brother Lou, the pervert is coming." I immediately came back to my senses and turned my head subconsciously. I saw a pair of snow-white, slender legs passing in front of me, with lines so neat that it was impossible to ignore them. The black stockings made the pair of legs as soft as cream, even more sexy and charming, which was a visual attack. Then, a cold and pleasant voice sounded, like broken jade striking a bell. "Bald, who do you say is a pervert? Are you tired of living?" I was slightly stunned. The girl stood in front of me, with long black hair falling to her shoulders, delicate features, clear and lively eyes, and a small teardrop mole at the end of her left eye, which added a bit of unforgettable softness to her. She was wearing a black leather combat jacket, looking heroic and charming. In terms of appearance, even the top actresses and internet celebrities I'd seen in my previous life were no better than her. But I also recognized her identity at the first moment. Su Ruyan, my fiancée. Of course, calling her fiancée was just a joke between adults when we were young. But now, the name Su Ruyan has long become a legendary label in Jianghai City. She raised her chin slightly, as if to hide her emotions, and asked in a light tone, "Sun Chi, you said Lu Xingzhou is crazy? What do you mean? You said I'm crazy?" I narrowed my eyes slightly and looked at Sun Chi. I lost my mind at that time. Sun Chi scratched his head, his eyes evasive. Hearing him admit defeat, Su Ruyan seemed to be relieved, and a slight curve unconsciously appeared at the corners of her mouth. "I say, you really don't want to consider it." She suddenly changed the subject and said seriously, "I have prepared the Golden Job transfer book. You can directly become a high-level professional. It is difficult for a magic apprentice to pass the selection exam on your own." Before I could say anything, Sun Chi's eyes widened. Golden Job transfer book? This thing is a super rare item that is in short supply, and even if you spend tens of millions of gold coins, you may not be able to buy it. Even if it was just a silver job transfer book, it would easily cost millions of gold coins, and a gold job transfer book, it directly determined the upper limit of a person's future. To become a high-level combat profession is already a rare talent. And the Star Glory level, Legend level, that is even more difficult to come by. But she is willing to give me such a prop? If it were someone else, they would have been moved to tears and agreed immediately. But I just said calmly, assessment is not a problem for me. Hearing this, Surian's tearful eyes trembled slightly, and a complex look flashed in her eyes. Of course she knew I was showing off. With my mere 3-star strength, I had no chance of winning. She wanted to persuade me, but she knew the pride and stubbornness in my bones. That was something that even she couldn't shake. In the end, she said nothing, only left a sentence. I will wait for you to pass the test. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Before leaving, she turned around and glared at Sun Chi fiercely. Bald, take good care of him. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Oh my God! Sun Chi shrank his neck and shivered with fear. Su Ruyan then got into a black business car not far away. When the car door closed, her back was still straight. Inside the car, the old butler in a suit said softly, "Miss, it's not surprising that Master Liu refused. You are now a star-level professional, and he is just a low-level magic apprentice. It's not a good match, and that joke from our youth should be forgotten. Recently, the Master has begun to look for a suitable marriage partner for you." In the back seat, Su Ruyan leaned against the car window, expressionless and cold. She said nothing, only 2 words coldly, "Drive." The street scene outside the window quickly receded, and she seemed to see that sunny afternoon again, with the boy standing in front of her, his smile as pure as before. After Su Ruyan left, Sun Chi felt as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders and heaved a sigh of relief. This female devil is really inhuman. Brother Liu, what should we do next? The 10-star combat strength assessment is not easy for low-level professionals like us. I curled my lips and replied in a calm tone. What else can I do? Let's eat first. Eat? Aren't we going to train? Hey, Brother Liu, wait for me. Annie, I want 2 trays of beef and green onion dumplings. Thank you. Sun Chi shouted as soon as he entered the store, and then found an empty seat and sat down. I also walked over with a smile and whispered, "Aunt, I'm back." When Chu Qing's aunt heard the voice, she immediately came out of the kitchen with a warm smile on her face. "Xiao Lu, you're back? Come and sit down. Today, Aunt will show you some skills." Although she asked me to call her aunt, she was actually only in her early 30s. Time seemed to have been particularly kind to her, and there were hardly any traces left on her face. Although we are not related by blood, we have depended on each other for as long as I can remember. My aunt later became interested in the profession of chef and supported the family with her skills in making steamed buns. I know how much she suffered, but she never complained. Just as I was lost in thought, 2 trays of steaming hot dumplings were brought up. The aroma instantly brought me back to my senses. Wow, it smells so good. Sun Chi couldn't help but try it. But I suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute. Brother Liu, I'm just hungry. Can't I eat one and then wash my hands? He looked aggrieved. Even my aunt was a little surprised. Xiao Lu, what's the matter? Are your aunt's buns not to your taste? I didn't answer directly, but for a moment I stared at the bun. A smile appeared on my lips. Haha, if you want to take a nap, someone will send you a pillow. It's a sure thing. I'll have a good chance of passing the assessment this time. Because a familiar line of prompts appeared in my eyes. Item name, Intermediate Mana Recovery Potion. Effect, restore 1,000 mana points. Cooling time, 20 seconds. Seeing my smiling face, Sun Chi was a little confused. It was just a bun. Why was I smiling like I had won the lottery? He glanced at me sideways, his mouth twitching. I thought to myself, is Brother Liu really crazy? But his madness is not obvious? I ignored his complicated look and walked directly to the steamer at the door. I had to confirm whether all the buns had this wrong entry. The result was quite regrettable. Except for the one with beef and green onion filling, the other flavors had no reaction at all. I picked up a beef and green onion bun and took a bite without hesitation. It looked like an ordinary meat bun, but the magic power in my body was recovering rapidly. I immediately opened the panel to confirm. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Occupation, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, Level 1. Combat Power, 3 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction, Level 9. Equipment, none. HP, 450/450. Mana, 890/890. The corner of my mouth curled up. I was originally planning to borrow some gold coins from Sun Chi to buy intermediate magic potion, but now it seems that I have saved some. With my aunt's buns, my endurance is maxed out. It's like a plug-in level supplement. Thinking of this, I grinned and said to my aunt, pack 20 beef and green onion buns for me tomorrow. I want to take them out to eat. Oh, okay. My aunt hasn't come back to her senses yet. Sun Chi couldn't help scratching his head and smiled. Brother Lou, can I have some too? Okay, Andy, pack 20 for him too, and count it as 100 gold coins for him. Damn, you're too dark. I stared at him with a half smile. Stop pretending. You don't even want to pay, do you? Sun Chi, who was exposed, smiled awkwardly, stuffed a bun in his mouth, and said vaguely, wait for me for a while. I will go to the dungeon with you. Jianghai City Wild Dungeon area every year after the senior high school students complete their career awakening. This place becomes the most lively place. The newly awakened students flock to the low-level dungeons, seizing the opportunity to upgrade and gain experience. We are missing an intermediate fire mage. A level 5 boss crystal core just exploded, selling it for 30,000 gold coins. Starting from 7-star combat power, you can play adventure dungeons. There will be cute girls who will shout 666. Outside the dungeon entrance, groups of students gathered together, looking for teammates. Since the information panel is open by default, it is clear who is what profession and how many stars the combat power is. As soon as Sun Chi appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a group of teams. Handsome guy, want to join a team? I have a priest here. Brother, you have an extraordinary temperament. Come to our team. First come, first served. I saw this handsome guy with this hairstyle first. I was pushed aside. As a 3-star magic apprentice, no one really cared about me. But at this moment, Sun Chi suddenly squeezed out from the crowd, frowning. Everyone make way. I'm here to accompany my brother. Everyone was stunned, and then their eyes fell on me. A magic apprentice with a 3-star combat power? There was contempt in their eyes. Bald brother, are you sure you want to take him? Is he here to get killed? A tall and thin man wearing glasses sneered. Sun Chi's face turned cold and his voice was low. I advise you to take back what you said. My brother Lou is not a burden. His strength can crush everyone present. The oppressive feeling from Sun Chi made everyone shut up. But the contempt in their eyes did not diminish at all. I patted Sun Chi on the shoulder and said with a faint smile, ignore them. Let's go in and see the difficulty of the dungeon. We walked into the dungeon entrance. Not far away, 2 acquaintances were looking at us, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei. Wang Hu curled his lips in disdain. Tiske, this guy really dares to come to the wild dungeon? A low-level professional. He is here to get killed. Zhao Xiaofei sneered. Didn't you see him hugging Sun Chi's thigh? TSK, he's really good at it. Haha. Even if Sun Chi takes him into the dungeon, it's useless. With 2 people in a group, the difficulty of the dungeon doubles. It's impossible for Sun Chi to have an easy time. As they talked, they came to the dungeon and looked at the dungeon name. Then they were stunned. Warrior level dungeon? Are they crazy? Isn't that courting death? As soon as he entered the dungeon, Sun Chi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Brother Lou, are you serious? Going to the warrior level right away? Are you kidding me? I shrugged and said calmly. Warrior level gives you more experience and allows you to level up faster. That's true, but the warrior level is twice as difficult as the adventure level. If it's just the 2 of us, isn't this like forcing our way into a hell-level dungeon? As soon as Sun Chi finished speaking, a green shadow suddenly pounced on him. Name, Violent Goblin Elite Monster. Level 3. Combat Power, 8 stars. Skills, Stick Attack Roar. An 8-star elite monster appears right at the start. A warrior-level dungeon. It's really tough. Sun Chi raised his eyebrows, stepped on the ground, and his figure suddenly accelerated. Ultimate Fist. The blazing fist wind poured down like a rainstorm, bringing with it a deafening explosion. Bang! Before the violent goblin could react, his body was smashed into pieces like a watermelon by a punch. Defeat the violent goblin elite. Experience points increased by 22. A prompt sound rang in my ears and Sun Chi's ears at the same time. The experience points are quite good. Compared to the 2 points of a normal copy and the 6 points of an adventure copy, these 22 points are like an accelerator. But just as Sun Chi showed a hint of smile, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, the battle just now was too noisy and goblins came from all directions like a tide. Although the extreme boxer's burst is amazing and it is not a dream to kill an elite with 1 punch, But facing a wave of monsters, his professional disadvantages are simply exposed. Sun Chi gritted his teeth and killed several goblin warriors, but his scalp went numb as he saw the increasingly dense group of monsters in the distance. Damn, goblins are really social animals. He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, feeling bitter. I am indeed strong in combat, but my magic power consumption is also high. I have almost drained it after a fight in the training hall just now. I'm afraid I don't have many cards left now. Brother Liu, how about we retreat first? We are still in the novice protection period anyway, so we won't lose equipment or experience points, so the loss won't be too big. This is the safest choice. But I shook my head. The number of copies is limited. It's not worth wasting. But before Sun Chi finished speaking, I stepped forward and stood in front of him, saying calmly, besides, it's not that difficult. Sun Chi just stood there in a daze. The next second, I raised my right hand, and a ball of burning red flame condensed in my palm. 9th level skill. Flame of Annihilation. Boom! The raging flames poured out like a tsunami, engulfing everything. A large number of goblins didn't even have time to scream before they turned into charred ashes, and the entire jungle was reduced to scorched earth in an instant. Defeat the Goblin Warrior and gain 18 experience points. Defeat the Goblin Archer. Experience points increased by 18. Defeat the Goblin Warrior, elite level. Experience points increased by 22. Defeat the Goblin Elder, elite level. Experience points increased by 30. The dense system prompts were jumping like crazy, so I blocked them directly and my ears were quiet again. I looked down at the panel. Name, Liu Xingzhou. Occupation, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level 3. Combat Power, 4 stars. Mana, 2/890. The magic power is indeed used up, but the upgrade speed is faster than expected. At this rate, it won't be difficult to get 10 stars before the assessment. I rubbed my chin lightly and fell into deep thought. Sun Chi was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Oh my god, I'm already level 5. This efficiency is too ridiculous. His face was full of regret. He should have just hung out with Brother Liu instead of going through the trouble of forming an elite team. But when he thought of my human nuclear bomb level output just now, he was relieved again. Brother Liu, your magic bar must be empty. I will take over when the boss comes. As he was speaking, an angry roar came from a distance. The Goblin King is coming. Sun Chi was rubbing his hands, eager to give a try. I am good at single combat. The battle will be over in 5 minutes. The Goblin King stalked over with tremendous rage, vowing to tear these two arrogant humans to pieces. But at this moment, I calmly took out a bun from my pocket and took a bite. My magic points were instantly full. I patted Sun Chi's shoulder slowly and said, "Stay away, don't get hurt by mistake." As soon as the words fell, a red light shot up into the sky like a meteorite. Ding! Defeat the Goblin King, boss level. Experience points increased by 200. Congratulations on refreshing the dungeon clearance record, triggering an additional drop reward. Goblin King's Crystal Core. As soon as the dungeon prompt sounded, a red crystal core emitting a fiery red light slowly floated in the air. Sun Chi's eyes widened, his tone full of shock. Fuck! The Goblin King's crystal core exploded in one go. He turned his head and looked at me excitedly. Brother Liu, we are rich. Monster crystal cores are important cores for refining rare materials and high-level potions, and can even be used to create leader equipment, so their value naturally rises. Even the crystal cores dropped by ordinary elite monsters can be sold for tens of thousands of gold coins. The crystal cores dropped by leader-level monsters like this are truly rare treasures. Sun Chi made a rough estimate and concluded that the crystal core in front of him was worth at least 50,000 gold coins. This was already an ordinary person's annual income. I stared at the ruby-like crystal core, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in my mind. Could it be that refreshing the dungeon record will reward me with a boss crystal core? Sun Chi shook his head and smiled. It's not fixed. The reward is random, but it's related to the refresh rate. If it's only 1 or 2 seconds faster, it's probably just a few gold coins. Only people like you who directly break the old record are eligible to get this kind of thing. I nodded, knowing that the dungeon had its own judgment mechanism. Want to find a bug? Almost impossible. What a pity. If I could do it this way every time, wouldn't it be great? I sighed and put the crystal core into my backpack. We'll sell this thing 50 to 50 later. I didn't contribute anything. You keep it. Sun Chi scratched his head. This scoundrel knew his own worth. However, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "By the way, Brother Liu, what's wrong with you? Are you really using those consecutive big moves as a flat attack?" He had been holding back his doubts since just now. Logically speaking, with the upper limit of my magic power, it is impossible to use amplification skills without consumption. I didn't answer, but raised the bun in my hand. When you are full, you will have energy, understand? Sun Chi was confused and didn't understand at all, but he didn't ask any more questions. After all, he had seen too many unreasonable things happen to me, his brother. He clearly had the best potential in the school, but he had only awakened his magic apprenticeship, and the fireballs he released swept across the entire place like a forbidden spell. As for the reason, he could only sigh. The differences between people cannot be generalized. I patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go. The battlefield hasn't been cleaned up yet, and there's still a pile of materials waiting to be picked up." The two then transformed into ruthless cleaning machines, shuttling back and forth among the piles of exploded materials on the ground, pocketing all the spoils. Outside the copy, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei stood at the door with impatient sneers on their faces. "Why aren't you coming out yet? Could you be dead in there?" Zhao Xiaofei said sarcastically. "Let them be so arrogant. Now they deserve to die." Wang Hu snorted coldly. He used to be a big shot in school, surrounded by teachers and class beauties. Now he still thinks he's the genius he was back then? Ha! Taking Sun Chi to play a warrior-level dungeon is really courting death. Wang Hu waved his hand. "Forget it. I can't wait any longer. I'm too lazy to make more sarcastic remarks. I guess they're already out of luck. Let's go." Just as the two were about to leave, a light suddenly flashed at the door of the copy. The next second, Sun Chi and I walked out unharmed. This trip was a lucrative one. The various monster materials added up to more than 3,000 gold coins, and there were also several silver equipment, plus the boss crystal core, conservatively estimated nearly 60,000 gold coins. As soon as I stepped out of the dungeon, a mocking voice came. "Hey, if you don't come out, I really thought you two were dead in there." I saw Zhao Xiaofei and Wang Hu standing not far away, with mockery clearly written on their faces. I looked calm and said calmly, "You have always been suppressed by me. Now that I have awakened a low-level profession, you are waiting to ridicule me. I can understand that. But, in the final analysis, it is you who are too self-deprecating, right?" This sentence was like a knife cutting his heart. Zhao Xiaofei's face changed, and Wang Hu's defense was instantly broken. "Fuck. Say it again." The two men were aggressive and looked like they were going to rush over in the next second. But at this moment, the dungeon ranking list next to it was refreshed. First place, Liu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. Clear in 1 minute and 13 seconds. Second place, Qin Xian's team of 4. Cleared in 7 minutes and 24 seconds. The crowd was silent, as if time had stopped. The crowd was just curious at first, wanting to see which great player had broken the record. But when they saw the name and time on the list, everyone's pupils trembled. 2 people broke the record of Qin Xian's team of 4, and it was a crushing record. Suddenly, everyone around me turned their gazes towards me, no longer mocking or looking down on me. Their expressions gradually changed. They were no longer looking at a joke that was hindered by talent, but at a monster. In the principal's office at Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, Principal Cheng Yuanshan looked solemn as he stared at the report on the damage to the training ground handed over by Teacher Wang. "Are you sure these 2 students did it?" He raised his head, his eyes sharp. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Teacher Wang's face froze, and he quickly waved his hands to explain. "Principal Cheng, please don't misunderstand me. How did I fool you? This was indeed caused by the 2 students fighting each other. We have complete registration records to prove it." Cheng Yuanshan half closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Teacher Wang wouldn't be so bold as to tell such a lie. So, it was really done by 2 students? He glanced at the photos in the report. The isolation wall was almost penetrated, and the ground of the training ground was charred and covered with cracks, as if it had been hit by a high-level magic bombardment. He tapped the photo with his fingers and said in a deep voice, "Show me the information of these 2 students." "I brought them all. Please take a look, Principal." Obviously, Teacher Wang had already prepared everything and just wanted to distance himself from the matter. Cheng Yuanshan took the information and looked through it. Sun Chi, occupation, extreme boxer. He had an impression of this name. He had awakened a rare melee profession with extremely strong explosive power, comparable to the star glory level. But that charred ground doesn't look like the mark left by a fist. He turned to another piece of information. Lu Xingzhou, a magic apprentice who had only borrowed a first-level fire magic book, Little Flame. That's it, blow up the training ground like that. Cheng Yuanshan frowned and whispered. He couldn't figure it out and fell into deep thought for a while. Teacher Wang, who was standing by, rubbed his hands, trying to find some expression on the principal's face, thinking to himself, after reading all this information, I guess he won't blame me. But Cheng Yuanshan suddenly looked up and said in a deep voice, Go call Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou's class teacher. Okay, principal. Then about this matter. Stop talking nonsense and go now. Teacher Wang nodded in fear and hurried out. Cheng Yuanshan looked solemn. This was no small matter. If it was really done by students, then Jianghai No. 2 Middle School would probably have a big shot. A top-ranked genius? He didn't dare to assert it. But if it was true, Cheng Yuanshan must seize this seedling as soon as possible. At the same time, in front of the outdoor dungeon entrance, Sun Qi and I had just completed the challenge, and the sensation was still going on. What the hell? Is this true? 2 people cleared the warrior-level goblin jungle in just 1 minute. Isn't this unscientific? It's too exaggerated. I know Sun Qi. He is the best student in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School this year. Then the other one. Could he also be a genius? No way. It is said that the strongest person in Jianghai is a girl. What's her name? Lin something. A cold female voice interrupted. Lin Yixue. Everyone looked back and saw a girl with a cool temperament standing at the edge of the crowd, speaking calmly. Yes, it's Lin Yixue. Thank you for reminding me, beautiful lady. Don't thank me. I hope you can remember my name next time. Everyone was stunned and finally reacted. The person in front of them was the strongest person in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, Lin Yixue. Wow, Lin Yixue is so beautiful. I thought she was just strong in combat, but I didn't expect her to be so stunning. By the way, Lin Yixue, do you know where that Lu Xingzhou came from? It's ridiculous that he cleared the level in just 1 minute. Lin Yixue looked at the rankings with a complicated expression. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She whispered to herself, he was once the strongest. Everyone was confused. What does the strongest ever mean? They were not students of No. 2 Middle School, so how could they understand the shock of the young man's amazing talent, who was predicted to be a star at the lower limit and a legend at the upper limit? Lin Yixue's eyes gradually became firm, and she said softly, even if you come back, I will not give up the first place easily. Just then, 2 figures came over from the crowd. They were Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei from Class 17. With smiles on their faces, they invited Lin Yixue to form a team. Lin Yixue, do you want to form a team? We are high-level professionals, and we can level up quickly if we team up. Yeah, you're an elven mage. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to take down the whole place. Lin Yixue awakened to a rare profession, elf mage, which could cast elven magic and summon elemental elves. But what made her the strongest was the companion skill that could grow with the level and could even evolve to level 6 in the future. There is no doubt that as long as there is no Star Awakener, she is the undisputed strongest. Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei believed that as long as they could catch up with her, they would be able to reverse the record-breaking momentum of Sun Qi and I. However, Lin Yixue glanced at them coldly and said in a cold voice, What did I hear you say about me just now? Wang Hu disagreed. I'm talking about that low-level professional guy. This kind of person deserves to be scolded. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Zhao Xiaofei also agreed. That's right. That kind of trash profession actually dares to show off its presence. It's really funny. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yixue's eyes turned cold. In my eyes, you two are nothing but trash. The next second, the magic power in her hand suddenly exploded. Boom! With a strike of expelling magic, the 2 men flew backwards like kites with broken strings, hit the wall heavily, and spurted blood. The whole place was silent. Everyone was shocked. She didn't bother to look at them again and turned to ask the nearest classmate, where did the bald guy and the handsome guy next to him go? The person being asked quickly responded, they've entered the dungeon again, and they're at the warrior level. Lin Yixue's face changed slightly. She was only level 5 now, and she didn't dare to try the warrior difficulty rashly. But they were already challenging for the second time. An inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. She took out her cell phone and made a call. Gather at the goblin jungle and get ready. We also want to challenge the warrior level. Chapter 9. Can't fight anymore? I can't eat anymore. Inside the dungeon, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi are currently leveling up frantically in the warrior level dungeon. But this time, Sun Qi no longer rushed to the front to fight the enemy. Instead, he was frantically picking up props and materials. Damn it, Brother Lu, can you hit it slower? I can't pick it up anymore. One skill killed him in seconds. What can I do? Less complaining, more work. Lu Xingzhou put his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely in the garden, looking like a master. Sun Qi was exhausted from running around. The already shiny head became even brighter because of the sweat. Brother Lu, isn't it a bit of a waste of talent to ask a rare profession to help you pick up props? Lu Xingzhou ate a bun and casually threw out another flame of annihilation. Boom! A series of reminders of killing experience came to my ears again. He said calmly, "What's wrong with rare professions? You don't even need to clear the map, and you're still panting. Hurry up." Sun Qi wanted to refute, but he was speechless. The two of them quickly came in front of the boss again, and this time the Goblin King didn't have time to roar or growl. Lu Xingzhou shot out a ray of annihilation flame in advance. The wind blows. All the ashes are gone. In just a few minutes, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi had completed the level for the 4th time. Lu Xingzhou's level also rose to level 6 like a rocket, and his various attributes also received significant improvements. Name: Lu Xingzhou. Profession: Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level: Level 6. Combat Power: 7 stars. Skill: Flame of Extinction, Level 9. Equipment: None. HP: 520/520. Magic Value: 1008/1008. Strength Attribute: 8 points. Spiritual Attribute: 17 points. Agility Attribute: 10 points. Defense Attribute: 4 points. In just less than half a day, Lu Xingzhou's combat power had reached 7 stars. It's not far from the assessment standards. Because Sun Qi's original level was relatively high, his level has now reached level 7. Okay, now that we've picked up all the items, shall we try again? Sun Qi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The number of entries into a general copy is limited to 5 times a day, and now they have one last chance." But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou unexpectedly waved his hand and said, "No, let's go home." Sun Qi was slightly stunned, obviously a little surprised by Lu Xingzhou's answer. Can't fight anymore? But then he understood. After all, such a terrifying fire spell would definitely put a huge burden and consumption on the body. "No, I just can't eat anymore." Lu Xingzhou spoke slowly and burped. "The buns made by my aunt are so damn solid. One bun has 3 tails of meat filling. An average adult will feel full after eating 2 or 3 snacks. For now until now, Lu Xingzhou has eaten 9 buns. My stomach is hurting now. Although my level has increased, my appetite has not increased, so it's all in vain." He swore that this was the only time in his life that he hated his aunt for not being a profiteer. Sun Qi's mouth twitched. "I can't eat anymore. What's the reason?" However, their harvest today has exceeded their expectations, and it is almost time for them to leave. "That's fine. Let's go to the trading house and count today's gains." When Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi left the copy, they discovered there was a large group of people gathered here. "My goodness, are we queuing up to get eggs?" Lu Xingzhou complained. Just then, he saw a graceful figure beside him. Lin Yixue? So she is here, which means that all the people around here are here to watch. At this time, Lin Yixue and her 3 teammates were fully armed and were preparing to enter the copy. Just as Lu Xingzhou came out, Lin Yixue looked at him. Afterwards, Lin Yixue and her teammates strode past Lu Xingzhou. At this time, Sun Qi scratched his head and came to Lu Xingzhou. Some doubts asked, "Why is this woman so crazy? She's making such a big fuss. Oh my god." Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and said, "Maybe she wants to challenge our record." "Okay, forget about her. Let's go to the trading house first." Sun Qi nodded, and the two of them left from the periphery of the crowd and headed straight for the Jianghai City trading house. After Lu Xingzhou left, warrior level in the Goblin Dungeon. "Heal quickly. Our knight can't hold on any longer. Damn it, this magic is consumed much faster than I thought. Knight, hold on a little longer. I'll take a magic potion. Everyone come on. The Goblin King's health bar is only half left. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Humph, this monster is quite interesting. It's a decent opponent. Take a blow from your knight, grandfather. The four-member team composed of Lin Ishue played very hard, and everyone's expression was very serious. When the boss's health bar was halfway down, Lin Ishue suddenly spoke. Be careful, the Goblin King is going berserk. As soon as he finished speaking, the Goblin King shouted violently, and then jumped directly into the air. Then he hammered the ground hard, forcing back the people in front of him. The nurse took the opportunity to quickly restore everyone's condition. However, the Goblin King's speed and strength increased significantly, and everyone was unable to react. The next second, it roared and rushed into the crowd. Its fierce attack like a storm made everyone feel overwhelmed. Fuck, so fierce! The knight exclaimed, and quickly used his ultimate skill, Iron Guard. This was the first time for everyone to challenge a warrior-level dungeon, even though they had heard before that the warrior-level dungeon was difficult. But that's just a rumor after all. Only after experiencing it personally did they realize that the warrior-level difficulty and the adventure-level difficulty are two completely different copies. Under pressure, everyone continued to deal with the Goblin King. But the priest's recovery speed obviously couldn't keep up with the Goblin King's consumption speed, and soon his mana bar was empty. It's broken, it's out of magic. Take medicine. It's still cooling down. Just as the Goblin King in midair was about to jump down and deal a fatal blow to everyone. There was a flash of coldness in Lin Ishue's eyes. Companion skill. Curse of the Ice Queen. Boom! In an instant, the huge Goblin King was frozen into a huge block of ice. He fell heavily to the ground. What are you waiting for? Quick, focus your fire and kill him instantly. Lin Ishue shouted anxiously. The companion skill just now has exhausted all her magic power. There will not be a second chance like this. Everyone finally reacted and used their skills to attack the Goblin King. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations on killing the Goblin King, boss level, gaining experience plus 200. When they heard the copy prompt sound, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. My goodness, how come I just realized that this Goblin King is so difficult to fight? The warrior level is indeed difficult, but the rewards are also quite generous. What the hell? I've taken 5 bottles of magic potions, and the money I earn is not enough to buy the medicine. Who of you can reimburse me? While everyone was talking, Lin Ishue suddenly said, How long did it take us to clear the customs? The pastor replied, It should be pretty fast. We basically didn't make any mistakes this time. The knight put away his shield and hammer, then said, How about checking the records? The assassin who had been silent all this time spoke lightly, with a slightly low tone. 5th place, 8 minutes and 21 seconds. Everyone was silent. A doubtful thought flashed through my mind. They think they have done the best they can, but it takes more than 8 minutes to complete the game. As for Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, how did the two of them coordinate so precisely to complete the level within 1 minute? Could anyone explain to me how they did it? On the other side, the Blood Knight Guild headquarters. Brother Qin Xian, your previous copy record has been broken. The low-key man, sitting in the main seat in the center of the hall, raised his eyes slightly and spoke in a dignified manner. Oh, interesting. How much did he break my record? 3 seconds? Or 2 seconds? I think I've reached the current limit for each of my records. I broke more than 6 minutes. Puff. Sitting on a main seat, Qin Xian spat out a mouthful of soda water, and the powerful man was almost choked to death. He suppressed his cough and tried hard to adjust his condition before speaking again. Wait a minute, show me his information. Chapter 10 is only natural for me to spend money on my father's behalf. Jianghai City Trading House. Sun Qi took Lu Xingzhou in and introduced him to the main business scope of the trading house. Since he often followed his father to the trading house, Sun Qi was quite familiar with the place. All the materials we found today can probably be sold for around 15,000 gold coins. Add to that the silver equipment and boss crystal cores. I estimate that altogether, it can be sold for at least 80,000 gold coins. I stole my dad's gold car from the trading house today. Not only is the handling fee 50% off, but you can also enjoy as many nutritional supplements as you want in the lounge. It doesn't cost me anyway. Hey, how about it, Brother Lu? I'm fully prepared. Lu Xingzhou was stunned. Stole it? Aren't you afraid that your dad will find out? Sun Qi didn't take it seriously and said calmly, Even if he finds out, I'll just get beaten up. I spent the money and enjoyed it, so it's not a loss. If he doesn't find out, then I'll make a lot of money. Lu Xingzhou gave a thumbs up. Okay, You are worthy of being called a filial son. I won't let you work in vain. I'll give you half of the things I sell later." Lu Xingzhou said. "I don't want it." Sun Qi waved his hand. "Don't accept gifts without merit, Brother Lu. Just keep it. There will be many places to spend money in the future." Lu Xingzhou did not refuse anymore and just fell into deep thought. 80,000 gold coins? Since the advent of games, the rules of the world have undergone tremendous changes. The old social order was also completely overturned. But the only thing that has remained unchanged over the years is that the lives of ordinary people are always so hard. My aunt worked from dawn to dusk, and after deducting the rent, utilities, she can't even earn 80,000 gold coins a year. I earn so much money, but I haven't even spent it for a single day. This huge gap made Lu Xingzhou even more determined. In today's world, only strength is the basis for gaining a firm foothold. Whether it is for the sake of giving my aunt a better life or for my own future. Become stronger first, and then pass the school's special training assessment. If I remember correctly, after passing the school's special training assessment, not only will school teachers lead students to explore high-level copies, and most importantly, the school will provide a series of resources and rewards to outstanding students. Exploring the dungeon is actually not difficult for Lu Xingzhou now. However, the resources and rewards still made him somewhat tempted. "Sun Qi, why are you here?" Suddenly, a deep male voice beside him brought Lu Xingzhou back to his senses. He turned around and saw a burly middle-aged man with a bald head, looking at him with a smile on his face. It's just that the smile looks, more or less, kind. "Why is my dad here? Something bad has happened." Sun Yongzhou walked over slowly and touched Sun Qi's little bald head with a smile. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "I was wondering why I found my card was gone this morning. So was you who was enjoying it." Sun Qi looked embarrassed. "My goodness, who would have thought that I would be caught red-handed?" Sun Qi simply closed his eyes. "Isn't it just a beating? Come on, let the storm come even harder." However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou next to him suddenly said, "Hello, Uncle Sun. Sun Qi is just planning to sell some items to make some money and then give you a surprise." Oh, Sun Yongzhou is also a veteran in this field, so he would not be intimidated by Lu Xingzhou's few words. Lu Xingzhou also smiled, and then took out the materials he and Sun Qi had obtained from clearing the dungeon, and the most valuable boss crystal core. The moment Sun Yongzhou saw the crystal core of the Goblin King, his eyebrows raised. Then, he looked at Lu Xingzhou with interest, and asked with a hint of admiration in his eyes, "Is this what you got? Right? Good boy Lu Xingzhou, right? I always hear Sun Qi mention you. It's our first meeting, and you left a deep impression on me." Sun Yongzhou still had a smile on his face, but it was obvious that his smile was a little more relaxed at this moment. Lu Xingzhou responded calmly, "Uncle Sun, you are too kind." Sun Yongzhou nodded to Lu Xingzhou with appreciation, then slapped the bald head next to him hard. "Today, for Lu Xingzhou's sake, I won't bother with you. Hey, it would be great if you could be as successful as him." Sun Qi felt like crying, but had no tears. "It's fine if you hit me if you're unhappy. But why do you hit me when you're happy?" Sun Yongzhou ignored his resentful look and continued. "If you want to sell this crystal core, I can help you sell it for 100,000 gold coins. Although the crystal core of this Goblin King is not of high grade, it is precisely because of its low grade that its production is pitifully small. Often, you cannot buy it even if you have money. Recently, a certain sucker wanted to make a leader-level equipment for his child, so what do you think? 100,000 gold coins was completely beyond Lu Xingzhou's expectations. He nodded without any hesitation and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Sunday." "Haha, okay." Sun Yongzhou took the crystal core from Lu Xingzhou's hand and put it in his arms. "In about 3 days, I will ask Sun Qi to give you the money. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Goodbye, Uncle Sunday." Sun Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Sun Yongzhou leave. "Oh, thank you, Brother Lu. If it weren't for your quick thinking, I would have been beaten to death by my dad today. Come on, let's go sell the remaining materials you have, and then I'll pick out 2 pieces of equipment for you." Equipment also greatly improves combat effectiveness. The two came to the service counter of the trading bank, and the staff received them warmly. There is no cliché plot of treating them differently just because they're students. After deducting the handling fee, the recycling price for these materials and silver-level equipment is 26,591 gold coins today. The price was reasonable, and Lu Xingzhou had no intention of bargaining. After getting the heavy gold coins, the two asked the staff if there were any equipment suitable for a level 5 mage. The staff took out a detailed equipment booklet for them to choose from. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly said, "I want to see the real thing, can I?" This, the staff hesitated for a moment, obviously rarely hearing such a request. Guest, our registers all record the equipment information truthfully. You can rest assured that there will not be such a thing as pictures being used for reference only. I understand. I just want to see it for myself. Well then, please follow me, my two guests. The staff member gave them a professional smile and then led them to the warehouse. On the way, Sun Chi asked quietly, "What's the game here, Brother Lu? Are you planning to make a big profit from him? Can you please have some normal thoughts in your mind? Am I that kind of person? So what are you considering? It's always more reassuring to see it with your own eyes." Lu Xingzhou only said half of his words. In fact, he wanted to take a look at the equipment in the trading house. Are there any wrong entries? Chapter 11, someone wants to harm me. Feed me peanuts. The two came to the equipment warehouse and saw a wide variety of equipment that was carefully classified. Dear valued member, this is our warehouse. We package each piece of equipment individually and register it, so you can pick whatever you want. Lu Xingzhou came to a transparent glass cabinet next to him that contained a black sword and put his face close to it to observe. Then, an entry popped up. Name, standard long sword, silver level. Use level, level 5. Equipment attributes, strength +2, agility -1. Additional effect, none. Unremarkable equipment. The price is 1,000 gold coins. It's not cheap. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi walked deeper into the warehouse. His eyes kept scanning the equipment on both sides. Seeing how seriously Lu Xingzhou was observing, the staff also smiled and introduced. Guest, are you relieved now? Our equipment information is registered according to the facts, and we are honest and trustworthy. Lu Xingzhou nodded and continued to observe each piece of equipment carefully. After more than 10 minutes, he finished walking a circle. Any other equipment? The staff was stunned. Although this is just one of the many warehouses in their Jianghai City Trading Company, there are at least thousands of pieces of equipment inside. I haven't found a suitable one yet. A level 5 professional is quite picky. We do have some other equipment, but they are all stored in warehouses in other divisions. These are all I can show you. All right. Lu Xingzhou nodded, feeling a little regretful. But he didn't care too much about it. After all, for him, there was no pressure to pass the current copy, even without equipment. Just when Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi were about to leave, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a cardamom stored on the shelf of the consumables warehouse. Lu Xingzhou also learned about this in his school textbooks. This is just the most common cardamom fruit that has a detoxifying effect. The taste is very unpleasant, astringent, and has a strong pungent smell. However, it can remove poisoning status below level 10. The selling price will not exceed 200 gold coins. However, the entry that flashed before Lu Xingzhou's eyes made him feel a little surprised. Item name, Qinghua Lingquan. Item grade, star grade. Restriction level, none. Use effect, permanently increase 1 point of spiritual attribute. Cooling time, 3,600 seconds. Lu Xingzhou's expression hesitated slightly, and then his head tilted. Coming, Qinghua Lingquan. This is a rare item of high quality. The grading method for item grades is the same as that for awakened profession grades. That is ordinary level, advanced level, rare level, stellar level, epic level, and legendary level. And the Qinghua Lingquan is of star level quality. It is only produced in high-level elf copies. If I remember correctly, each unit of Qinghua Lingquan is worth more than 200,000 gold coins. But having said that, damn system, how did you judge a fruit as a spiritual spring? Can this be right? Lu Xingzhou stopped complaining and asked the staff next to him, "How much is this?" Antidote fruit? The price is 180 gold coins each. How much inventory do you have? Well, these are the last of the previous stock. Recently, there are more effective detoxification potions on the market, and the taste is more acceptable, so there are not many left. There are only the last 103 left. Lu Xingzhou nodded. More than 100, not a small number. Pack it up for me. I'll eat it as a snack. Sun Chi. Staff. At this moment, Sun Chi's face was full of confusion. Although this detoxifying fruit is not expensive, a pack of more than 100 does not cost much. But there's really no need to eat this as a snack, right? The staff was also a little confused for a moment, not knowing whether they should equip Lu Xingzhou. After all, he was fortunate enough to taste this thing once. To be honest, there's only one difference between the detoxification fruit and history. It's something that both history and dogs love to eat. This is why the price of the basic antidote made by the alchemist is 10 times that of the natural detoxification fruit. But it is still very popular. But while the staff were shocked, Lu Xingzhou had already readily taken out the money to pay the bill. It was not until he packed the whole bag of detoxifying fruit for Lu Xingzhou that he was sure. The young man in front of him was not joking with him. As Lu Xingzhou looked at the detoxifying fruit in his hand, the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Of course, he knew what this detoxifying fruit tasted like. As the old saying goes, chocolate tastes like chocolate. However, the system insisted that this was the Qingyue spiritual spring. So what could Lu Xingzhou do? Want to try it? He took a detoxification fruit and put it to his mouth. He once again confirmed the entry displayed in front of him. Name, Qingyue Lingquan. Damn, take a gamble. Lu Xingzhou's throat moved slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and threw it into his mouth and began to chew. Next to them, Sun Qi and the staff all had very serious expressions. Hearing the sound of the detoxification fruit bursting in Lu Xingzhou's mouth, Sun Qi already felt a little physically uncomfortable. I feel the same way. Hiss, are you so impatient? Brother Lu is such a ruthless person, I'll go. However, when the detoxification fruit entered his mouth, it did not taste as bad as Lu Xingzhou had imagined. Instead, it was like drinking clear, sweet spring water, which lifted his whole spirits. Tasty. Unexpectedly, the taste has changed as well. Lu Xingzhou closed his eyes, savored it carefully, and then revealed an intoxicated and comfortable expression. He could clearly feel that the Qingyue spiritual spring was nourishing his spiritual power. This feeling made him extremely enjoyable and intoxicated. But Sun Qi and the staff member next to them, who had no idea what was going on, were stunned when they saw the expression on Lu Xingzhou's face. Enjoy it so much? Is it the detoxifying fruit he ate? Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. After Lu Xingzhou finished eating a detoxifying fruit, he smacked his lips with satisfaction. This stuff tastes like Qingyue Lingquan. The effect is also Qingyue Lingquan, but it only costs less than 200 gold coins each, which is a great deal. To be honest, Lu Xingzhou really wanted to eat another one, but the item's cooling time has not ended yet, so eating it will have no effect. At this time, Lu Xingzhou turned around and saw Sun Qi with a surprised look on his face. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Does this term work for others? Sun Qi, eat one? Question mark. Sun Qi took a half step back and shook his head frantically. I don't want to eat. Eat one, it's delicious. Lu Xingzhou chuckled and took out a detoxifying fruit. Real. Thinking of the intoxicated expression on Lu Xingzhou's face just now, Sun Qi was a little shaken. Then I'll try one. Come on you. Lu Xingzhou didn't give him a chance to refuse and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Next second, Sun Qi's face instantly became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten beef jerky on the railroad tracks. Fuck, someone is trying to harm me. Feed me peanuts. Chapter 12. Wait, how come you're level 6? At this time, Lu Xingzhou showed a puzzled expression. He asked calmly, why? Is it unpalatable? What do you think? Sun Qi was speechless, not knowing how to complain. He said, the strategist has entered the game with his own body, and he has won me by half a step. Brother Lu, I give in. It's a pity that you were enjoying the meal just now. You are indeed a ruthless person. Lu Xingzhou curled his lips and then said with a look of regret, if you don't want to eat it, forget it. Don't waste my snacks. Brother Lu, please stop pretending. I don't believe you can finish all of this. Lu Xingzhou didn't say much. However, he could also see it from Sun Qi's reaction just now. This thing is the original taste of the detoxification fruit. Lu Xingzhou thought to himself, the entry displayed by this thing here is still Qingyue Lingquan, but when I give it to Sun Qi, the entry is no longer effective. It seems that the wrong entry can only be applied to myself. The test results were pretty much what he had expected. After all, he could get a glimpse of it from his aunt's buns. As for why I tested it again this time, of course, it's to be on the safe side. No other ideas, really. At this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his information panel and checked his attributes. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level 6. Combat power, 7 stars. Skill, Flame of Extinction, level 9. Equipment, none. HP, 520/520. Magic value, 1008/1008. Strength attribute, 8 points. Spiritual attribute, 18 points. Agility attribute, 10 points. Defense attribute, 4 points. Sure enough, the spiritual attribute increased by 1 point. Cool. But at this moment, Sun Chi suddenly spoke. Hey, Brother Liu, why is it that Phase C? Your information panel is full of question marks. The bald man asked in confusion. Lu Xingzhou didn't take it seriously. Did this guy damage his brain by eating the detoxification fruit? My information panel is so clear. Where does the question mark come from? Before leaving the trading house, Lu Xingzhou spent another 10,000 gold coins to buy a random skill book for a life-related profession. This is a gift he gave to his aunt. This time, Sun Chi did not accompany Lu Xingzhou home. After eating the detoxifying fruit, he held his stomach and shouted that he wanted to go to the hospital for gastric lavage. It was already very late at this time. In addition, Lu Xingzhou thought he was too noisy, so he let him go. When I got home, the bun shop was closed and my aunt was resting in front of the counter. Lu Xingzhou walked over and gave the skill book to Aunt Chuqing. Xiaolu, what is this? I made some money today, and this is a gift for you. Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. Is this a skill book? This should be very expensive. Although Aunt Chuqing is a professional in life, she also knows a lot of common sense. Kid, keep the money you earn for yourself. You will have many other places to spend money in the future. Why spend it in such a place? I appreciate your kindness. Return it and buy yourself something. Although Chuqing's words were harsh, there was no trace of blame in her tone. On the contrary, there was a relieved smile on the corner of her mouth. No, this amount of money is nothing to me. I will receive another 100,000 yuan in a few days. 100,000 yuan? Chuqing exclaimed. Xiaolu, let's not do anything illegal. Don't worry, Auntie, I earned all this in the dungeon. You make money from dungeons? I heard that dungeons are very dangerous. How can it be so easy to make money? People's physiques cannot be generalized. Lu Xingzhou said lightly. Chuqing blinked her long eyelashes slightly, and then nodded slowly. I know you've grown up, but sometimes I still treat you like a child, which makes me seem a little nagging. It's just that this thing is too valuable, and he really can't accept it. Lu Xingzhou knew Chuqing would definitely say this, so he continued. It's okay. Besides, this is also an investment. If you can awaken new skills, it will be a good thing for our bun shop. I will definitely make more money by then, so I won't lose money. Hearing this, my aunt was also moved. Okay, thank you, Xiaolu. It's okay, Aunt. Try it now and see what new skills you can awaken. Good. Chuqing placed her right hand on the skill book, and then a dazzling light flashed. Buzz. After a moment, Chuqing opened her eyes. What skill has been awakened? Lu Xingzhou asked. Well, advanced stone kneading skills. Chuqing said. Lu Xingzhou was silent for a moment. The skills awakened by life-related professions are indeed so special. Aunt, how about we try out the effects of our new skills? Good. Chuqing was obviously eager to try, and immediately got up to knead the dough. Lu Xingzhou also went over to help. In fact, he was also very curious about whether his aunt's skill improvement would have an impact on his own entry appraisal. However, when the buns came out of the oven, Lu Xingzhou was still a little disappointed. The entries I identified have not changed at all. However, in terms of taste, the bun skin is indeed more fluffy and delicious. Perhaps this is a process of quantitative change to qualitative change. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and fell in a deep thought. At this moment, the door of the bun shop was suddenly knocked. Aunt Chuqing went over to open the door. Then, a cold and familiar female voice came from outside the door. Aunt Chuqing, good evening. Oh, it's Rian, coming quickly. Chuqing turned her head, looked at Lu Xingzhou, and said, Xiaolu, Rian is here to see you. Su Rian blinked her cold eyes slightly, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye looked extra charming under the moonlight. Hearing Chuqing's words, Su Rian said in a low voice, I'm not here to see him. As soon as she stepped into the house, 2 buns were brought to her. Lu Xingzhou said carelessly, Here, these are the buns that my aunt just made. Have 2. Ah, thank you. Su Rian subconsciously took the bun and thanked him. Then, she suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit, so she immediately said, Ahem, I didn't come here today for this. Lu Xingzhou seemed to realize what the other party wanted to say and interrupted directly. I understand your good intentions, but I can handle the selection exam, and I don't need a gold job transfer book. I'm not talking about this. I just happen to know that there is a level 5 team looking for permanent teammates. I can recommend you there. Su Rian spoke very naturally, her long, beautiful legs swaying back and forth on the ground inadvertently. But did you really know by chance? Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly and showed his information panel. Why doesn't anyone believe me when I tell the truth? I told you I really don't need anyone's help. When Su Rian and Chu Qing saw Lu Xingzhou's information panel, both of them were slightly stunned. You are level 6? Su Rian didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou's level would increase so quickly. When I saw Lu Xingzhou today, he was only level 1. Originally, she wanted to find 3 level 5 professionals to help Lu Xingzhou upgrade. She has taken care of all the relationships. As a result, when I turned around, Lu Xingzhou was directly upgraded to level 6. Su Rian smiled helplessly. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. But at this moment, she suddenly raised her eyebrows, and then she pointed at Lu Xingzhou's panel. He said hesitantly, "Wait, your panel, where the detailed data is. Why are there so many question marks?" Chapter 13. All parties gathered to break my record. Lu Xingzhou tilted his head. Why did he seem to have heard this somewhere before? Oh, by the way, Sun Qi also said something like this today. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and looked at Aunt Chu Qing. Aunt, look at my information panel. Is there a question mark there too? I can see your level, combat power, and skills, but the attributes below are all question marks. Chu Qing answered seriously. At this time, Lu Xingzhou also realized that something was wrong. Broken. Dog system. Could it be that it has broken my information panel? Looking back over the past 20 years of game history, has there ever been an attribute panel full of question marks? I won't be captured by some mysterious organization and used for experiments, right? The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, and he realized that something was wrong. In an instant, he considered a possibility. Could it be that, because of the Qingyue Lingquan, that there was a deviation between my real data panel and the display data, causing the two sides to be out of sync? Very likely. Grass. Lu Xingzhou's brain was thinking frantically. But at this time, Su Rian slowly said, "Your shielding item is very useful. It must be a special type of shielding item." Oh yes. Lu Xingzhou was stunned for a moment, then agreed. This reason is very reasonable. Su Rian curled up a smile at the corner of her mouth, and then took the 2 buns that Lu Xingzhou handed to her. He turned around and left. Before leaving, she seemed to remind Lu Xingzhou. This year, the city's elite special training classes will organize an assessment together. If you can enter the top 10, you will receive additional contract rewards. The prizes are said to be very generous. After saying that, she looked at Chu Qing, who was smiling beside her, and said, "Thank you, Aunt Chu Qing, for the buns. I'll come visit again next time." Looking at the pair of long legs stepping into the business car, Chu Qing suddenly spoke with emotion. "What a great girl. Xiaolu, you must seize the opportunity." In the car, Su Rian carefully put away the 2 buns that Lu Xingzhou gave her. Then he slowly spoke to the butler Fu Bo in the front row. "Heat it up for me tomorrow morning, and I'll have it for breakfast." After Uncle Fu quietly put away the 2 buns, he spoke again. "Miss, did Master Lu agree?" "No." Butler Fu Bo was not surprised by this. He spoke solemnly. "Miss, you have done enough for Master Lu, and Master Lu is a strong-willed person, so it is normal for him not to admit some things." Su Rian leaned her whole body against the leather seat, her proud figure being outlined to the fullest. He's not bragging. He's already level 6. Hearing this, Uncle Fu was slightly stunned. Then a hint of doubt appeared on his capable face. "Miss, please don't make fun of me." Su Rian smiled slightly. "I never joke about his affairs." Uncle Fu raised his eyebrows, and then his expression fell into thought again. But even so, the family. Su Rian had a cold expression and seemed to be very disgusted with certain things in her family. Her face turned cold, and she returned to her usual calmness and said, "I'll figure it out. Drive." "Yes, miss." Su Rian knew that Lu Xingzhou must have some unknown secrets. However, whether he can get a place in the top 10 of the city's elite special training class depends on Lu Xingzhou himself. There's still 6 days left until the special training assessment. Lu Xingzhou was not worried about whether he could meet the assessment standards. 10-star combat power. Once his level is raised, it shouldn't be difficult to reach 10 stars. Before going to bed, Lu Xingzhou threw a detoxification fruit into his mouth. Gaga gaga. The comfort brought by the improvement of mental strength allowed Lu Xingzhou to fall asleep peacefully. The next morning, Lu Xingzhou went out with a bag of beef and green onion buns. As a kind of copy item, the detoxification fruit can be placed in the space prop bar. Therefore, he didn't need to carry a lot of detoxification fruits with him when he went out. Otherwise, he might be diagnosed as a pica. Lu Xingzhou came to the place not far outside the copy, where he and Sun Qi had agreed to meet, and saw the bald man with an ugly face. Why do you look so grim? Don't mention it. When I went to bed last night, I always felt a strange taste in my mouth. It was uncomfortable. What's that strange smell? As Lu Xingzhou spoke, he took out a detoxification fruit from his system item bar and threw it into his mouth. I remembered that I hadn't eaten the detoxifying fruit this morning. Crunchy and delicious. Sun Qi's expression changed. Brother Lu, you don't have to fight so hard, right? Isn't it enough that I've accepted it? This thing is so disgusting. Why bother with yourself? Lu Xingzhou asked doubtfully. Who said this detoxification fruit is unpalatable? This detoxification fruit is amazing. Sun Qi didn't dare to open his eyes, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Seeing his expression, Lu Xingzhou stopped teasing him and said, I won't bother with you anymore. Let's go and clear the dungeon. The two came to the door of the dungeon. Today's reward number has been refreshed, and they can still clear the dungeon 5 times. In order to ensure his continued combat capability, Lu Xingzhou deliberately did not eat breakfast. Prepare to solve it in the copy. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the copy, they suddenly discovered that there were people gathered outside the copy today. There are actually more people than when Lin Yixue came to challenge yesterday, and there are quite a few unfamiliar faces among them. I didn't expect that the top talents from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, Jianghai No. 4 Middle School, and Jianghai No. 7 Middle School would all be here. Oh my god, Zhao Jinhu from the Municipal Experimental Middle School is here too? Are they all here to challenge the warrior-level Goblin Camp dungeon? It seems like they're all here to challenge the record set by Lu Xingzhou yesterday. But it is said that the man named Lu Xingzhou cheated to raise the record to 1 minute. Is there such a saying? Of course. Otherwise, how could you think that Boss Qin Xian's record, which has been maintained for so many years, could be refreshed so much all at once? I see. I was wondering how such a monster could appear. It's a cheat, no wonder. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi heard everyone talking, but ignored them. After all, it's their business what they think. Lu Xingzhou and his companions did not come here specifically to refresh the record of the dungeon. They just accidentally refreshed the record when they were upgrading. But isn't the impact you've caused a bit too much, Brother Lu? Who cares? It's none of my business. Lu Xingzhou did not stay outside the Goblin Jungle copy. Instead, he took Sun Qi deeper into the place. There's also an entrance to a different dimension here, the Frost Jungle Dungeon. Restricted access level, level 6 to 14. There are obviously fewer people here than outside. Only a few small teams can be seen stationed here to adjust their status. Moreover, the levels of these people are all above level 10. After all, everyone has a consensus that it is best to clear the dungeon within the limited level limit. Because the higher the level, the higher the personal attributes and combat power, and the greater the tolerance in more difficult copies. Therefore, few people would come directly here as soon as they meet the entry-level requirements for the Frost Jungle. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi are the exception here. Chapter 14 Warrior-Level Zombie King. Seems to be just like that. After all, the entry level of the Goblin Jungle Dungeon is restricted to levels 1 to 9. It is enough to meet the upgrading needs of most novices. Almost everyone will choose to reach level 10 in Goblin Jungle and then challenge the Frost Jungle Dungeon. Although the upgrade efficiency will be slightly slower. But it wins in terms of safety. No matter how top-notch a genius is, he still has to grow up before he can be called a genius. Therefore, when these professionals outside the Frost Jungle saw Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, they looked a little strange. Hey boys, are all the level 6 ones here? This is really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Aren't you afraid of death? The information panel of this magic apprentice is a bit strange. Is he wearing some kind of shielding item? Who knows? As long as they are not here to play the dungeon, it will be fine. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Everyone looked at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi with scrutiny. However, the latter ignored them. The two ran straight to the entrance of the copy and went in. There was no hesitation in the action. Everyone, the few level 12 professionals who were closest to him, were all stunned. The two of them went in. Go and die. Damn, are these two guys tired of living? Everyone stepped forward to check the copy challenge situation, and when they saw it, they were all stunned. The challenges they were facing were not just ordinary levels of difficulty. Directly warrior level difficulty, a group of professionals at level 10 or above looked at each other in bewilderment. In the dungeon, the woods within sight were covered with a thick layer of frost. Even the soil that should have been soft was frozen hard due to the extreme cold. It's really cold here. As Sun Qi spoke, he took out a level 5 leather armor top from his item bar and threw it to Lu Xingzhou. Brother Lu, put it on and don't get cold. Lu Xingzhou smiled and threw the leather jacket back, saying, I won't wear it. If I get cold, I could just light a fire. Why would I need to go through so much trouble? Oh yeah, almost forgot, fire magic. However, Sun Qi hadn't finished his words. Lu Xingzhou directly shot out a 9th level flame. Boom! In an instant, the flames passed. The originally freezing primitive jungle was blasted into nothingness by the scorching heat. Even the snowflakes falling from the sky were directly evaporated at this moment, turned into bursts of water vapor. Sun Qi was stunned. Good fellow, you'll be in jail for life for setting the mountain on fire, Brother Lu. This is a dungeon. What are you afraid of? It's too cruel. I can't bear to see this. How is it cruel? Monsters don't feel pain. I'm very humane. Lu Xingzhou said as a matter of course. What's cruel about that? You're cruel to me. You're so fast. It must be tiring for me to pick up the props, okay. Hurry up. We still have to fight the boss later. Sun Qi was speechless and choked. Brother Lu, since you kill people instantly left and right, why don't we bring a few people who specialize in picking up props? Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and felt that what Sun Qi said made sense. Anyway, his experience in clearing maps will not be diluted because of the increase in the number of people. After all, the number and strength of monsters are related to the number of people entering the dungeon. If you bring a few more people, you can pick up items faster, and the efficiency of clearing the map will also increase. Okay, that makes sense. Let's find some teammates when we get back. Okay, Brother Lu is wise. But this round still depends on you. Sun Qi's smile froze. This is my fate. For Lu Xingzhou, killing monsters was a matter of moments, but picking up items took a little more time. Of course, most of the time was wasted by Sun Qi's complaints like ouch. Watching him picking up the props, Lu Xingzhou finally understood why farmers in the past always held a small whip in their hands. Just shouting go work won't work. Okay, stop complaining. Have you finished picking up the items? It's done, Sun Qi said, holding his old waist. Lu Xingzhou stood up, patted the leaves on his butt, and said, let's go find the boss. The boss of the Frost Jungle is a frost zombie king that exudes a chill. The zombie king's cold and withered body was covered with fine frost. With every breath it took, a thick layer of ice mist could be seen gushing out. At this time, roar! The moment he saw the living people, the zombie king roared and rushed towards the two of them. Lu Xingzhou ate the toasted bun, and then directly fired out a burst of annihilation fire. The violent explosion instantly engulfed the zombie king. Then, a reminder sound of a copy came to Lu Xingzhou's ears. Kill the Frost Zombie King, boss level. Get experience reward plus 440. Congratulations on refreshing the dungeon record. You have received the dungeon extra reward. Equipment. Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. The dungeon record has been refreshed again? Brother Lu, after hanging out with you for the past 2 days, why do I feel that the dungeon record is a little worthless? Sun Qi sighed, then ran up to pick up the props consciously. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. Well, I've grown up and become sensible. After a while, Sun Qi collected all the equipment and other materials, and then came to Lu Xingzhou. He took out a dark blue bracelet that exuded a chill from the item bar. This equipment is great, and it's boss jewelry. Sun Qi called up the equipment's information panel and exclaimed. Equipment name. Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. Use level, level 6. Equipment attributes, spiritual power plus 5 points, defense power plus 1 point, magic power limit plus 80 points. Special effect, when wearing the bracelet, the attack will have an ice effect, level 10, which will slow down the enemy and cause them to continue to receive ice damage. Set attribute, triggered when wearing the 3-piece set of Zombie King's ice jewelry. For low-level professionals, this equipment can be considered top-grade equipment. It is even an extremely rare gold-grade set of jewelry. If it is sold at a trading house, its value should not be lower than the Goblin King's crystal core. Brother Liu, what are you going to do with this thing? Sell it, or use it yourself? Originally, Liu Xingzhou planned to exchange it for money. After all, his damage is currently completely overflowing. Up to now, he didn't even have a silver-level staff equipped. It's because it's not useful. However, when he saw the bracelet, he changed his mind. Because in his eyes, the term special attributes is completely different from that in Sun Qi's eyes. Special effect. When wearing the bracelet, the attack will be accompanied by the 6th level skill extreme Ice Storm, which will slow down the enemy after hitting them and cause them to continuously receive ice damage. The attack comes with a 6th level ice attribute attack skill. Then does my normal attack count as well? Chapter 15 I report. His basic attack is his ultimate move. What are you going to do with this equipment, Brother Liu? Sun Qi weighed in his hand and thought that this ice bracelet was quite good. Equipment grades are divided into bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, diamond, etc. But an equipment below level 10. Gold level equipment is already the ceiling. In addition, this piece of equipment is an extremely rare leader equipment. If Liu Xingzhou wanted to sell it, he could ask his father for help, and he would definitely be able to sell it for a good price. But at this time, Liu Xingzhou reached out and took the bracelet, looked at it carefully, and said, I'd better keep this equipment. I plan to wear it myself. Okay, Brother Liu, you have good vision. Sun Qi gave a thumbs up and said, Would you like me to help you look at this equipment set? Maybe it's still for sale in the trading house. That's not necessary. Liu Xingzhou put the bracelet on his hand and then slowly said, I'll take the equipment. When I sell the crystal core, I'll compensate you with some gold coins. Liu Xingzhou is not the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others. Although he was short of money, he did not take it too seriously. However, Sun Qi is not a person who cares about every little thing. He simply waved his hand and said, All right, Brother Liu, I've told you many times that I didn't contribute much, so you can keep the materials and equipment you got. Besides, if I need anything, I can just ask my father for it. I am his son, and it is only natural for me to help him spend money. Liu Xingzhou suddenly laughed out loud. Alas, he is worthy of being my good brother. You're a nature. However, Liu Xingzhou did not accept the other party's kindness with peace of mind. Let's keep things separate. Sun Qi may not want it, but I cannot not give it. If there are suitable equipment or materials in the future, give Sun Qi a few more. Liu Xingzhou put the equipment on his wrist. It looks like that thick layer of frost should be very cold, but in fact it only feels slightly cool when put on the wrist. I didn't say it was a particularly cold and unbearable feeling. Liu Xingzhou casually launched a normal attack. Magic Bullet. The consumption of mana by this skill is almost negligible, just like a warrior swinging a sword. The destructive power of ordinary attacks themselves is not great, and even the damage caused to ordinary monsters is very limited. However, the moment the magic bullet was fired, a cold wind blew past. Call! The next second, a whistling frosty air gathered. The attack carried with it magic bullets blasted out instantly. The freezing cold ice storm almost froze the air. When the bombardment hit the nearby tree trunks, the extremely cold temperature instantly froze the trees and made them extremely fragile. The dense ice crystals in the storm instantly shattered the tree, which was so thick that a person could hug it, into powder. On the side, Sun Qi was stunned. Fuck, is this an additional ice attribute attack? This can cause a level 10 freezing effect? If this hits your body, it will be covered with bruises, right? Sun Qi's expression was very surprised. It was completely beyond his understanding of equipment. How can this be right? Liu Xingzhou was obviously stunned by the effect of this equipment. The damage is so high. It seems that the power of the 6th level skill is quite strong. Liu Xingzhou was very happy. The most important thing is that the additional attack effect of this equipment does not consume any magic power. This is very important considering his current tight magic power situation. I was prepared to eat a lot of steamed buns this morning, but now it seems that I don't have to. In the next game, try out the power of your new equipment. If the speed of clearing the map is not much different, then the Flame of Extinction can be used as your trump card in the future. Cool. At this time, Liu Xingzhou opened his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession: Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level 6. Combat Power: 10 stars. Equipment Attributes plus 3 stars. Skill: Flame of Extinction, Level 9. Equipment: Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, Gold Level. HP: 520/520. Magic Value: 1088/1088. Equipment Attribute plus 80. Strength Attribute: 8 points. Spiritual Attribute: 24 points. Equipment Attribute plus 5 points. Agility Attribute: 10 points. Defense Attribute: 5 points. Equipment Attribute plus 1 point. Unexpectedly, this piece of equipment actually directly increased the combat power by 3 stars to 10 stars. However, during the school's assessment and selection, students are not allowed to wear equipment. Therefore, this total combat power can only be used for reference at present. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and put his bracelet back into the props column. All props, consumables, and equipment produced in the copy can be taken out and stored from the game prop bar at any time. It's just a matter of thought. The two of them left the copy only after they made sure that there was no other equipment and materials that had not been picked up in the copy. When the two of them left the copy unscathed, everyone outside the copy gave them strange looks. Not dead? Come out? These two guys are really lucky. Just as everyone was expressing their feelings, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. Because just after Lu Xingzhou and the others came out, the copy record of the Frost Jungle was suddenly refreshed. First place: Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi. Clearance time: 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Second place: clearance time: 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Third place: Boss Qin Xian's record was broken again. This is not a joke, right? You two. Everyone pointed at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, looking at them as if they were monsters. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how the two student-looking guys in front of them did it. After Lu Xingzhou turned around and saw the record, he said calmly, "It seems like I wasted too much time collecting materials this time. It actually took me more than 3 minutes." "Well, I just said that we should find 2 people to help pick it up," Sun Qi replied. Lu Xingzhou nodded, saying that there is strength in numbers. That does make sense. He took out a detoxification fruit from the prop column and threw it into his mouth. While eating, he looked at the people next to him and asked, "How about it? Are you interested in helping us pick up items? We can help you level up to warrior level for free." "I set a new record, but you still say I wasted too much time? One of you is level 6 and the other is level 7. You want to lead us, a group of level 12 warriors? And you want us to help pick up props? And what's the point of eating a detoxifying fruit for no reason, teacher?" Everyone's expressions were a little confused. His expression changed, and he didn't know what to say. Although Lu Xingzhou and the others all spoke in Xia Chinese characters, why is it so hard to understand them when they are put together? Lu Xingzhou looked at the expressions of the crowd, and it seemed that they had no intention of clearing the map with him. "I might as well not make myself boring. Let's go to the Goblin Jungle and ask. There are more people there." "Good." Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi walked outside. But when they just arrived outside the Goblin Jungle dungeon, suddenly, 2 middle-aged men noticed them. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other and then instantly walked towards Lu Xingzhou. "You two, if I'm not mistaken, you're Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, right?" "Oh, you are." Lu Xingzhou looked at the 2 people in front of him. They all seemed to be of high level, at least level 20 or above. All combat professionals will experience another career awakening every time they level up by 20 and complete the career awakening task. For example, Lu Xingzhou and his classmate's teacher, Lao Feng, is a level 31 second turn arrow rain archer. Professionals who can complete the second job are considered the backbone among professionals. There are very few professionals who can achieve the 3rd level of professionalism. I don't know how many people are stuck at level 39 their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Therefore, facing 2 second-level professionals, they were obviously coming for him. Lu Xingzhou was still somewhat wary. However, the 2 middle-aged men said, "Don't worry, we were just sent here to say hello to you. We have no ill will towards you." "Who sent you here?" Sun Qi took over the conversation. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other, revealed a complicated smile, and then spoke lightly. Blood Knight Guild, Shanghai Branch President, Qin Xian. Chapter 16. Is it too late to retreat now? Qin Xian. After hearing the name, Lu Xingzhou felt a little familiar. At this time, Sun Qi next to him said to him, "That's the one we broke the record with." Oh, no wonder. Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized. The two middle-aged men next to them twitched unconsciously when they saw Lu Xingzhou and the others' reactions. Good job. You too. Can you at least show due respect to Boss Qin Xian? But I thought about what President Qin Xian had instructed me before I left. The two adjusted their tone and said, "It is your honor that our President Qin Xian has noticed you too. Sun Shi, our president specifically invites you to join our Blood Knight Guild, including you, Lu Xingzhou. If you can pass the internal assessment of our Blood Knight Guild, you can also become our official member. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although you broke the record set by President Qin Xian in the Goblin Jungle 3 years ago, you should not be too proud. For this kind of low-level dungeon, no one has put in too much effort, and the equipment and skills are not mature enough. Although we still don't know how you broke his record so much, I can tell you responsibly. When you get to a higher-level dungeon, you will definitely not have the chance to refresh the record left by Boss Qin Xian, because by then, their equipment and team configurations have already taken shape, and because the upgrade cycle has become longer, they have tried more times. This record is even more extreme. Seize this opportunity, Sun Chi. Being able to join the Blood Knight Guild is already a great achievement. Especially you, Lu Xingzhou. You're just a low-level combat professional. The president is willing to give you such an opportunity to observe. I hope you don't waste it." After the two finished speaking, they looked at Lu Xingzhou and the others in front of them with a casual look. The Blood Knight Guild is one of the few A-level guilds in Jianghai City. The number of people the Blood Knight Guild recruits in Jianghai City each year will not exceed 10. And the standards for recruiting new people are absolutely elite. Students like Sun Shi, who have not yet stepped out of school, should definitely be grateful to be invited by them. After the two men explained their purpose, confident smiles appeared on their faces. "Well, if you want to agree, do it quickly. We also brought a training contract. If you perform well, you can also receive training from the guild's resources worth 300,000 gold coins." But at this moment, there was a hint of sarcasm in Sun Chi's stunned eyes. "Brother Lu, look at how ignorant they are. 300,000 gold coins. We earned that in just 2 days." Lu Xingzhou nodded. It was true. I didn't expect that someone from this big guild would be so stingy. "Why?" Sun Chi waved his hands at the two and said, "I refuse to join your so-called Blood Knight Guild. Your vision is too low. The most important thing is, you didn't even invite my brother Lu. Do you know that my brother Lu can easily break your Qin Xian's record?" After hearing Sun Chi's answer, the two middle-aged men were obviously stunned. First of all, they were surprised by Sun Chi's refusal. What followed was their contempt for Sun Chi's words. "Do you think you can break the record of my boss Qin Xian just because you want to? I told you you're fat and you're really out of breath. Besides, even if the record can be broken, it is definitely not something that a low-level professional like Lu Xingzhou can do." The expressions of the two middle-aged men have turned a little ugly from the smiles they had at the beginning. "You mean you're going to refuse?" "Yes, I thought I made it clear enough." Sun Chi waved his hand and said easily. The two middle-aged men sneered. "You will regret your ignorance in the future, and you will realize what a great opportunity you missed." After saying that, the two middle-aged men prepared to leave. But just as they turned to leave, Lu Xingzhou suddenly added, "By the way, it seems that the record you said was impossible to break has been broken again." Question mark. The two middle-aged men paused slightly. Turning his head, he asked, "What record are you talking about?" "Frost Jungle. Maybe you'd be interested in taking a look." After saying that, Lu Xingzhou ignored the interesting expressions on the faces of the two middle-aged men. He went to look for his teammates on his own. Free upgrades, just 2 people who can pick up items will do. After Lu Xingzhou said this, he immediately received 2 applications to join the team. After he agreed casually, he said to the 2 men, "Come with me. Most of those who gather in the dungeon area are professionals who have upgrade needs. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to just improve your combat power through daily training?" The 2 professionals were a man and a woman, and they looked about the same age as Lu Xingzhou. He should also be a senior high school student this year. The 2 men followed Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi's footsteps and gradually moved away from the Goblin Jungle copy. At this time, the 2 men were a little confused. "Brother, where are we going?" asked the male professional. Lu Xingzhou replied, "I'll take you to clear the map." But the entrance to the Goblin Jungle isn't here." Lu Xingzhou did not answer, but just said to him, "Just follow me." They walked for a while, and then arrived outside the Frost Jungle dungeon. The many professionals at level 10 or above here saw Lu Xingzhou and others coming back. There were also 2 other level 6 professionals in the group, and they all had strange expressions. Good boy, you really don't take this warrior-level zombie king boss seriously as a human being. When a male professional saw a bunch of professionals over level 10 around him, he instantly realized that something was wrong. What the hell? Is this a Frost Jungle dungeon? Are you crazy? But before he finished his words, Lu Xingzhou had already led the team into the dungeon. And there is no doubt about it. I chose the warrior-level difficulty. Wajie, you two are crazy. How dare you lead us to clear the warrior-level Frost Jungle? Let me see. Damn, a level 6 magic apprentice. You're a fucking liar, aren't you? Okay. I, Wang Ritian, will remember you too. You two just wait for me. Wang Ritian took a look at the high-level monsters in the Frost Jungle. Then he looked at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi angrily, and then resolutely chose to exit the copy. Although Lu Xingzhou didn't expect Wang Ritian to quit the copy directly, he didn't react much. Instead, he turned to look at the girl next to him and asked, "Do you want to withdraw too?" I don't want to quit. I want to enter the city's elite special training selection. Why don't we give it a try? Maybe we can get through it. Although the girl was unsure, she still chose to believe Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. Sun Qi on the side smiled. Okay, I told you that you don't need to grind the map. Just pick up the props. Brother Lu will take care of everything. Brother Lu? The girl blinked her eyes, then asked in surprise. Could it be that you are Lu Xingzhou? The Lu Xingzhou who set a new record in the Goblin Dungeon. Before she formed a team, she never expected that she would be teamed with Lu Xingzhou. Hey, Brother Lu, you are famous now. Sun Qi joked. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Hey, don't be obsessed with me. I'm just a legend. Okay, you two go get ready to pick up the props. I'll clear the place. Sun Qi. Didn't we agree that it has nothing to do with me if someone else picks up the items my back is not in good condition? Didn't Wang Ritian retire besides? A man can't say no. Go quickly. Damn it, Wang Ritian. You and I can never coexist. Sun Qi was angry. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and looked at the many copy monsters in front of him. The difficulty of the warrior-level dungeon is extremely abnormal. In addition, when a team of 4 enters, the difficulty of the dungeon will increase accordingly. So at this time, a large number of elite monsters and ordinary monsters block their way. If an ordinary team wants to fight, they usually choose to pull monsters in batches and then fight. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou shouted towards the front. You come here. At this moment, the densely packed group of monsters turned their heads together. The girl next to her was horrified by what she saw. Is it too late to retreat now? Chapter 17. Is the gap between people so big? The girl was a little panicked. No matter how powerful the team is, they wouldn't dare to pull monsters like this. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant. With so many monsters, even a profession like the elemental mage that can attack on a large scale would not be able to handle it. However, at this time, Sun Qi beside him did not seem to be panicked at all, and even had time to joke. Hey, Brother Lu, although you are not a warrior, you have learned the taunt skill by yourself. Lu Xingzhou remained calm and said nothing. He slowly stretched out his hand and attacked with a basic attack. Boom! Next second, a terrifying blizzard with the power to freeze everything instantly hit the group of monsters in front of them. Although the monsters have long adapted to the low temperature of the Frost Jungle. However, Lu Xingzhou's blizzard crushed it in an instant. It was visibly that the monster's body slowed down. In addition, the damage caused by the ice storm is also excellent. Boom, 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 boom. The monsters in the front row were constantly being smashed by the ice storm. The sharp ice crystals cut through the monster's flesh as easily as cutting melons or vegetables. At this moment, the panic in the girl's eyes obviously calmed down. The expression she showed when she looked at Lu Xingzhou gradually became a little surprised. Is this a magic that a magic apprentice can master? This should be at least a level 5 skill, right? She looked at the 2 level 3 skills she had mastered in her skill bar and fell in a deep thought. She originally thought she was very good. After all, many people have only mastered the 2nd level skills. But unexpectedly, is the gap between people really so big? Just as she was sighing with emotion, she suddenly discovered that the momentum of Lu Xingzhou's extreme ice storm was gradually weakening. However, there were still many monsters in front of them that were not killed by this blizzard. The skill is over? Oh no, Every time this high-level skill is activated, the consumption of magic power is definitely huge, and the CD won't be short. It seems that Lu Xingzhou underestimated the difficulty of this copy. If he reaches level 10, it should be easy to deal with these monsters. But at this time, when Lu Xingzhou saw that his skill seemed to be coming to an end, his eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect that the 6th level skill couldn't kill them all in one shot. But think about it. After all, my current basic attributes are still relatively low. Moreover, this skill is a half-output, half-support type of skill. It is not only for causing damage to the enemy, but also for slowing down and frostbite effects. Okay, after all, it doesn't cost any mana, and you don't need a bicycle. Then Lu Xingzhou launched several normal attacks in succession. Then, the extreme ice storm started again. Boom! Under the extreme ice storm, the group of monsters in front of them was like a mob. It was directly blasted to pieces. In my ears, countless reminders of experience increase rang out. The girl's eyes widened. Wait, isn't this right? This high-level skill has no CD. Hearing her surprised voice, Lu Xingzhou turned around and said, "What high-level skill? This is a basic attack." The girl's eyes widened, with an expression of unspeakable horror. Normal attack? You call this a flat attack? The girl looked in disbelief at the group of monsters in front of her that were blown into pieces. He looked at Lu Xingzhou again, who had a calm expression on his face. She rubbed her eyes hard, unable to believe it. However, at this time, Sun Qi said, "Okay, stop being in a daze and go pick up the props." Oh, okay. The girl looked at the materials scattered on the ground in front of her and nodded quickly. Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "You go too. I'm your brother. Brother Lu, can you bear it? We treat everyone equally." After the girl picked up all the materials, she handed them all to Lu Xingzhou. "All the materials and equipment I just mentioned are for you." Lu Xingzhou took a look and took it without any hurry. "Put it in your prop column first, and give it to me when the time comes." The girl was slightly stunned. "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with these materials?" Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "You can probably tell that, apart from us, it would be hard for you to find another team that can help you level up so quickly." "All right." The girl smiled bitterly. What Lu Xingzhou said was indeed right. It is difficult for teams that are one level stronger than her to look down on her. Not to mention top professionals like Lu Xingzhou, who can easily control dungeons. Although it seems on the information panel that Lu Xingzhou is just a magic apprentice. But now she no longer believed it. The entry shown by Lu Xingzhou is absolutely fake. "By the way, what's your name?" Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and suddenly asked. "My name is Zhao Qian, from Jianghai No. 4 Middle School," the girl replied. "Okay, Zhao Qian, follow us closely. We're going to find the boss soon." "Oh, okay." The girl nodded, then asked timidly, "But don't you need to adjust your condition? For example, restore some magic points or something like that." "Adjusting my status? I didn't consume any energy just now, don't worry." Lu Xingzhou answered calmly. Zhao Qian was stunned when she heard this. A boss is a boss, and it is normal for him to speak in an arrogant manner. I understand. But what she didn't expect was the terrifying zombie king boss in this frosty jungle. To die in such a miserable way. Lu Xingzhou's continuous basic attacks and the terrifying blizzard were endless. Boom, 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 boom. From beginning to end, the zombie king did not move an inch. The frost froze him to death on the ground, and the huge damage caused by the endless ice crystal storm took him away in one wave. You killed the Frost Zombie King, boss level, gaining experience plus 440. Is that all? At this time, Zhao Qian looked at the time. Only more than 3 minutes and 30 seconds had passed. Oh my god, this will definitely create a new copy record. Could it be that my name will appear in this copy record? Zhao Qian was filled with anticipation. She believed that if Wang Ritian, who had just exited the copy, knew that Lu Xingzhou not only passed the level, but also broke the copy record. He must be regretting it now. Hey, Lu Xingzhou, he is worthy of being the man who broke Qin Xian's record in the Goblin Jungle. So strong. However, when she checked the copy rankings, she found that her name was not on the record. I looked closely and found it. The names of Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi were ranked first on the list, and the speed is even faster than this round. Could it be that the speed at which the two of them clear the map is even faster than this one? Zhao Qian couldn't imagine it, and even a little bit couldn't believe it. He felt that this game was almost entirely about seconds. Lu Xingzhou still has some energy left? Oh my god, the boss is worthy of being the boss. At the same time, Zhao Qian also secretly made up her mind that she must cling to Lu Xingzhou's thigh. Boss, where are we going next? At this moment, Zhao Qian looked at Lu Xingzhou with even more admiration. The name also changed. Continue to brush the map. Okay. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and Zhao Qian walked out of the dungeon. At this moment, they have cleared all 5 copies for today. Wang Ritian originally planned to teach Lu Xingzhou, the sinner who harmed him, a lesson at the door. But when he saw Zhao Qian's information panel, he was stunned. You, how come you are level 7? Chapter 18 has nothing to do with Brother Lu. If you want to punish me, punish me. Lu Xingzhou and the other 2 cleared today's 5 copy opportunities. Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi both reached level 8, while Zhao Qian reached level 7. Of course, Lu Xingzhou only reached level 8 after the last dungeon was completed, so Sun Qi's experience bar is still slightly higher than Lu Xingzhou's. The difficulty of leveling up increases exponentially, which is why many people are stuck in their 20s throughout their lives. After Zhao Qian saw Wang Ritian, she also looked like she was standing up for the boss and said, "You told me not to trust you, boss. Now that I have completed 5 dungeons, isn't it natural for me to upgrade?" When Wang Ritian heard this, he felt his head buzzing. What the hell? Only 10 minutes have passed. 5 copies have been cleared? But he turned his head and looked at the information panels of Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. Sure enough, both of them were promoted to level 8. Fuck this. How is this possible? Wang Ritian widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Zhao Qian looked at Zhao Ritian in front of her with an expression as if he was a fool. Short-sighted. But thinking back, she almost misunderstood boss Lu Xingzhou at that time. After all, the entry information on the boss's information panel is too deceptive. Boss, here are the materials and equipment for you. If you need anything tomorrow, be sure to call me again. This is my Fei Xin. Zhao Qian naturally took out her cell phone and added Lu Xingzhou's contact information. Lu Xingzhou nodded. This girl is generally obedient and is quite efficient in picking up items. Most importantly, no complaints. Completely different from a bald guy. Lu Xingzhou glanced at Sun Qi beside him as if nothing had happened, and then spoke. Sure. See you tomorrow. Zhao Qian smiled happily, although the girl's appearance was much inferior to that of a stunning beauty like Su Ruyan. But her temperament is still quite cute, the type that makes people feel comfortable when looking at her. Beside him, Wang Ritian showed a cheeky smile and came over. Hey, boss Lu, are you still short of people tomorrow? I really like picking up props. Can I join your team? I promise to follow your command. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Wang Ritian had a fawning look on his face, which was completely different from the angry expression he had just had that wanted to destroy the heavens and the earth. This instant kneeling attitude made Sun Qi, who was standing next to him, laugh. Weren't you planning to teach us a lesson just now? That was because I was young and ignorant, boss. Wang Ritian remained calm and continued smiling. Sun Qi smacked his lips, looked at him with a half-smile and said, TSK, I still like your rebellious look just now. As Lu Xingzhou was watching the excitement, suddenly a phone call came in. Ding dong chicken, there's a game that makes you younger the more you play. Sun Qi complained. Brother Lu, your cell phone ringtone is too unlucky. I don't want to take the same bus with you. Lu Xingzhou rolled his eyes at him, picked up the phone casually, and then was slightly stunned. Hello, it's me. Are you the teacher? No. How could I not save your phone number? Oh, I didn't run during last night's training. I trained until very late. Okay, got it. I'll go back now. Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone, feeling a little puzzled. What could be the reason why the teacher is looking for me so anxiously? Never mind. Let's go back and take a look first. Let's go back to school. My teacher didn't call me, so I won't go. Sun Qi shook his head. The result happened at this moment. Sun Qi's phone also rang. Bobo chicken Bobo chicken for 1 yuan a skewer. Lu Xingzhou didn't feel comfortable complaining. How is your phone ringtone better than mine? 10 seconds after picking up the phone, Sun Qi said with an unpleasant expression. Okay, let's go together. Wang Ritian still didn't give up. He ran over and said, Hey, big guys, can you take me with you tomorrow? Boss, please don't leave. Take me with you. However, Sun Qi turned his head impatiently and threw a punch. It's so noisy. He had long been annoyed with this guy named Wang Ritian. If this guy hadn't quit the dungeon, would I have been able to pick up props for several more rounds? Boom! Although this punch was just a normal attack, but it directly hit Wang Ritian's entire body as if it were rubber that had lost its strength. The whole person's body bent backwards and slammed down. Lu Xingzhou looked at Wang Ritian, who was smashed into the ground, and asked, "Isn't that a bit too harsh?" "It's okay. He's a professional after all. Just teach him a lesson. He won't die." Lu Xingzhou nodded. Most of the injuries suffered by professionals can be treated with life-restoring potions. It's not a big problem. The two took a taxi back to school. On the way, Sun Qi kept nagging Lu Xingzhou to change his cell phone ringtone, saying that it was metaphysical. But Lu Xingzhou didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was just his unnecessary worry. After getting out of the car, tremblingly, the two came to the teacher's office. "Teacher, we are here," Sun Qi said. "Teacher Fong, are you looking for us?" Lu Xingzhou asked with a smile. The head teacher took a look at them, then put a few photos on the table and said, "Tell me, which of you did this?" Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi looked at the photos on the table. The photos showed the tragic situation in the school training room they had visited yesterday. Combined with the teacher's tone as if he was interrogating a prisoner, Sun Qi instantly came to the conclusion. "Broken. Teacher, this is going to kill someone." At this time, Sun Qi resolutely chose to stand up for his brother. He stepped forward and said with awe-inspiring dignity, "Teacher, it's all my fault. If you want to punish someone, punish me. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Lu." Then, with tears in his eyes, he nodded at Lu Xingzhou. He looked as if he was ready to sacrifice himself. However, when the teacher saw this scene, he rolled his eyes at him. Speechless said, "What are you pretending to be, young and dangerous boy? Does this have anything to do with you? Why don't you just get involved? Go and have fun somewhere else. Besides, I'm not here to hold Lu Xingzhou accountable. So why are you being so dramatic?" Sun Qi was slightly stunned. "What? So you don't want to kill anyone? I was worried for nothing." The teacher is not a fool either. He saw the damage to the training hall in the photo, and he knew it clearly. This kind of damage can only be caused by a professional who is at least level 20, and it is only possible if one masters high-level fire magic. Originally, he didn't believe that this matter had anything to do with Lu Xingzhou, a magic apprentice. But thinking back to those inexplicable words Sun Qi said yesterday afternoon, he couldn't help but think of some possibilities. Perhaps this was really done by Lu Xingzhou, but this was just his guess. He still needed to hear Lu Xingzhou's own confession to know what really happened. "Tell me, does this matter have anything to do with you?" The old class teacher looked sharply at Lu Xingzhou, who had a calm face beside him. But the next second, the teacher's eyes suddenly fixed. Then he said in disbelief, "Wait, kid, how come you're already level 8? Chapter 19, let's set a small goal first." The class teacher is the person who knows Lu Xingzhou's situation best. Therefore, the shock in his heart at this moment was definitely far greater than that of anyone else. In just less than 24 hours, Lu Xingzhou's level rose 7 levels like a rocket. This is simply unbelievable. Even though the first few levels are not difficult to upgrade, but after level 5, the experience that Goblin Dungeons can provide is pitifully small. It is normal to take 3 or 4 days to advance to the next level. But how did Lu Xingzhou do it? Could it be that he used a secret item that could increase experience? No, it's not possible. He knew Lu Xingzhou's family background. This kind of secret treasure that could improve experience was hard to come by even for the second-generation children. Not to mention an ordinary family like Lu Xingzhou, whose parents died early and he grew up with his aunt who sold buns. How can I afford such a rare item? But if that wasn't the case, how did Lu Xingzhou do it? Level 8 in just one day? Qin Xian, who was known as the #1 genius in Jianghai 3 years ago, was not so terrifying. The old class teacher was puzzled and asked the two people what was going on. "Wait until they tell us exactly what happened in the past 2 days." The head teacher paused for a long time before speaking in disbelief. "You mean you guys have been doing warrior level dungeons? After reaching level 6, you go directly to challenge the warrior level Frost Jungle? And, by the way, it also refreshed the historical records of the 2 copies. And he also rejected the Blood Knight Guild's recruitment. And all of this happened in less than a day." Lu Xingzhou nodded lightly, looking as if it was a matter of course. "In fact, he hasn't told you about his trip to the trading house." However, if the teacher knew that he earned his annual salary in just 2 days, it would be a bit discouraging. I just didn't say anything. The old teacher kept taking deep breaths, but he still couldn't calm down for a long time. He tapped the table unconsciously with his fingers and said in a trembling voice, "It's like this. Lu Xingzhou, you should know about the selection for the special training class, right? But what you don't know is the meaning behind it. Professionals selected through the special training class will be taken to a special dungeon for assessment. In previous years, the 10 people with the best performance were rewarded by the Jianghai City Professional Association. Moreover, professionals with outstanding performance will also receive invitations from major universities and even high-level guilds, and may even receive their resources for training. This is the key. And this year, due to some reasons, Principal Chung Yuanshan has also provided 5 training places within the school, which will help you improve your strength before the citywide assessment. This is an opportunity for you." After listening to this, Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. He had heard Su Ruyan say similar things before. But I didn't expect that Jianghai No. 2 Middle School also offered 5 training places. "Teacher Fong, what you mean is, fight. Of course I have to fight, and it would be best if I could be the first," the head teacher said without any hesitation. "Since you have such strength, why do you miss this opportunity? Let them see that Lu Xingzhou, who used to be the best in the school, is back again." Beside him, Sun Chi whispered, "Why do I feel that the old class teacher is more excited than you?" "Boy, I heard it. Master, I was wrong. I didn't say anything." The head teacher snorted coldly, unwilling to argue with him. "Sun Chi, you should also perform well and try to beat Lin Yixue." I know," the bald man said helplessly. On the side, Lu Xingzhou was thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Although he had heard that Lin Yixue was very strong, she should not be stronger than himself. Wrong. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. He shouldn't just focus on Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. Besides, whether or not eating is allowed during this kind of selection competition is another matter. What if you're not allowed to wear equipment or eat? Wouldn't that mean his 2 ultimate moves would be restricted? It seems that it is really necessary to prepare well. It is best to master a skill that consumes less energy and can fight continuously. Besides, Lu Xingzhou didn't want to scatter the ashes of his classmates with a 9th level skill. That's not good for the environment. "Teacher, I want to ask if I get first place in the school, what so-called training reward will Principal Chung prepare?" The head teacher smiled and said, "Resources or equipment worth 2 million gold coins and a skill enhancement keystone." Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. The reward is so generous? Needless to say, there are 2 million worth of resources and equipment. Skill enhancement keystone, this is a good thing. Professionals can strengthen their skills every 10 levels. Strengthening keystone is a necessary consumable. Because of the practicality and scarcity of this thing, the price has remained high for a long time. The current market price is definitely over 6 figures. But Lu Xingzhou had never known the exact amount before. After all, such rare items are too far away for ordinary people. But it's free, so Lu Xingzhou must get it. At this time, not only Lu Xingzhou was moved, even the silly son of the landlord was somewhat moved. Sun Chi scratched his head and asked, "Master, what about the reward for second place?" "Second place winner will receive 500,000 resources as a reward." "No more." Sun Chi was slightly stunned. "That's all. How much more do you want?" "No, the difference between the first and the second is too big, isn't it? If you think it's too little, then you should work hard to get the first place," the boss said calmly. However, Sun Chi turned his head and looked seriously at Lu Xingzhou next to him, thinking of his terrifying high-level fire magic. Even the warrior-level zombie king couldn't withstand one of his attacks, so he competed with Brother Lu for the first place. Isn't that turning on the light in the toilet and looking for sure? Sun Chi touched his nose and said, "Forget it, second place is also good." The old class sneered and said lightly, "Whether it's the school or the entire human federation, our primary goal is to cultivate geniuses among geniuses. You will understand when you reach a certain level in the future. From the perspective of human survival, 10,000 level 90 mediocre people are not as good as 1 level 100 genius. Many precious resources are naturally given priority to the most outstanding people. Secondly, the resources you get will naturally be much less. Okay, it's too early to tell you this now. Anyway, remember, you two should fight for first place instead of second place. Especially you, Lu Xingzhou. No matter what you think, I'm going to put you on the school's key observation list. The head teacher said this just to put some pressure on Lu Xingzhou. But who would have thought that at this moment? Lu Xingzhou suddenly spoke calmly. None of the school's internal testing matters. Now that we've come to this, let's set a small goal first, to be number 1 in Jianghai City. Chapter 20. Is there anyone who dares to take advantage of me? Number 1 in Jianghai City. That's what he said, right? Jianghai number 2 middle school, inside the principal's office. After teacher Fong finished reporting the situation, Cheng Yuanshan touched his chin. Then, he sat in a large office chair with a half-smile and said, if this kid really breaks Qin Xian's record, then he might really become the number 1 in Jianghai City this year. However, this year, both Experimental Middle School and Jianghai number 1 Middle School seem to have some hidden trump cards. Cheng Yuanshan smiled and shook his head, feeling that he was thinking too much. However, he couldn't help but feel excited. In the past 2 years, Jianghai number 2 Middle School has always been suppressed by Experimental Middle School and Jianghai number 1 Middle School. If there's a chance to be proud of himself, he will certainly not let it go. Then, he said to teacher Fong, watch them secretly for the next 2 days. If these 2 guys make any other big moves, remember to inform me in time. Yes, headmaster. Teacher Fong knew that he was going to be asked to keep an eye on the situation. It seems that although the principal doesn't say it, he is still quite optimistic about Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. After going back, Lu Xingzhou still ate a detoxification fruit every hour. His mental strength has increased by 7 points from the beginning to now. Finally, the star rating of the combat power evaluation also increased by 1 star. It's not easy. Lu Xingzhou let out a long sigh. In the next 2 days, Lu Xingzhou continued to clear the map with Sun Qi and Zhao Qian. With 2 people picking up props, the speed of clearing the map is indeed much faster. But the difficulty of upgrading in the future is indeed much greater. It took 2 days to upgrade 1 level, reaching level 9. At this time, Lu Xingzhou's combat power rating without equipment has reached 11 stars. It fully meets the basic standards for special training selection. But his current goal has become to be number 1 in Jianghai City. So Lu Xingzhou did not relax at all. And it was after the end of the day that Lu Xingzhou received 100,000 gold coins from Sun Yongzhou, who asked Sun Qi to give him a purse the size of a football, filled with a heavy bag of gold coins. When you hold it in your hand, you can hear the sound of gold coins colliding from time to time. This was the cost of selling the Goblin King crystal core at that time. The visual impact of such a bag of gold coins placed in front of you is still very strong. Even Lu Xingzhou, who usually didn't like to show his expression, smiled. I didn't expect that there would be a sucker who would buy it, but he didn't quite understand why this kind of low-level crystal core would be eliminated if its level was slightly increased. Why are there people willing to spend a lot of money to buy it? Sun Qi seemed calmer. He said, my dad didn't tell me, but I guess he's the son of a wealthy family and wants to break some records or rankings. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He really didn't care. He has never done anything specifically to break records or pursue a ranking. The 2 records I broke were just a matter of convenience. Lu Xingzhou asked Sun Qi to convey his gratitude to his father. After all, he only planned to sell the crystal core for about 60,000 gold coins at that time. However, Sun Yongzhou managed to sell it for nearly twice the price. Lu Xingzhou also kept this friendship in mind. Sun Qi acted natural about this matter and didn't take it seriously. Okay, Brother Lu, remember to put the money into the prop column quickly. Otherwise, it would be bad if someone targeted you. 100,000 gold coins. For most people, it is a huge sum of money. Lu Xingzhou nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, Jianghai City is still safe. Besides, whoever dares to attack me will be in trouble. That's true. Okay, Brother Lu, I have something else to do this year, so I'll leave first. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay, let's continue tomorrow. After waving goodbye to Sun Qi, Lu Xingzhou wanted to go home and have a rest. By the way, I want to share with my aunt the joy of my sudden wealth. However, not far from the copy, Lu Xingzhou noticed a group of people dressed as professional hunters setting up stalls in a crowded place. Hunters are a group of professionals who hang out in dungeons all year round, hunting for various valuable materials and equipment and making a living from it. Their level may not be very high, but when it comes to experience in dungeons and hunting, they are definitely not inferior to anyone. Lu Xingzhou came to their stall and browsed through it casually. I want to see if there's anything I need among these messy things. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect that there were so many stalls here. This group of professional hunters should have just returned from a dungeon in the no man's land, and their final destination is most likely the Jianghai City Trading House. Lu Xingzhou walked like he was shopping, his eyes constantly scanning the various props and materials. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a stall. He tilted his head and looked at a skill book on the stall. At this time, the stall owner was holding a straw in his mouth, looking at the passers-by around him with boredom. TSK, they are all poor students. If we keep selling like this, how long will it take to raise 200,000 yuan? At this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly asked, "Hello, how much is this skill book?" "Oh," the stall owner spat out the straw in his mouth and looked in the direction Lu Xingzhou pointed. "It's just a rubbish level 1 with skill book." Then he looked at Lu Xingzhou's information panel again. Magic Apprentice. No wonder he's interested in this kind of rubbish skill book. The stall owner yawned lazily and then held up 2 fingers. 2,000 gold coins. Lu Xingzhou was somewhat tempted. He really wanted the skill book, but he still bargained. "How about 1,000 gold coins? A first-level skill book is worth this price." The stall owner narrowed his eyes impatiently. Alas, this thing has been out for a long time, but it has never been sold. Thinking that the price wouldn't be very high if I sold it in the trading house, I finally found someone to ask for the price. So he waved his hand and said, 1,500 gold coins. Take it if you want. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, then nodded. Good. Then, he took out a purse from his item bar. Voila, here's 15,000 gold coins. We'll settle the deal. Goodbye. After Lu Xingzhou handed the gold coins to the other party, he picked up the skill book on the stall and turned around to leave. But what he didn't notice was, the moment Lu Xingzhou took out his purse, the stall owner's eyes widened. The impact of that bag full of money on him was really too great. That bag of money must be at least 100,000 gold coins, right? How can a rubbish magic apprentice like him have so much money? All kinds of thoughts kept flashing through the stall owner's mind. Take action? No, this is no longer an uninhabited area. This is Jianghai City, under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. But the other party is just a magic apprentice. If I really take action, it will be very fast, and no one will notice. After a 3-second battle between his reason and his greed, he was defeated. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. Damn it, I'm going to give it a try. Thinking of this, the stall owner stood up and chased in the direction Lu Xingzhou was going. Chapter 21, 9th Level Divine Skill, All Things in the Universe. Lu Xingzhou, carrying the first level wood skill he had just bought, found a secluded and deserted place. Good stuff. Although it looks like this is just a level 1 skill book, but after Lu Xingzhou's entry identification. But it showed a line of golden information. Skill name, Wanxiang Senluo, level 9. Restricted occupation, Forbidden Arcanist. Skill status, learnable. Skill introduction. After using the skill, a range field will be generated around the skill user. The user can consume magic points to control all plants in the field at will. Within the range of the field, the health of all team members will increase by 100%, and the effects of all recovery skills will increase by 100%. Detailed attributes. It is indeed a tier 9 skill that matches the flame of extinction, and its effect is terrifyingly strong. Although Lu Xingzhou has not seen anyone else release a 9th level skill yet. However, skills above level 6 are considered high-level skills. Level 9 skills are stronger, as it should be, especially when Universal Forest was activated. The attribute of doubling the health and healing effect made him feel very satisfied. This will not only greatly improve their survivability in the dungeon. Moreover, the more difficult the dungeon, the greater the effect of this attribute. In the later stages, this is a life-saving skill that is no weaker than any priest or nurse. In order to avoid any further complications, Lu Xingzhou directly chose to learn skills. In an instant, he felt that he had a new understanding of this skill in his mind. It was even as if I had a subtle sense of the flowers, plants, and trees around me. This feeling made Lu Xingzhou feel very interesting. Li Feng planned to try out his new skill. Anyway, there were still a lot of buns made by his aunt, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough magic power. But just when Lu Xingzhou wanted to release his skills, suddenly, he felt someone approaching from behind. This was not what he saw or heard, but what the forest told him. Hey kid, The money you gave me just now is not enough. A slightly hoarse voice came from behind my ear. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and saw that the other person was the stall owner from whom he had just bought the skill book. If you leave now, I can pretend you were never here. Lu Xingzhou instantly understood the other party's intention, but he was not panicked at all and spoke calmly. The stall owner seemed to be amused by Lu Xingzhou's words. Boy, what if I say no? What can you do to me? He slowly took out a long knife from his prop bar. This is a level 20 gold weapon. I advise you to pay the money obediently. This way, you can still keep your life. As a level 21 warrior, he looked at Lu Xingzhou as if he were looking at a piece of meat on a chopping board. In his eyes, Lu Xingzhou was a level 9 magic apprentice and didn't even have the ability to resist. You know, this is under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau, right? Aren't you afraid of being wanted for attacking a student? Hearing what Lu Xingzhou said, the stall owner smiled even more. He looked at Lu Xingzhou as if he was looking at a poor child. You're making up so many excuses just to get me to let you go, right? Don't scare me with the sheriff's department. Do you think it will take me even a minute to deal with you? Besides, anyone who has been living in an uninhabited area for a long time must have killed a few people. After he said this, I thought Lu Xingzhou would be so scared that he would kneel down and beg for mercy. But unexpectedly, Lu Xingzhou suddenly smiled at this moment. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Since you said so, I feel relieved. Let me use you to try out my new skills. Then, Lu Xingzhou had an idea. An invisible field expanded directly around his body. This feeling was very mysterious. He felt that after the domain expanded, he could even control everything here. Lu Xingzhou raised a finger slightly. In an instant, the surrounding ground cracked and became uneven, as if something was about to burst out from the ground. Boom, boom. The stall owner widened his eyes in shock and tried desperately to sway his body to keep his balance. However, the next second, a thick tree root like a sea monster's tentacle stretched out from the ground. He immediately grabbed his body. When the stall owner saw this, he kicked his legs hard and quickly dodged behind him. What is this? It can actually control the trees in the natural environment? He was shocked, having never seen such a strange magical skill. But just when he thought he had avoided the attack, suddenly, the tree root changed direction. It came over like a soft whip. Fuck, how can you change direction? The stall owner cursed loudly, then raised the big knife in his right hand and swung forward to block. Bang! The moment the blade touched the tree root, a terrifying force came from his palm. My hands are numb from the shock. No, this is not ordinary wood. It's almost as hard as steel. The stall owner had an expression of disbelief and horror. He didn't know who launched this attack. Is there anyone else around? No, impossible. When I came here just now, I saw that there was no one else around. Could it be this kid's skill? But he is just a level 9 magic apprentice. How could he possibly use such a powerful skill? The stall owner was forced back. Then he realized he was no match for the rampant tree roots. Although he might not be able to destroy the tree root by fighting, but it would be difficult for Lu Xingzhou to rely on this piece of wood to block himself. The stall owner had extensive combat experience, and he knew it very well. Being able to manipulate such a terrifying skill, Lu Xingzhou must be under tremendous pressure at this moment. If I don't fight him head-on, I can directly attack Lu Xingzhou, the spellcaster. Then, the chances of winning are great. So he changed his thinking. Kill this kid, and you'll win. In an instant, terrifying power burst out from his legs. He catapulted directly from the ground and rushed towards Lu Xingzhou. He held the big knife across his body, and there was a murderous gleam in his eyes. Die for me! He roared and slashed towards Lu Xingzhou. The body is almost like an arrow shot from a bow. Very fast. However, Lu Xingzhou was extremely calm. After the simple operation just now, he has roughly understood it. To what extent can I use this skill using the minimum amount of magic power? What if I use up all my current magic power? Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the air. In an instant, dozens of terrifying giant trees broke out of the ground, like a huge cage net, covering the sky and the sun, trapping the opponent in the center. The huge cage net carries a terrifying natural breath, almost suffocating people. Next second, dozens of powerful giant trees instantly gathered towards the center. It was like a giant ancient tree clenching its hand, and the destructive power was beyond imagination. Boom! Suddenly, gravel flew everywhere and smoke and dust rose. There was a loud explosion. Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his right hand, and the terrifying giant tree was retracted under the ground. At this time, the stall owner was lying on the ground, covered in blood, his eyes empty as he looked at the sky in despair. The big knife had been twisted and deformed by the terrifying destructive force just now and broke into several sections. The destructive power was so terrifying that it attracted the attention of others around. I could faintly hear the sounds of other people coming. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect that even though his current level was still very low, he could control this skill to such an extent. If you reach a higher level in the future, you'll have more magic points. Is it possible to create a giant wooden Buddha like Hashirama Senju? When fighting, it will be like a Dharma body outside of your body. How cool. Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but feel a little excited. On the ground, the stall owner looked at Lu Xingzhou's profile with despair. How could this young man be so powerful? The stall owner knew that even if he was lucky enough not to die today, he would definitely be controlled by the Public Security Bureau. At this moment, he was already at the end of his strength and had no intention of resisting. You are not level 9 at all. He uttered these words faintly from the corner of his blood-stained mouth. Lu Xingzhou said calmly, I am level 9. The stall owner looked desperate and had no energy to argue with Lu Xingzhou. Whatever you say, that's what it is. I was unlucky this time, but my sister is suffering. Her illness only needs 100,000 gold coins to be cured. At this point, the stall owner's throat moved. Then, he used up his last bit of strength and took out a purse from the prop bar. Can you pass this money on to my sister? I don't want to watch her die. Lu Xingzhou saw the purse he handed over. Judging from the weight, it should contain more than 100,000 gold coins. Lu Xingzhou realized that the stall owner in front of him was targeting him in order to get his sister treated. Are you saying that your sister is sick and you're just short of 100,000 gold coins? Right. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's question, the stall owner became excited and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Little brother, I know you are a good person. Are you willing to help her? She is innocent. If you're willing to help her, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Then he said calmly, I will transfer the money for you. Hearing this, the stall owner's expression of joy was beyond words. He knew that since Lu Xingzhou had said this, he would definitely not abandon his sister. In this way, his death would be worth it. However, the next second, Lu Xingzhou continued, but don't think I'll help you get the remaining 100,000 gold coins. She is innocent, so I am not innocent. If the person you targeted today was someone else other than me, you would have killed that person long ago. The stall owner was stunned. I never expected Lu Xingzhou to say that. Is this what you good people should say? He struggled to explain. I know I was wrong. I will try to change for the better. Please help my sister. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. It's only natural that you should reform yourself. What does it have to do with me? Maybe it was anger. Maybe he was furious. Then, the stall owner spat out a mouthful of blood. Passed out. Chapter 22, Uninvited Guests on the Eve of the Assessment. Not long after, professionals from the Public Security Bureau arrived upon hearing the news and took control of the scene. After understanding the situation, Captain Chen Xiaofeng took notes with a puzzled look on his face. Are you sure? You subdued this guy by yourself? Captain Chen, I've said this many times, really. Lu Xingzhou also felt a little helpless. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Captain Chen Xiaofeng smiled bitterly and said, I understand, but this matter is really too, well, unbelievable. I also hope you can understand that we are just following the rules. Chen Xiaofeng was also helpless. After all, a low-level combat profession of level 9 defeated a level 21 warrior of the second transformation. Isn't this a science fiction movie? Whoever comes over will ask a few more questions. Chen Xiaofeng put away the notes and continued. Okay, that's all for today's transcript. Brother Lu, we will follow up the investigation. If the situation is true, the federal government will reward you. We will send someone to contact you when the time comes. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. Oh, there are rewards? Captain Chen, you are too serious. Reward or not, for us citizens, it is our responsibility to help maintain social stability. What I have done is purely my job. Captain Chen was also slightly surprised when he saw Lu Xingzhou's determined eyes. I haven't seen such pure young people for a long time. TSK, for such a young man with noble qualities, I actually suspected that he was lying just now. I really need to reflect on myself. However, Lu Xingzhou coughed lightly at this time, and then continued. By the way, I just want to ask, when will the reward be credited to my account? Chun Xiaofeng was silent. Afterwards, Chun Xiaofeng explained it to Lu Xingzhou again. The conditions for issuing the reward depend entirely on the federal government's determination of the incident. This kind of thing can't be rushed. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's expressionless mouth twitched. Hey, you guys are not in a hurry, but I am in a hurry to use the money, now that the selection is imminent. If Lu Xingzhou wants to get first place in the city, he will definitely need financial support to supplement his strength. It's impossible for Lu Xingzhou to take advantage of mistakes in entries every time, right? But forget it, Lu Xingzhou had never expected such unexpected fortune. Getting rid of this guy is just a matter of convenience. Lu Xingzhou looked at the money bag in his prop column. He did not forget to help the other party pass it on to his sister. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Lu Xingzhou would not use his own money to pay for the other party, but he would not embezzle a patient's life-saving money. Lu Xingzhou still has the most basic conscience as a human being. Since you promised the other party, then just be a good person to the end. Lu Xingzhou learned from Captain Shun which hospital the other party's sister was currently in. Then, before making an appointment with Sun Chi to clear the dungeon the next day, I went to the hospital first. In the hospital ward, Lu Xingzhou met the stall owner's sister. She was wearing a blue and white hospital gown and lying on the bed covered with a thin blanket. He looked out the window, far away, not knowing what he was looking at. The information card hanging in front of the bed contains the patient's basic information in detail. Name, Xiaoyu. Cause, Game Advent Syndrome. Game Advent Syndrome. Lu Xingzhou has heard of this disease. It is a kind of maladaptive disease after the game comes into reality. In short, normal professionals can adjust and restore their physical condition through various recovery items or skills. However, this is not the case for people who have this disease. The health points they consumed in the copy were actually lost lives. The magic power they consume is also their real vitality. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are playing games with your life. Lu Xingzhou felt a little emotional. Also, after the game comes, there are some bugs in this world. But her bug is obviously not that friendly. Lu Xingzhou had no intention of talking further with Xiaoyu. His purpose was just to transfer the money to the other party, and then everything would be fine. Just as Lu Xingzhou threw the money on the table and was about to leave, suddenly, Xiaoyu called him. You're the one who killed my brother, right? After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou was stunned for a moment, but then he didn't pay much attention to it. After leaving this house, Lu Xingzhou will no longer have any contact with her. There is no point in explaining it. What the other person wants to think is her business. Lu Xingzhou said nothing and turned away. However, in Xiaoyu's eyes, Lu Xingzhou's behavior seemed to be tacit consent. She looked coldly at Lu Xingzhou's leaving back. No one said anything to stop it. But at this moment, the seeds of hatred have already taken root and sprouted silently. Outside the copy, Sun Qi and Zhao Qian had been waiting here early. After seeing Lu Xingzhou coming, Zhao Qian immediately came over and greeted him with a smile. Boss, good morning. I heard from Sun Qi that you like to eat steam buns, so I bought some for you, and a cup of soy milk. Zhao Qian looked well-behaved, and after saying this, she put her hands behind her back. His face was full of expressions asking for praise. As a small pendant of the big boss, Zhao Qian is still very clear about her position. However, Lu Xingzhou seemed a little confused at this time and said directly, I don't like buns, you can eat them yourself. Zhao Qian. She clearly heard Sun Qi say that Lu Xingzhou eats a few buns for breakfast almost every day. Why do you no longer like eating buns when you come to the boss? Boss, what do you like to eat? Zhao Qian asked weakly. At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly took out a detoxification fruit from the prop bar and then threw it into his mouth. Zhao Qian was confused. The boss actually likes to eat this? But I really can't do it. In fact, Lu Xingzhou never said that he didn't like eating buns. Even Sun Qi didn't know about this. He doesn't like eating buns, but he likes the food made by his aunt, that's all. The past few days of dungeon clearing have been ordinary, with nothing special happening. However, Lu Xingzhou did feel deeply that the further you go, the more difficult it becomes to upgrade. Although he was playing at the warrior level, but in the last few days, Lu Xingzhou only leveled up by 1, plus more than 60% of experience. Before the exam, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi both reached level 10. Zhao Qian's level has also reached level 9. In horizontal comparison, this upgrade speed has far surpassed the vast majority of professionals. Boss, my gratitude to you is like a surging river, endless. If I meet you again in the future, I will definitely repay you well. Zhao Qian was very excited when she spoke, and she was almost ready to pledge herself to him. Although it is upgraded by 1 level, the total improvement of all attributes will not exceed 5 points. However, at this stage where every bit counts, this improvement can already create a considerable gap. Lu Xingzhou waved his hands. He really thought it was not a big deal. I am not deliberately helping the other party to upgrade. At most, it can be considered mutually beneficial. Besides, upgrading 1 level only increases a few attribute points. I have eaten all the detoxifying fruits in the past few days, which increased my mental strength by 104 points. And his combat power rating has reached 24 stars. Far exceeds the assessment standards. While Lu Xingzhou was thinking, Sun Qi smiled and joked. Hey, Brother Lu, if you take her to play dungeons for a few more days, if the pervert finds out, she will definitely be jealous. Lu Xingzhou said with disdain. You kid, why don't you try to see whether she will beat you or me when she comes? Sun Qi's smile suddenly stopped. I'd better not try it. However, speaking of Su Ruyan, I haven't seen her for some time. For a star-level professional, the speed at which he improves his strength should not be slow, right? Lu Xingzhou touched his chin, wondering if his current strength could be considered the best in the city. Compare with a star-level professional like Su Ruyan, what does it matter? The test is tomorrow, and to be honest, Lu Xingzhou is a little looking forward to it. Because tomorrow is the time for the special training assessment, the 3 of them separated and went home to prepare. However, just as Lu Xingzhou was about to go home, he suddenly met 2 uninvited guests. Wang Hu, Zhao Xiaofei, you two, do you want to talk to me about something? Chapter 23, A Good Dog Doesn't Block the Road. Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei stared at Lu Xingzhou viciously. The expressions of both of them at this moment were extremely resentful. After hearing Lu Xingzhou's question, he not only did not answer, but also sneered twice. Why do you think we're looking for you? How dare you ask such a question? If it weren't for you, would the 2 of us have been able to pass the special training selection criteria? Damn it, you have to be responsible. Lu Xingzhou was puzzled and took a look at the information between the 2 of them. Both of them are currently rated at 9 stars in combat power. The test and selection will be held tomorrow, and the 2 of them do not have enough basic combat power evaluation. Not to mention the subsequent practical assessment. Logically speaking, these 2 guys who have awakened advanced professions should have no problem passing the normal 10-star combat power assessment. But this matter has nothing to do with Lu Xingzhou. A good dog doesn't block the road. Lu Xingzhou was too lazy to pay attention, wave his hand, and prepare to leave. But Zhao Xiaofei dodged and stood in front of Lu Xingzhou. He tilted his neck and said with a look that asked for a beating, You kid, are you still planning to run away? Wang Hu also came over and said with an unhappy look on his face, Lu Xingzhou, the 2 of us are here to teach you a lesson today. You still want to run away? Do you think you can get away? Lu Xingzhou was also a little puzzled at this time, and he said very seriously, Didn't I just say that a good dog doesn't get in the way? Wang was very unhappy. He twitched his mouth and said, Let me tell you, if it weren't for you, Lin Yixue would definitely not fight with us. If it wasn't for this, how could the 2 of us be injured so badly? Originally, we were almost certain to pass the special training exam, but because of you, now the 2 of us don't even have enough combat power to reach 10 stars. You damned fellow. Since we can't pass the exam, you have to pay the price for it. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 men looked as if they were ready to take action. Both of them are high-level combat professions, and their combat power has reached 9 stars. With Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei working together, it is no problem to deal with boss monsters with a combat power rating of around 12 stars. And in their eyes, Lu Xingzhou is a most rubbish and low-level profession, and his combat power is no more than 6 stars at most. Therefore, they felt that dealing with Lu Xingzhou was extremely easy. In fact, to be honest, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei never regarded him as an opponent. They came here simply to teach Lu Xingzhou a lesson. Boy, you've offended me. You're out of luck. I'll teach you a lesson today, and then I'll go to your aunt's bun shop. Don't think we don't know where she is. I'm telling you, if you mess with the 2 of us, I'll bring bad luck to your whole family. Originally, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of paying any attention to these two clowns. But after hearing this, Lu Xingzhou's expression turned cold instantly. You two have really lived enough. Wang Hu looked at Lu Xingzhou's ugly face and smiled smugly. Haha, are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's too late. However, he hadn't finished speaking yet. Lu Xingzhou's figure moved. He just raised his hand casually forward. All things in the world, open. Then, an invisible field of vision spread out with Lu Xingzhou as the center. When Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei were still 2 body lengths away from Lu Xingzhou. Sudden, without any warning, 2 huge wooden hands burst out from the ground. He grabbed the 2 people directly from the ground and then pressed them to the ground. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying force pressed directly on their bodies. Both of them looked horrified. Fuck, what the hell is this? However, before they could say anything, they were pinned to the ground by this horrific force of nature, unable to move. Many tiny branches extended from the pair of strong dead wood hands, fixing the 2 of them to the ground like the toughest ropes. And it is still tightening and shrinking. You, Lu Xingzhou, you can't kill us. I can't breathe. At this time, Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei both felt a pain in their chest and had difficulty breathing. Even at this moment, they had no intention of thinking about why Lu Xingzhou possessed such terrifying power. Why? Lu Xingzhou was able to manipulate this unheard-of tree to attack. They only knew that they were going to die. This feeling of being close to death made him feel extremely scared and terrified. At this moment, he seemed to remember. Once upon a time, Lu Xingzhou was the strongest one in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School who dominated the entire school year. Brother Lu, I was wrong. Please let me go. Brother Lu, we really know we were wrong. However, when he heard the 2 people begging for mercy, Lu Xingzhou did not show any sympathy for them. Instead, he said at this time, you don't know that you were wrong, but you know that you're going to die. In a casual conversation, Lu Xingzhou increased the strength of his wooden hand a little more. On the ground, the faces of Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, who were struggling, had turned red like liver. Lu Xingzhou hates being threatened the most, especially threatening him with his family. So no matter whether Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei intend to cause trouble for their aunt or not, but Lu Xingzhou will not hold back. Lu Xingzhou clenched his hands and prepared to send the 2 men on their way. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Whoosh! Although Lu Xingzhou couldn't see the figure's face clearly. However, within the field, he could feel that the figure instantly appeared within his attack range. Put them down, or you will die with them. Lu Xingzhou spoke calmly, his tone carrying a threat as cold as ice. However, a familiar voice came out. You still want me to die? I think you really don't know your place. Lu Xingzhou was very familiar with this voice. Teacher Fong? At this time, the figure landed and rescued Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, who were seriously injured and unconscious. If this figure is not the old teacher, then who else could it be? Teacher Fong, are you going to protect them? Calm down, kid. I saved them, and it has nothing to do with them. This is entirely for your own good. After Teacher Fong threw the 2 men to the ground, he turned to Lu Xingzhou and said, Lu Xingzhou, you have the potential to become the strongest student in Jianghai City. Killing them both for the sake of momentary pleasure will not do you any good. I believe that even if she's your aunt, she definitely doesn't want to see you do something like this and ruin your future. Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, but his murderous intent did not subside. He naturally knew that Teacher Fong was thinking about himself, but he dared to threaten his family. The crime is unforgivable. Teacher Lu, you can't protect these 2 people. Lu Xingzhou said lightly, as if it was an ultimatum. Teacher Fong stood in front of Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei with a determined expression. He said, as a teacher, no matter what happened between you, I can't watch any student die in front of me. If this incident happened in a dungeon or in an uninhabited area, then the Public Security Bureau and I naturally have no control over it. But now that I've seen it, I have to do something about it. Don't you understand? Lu Xingzhou turned his head and met Teacher Fong's fierce gaze. He immediately understood the other meaning behind Teacher Fong's words. In the world where this game is set, killing is, in principle, against the law. But in a dungeon or no man's land, as long as you don't get caught, what's the crime? After a moment, Lu Xingzhou's mouth moved and he uttered a word lightly. Good. But speaking of which, Mr. Fong, why are you here? The head teacher was slightly stunned. Yeah, it seems you discover my blind spot. Chapter 24, you kid. Are you cheating? At this time, an awkward smile appeared on Teacher Fong's face. After all, the fact that Principal Chung Yuanshan had asked me to secretly follow his students seemed to have been exposed so easily. However, he was considering the future of his students. Lu Xingzhou, you should understand, right? Teacher Fong thought for a moment, and finally explained the cause and effect of the whole thing. After listening to this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly understood. Teacher Fong, are you saying that I have been noticed by the principal now? Yes, Principal Chung Yuanshan thinks you have great potential. Lu Xingzhou naturally knew Chung Yuanshan. As a professional who is only one step away from the third level, Chung Yuanshan's strength is among the best in the entire Jianghai city. You know, there are career awakening opportunities like the second and third job. Although it will improve the overall strength of professionals, there are many benefits. But this is not in vain. Professionals often need to prepare a large amount of professional awakening materials and complete awakening tasks. Only in this way can you complete the job transfer. Principal Chung has been at level 39 for many years. If one day he breaks through to level 3, then his role would probably not be as simple as just being the principal of a middle school. There is a high possibility that he will become the dean of some higher education institution or hold some important position in the Regional Security Bureau. Of course, even if Chung Yuanshan is only level 39 at the moment, it is still difficult for ordinary people to match him. This person is definitely a big shot in Jianghai City. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment. The fact that I currently have an error in my entry must absolutely not be exposed. After all, who knows whether this matter will be vigorously cultivated or pulled into human research after it is exposed. But developing in a wretched way doesn't mean you have to keep your head down all the time. It shouldn't be too much to show some strength and get first place in the city, right? After all, when I was tested before, I was the student with the best potential in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Now I, Lu Yin, will take back everything I lost. Lu Xingzhou, why don't you speak? Teacher Fong saw that Lu Xingzhou kept his head down and didn't say anything, so he asked with some concern. A good child. Could it be that he was scared? Lu Xingzhou came back to his senses and said to the teacher with a smile, "It's okay, Teacher Fong. I just want to ask, will the principal give me any additional resources?" Although Lu Xingzhou was able to identify the wrong entries, it saved him a lot of money. However, he still needs a lot of resources to improve his strength. Only by rapidly improving his strength can he gain a foothold in this era of gaming. Seize the opportunity and escape from your original life of struggling at the bottom of society. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou will do everything possible to improve his strength and obtain resources. Well, if you give it directly, I can't say for sure. Teacher Fong naturally knew about Lu Xingzhou's family living conditions. Therefore, he stroked his chin and analyzed. But I heard a rumor that Principal Chung seemed to have specially invited an important figure to watch the special training assessment in school. You might get some extra benefits besides the 2 million reward. An added benefit? This is quite attractive. Lu Xingzhou smiled and nodded, and the other teacher said, "Okay, I know about this matter. I will try my best to perform well and make a big splash." "Well, don't embarrass me, kid." Teacher Fong also smiled with relief. To be honest, as his most proud student in this class, Lu Xingzhou's character is very much to his liking. After all, not everyone can climb out of the abyss after experiencing several blows. Speaking of this, Teacher Fong asked curiously, "By the way, what is your current combat power rating?" "Let me see." Lu Xingzhou opened the information panel. But at this moment, Teacher Fong was stunned. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level 10. Combat power, 27 stars, plus 3 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction, level 9. All-Seeing Forest, level 9. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. HP, 590/590. Magic value, 1241/1241, plus 80. Strength attribute, 10 points. Spiritual attribute, 113 points, plus 5 points. Agility attribute, 12 points. Defense attribute, 7 points, plus 1 point. Of course, in Mr. Fong's eyes, Lu Xingzhou's detailed attributes are all question marks. However, this did not prevent him from seeing the terrifying combat power of 27 stars displayed on Lu Xingzhou's combat power evaluation. How come you were level 10? And how did you do it? 27-star combat power? Even if you ignore the 3-star combat power bonus from the equipment, you still have 24-star combat power. You kid, are you cheating? Teacher Fong is already an experienced and knowledgeable veteran. However, when he saw Lu Xingzhou's detailed attribute panel, he couldn't help but be greatly surprised. This is outrageous. Such combat power is really outrageous. In previous years, among the more than 1,000 senior high school students in the school, only half of them who were able to awaken combat professions would be eliminated. Of the remaining 500 people, only less than 50 can awaken advanced professions. Among these 50 people, only about 30 can finally meet the 10-star special training selection standards. As for Lin Yixue, who is known to be invincible under the Star Glory this year, according to his understanding, her combat power is only 16 stars now. Even among the 30 people in the past 10 years, he is the strongest. The combat power rating is no more than 19 stars. And this person was the one who had defeated all the enemies in the rivers and seas 3 years ago. Qin Xian. Qin Xian's terror at that time left an indelible shadow on the other students in Jianghai City that year. And it was also in that year that Qin Xian broke the records of almost all novice copies in Jianghai City. But even so, he did not break through the 20-star combat power mark. Therefore, this has almost become a consensus among all students and teachers. No one can surpass 20-star combat power before the special training assessment. But Lu Xingzhou did it so skillfully. And the most important thing is, he is still a 24-star. This is outrageous. Teacher Fong rubbed his eyes and looked at it again in disbelief. Then, he suddenly laughed at himself. Originally, I was worried about you and wanted to give you some instructions. But now it seems that I, as a teacher, have overthought. Lu Xingzhou, for tomorrow's test, do what you want to do. Let everyone in the school see that the record set by Qin Xian is not the limit. Starting tomorrow, your name will be forever known in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. You will become the next Qin. No, you will be the first one, Lu Xingzhou. Chapter 25, What Dungeon Strategy? I don't have any. Looking at Teacher Fong's excited expression, Lu Xingzhou said nothing. Because, actually only he knows. This is the combat power rating of the 24 stars. Definitely low. Because according to the judgment of the personal panel, the skills you have mastered are all level 1 skills. The bonus to combat power rating is pitifully small. Moreover, when other professions increase their attributes, all 4 dimensions are improved at the same time. As for Lu Xingzhou, because of the Qingyue spiritual spring, all his attribute points were added to the mental power, which is the most important for a mage. What effect does this slightly biased 4-dimensional attribute bring? That is, Lu Xingzhou at this time already has a terrifying magic burst ability comparable to that of a 2nd-level professional, plus the 9th-level skills he mastered. The damage is ridiculously high. Should we tell Teacher Fong? Well, forget it. He's already happy enough now. Too much is as bad as too little. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Teacher Fong laughed loudly for a while, then restrained his smile and looked at Lu Xingzhou, who was standing next to him, with a calm expression. Then he nodded with slight appreciation. Good boy. Be calm, neither arrogant nor impatient. Even though he has achieved so much, he still doesn't show it too obviously. He is indeed my most proud student. Okay, go back and prepare well. I'll look forward to your performance in tomorrow's test. Good. Lu Xingzhou responded and then turned and left. Teacher Fong glanced at Wang Hu and Zhao Xiaofei, who were lying unconscious on the ground at his feet. Then he sighed slightly and shook his head in disappointment. Although both of them have awakened advanced professions and can be considered 2nd-generation warriors. But you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. This time, Teacher Fong saved them both out of professional ethics. But if these 2 guys don't have eyes to look after themselves and provoke Lu Xingzhou, so what will happen to them? As a teacher, he can't control what happens in the copy. The next day was the day for special training and selection. Early in the morning, Chu Qing's aunt prepared a basket of beef steamed buns and placed it on the table. Xiao Lu, this is a new dish I developed after using the skill book you gave me last time. How about you try it? Lu Xingzhou smiled and finished eating the steamed buns, then gave a thumbs up and said, It's delicious. Auntie's cooking is as delicious as always. As long as it tastes good, I'll make you something delicious when you come back from the test. Chu Qing gave a warm smile. Even after so many years of struggling in society, she still maintains the warmth and kindness in her heart that embraces everything. Moreover, although Chu Qing never expressed in words, Lu Xingzhou knew it very well. She never complains about the hard work, but seizes every opportunity to change her family's conditions. I just bought a life skills book for Chu Qing, and she started researching new recipes. This kind of action and execution ability is not comparable to ordinary people. However, despite Chu Qing's hard work, she has still been unable to save any money over the years. Countless taxes, rising prices, all kinds of unfair treatment. Lu Xingzhou didn't understand. No matter how the world changes, when has it ever given ordinary people like them a chance to survive? Lu Xingzhou felt emotional, whether it is the previous life or this life. The rules of the game are set by the strong, and the weak can only obey. But in this life, you will be the one who makes the rules. And wait for my good news about this assessment. Chu Qing showed a bright smile, not showing any distrust of Lu Xingzhou at all. After breakfast, Lu Xingzhou came to the school's examination hall and found that everyone had been waiting here early. The hall was bustling with activity, with everyone chattering and discussing something. Who will come first in today's assessment? I think Sun Chi from our class should be the strongest, right? After all, he was able to break the dungeon record with that loser Lu Xingzhou. Of course it is. Who doesn't know that Sun Chi has broken Qin Xian's record? I heard that even those monsters in the experimental middle school couldn't imagine how Sun Chi could break so many records. But have you heard? Sun Chi and Lu Xingzhou's records were actually cheated. What? There is such a thing? How'd they do it? It doesn't matter how they did it. What matters is that they both cheated. If that's the case, then this year's number one must be our goddess Lin Yixue. Of course, without the star glory level, the strongest one must be our goddess Lin. It is said that our goddess Lin's current strength has reached 16 stars. Oh my god, 16 stars. That means it must be number one. Hey, don't say anything. Goddess Lin is here. When Lin Yixue came into the classroom, the entire noise in the class instantly quieted down, and everyone's eyes were instantly cast on her. However, Lin Yixue's cold and arrogant look didn't care about the gazes of the people around her at all. After she entered the examination hall, she turned her head and looked to the side. Then he saw Lu Xingzhou standing unnoticed in the corner of the hall. Then, she just walked towards me. The attention of the people who were following was also attracted. Lu Xingzhou looked at Lin Yixue, who was walking over, not knowing what she wanted to do. So he asked, "What do you want from me?" Lin Yixue had a serious expression. Although her face still looked cold as ice, her eyes were obviously much softer than when she looked at other people. "I want to ask you about the strategy for clearing the Goblin Jungle Dungeon." After Lin Yixue said this, everyone in the class was shocked. They looked at me with an incredulous look in their eyes, as if saying, "Did I hear that correctly?" The goddess Lin Yixue, who is ranked first in the school, actually asked Lu Xingzhou for a copy strategy? You must be kidding. Goddess Lin, why are you asking him? He is a stinking cheater. Yeah, he knows nothing about dungeon strategies. You won't get anything out of him, even if you ask him. Hey, Goddess Lin is so confused. Lu Xingzhou ignored the opinions of the people around him, looked at Lin Yixue, and then smiled without comment. Honestly, there's no real strategy, just playing normally. After hearing Lu Xingzhou's answer, Lin Yixue pondered for a moment, not knowing what to say. After these few days of sleepless research, Lin Yixue found that there was no way she could break the Goblin Jungle Dungeon record created by Lu Xingzhou. Even Qin Xian's record cannot be broken. She has always considered herself a favored girl and believed the praise from her school teachers that she is invincible under the starlight. But she discovered it when Lu Xingzhou returned with great force. Lu Xingzhou once again left himself far behind, and now she asked about it. I just want to lose with a clear conscience. However, when she saw Lu Xingzhou's nonchalant expression, she was unwilling to admit that she had lost. Her lips moved slightly. Then she clenched her teeth and was about to speak. Cheng Yuanshan is here. Good morning, my dear classmates. Chapter 26. Surpassing Lin Yixue? How is it possible? Teacher Fong followed behind Cheng Yuanshan, and when he saw Lu Xingzhou, he silently gave him a thumbs up. Signal him to behave well. Lu Xingzhou understood what he meant, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. When they saw Principal Chung Yuan-shan coming into the classroom, the students in the class came forward to greet him. But it is obvious that Principal Chung came here not just to chat and joke. His eyes swept over everyone. Then, it fell on Lin Ishue. High-level professionals can master detection skills. Even if the other party does not actively display their data panel, you can still view it. Chung Yuan-shan nodded calmly and was very satisfied with this top student in the school. Level 9, 16-star combat power. Judging from past years' experience, Lin Ishue's current combat power should be ranked among the top 5 in the city. Good. However, when he turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou beside him, the principal suddenly raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but utter a doubtful sound. Because on Lu Xingzhou's panel, he couldn't see any detailed data? A question mark. Could it be that he brought some shielding props? However, the information that he could see also surprised Principal Chung greatly. Level 10 Magic Apprentice, Combat Power Evaluation, 24 stars. This kid actually surpassed Lin Ishue by so much. Even the Qin Xian from 3 years ago is not as good as Lu Xingzhou at this stage. Although Chung Yuan-shan looked calm, his heart was in turmoil, even though he has seen many storms. However, he still found it hard to believe what he saw. Principal Chung took a deep breath and suppressed his inner surprise. I came here in person just to confirm what Teacher Fong said. Unexpectedly, there was no moisture at all. So terrifying. However, this year it ranks first in the city. It will finally be returned to Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, right? Humph, Experimental Middle School and Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. Even if you have any hidden trump card in your hands, they are useless. 24 stars. What a little monster. Seeing that everyone is doing well, I feel relieved. I hope everyone will do well in the test later. Principal Chung waved his hand and was about to turn around and leave. At this moment, a bald man suddenly rushed in from the door of the hall. Hey, I'm almost late. Oh, my dad got up late this morning. You can't blame me. Old class teacher. Oh, Principal Chung, you're here too. Good morning. Sun Chi laughed and then saw Lu Xingzhou in the crowd and trotted over. Brother Lu, you came so early? I just got here too. Didn't I reach level 10 after I finished the dungeon with you yesterday? My dad was so happy that he insisted on taking me out for a nice meal. As a result, I got up late today. After Sun Chi said this, the expressions of everyone in the hall changed instantly. What the hell? Reached level 10. You know, in the hall, the person with the highest rank is Lin Ishue, but she is only level 9. As for the others, the highest one is only a level 7 advanced professional. This gap is too big, isn't it? Principal Cheng's eyes swept over Sun Chi, and then he was also surprised. Level 10, 17-star combat power? His combat power is actually higher than Lin Ishue's. Although it is not as good as Lu Xingzhou's 24 stars, it is also strong enough. But this time, a hint of doubt flashed through the principal's mind. They are both level 10. Lu Xingzhou has mastered 2 Magic Apprentice level 1 skills. How come his combat power exceeds that of Sun Chi, who has level 4 skills? Principal Chung looked at Lu Xingzhou with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Okay, now that everyone is almost here, let's start today's special training test. At this time, Teacher Wang, who is responsible for maintaining order on site, spoke at the testing table in front of the hall. He has been in a lot of trouble recently, and the damage that Lu Xingzhou caused to the school's battle room last time has not yet been repaired. Complete today's test as soon as possible and call a day. Next, please keep quiet and go to the stage to complete the test according to the name I read. As the test began, Principal Chung and other school leaders also came to the observation room on the 2nd floor, waiting for test results to come out. Principal Chung, how are you? I see you look so happy. Why don't you share your good news with me? When Chung Yuan-shan walked into the observation room, a man in a crimson robe spoke slowly. When he saw this person, Principal Chung instantly broke into a big smile. Haha, Brother Zhao, you're kidding me again, right? I am just happy that you can come. There is no other good thing. Zhao Feng turned around, revealing the red sword and shield medal on his chest. This is the symbol of the Blood Knights Guild. Haha, but you told me that your school has 2 good talents this year, so I came here specially. Brother Zhao, I'm afraid the news has changed. Oh, Zhao Feng was slightly stunned, then pretended to be angry and said, Why? There are no good seedlings. Is Principal Chung trying to make fun of me, Zhao? Principal Chung smiled slightly, then shook his head and said, no. It's not that there are no good seedlings, but there's one more good seedling. Oh, Zhao Feng raised his eyebrows, then asked with a little curiosity, what is the name of this extra good seedling? His name is Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou. Zhao Feng touched his chin and fell into thought. Why did he feel that this name seemed a little familiar? It seems like I've heard of it somewhere. After thinking for a while, Zhao Feng found that he didn't have much impression, so he didn't think about it anymore. As the vice president of the Jianghai branch of the Blood Knight Guild, he is busy with many things every day. I don't know where I've heard this name, but that's normal. He and Principal Chung sat in front of the screen in the observation room and watched the on-site test. Wow, your panel combat power rating is 8 stars, and your actual burst damage rating is 9 stars. The evaluation result is unqualified. On the testing bench, after enduring the student's full force attack, the high-tech metal sphere floating in the air emitted bursts of mechanical sounds. The first part of the test consists of 2 parts. Check whether the combat power level on the personal information panel has reached 10 stars, and test whether the actual explosive power of the professional matches the evaluation on the information panel. Oh, it's so hard to pass the test. So in such a short time, it is simply too difficult to break through the 10-star combat power. Even if I use some precious items to forcibly improve the attributes of the information panel, it won't work if the actual explosive power is not enough. Oh, it seems that I will not be eligible for special training. On the stage, Teacher Wong looked at the test results on the list and shook his head slightly. This year's results are just average. However, the next one should bring some surprises. Tester, Lin Yixue, please come on stage. Chapter 27 S-Level Test Results. The Dazzling Daughter of Heaven. When Lin Yixue walked onto the stage, the originally noisy crowd in the audience suddenly quieted down. Obviously, they were all looking forward to seeing what kind of results this gifted girl, who ranked first in the school, would achieve. Lin Yixue, the information panel's combat power rating is 16 stars. Please use your skills to attack the test ball with all your strength. The mechanical sound of the test ball sounded slowly, and then a cold light flashed in Lin Yixue's eyes, and a terrifying icy power emerged from her arms. Boom! In an instant, the temperature in the entire venue seemed to drop. The powerful frost explosive force bombarded the test ball in front of it. This made Zhao Feng in the observation room look a little surprised. Wow, this is actually a companion skill. Amazing. It was obvious that the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild was very knowledgeable. His eyes were quite experienced, and he could see the secret at a glance. Chung Yuanshan also nodded. Yes, the power of this skill is indeed terrifying. And as Lin Yixue's level increases, this skill is also constantly evolving. Now, this Curse of the Ice Spirit seems to be even stronger than a few days ago. It has even surpassed the power of most Tier 4 skills. After the skill ended, the test ball trembled slightly. A fine layer of frost condensed on the surface of the sphere, but after a moment, the frost was completely absorbed by it. Then, a mechanical sound sounded again. Your panel combat power rating is 16 stars, and your actual burst damage rating is 19 stars. The final evaluation result is S grade. The moment the mechanical sound was heard, the students in the hall were stunned. Oh my god, I passed the test with S rank. That's awesome. As expected of our goddess Lin, she is number 1 in the school, firmly. S rank is the highest score, right? That's amazing. I couldn't even dream of this. I don't even ask for an S-level pass. Even if I just barely pass, a C level will do. Lin Yixue took a deep breath. His expression changed slightly, and he seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with his performance just now. However, she quickly suppressed this emotion and then walked off the stage. Lu Xingzhou applauded and said, "That's a very good result. Congratulations." Lu Xingzhou, we are competitors. I don't need your sympathy, Lin Yixue said coldly. But Lu Xingzhou was a little confused. Didn't this little girl just ask me to show mercy, but now she's turning against me again? My goodness. Women's hearts are as unfathomable as the sea. I'm not kidding. After Lin Yixue finished the test, several more people passed the first phase of the test one after another. However, the evaluation level when finally passing was not that high. They're all C and B grades, not even a single A. Principal Chung shook his head and smiled bitterly in the observation room. Why? Sure enough, the decline of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School in recent years is indeed visible to the naked eye. The quality of students is getting worse every year. Normally, there would be several students with the grades. Fortunately, it was Sun Shi's turn to play, which made Principal Chung feel a little better. Sun Shi was also very excited after he came on the court. He moved his wrist and then directly activated his level 4 skill toward the test ball in front of him. Ultimate Blast Punch. Boom! In an instant, a huge explosion sounded throughout the venue. The test ball was actually slightly deformed by the punch just now. But soon, the sound of mechanical assembly was heard. The test ball returned to its original state and issued a warning sound. Your panel combat power rating is 17 stars, and your actual burst damage rating is 21 stars. The evaluation result is S grade. After hearing the test results, Sun Chi smiled happily. Then he said to Mr. Wong next to him, "Oh, you scare me. I was thinking that I had damaged the machine just now. I was afraid that you would ask me to pay for it, but I can't afford it." Sun Chi knew very well that the cost of the test ball was tens of millions of gold coins. Moreover, this is the property of the federal government and cannot be purchased from anywhere else. Both in price and value, it is much more expensive than the school's battle room. However, at this time, Teacher Wong smiled slightly, showing an expression that told young people not to brag. Although this is just an entry-level test ball, it can withstand skills below 33 stars. If you can beat him up, I'll pay for it. Teacher Wong looked like he was enjoying the show, then waved his hand and finished taking notes. Go down, the next student hasn't been tested yet. In the observation room, Zhao Feng's eyes lit up again. He said with some surprise, "Oh, this young man named Sun Chi is quite capable. That was a level 4 skill, right? It's amazing that you can master this skill before you even turn 2. It's a seedling." Zhao Feng nodded in approval. Chung Yuanshan also asked, "Then would you consider recruiting these young men into your Blood Knight Guild?" Zhao Feng touched his chin, pondered for a few seconds, and then said, "Since you've asked, it won't be a problem for me to take the initiative and help these 2 young people." Chung Yuanshan instantly smiled contentedly, his face full of joy. Okay, that's great. As a famous top guild in Jianghai City, the Blood Knight Guild's strength and foundation should not be underestimated. This is evident from the fact that even the super genius Qin Xian chose to join the Blood Knight Guild 3 years ago, and with the resource support of the Blood Knight Guild. Then, the progress of these 2 young people, Sun Shi and Lin Yixue, will be raised to another level. Moreover, you can directly join this top guild in the future. For most people, this is an opportunity that they can only encounter but cannot seek. But at this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Oh, by the way, didn't you say there was another good candidate named Lu Xingzhou? How does that kid compare to these 2? Chung Yuanshan did not comment and said mysteriously, "You'll know in a moment." Zhao Feng was slightly stunned, then smiled with relief and didn't ask any more questions. Then let's take a look. The next tester, Lu Xingzhou, come on stage. When they heard this name, many students in the hall looked disdainful. "Oh my god, a magic apprentice is taking the test? Isn't this a waste of everyone's time?" That's right. It's useless for a guy like this who only knows how to cling to Sun Chi's thighs to come. How pathetic. This guy probably still hasn't given up and still thinks he is the former top student in the grade? Ha! After hearing what everyone said, Zhao Feng looked a little strange. Magic apprentice? Isn't this a low-level combat profession? Is the seedling that Chung Yuanshan told me about really this guy named Lu Xingzhou? He remained skeptical and silent for a moment. However, when the mechanical sound of the test ball slowly sounded, everyone at the scene. Everyone was shocked. Lu Xingzhou, occupation, magic apprentice, information panel combat rating 24 stars. Please use your skills to attack the test ball with all your strength. Chapter 28, I broke it, but I really don't have to pay for it, right? At this moment, everyone in the audience was stunned. How much? Did they hear correctly? Is the combat power of 24 stars really no joke? He is just a magic apprentice. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Xingzhou with very strange expressions. Some students in the crowd even raised their hands and asked the teacher if there was any system failure with the test ball. Was it hurt by Sun Chi's punch just now? Teacher Wong on the stage also looked over with a strange expression at this time. That expression seemed to say, "You're not joking?" Then Teacher Wong carefully checked the test ball, although he did not suspect Lu Xingzhou of cheating. But this outrageous assessment of combat power makes it hard not to feel that something is wrong. Didn't we agree that no one would be able to exceed 20 stars before the special training assessment? Lu Xingzhou, isn't that what you did? After a careful inspection, Teacher Wang found that there was nothing wrong with the test ball. Then, he asked Lu Xingzhou to show him his personal information panel. As it turned out, there was indeed no problem. Lu Xingzhou's information panel clearly displayed a combat power of 24 stars. After a brief verification, Teacher Wang nodded slightly. Since there is no problem, he cannot interfere too much in the student's tests. Go on. Use your strongest skills to attack the test ball in front of you. Lu Xingzhou nodded, then walked slightly closer to the position in front of the test ball. In the audience, many students still couldn't believe that Lu Xingzhou really possessed the combat power of 24 stars. At this time, many students said sourly, "Haha, Lu Xingzhou must have cheated. Yes, otherwise how could he have 24 stars? Qin Xian only had a combat power of 19 stars back then. It's okay, just let him mess around. When we test his true combat power later, his true colors will be revealed. How much damage can he inflict with those 2 level 1 skills he has mastered? Yes, he will reveal his true colors soon." However, Lu Xingzhou was slightly hesitant at this time. He asked seriously and said, "If I accidentally break this test ball, you really won't ask me to pay for it, right?" Of course. Teacher Wang still nodded. But the next second, he suddenly remembered some bad memories, etc. Wasn't this guy also present when the school's battle room was destroyed before? Teacher Wang suddenly felt something was wrong. But just when he was about to interrupt Lu Xingzhou, the latter had already attacked. Flame of extinction. Lu Xingzhou muttered in his heart, and then a ray of flame with terrifying destructive power suddenly erupted. Of course, at this time, Lu Xingzhou tried his best to suppress his own flame of extinction. Just make sure the test ball is hit by the flames and does not cover all the areas in front of it. Otherwise, the entire testing venue would be reduced to a sea of fire. I don't know how many of my classmates will be killed or injured by then. However, it was just a glimmer of terrifying flame. The moment it touched the test ball in front of it, the surface of the test ball began to deform and melt. This so-called test ball that can withstand the burst of more than 30 stars of combat power is like a small boat in a storm in front of Lu Xingzhou. It can be easily flipped over. Boom! The aftermath of the blazing flames spread from the surface of the test ball. The faces of the students closest to them all showed expressions of pain that were difficult to conceal. What's this? Fuck this power, what's going on? This is still the so-called first-level skill, Little Flame. Isn't this right? Something's wrong. This is definitely not right. How come this power feels even stronger than the companion skill of Goddess Lin Yixue just now? In the observation room, Zhao Feng and Cheng Yuanshan were both shocked. Even though they are 2 high-ranking professionals, they have rarely seen such terrifying destructive power of skills. Is this a high-level skill? Level 7 or level 8? No, this power is not an exaggeration to call it a forbidden spell. Although this guy is only level 10, even I feel a little threatened by him. Zhao Feng looked horrified, turned around, and asked in disbelief, "Principal Cheng, the seedling you mentioned is so strong? He must be a monster. If I had known this kid was so strong, I would have called our president over as well." A drop of sweat also fell on Cheng Yuanshan's forehead. He also didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou's skills would be so terrifying. How can this be called a level 1 skill, Little Flame? Do you think I don't know what's good? However, although he was shocked in his heart, he remained calm and said, "Ahem. Of course, since I asked you to come here, Brother Zhao, of course I have this top talent to introduce to you." Okay. Zhao Feng said okay 3 times in a row, and then he said to Cheng Yuanshan with a smile on his face, "Brother Cheng, I, Zhao Feng, will remember this favor. This kind of top talent, if placed outside, would definitely be the object of competition among all major forces." But Principal Cheng Yuanshan actually handed this genius to him. How could he not be excited? On the test bench, when Lu Xingzhou's skill ended, he found some problems. That's the test ball. No more. The test ball just now was burned into ashes after receiving his flame of extinction. It's no exaggeration to say that it can be directly remade. At this time, Lu Xingzhou looked at Teacher Wang next to him with an innocent face, and then said helplessly, "Teacher Wang, we agreed that you wouldn't ask me to pay for it. This thing really can't stand a beating." 1,000 horses were galloping through Teacher Wang's heart. The battle room was just about to be repaired, And you come here again? Hey man, are you kidding me? The most important thing is that you broke the test ball. How are you going to continue with the next assessment? Below the stage, the students' focus at this moment was no longer on how to conduct the next test. At this moment, they were all extremely surprised. It's hard to believe my eyes. Even after the test ball was hit with all its strength by two top talents, Sun Chi and Lin Yixue, it didn't leave the slightest trace. However, it was burned by Lu Xingzhou's fire just now. It actually melted directly. Cheating is not so outrageous. Those students who just accused Lu Xingzhou of cheating and flattering others now wish they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. They would never think of it, even if they die. The magic apprentice whom they looked down upon actually did such an incredible thing in front of everyone. What a monster! It seems that what he said about there being no strategy guide for the dungeon is probably true. After seeing the damage caused by Lu Xingzhou's skills, Lin Yixue sighed slightly. Then he shook his head in self-mockery. With such power, I'm afraid you don't need any strategy to pass the level. At this moment, she admitted it completely. I lost. When the whole audience was silent, only one voice suddenly sounded. Sun Chi smiled and clapped. The sound was particularly loud in the hall, where you could hear a pin drop. Brother Lu, awesome. Just when everyone came to their senses. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe walked in from the door of the hall. Zhao Feng laughed heartily and walked into the door. Ah, Lu Xingzhou, our Blood Knight Guild wants you, young man. Chapter 29, no. You said the A-level guild is short-sighted? Everyone had just recovered from their shock, but Zhao Feng's words immediately ignited the entire audience. Everyone at the scene had a look of surprise on their faces and looked at Lu Xingzhou beside them in disbelief. For all professionals in Jianghai City, they all know the value of the words Blood Knight Guild. Jianghai City has few A-level guilds, and their power is terrifying. The threshold for entering an A-level guild like this is something that almost 90% of professionals will never be able to reach in their lifetime. But at this time, Zhao Feng shouted in front of everyone, wanting to recruit Lu Xingzhou under his command. What kind of recognition is this? I didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou is so lucky. Fuck why? He's just a magic apprentice. But this magic apprentice can smash the test ball with one move. Can you? Then I don't accept it either. Why can a low-level professional step on my head? It's not fair. Lu Xingzhou looked at the middle-aged man in red robe at the door of the hall, thinking about what he had just said. The Blood Knight Guild? It sounds a little familiar. If I remember correctly, there were two second-level professionals who came to see me before. Lu Xingzhou didn't take that matter to heart. However, he definitely did not have any good feelings towards the Blood Knight Guild. However, Zhao Feng didn't know that Lu Xingzhou had already dealt with the Blood Knight Guild. He walked over with a smile and introduced himself. My dear Lu, my name is Zhao Feng, and I am the Vice President of the Blood Knight Guild, Jianghai City Branch. I just watched your test performance, and I feel very envious of your talent. Although you're only a magic apprentice, I think you are fully qualified to join our Blood Knight Guild. Moreover, as long as you are willing to join, we will do our best to train you according to the standards of the next president. Also, we will not interfere with your future choices. You can continue your studies at a higher education institution or sign various contracts with the military. We only have one request, that is, to join our Blood Knight Guild. How about it? Zhao Feng said all this in one breath, and then showed a determined smile. Because in his eyes, the conditions he had just offered were already generous enough. Moreover, Lu Xingzhou hardly had to pay any price. As long as he nods, all kinds of resources and training will be delivered to him. When faced with all these temptations, even the second generation of officials or war fighters would do so. They definitely can't bear it. Not to mention young people like Lu Xingzhou, who have little vision and family background. He will definitely choose to join the Blood Knight Guild. Moreover, if President Qin Xian knew about this, he would definitely not blame himself. On the contrary, he would reward himself greatly for recruiting such an outstanding talent for the guild. While Zhao Feng was fantasizing in his mind, Principal Cheng also came into the hall. He looked at Lu Xingzhou with admiration and said, "Don't worry about the test ball, just now. There's a spare one in the warehouse. The school will always be your strong backing. Your future path is very broad, just walk slowly. But no matter where you go, remember that you are a student of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, and this is your home." The classmates around saw the intimate expressions on Vice President Zhao Feng and Principal Cheng's faces. They all feel a little strange. Are these still the big shots who are usually high and mighty? If I remember correctly. In the past, ordinary students like them would be scolded by their teachers if they were a little late, saying, "You really treat this school as your home." As a result, Lu Xingzhou broke a test ball worth tens of millions of gold coins, but the principal did not blame him. Instead, let Lu Xingzhou take charge of the school? Is this right? However, students like Lin Yixue and Sun Qi come from relatively good families. Their horizons are broader. Now the attitudes of Cheng Yuanshan and Zhao Feng only illustrate one thing. They're trying their best to get Lu Xingzhou to stand on their side. Building good relationships with a genius when he or she has not yet developed is like providing timely assistance. If Lu Xingzhou really becomes a famous figure in the future, he will try to establish a good relationship with him then. That can only be called icing on the cake. The weight of the two is completely different. However, they spent such a high price to establish a good relationship with Lu Xingzhou. How firmly do you believe that he will grow up in the future? At this moment, Lin Yixue and Sun Qi also fell into deep thought. Feel the envious and jealous gazes around you. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then, he said something that no one expected. Haven't I already rejected your Blood Knight guild once? Zhao Feng was stunned. Cheng Yuanshan was stunned. Lin Yixue was also stunned. The students around him were even more stunned. Only Sun Qi nodded in approval and said, "Yeah, the Blood Knights are just a bunch of short-sighted noobs. We won't join them." What did you say?" Zhao Feng wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. "My dear brother, do you understand what this A-level guild is? Are we short-sighted noobs? You must be kidding. Little brother, is there any misunderstanding between us?" After thinking for a moment, Zhao Feng realized that there might be something he didn't understand. So he asked. At this time, Sun Qi briefly explained to the other party what happened to the two second-level professionals they met last time. In particular, the author exaggerated the other party's arrogant attitude. After hearing this, Zhao Feng's expression could be said to be extremely ugly. How could such a thing happen? Brother Lu, Brother Sun Qi, I have no idea about this matter. I will definitely have a good talk with President Qin Xian when I return. I hope we can resolve the misunderstanding. Lu Xingzhou spread his hands without commenting and said, "President Zhao, this is your business." Zhao Feng knew that Lu Xingzhou still had some opinions about that matter. There's no point in saying more. He's going back to seek accountability. The special training assessment of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School came to an end amid everyone's shocked gazes. In the end, there are only 22 students who successfully passed the special training assessment on campus. Among them, Lin Yixue, who was originally thought to be the strongest student in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, unexpectedly only got the third place. The first and second places were taken by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. Naturally, they also won the school's extra rewards. Lu Xingzhou looked at the bag filled with 2 million gold coins and felt extremely excited. 2 million, 2 million, I can never spend it all in my lifetime. The principal still has high hopes for Lu Xingzhou and his team. After giving them the school's bonuses, they were also told to improve their abilities as quickly as possible to cope with the upcoming experience in the city's elite special training class and strive to get good results. In addition, the principal also requires all the class teachers in the third year of high school to manage their students well. Everything that happened during today's school assessment must not be spread outside. This was also done in order to keep Lu Xingzhou, the trump card, in the competition between the schools. But on the other side, Jianghai No. 1 Middle School and Jianghai Experimental Middle School have already received the news. A monster appeared in Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. Chapter 30. How much? Tell me the number. Jianghai Experimental Middle School. Chun Jinshi, although you're the trump card of our experimental middle school, your strength is far beyond your peers. But I think we should still have a little respect for the so-called monster from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. After all, this is a critical period for our experimental high school to win the top prize for 3 consecutive years. We must not capsize in the gutter. The principal of the experimental middle school said this earnestly, with a little worry. However, the young man opposite, named Chun Jinshi, was very confident. He has neat short hair and an innate confidence between his brows. Principal, please rest assured that genius is nothing special in my eyes. No matter who it is, they will not be my opponent. Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. Zhao Qian, Shi Xiaohu, you two must prepare well. Not only do we have to deal with Chun Jinshi from Experimental Middle School, But I heard there is also a monster from Jianghai number 2 middle school. It is said that guy is even stronger than Lin Yixue. The principal of Jianghai number 1 middle school apparently also got these rumors. So he spoke earnestly. After hearing this, Shi Xiaohu didn't care. For him, he has only one opponent, and that is the strongest person in Jianghai Experimental Middle School, Chun Jinqi. As for the so-called genius in Jianghai number 2 middle school, he didn't take it seriously at all. However, Zhao Qian's expression was a little hesitant. The freak genius from Jianghai number 2 middle school, could it be the boss Lu Xingzhou? If he really is a big shot, then is there any need for me to compete with him? Zhao Qian had a serious expression on her face, which was noticed by the principal of Jianghai number 1 middle school. He sighed and said to Zhao Qian, "But you don't have to be too stressed. I think Jianghai number 2 middle school might have thrown a smoke bomb. Genius is not something that can be found everywhere. It's already amazing that they have Lin Yixue. Go back and prepare well. There are only 3 days left until the city's elite assessment." Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu nodded, each with their own thoughts. On the other side, after Zhao Feng returned to the Blood Knight Guild, he went straight to Qin Xian's office. "Where is the president?" Zhao Feng looked at the empty room and asked Qin Xian's assistant outside the door. There's a spatial fluctuation in the no man's land, and it is suspected that a new copy will appear. The president has been recruited by the federal government to open up the wasteland. The assistant replied, "What level of copy? Any prediction?" "It is predicted to be a level 55 copy." Level 55? That shouldn't be a difficult task for President Qin Xian. After Zhao Feng asked, he suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. "By the way, have you ever heard of a young man named Lu Xingzhou? Are you talking about the young man who broke the copy record of President Qin Xian?" "I have heard of him before." The assistant replied, "Has President Qin Xian sent someone to contact this young man?" Zhao Feng asked, President Qin Xian asked me to convey the message to Vice President Fei Long. Later, Vice President Fei Long seemed to have arranged for 2 second-level members of our union to contact them, but they said that the 2 young men, Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou, seemed to be very hostile to our union. The assistant thought carefully and then answered seriously. When Zhao Feng heard this, he nodded slightly, but he couldn't stop sneering in his heart. How can there be no hostility? You go and show off to 2 geniuses. Don't they have any pride? Grass. Fei Long is really unreliable when it comes to doing things. I've already said that his set of underworld rules have become obsolete in this era. Damn it. Isn't this just causing trouble for me? Tell me what the names of the 2 second-order members are. I'll go talk to them about my life ideals. Oh, okay, President Zhao. The other side, Lu Xingzhou, who had received 2 million, was so happy that he couldn't just use the word rejoice to describe it. 2 million. This is an income that I never dared to dream of before. My aunt runs this steamed bun shop. Even if she doesn't eat or drink, it will take her 40 years to save up enough money. It is definitely a huge sum of money. Lu Xingzhou can also use this money to greatly improve his strength. Although I don't know how strong the experimental middle school and Jianghai number 1 middle school are this year. But Lu Xingzhou estimated that it was impossible for anyone to be stronger than him. During these 3 days, you can upgrade your level first. By the way, after you upgrade yourself to level 10, fill up the 2 unlocked skill bars. If you have time, you should go to the trading house to take a look. Please ask Sun Qi's father to use his connections to see if there's a skill book that suits me. By the way, I've finished eating my detoxification fruit, so I should buy another batch soon. Although this thing is not very popular with everyone, but there's also a small amount of output. It's not possible that you would buy up all the stock on the market by purchasing more than 100 units, right? However, the first thing he would do after getting the 2 million gold coins would definitely be to return home in glory. After returning home, Lu Xingzhou found Aunt Chu Qing with a smile and said, "Aunt, guess how much money I made today?" Chu Qing saw that Lu Xingzhou was so happy after finishing today's test, and she also smiled, and then asked in a very supportive manner, "So it's amazing? How much money did you make?" Lu Xingzhou stretched out 2 fingers. Chu Qing widened her eyes and asked in surprise, 20,000? Lu Xingzhou shook his head, his face full of the expression, "You have absolutely no imagination." Chu Qing boldly guessed, "Could it be 200,000? Lu Xingzhou shook his head again. He felt that the guessing game was almost over, just as he was about to tell the answer. Suddenly, the door of the bun shop was kicked open. Bang! Then, a greasy middle-aged man wearing a black leather jacket and carrying a shoulder bag walked in. The middle-aged man had a face full of flesh and was followed by two younger brothers who looked ferocious. After the three people entered the house, they pulled over a stool at the door, crossed their legs, and sat down casually. After seeing this person, Chu Qing's originally bright face instantly turned gloomy. She slowly opened her mouth and said, "Fatty, what do you want to do? Hasn't this month's rent already been paid?" When the middle-aged man in the lead, named Fipio, heard this, he gave an ugly smile. Then he said frivolously, "The whole street pays rent on an annual basis, but your family pays rent on a monthly basis. It's too much trouble. Now, I don't plan to rent to you. How about it?" Chu Qing's face was obviously not looking good. Her voice was trembling, but she pretended to be strong and said, "No, we've signed a contract. How can you go back on your word?" "Regret." Fatty seemed to have heard something funny. "The whole street belongs to me. I can regret it whenever I want. Either you pay the rent today, or you can close your store." After hearing this, Chu Qing was so angry that her hands were shaking slightly. However, she remained calm and spoke slowly. "Xiao Lu, go back to the house first." She didn't want to involve Lu Xingzhou. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the fat middle-aged man in front of him. "Speak softly. How much? Tell me the number." The middle-aged man looked the poor boy in front of him up and down, then said, 50,000 gold coins, one lump sum payment. Can you afford it? Chapter 31. What I'm talking about is your life-saving money. 50,000 gold coins. You will leave after taking the money, right? Lu Xingzhou said calmly. There was undisguised coldness and chill in his tone. When Fipio heard this tone, his eyes slyly rolled around in his eye sockets, and then he smiled. 50,000 was the price just now. Now, it's 100,000 gold coins. Otherwise, I'll take care of both of you and get out. Lu Xingzhou squinted his eyes and looked at the other person. After a while, he said, "Are you sure?" "What am I unsure of? Boy, are you trying to threaten me?" Fatty laughed. Then, the two younger brothers beside him stepped forward. Their information panel was instantly revealed. Both of them are professionals stuck at the second level, and their levels are both 19. At this time, Fipio simply stopped acting. He looked greedily at Chu Qing beside him, scanning her face and body. Because of proper maintenance, Chu Qing's face looks no more than a girl of 24 or 25 years old. Different from the immature young girl, Chu Qing is more like a ripe peach, mature and charming. That graceful figure cannot be hidden even in that loose work clothes. Fatty said greedily, "Boy, young people should not be too impetuous. Convince your aunt and let her stay with me for one night. Wouldn't that solve all this? Maybe if you're happy serving me, I won't charge you rent for the next year." Heh. Fatty licked the corner of his mouth and then let out a strange and unbridled laugh. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou's eyes became extremely cold, but he also laughed out loud. He stood in front of Chu Qing and then spoke calmly. "Name your price. How much is enough?" Seeing that the other party was still stubborn and thought it was a matter of money, Fipio slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, 1 million. If you can come up with it, this matter will be settled. The next second, Lu Xingzhou took out a large bag of heavy gold coins without any nonsense and threw it directly on the ground. When the gold coins fell to the ground, Fipio, the two brothers behind him, and Chu Qing, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that a young man who looked like a student could come up with such a huge sum of money? This is simply outrageous. Fipio's eyes widened as he looked at the big bag full of golden coins. Reach out and grab it. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou stepped on the bag and said coldly, "Do you know why I gave you this million?" Fipio was startled, subconsciously withdrew his hand, and then laughed wantonly. "Haha, what else could it be? Isn't it because you're scared? Do you want me to let your aunt go?" At this time, Chu Qing also advised, "Xiao Lu, quickly put the money away. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. They dare not do anything." However, Lu Xingzhou ignored it and just shook his head slightly. "I guessed wrong." Fipio glanced at Lu Xingzhou and asked in confusion, "What do you mean, boy? Can't you guess?" Lu Xingzhou sneered, and then all the expressions on his face disappeared. Cold as looking at a dead person. Lu Xingzhou spoke indifferently, slowly. "This is the money for the three of you to save your lives." The moment they heard this, the two younger brothers moved immediately. Whoosh! Both of them are warriors. They can carry and fight, and they are experts in close combat. They were very fast, and the moment they pushed off the ground, they were close to Lu Xingzhou. Both men punched at the same time, one to the left and one to the right. It hit Lu Xingzhou directly in the face. This is their blood-boiling combination skill. Double ghost knocking on the door. You don't even have a reaction, you little bastard. Go to hell. Pretend to be awesome, and I'll let you fly. The fists of the two men were already an inch away from Lu Xingzhou's face, and in the next second, his facial bones would be shattered. Chu Qing widened her eyes and shouted in horror. Don't hurt him. I agree with you. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou raised 2 fingers slightly. Then press next. Get down on your knees, rubbish. In an instant, several thick wooden tentacles broke out of the ground at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye, and then instantly wrapped around their arms, ankles, necks, and lumbar vertebrae, and then instantly fell down. Boom! The 2 level 19 warriors' pupils shrank slightly as they realized that something was wrong. But before they could react, they were instantly knocked to the ground by this terrifying force. He knelt on the ground, his body twisted into a strange posture by the huge force, like 2 broken dolls that were thrown away casually. When Fipio saw the situation, his expression changed from arrogance to confusion. Then, an expression of undisguised horror appeared on his face. He pushed the stool away suddenly and stood up shakily. How come you? Aren't you a senior in high school? How can you be so strong? As he spoke, his body kept moving towards the door. He looks like he's ready to run away at any moment. At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly turned his head, looked at Fipio, and said coldly, I'll let you go. Cold sweat was pouring down Fipio's back, and beads of sweat the size of beans were sliding down his bumpy, fat face. But at this moment, he didn't dare to move, because in the blink of an eye, the 2 younger brothers he brought with him were pressed to the ground by Lu Xingzhou. Life or death unknown. How dare I continue to pretend to be cool? Little brother, today you're so kind as to spare my life. Let's be friends. From now on, your shop rent will be waived. Okay. Lu Xingzhou sneered and said, I still like your rebellious look just now. Why are you weak now? Brother, let me go. My brother is... Fipio originally wanted to use his own background to intimidate the other party. However, before the other party could say this, Lu Xingzhou tapped again with the index finger of his right hand. In an instant, a tentacle like a wooden dragon emerged from the ground and pressed Fatty to the ground horizontally. Puff! The huge impact caused Fipio to spit out blood. After all, he was not as good as his 2 younger brothers. He was just a level 7 intermediate professional. The strength can be said to be not even up to par. At this point, you still want to threaten me. You are so stupid. The dragon has a reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die. And Lu Xingzhou's family is his Achilles heel. Fipio felt the force of the wooden strips wrapped around him, which increased a little. He shouted, You can't kill me. You can't kill me. My brother is the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild. He won't let you go. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, his brows slightly frowned. Zhao Feng. No, it's the other vice president, Filong. Chapter 32, I only saw a desperate little girl. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin. Unexpectedly, it was the Blood Knight Guild again. What? Is it my destiny to have a conflict with this person? However, Lu Xingzhou was not afraid. Not to mention that Zhao Feng was racking his brains to make friends with him. How could he fall out with me just for a little fat? Even if the other party really insists on fighting with him to the end, Lu Xingzhou still has his own confidence. So what if it's an A-level guild? If you're not passionate, can you still be called a young person? When Fipio saw that Lu Xingzhou seemed to be lost in thought, he thought that the boy was frightened. Then, his tone regained some arrogance. Boy, I advise you, it's better to let me go as soon as possible. Then ask your aunt to come and apologize to me in the evening. Maybe I will be magnanimous and let you go. Otherwise, you will just have to wait for the Blood Knight Guild's revenge. Chu Qing was very surprised at Lu Xingzhou's strength at this moment. He had made such rapid progress. However, after working in society for so many years, she knows one thing very well. The arm cannot twist the thigh. As an ordinary citizen, Lu Xingzhou is weak and alone, and there is absolutely no way he can fight against such a huge force. What's more, it is the famous Blood Knight Guild. Just as she was about to persuade Lu Xingzhou, Chu Qing saw the smile on the corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth. That is a sign of being confident. Chu Qing was slightly stunned, although she didn't know what Lu Xingzhou's confidence came from. But She believed that Lu Xingzhou should have a way to solve this problem. Chu Qing chose to believe him without any hesitation. At worst, she could sell the bun shop and move to another city with Xiao Lu. That's fine. As long as everyone is fine, it's fine. Lu Xingzhou walked up to Fipio, then slowly squatted down, looking down at him. Then, he patted the other person's trembling face. He smiled kindly and said, "Do you know why you deserve to die? You are bullying men and women by relying on the power of others. The most important thing is you dare to have ideas about my aunt. You are brave." Fipio was suspicious and didn't know what Lu Xingzhou was planning to do. Are you going to kill me?" "Kill you? No. I have no intention of doing that." Of course, Lu Xingzhou would not kill anyone in his aunt's bun shop. Otherwise, how could he open the shop for business? Moreover, it will also bring unnecessary trouble to the Public Security Bureau. Fatty chuckled, then relaxed a lot and said, "So, you're going to let me go? You have good vision." Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly, then smiled kindly and said, "Just let you go like this? You seem to be thinking too well. So what are you going to do?" For some reason, Lu Xingzhou's smile made Fipio feel a little chilly. Next second, he suddenly felt a chill in his crotch. Whoosh! Then, Fatty's eyes suddenly widened. Lu Xingzhou ended the domain of Wanxiang Senluo, turned his head indifferently, and ignored it. He let Fatty jump around and ran out of the door in a heartbroken manner. Chu Qing tilted her head in confusion and asked doubtfully, "What happened to him? He looked like he was in pain. Did you do anything?" "What did I do?" Lu Xingzhou asked back. "Just fat. He looks miserable." Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said innocently, "I don't know either. I just saw a desperate girl." Chu Qing was stunned when she heard this answer. It took her a while to understand the meaning of Lu Xingzhou's words. In an instant, her face turned a little red. Chu Qing covered her mouth calmly, angrily scolding Xiao Lu in her heart for being so improper with her aunt. But although she was shy, Chu Qing actually started to feel shy from the moment Lu Xingzhou stood in front of her. She was already deeply moved. "Then what should we do with these two people?" Chu Qing changed the subject and pointed at the two fat brothers lying on the ground. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the two people, shook his head slightly, and said indifferently, "Call the sheriff's department and have them handle it. Just say that a robber broke into the house." "Oh, okay." Chu Qing hadn't realized yet that she had quietly begun to rely on this young man. The Public Security Bureau received a call, and Captain Qin Xiaofeng led his team to the scene to handle the incident. Chu Qing described to the other party what had happened. However, Qin Xiaofeng's mouth twitched, but he never let it go. Hello, Ms. Chu. Are you saying that a senior high school student defeated two level 19 professionals by himself? In fact, these two people don't even have the ability to resist at all." Chu Qing nodded heavily. It was indeed true. Qin Xiaofeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you kidding? Can't you even make up a story? If you tell this to others, who would believe it?" Not only Qin Xiaofeng didn't believe it, but several team members around him also had some doubts about what Chu Qing said, just when they were about to inquire about the cause and effect of the matter. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou walked in from outside the door. The moment their eyes met, Lu Xingzhou spoke. "Captain Chun, I didn't expect that we are so destined to meet. Are you the one who will handle this matter today?" Qin Xiaofeng. He hesitated for a moment, realized something, and asked, "Is this your aunt? Is that high school student she was talking about you?" Lu Xingzhou nodded. "What else?" After hearing this, Qin Xiaofeng slammed the notebook shut and put it away. "Okay, then I know what's going on. Let's get back to the team. Captain Chun, take care." Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Chu Qing was stunned, her face full of confusion. Just now, didn't the captain named Qin Xiaofeng still not believe it? Why did you believe it just when you saw Lu Xingzhou coming out? "Xiao Lu, do you know each other?" "Yeah." Lu Xingzhou nodded. "Before, I helped them catch a suspect who was over level 20. Chu Qing was stunned again. "Xiao Lu, when did he do so many shocking things? He is so powerful now, but how come I, his aunt, don't know about it? It seems that I need to communicate more with Xiao Lu in private." After Captain Chun and his team left, Lu Xingzhou called Sun Qi. Ask him to take him to the trading house tomorrow and bring his membership card. After that, I continued to work on the dungeon as usual in the afternoon. Sun Qi only replied with one word. Aj. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xingzhou returned to his room and was about to tidy up and go to bed. Just at this moment, Chu Qing pushed the door and walked in wearing pajamas. Aunt, what are you doing? Chu Qing closed the door and then spoke slowly. We haven't talked for a long time. How about chatting with Aunt today? Chapter 33, you have to fight at least 10, right? After a night of conversation, Chu Qing also had a general understanding of Lu Xingzhou's affairs. This made him, as her aunt, feel very gratified. Lu Xingzhou also took the opportunity to tell his aunt that she would take him to the trading house the next day. At the beginning, Chu Qing was thinking that because she had to open a store, she would not have time to go to the trading house. But after Lu Xingzhou's strong persuasion, he finally agreed to Lu Xingzhou's suggestion. Just treat it as a holiday. The next day, the door of Howei Baozi's shop was closed. Lu Xingzhou took Chu Qing to Jianghai City Trading House. At the door of the trading house, Sun Qi was already waiting there. Brother Lu, Aunt Chu Qing, good morning. Sun Qi greeted the two of them in a cheesy tone. Chu Qing changed into casual clothes today, a neat yellow camisole top and a floral miniskirt. Although she doesn't dress up deliberately, she takes good care of herself on a daily basis. Chu Qing stood next to Lu Xingzhou and looked no different from his sister, who had just graduated from college. Good morning, Xiaoqi. Chu Qing responded with a warm smile. Lu Xingzhou curled his lips and said with disdain, Why are you so cheesy? Can't you speak properly? Isn't this joyful? Sun Qi scratched his head and smiled. You don't know, last night my dad heard that I got second place in the whole school and beat Lin Yixue, so he happily gave me another 500,000 gold coins and told me to pick whatever I like today. Brother Lu, thank you so much. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to defeat Lin Yixue. I don't know how to repay you. How about I pledge my love to you? Lu Xingzhou waved his hand in disdain. Go away, just stay away. I can't sleep with the lights on at night. Turn on the lights at night? Sun Qi touched his shiny head and finally realized. Brother Lu, you're mocking me, right? I can't help it. This is my genetic trait. If you mock someone's flaws, don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel the slightest bit of pain in your heart? No, I feel very good. Lu Xingzhou said calmly. Aunt Chu Qing, you have to help me make the decision. Sun Qi complained. However, Chu Qing on the side just covered her mouth with one hand and smiled like a flower. After saying hello, the three of them walked into the door of the trading house together. Hey, Brother Lu, you don't know how happy my dad was yesterday. He even took me out for a dragon dinner at night. Lu Xingzhou's face was full of question marks. Are you sure? Is this legal? Sun Qi was also a little confused. How can it be illegal? Eating, singing, taking a bath. Don't these attract consumption codes? Oh, ahem, that's what I meant. Lu Xingzhou covered his mouth. Sun Qi didn't hesitate for long and then asked, By the way, Brother Lu, how did you celebrate yesterday? Was it quite lively? Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, then said calmly, It was quite lively. Yesterday, a fat guy brought 2 level 19 warriors to our house to cause trouble. I defeated them easily. Sun Qi subconsciously said, Oh, but the next second, he turned around and looked at Lu Xingzhou in surprise. What? Brother Lu, you defeated 2 level 19 fighters by yourself. Lu Xingzhou, why, what's so surprising? Sun Qi shook his head slightly and said, That's a bit too bullying. You have to fight at least 10 of them to be evenly matched. That's true. Lu Xingzhou nodded in agreement. Seeing the two men's serious looks, everyone in the trading hall thought they were crazy. Just bragging. You're a senior high school student, and you still want to beat 10 people? Do you think you were a man? He's really good at pretending. However, Lu Xingzhou and the others ignored the gazes of the people around them. Led by the staff of the trading house, I walked into the members' lounge. The staff recognized Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi. The two guys had looked around in the warehouse last time and ended up buying only over 100 detoxification fruits and a book on life skills. Moreover, the equipment I was looking at that time were all low-level equipment around level 5. I guess the profit from this order won't be too high, but their job is to provide services after all, so there wasn't much impatience on their faces. But in my heart, I must be a little envious of those colleagues who serve big customers who spend hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. However, Lu Xingzhou spoke directly. First, buy my aunt some books on life-related professional skills, and then take me to see the gold-level equipment around level 10. Hearing this, the staff member was stunned. Level 10 gold equipment? If I remember correctly, weren't these two people only level 5 or 6 a few days ago? How long has it been since I started looking at level 10 equipment? If it were someone else, it would probably take at least a month to reach level 10. There were indeed a few young people who came to the trading house today to pick out level 10 gold equipment. But they're all well-known super geniuses in major middle schools. Could it be that the two young men in front of me are also super geniuses in a middle school? The shock felt by the staff cannot be described in words. But he also felt a sense of secret joy. The price of level 10 gold equipment is basically more than 20,000 gold coins. Looks like this time I made some money. Please follow me. With bright smiles on their faces, the staff took the three of them to select several skill books for life-related professions. When Chu Qing saw the price, she shook her head desperately, thinking that it was indeed too expensive. The cost of buying these skill books would almost be equal to the annual profit of his bun shop. However, Lu Xingzhou whispered in her ear, "Have you forgotten how much money I have? Listen to me and buy it." Lu Xingzhou has enough funds this time, so he really wants to try it out and see if the level of his aunt's life skills can be improved. You can also make food with more special effects. It's an investment. As long as your ideas can be proven, then no matter how much money you spend, it is worth it. Lu Xingzhou paid the money and took a skill book of Ho-Ho from the staff. It cost him more than 70,000 gold coins in total. It's a small expense, but definitely worth it. Chu Qing was very touched. He knew that Lu Xingzhou was doing this for his own good, so he did not refuse. Then he put the skill book into the prop column. "Okay, take us to see the gold level equipment," Lu Xingzhou said. Okay. The size of the storage warehouse for level 10 equipment is smaller than the warehouse for level 5 equipment that he had visited before. The staff took Lu Xingzhou and the other two around and came to a small room nearby. This place is half the size of the warehouse just now. "Sir, all the equipment displayed here are gold level equipment of around level 10. There is a detailed description next to each piece of equipment. Please feel free to choose." After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded. The trading house's introduction to the equipment was not important to him. He was going to choose for himself. Lu Xingzhou walked slowly like this, identifying the items of equipment placed in the warehouse as he walked. As he walked, Lu Xingzhou suddenly found two cabinets that were very interesting. I saw that the equipment displayed there was somewhat similar to my bracelet. Lu Xingzhou checked the entry for determination, and the names of these two pieces of equipment instantly appeared in front of him. Zombie King's Ice Ring, gold level. Zombie King's Ice Necklace, gold level. Chapter 34, is this the best-selling title? Isn't this part of the same set of equipment as my bracelet? If Lu Xingzhou remembered correctly, when he bought this equipment, he saw a system prompt saying that this equipment had a set effect. Unexpectedly, I saw it in the trading house. Lu Xingzhou's mind moved, and he summoned his bracelet to his wrist. Then he picked it up and compared it with the two pieces of equipment placed in the warehouse in front of him. Oh, it's really a suit. The equipment is surrounded by a cold, frosty aura and looks extremely gloomy and cold. Although there are no hints for special entries, it is still possible to buy them together to form a set. While Lu Xingzhou was pondering, Sun Qi beside him also spoke. "I didn't expect that both the ring and the necklace are in stock. Brother Lu, you are lucky. This equipment has pretty good attributes among level 10 jewelry. It will be even more invincible if you put together a complete set. Let me see how much it is. Damn, that's a bit expensive, 120,000 gold coins. But Brother Lu, if you can afford it, what are you afraid of?" Sun Qi knew this very well, because in the previous special training assessment, Lu Xingzhou took the first place in the school, and the cash reward alone was 2 million. And there is also a skill enhancement keystone. Although the school has not yet issued the skill enhancement key stone to Lu Xingzhou, but the money has actually arrived. Buying these two pieces of equipment is not a problem at all. However, just when Lu Xingzhou was considering whether to buy these two pieces of equipment, suddenly a voice came from the side. "I have already reserved these two pieces of equipment. You should look at other things." Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi followed the line of sight and saw a young man with very strong muscles walking towards them. "Sure, Xiaohu." Sun Qi recognized the other party's identity. After all, there were only a few well-known genius academies in major middle schools. The person in front of him was none other than the strongest genius in Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. "Sure, Xiaohu." The other party glanced at Sun Qi, and then his gaze naturally fell on Lu Xingzhou. When he turned his eyes, he saw the frost-covered blue bracelet on Lu Xingzhou's wrist. "Is this the Zombie King's frost bracelet? Where are you from?" Hearing the other party's questioning tone, Lu Xingzhou put away the bracelet and asked, "Do I need to report my things to you?" The moment Shi Xiaohu saw the bracelet, he blurted it out almost subconsciously, because he had been searching in the trading house for many days, but he still only bought the necklace and ring in this set. Although these two pieces of equipment can be considered top-notch. However, without the bracelet, the set cannot be completed and the effect will definitely be worse. At least, if he wants to deal with the secret weapon of experimental middle school, Chun Jinshi. It would be safer to have a jewelry set. So when he saw that Lu Xingzhou was wearing the frost bracelet he had been dreaming of on his wrist, naturally, he was extremely excited. Give me a price. Sell it to me at any price. Shi Xiaohu seemed too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Xingzhou and spoke directly. Not for sale. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. He didn't have any big ideas about the frost necklace and ring as a set. He also didn't want to get too entangled with the guy in front of him. So he turned around and prepared to take a look at the equipment displayed next door. But just as he was about to leave, Shi Xiaohu directly blocked Lu Xingzhou's way. Don't go. What do you mean by not selling it? Is there any use for you to keep such a bracelet? This is a boss jewelry set. The effect of the set is doubled. You keep a loose part in your hand, it won't do anything except disgust me. You might as well sell it to me. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the other person. Still 2 words, not for sale. Then he continued, his tone gradually becoming colder. Can you move out of my way? I'm blocking the way. How dare you talk to me like that? Boy, are you tired of living? As a second-generation rich kid, Shi Xiaohu is always praised wherever he goes. He is also regarded as a genius on campus and attracts a lot of attention. As a result, he was suddenly looked down upon by this unknown person. This made him feel very depressed. Shi Xiaohu stood in front of Lu Xingzhou and said with a little pride, Boy, you just want a little more money, right? I know too well what people like you think. 150,000 gold coins. As long as you nod, I will give you the money right now in cash. How about it? After Shi Xiaohu said this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who can refuse a price that is far higher than the market price? Perhaps those second-generation geniuses, like himself, could resist this temptation. But Lu Xingzhou is a little-known person. Absolutely not. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou looked at Shi Xiaohu with a responsible look. Then he spoke calmly. The landlord's stupid son? Shi Xiaohu instantly became furious. Who the hell are you calling a stupid son? You want to fight, don't you? Lu Xingzhou remained calm, as if he was stating a fact. Speaking of you, I feel like you'd be the type to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy the Goblin King crystal core. Huh? How did you know I bought a Goblin King's crystal core a few days ago? Why are you fucking following me? Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi were also stunned. Wow, this is the guy who paid almost twice the market price to buy the Goblin King's crystal core. Is it really you? Jianghai City is really small. Lu Xingzhou muttered softly. However, Lu Xingzhou didn't want to argue with him at this time. So he said, I'll say this for the last time. I'm not selling it. Please move aside. Shi Xiaohu did not move. He was determined to get Lu Xingzhou's bracelet. So he raised his offer again, giving the maximum limit he could afford. How about this? I'll exchange a portion of Qinghua's spiritual spring with you. Perhaps you haven't heard of this high-end item. This is a rare item that can permanently increase the user's spiritual power. And the most rare thing is that it has no side effects. As long as you give me this bracelet, I will give you a portion of the Qinghua's spiritual spring. How about it? Hearing this, Sun Qi felt a little helpless and could no longer sit still. Qinghua Lingquan is a real good thing. This thing, like the Black Dragon's true blood of the warrior class, is a precious item that can permanently increase an attribute by 1 point. The value is more than 200,000 gold coins. And because it permanently increases attributes, the value of this item increases in the later stages and is favored by high-level professionals. Sun Qi looked at Lu Xingzhou. His fiery eyes told it all. If it were me, I would agree. But who knew that Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched and he uttered 2 words. That's it. He could buy this thing for 100 gold coins each. Shi Xiaohu never expected that even Sun Qi, a famous genius student of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, was a little jealous. Lu Xingzhou is still indifferent? This even made him begin to doubt whether Lu Xingzhou was a fool who knew nothing. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou was really planning to leave, Shi Xiaohu directly grabbed his shoulders. If soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics. I'm telling you, I'm going to buy this thing today. You have to sell it even if you want to, and you have to sell it even if you don't want to. The moment Lu Xingzhou turned his head, The realm of all things had already unfolded. Oh, so, a domineering? But I also give you a piece of advice. If you don't let go, your hand will no longer belong to you. Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, a staff member nearby came running over. Stop between the two of them. My two distinguished guests, please don't do anything. Chu Ching felt relieved when she saw the staff stop the two of them. Not bad, not bad. It seems that trading houses do not want conflicts between customers. But the next second, the staff member continued. Our trading house has a special fighting venue. The price is fair, the charges are reasonable, and there are also special medical staff who accompany you 24 hours a day. Do you want to reserve a venue? Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, Chu Qing. Wow, is this the sales champion? Chapter 35. Dude, with your physique, are you an assassin? At this time, Shi Xiaohu said to Lu Xingzhou next to him, how about we make a bet? If I win this game, you give me your bracelet. If I lose, I'll give you both the necklace and the ring. How about that? Originally, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of spending any more time on the ring and necklace. After all, if you spend money on this kind of thing, the equipment you buy will become obsolete in no time. Lu Xingzhou was still reluctant to spend money to buy it. But if you say it's free, that's another way of saying it. If it's free, you should definitely take it. Okay, as long as you don't regret it. Why would I regret it? Shi Xiaohu smiled. In his eyes, there is no one else except Chun Jinshi from Experimental Middle School. There is no opponent that he can respect, not to mention an unknown guy like Lu Xingzhou. Moreover, when he thought about the frost bracelet that he was going to exchange for the Qingwa Spirit Spring, he would get it for free. He felt even happier. Put on equipment, Shi Xiaohu asked. Whatever. Lu Xingzhou didn't care. When Sun Qi heard this, he joked. You're a bit shameless. You have so many equipments, but my brother Lu only has one piece of equipment. Isn't that a bit of bullying? Of course, when Sun Qi said this, he didn't really think that Lu Xingzhou would lose. I'm just bored. Shi Xiaohu coughed a little awkwardly. The reason why he wanted to wear the equipment is because he didn't want to expose his skills in front of Sun Qi. He wanted to rely on pure numbers to crush Lu Xingzhou. Shi Xiaohu happily paid the venue fee. He said to Lu Xingzhou beside him, come on, there's a trading house here to supervise, so none of us need to worry about the other side cheating. Okay, Lu Xingzhou said and walked onto the field. Chu Qing on the sidelines asked worriedly, can Xiaolu win? It seems like the opponent is very aggressive. Sun Qi didn't care at all at this time. It's all taken care of. Don't worry about anyone except Brother Lu, because he is one of the few people who knows Lu Xingzhou's strength. Of course I know, even if the head teacher, Mr. Fong, really fights with Brother Lu now, there will be no good results. However, at this time, several people who looked like students also gathered around. Several of the boys slowly shook their heads and said, TSK, TSK, Baldy, you don't understand. That's Shi Xiaohu. Do you really think anyone can beat him? That's the super genius of Jianghai number 1 middle school, known as Jianghai's number 1 shadow assassin. Haha, every time Shi Xiaohu's opponent can't even touch the corner of his clothes, he will be defeated. The strength of the shadow assassin is too high. After hearing these words, Chu Qing's heart, which had just been at ease, became anxious again. It sounds like the boy opposite is called Shi Xiao. It seems that he is very strong, and his physique looks so strong. Is he an assassin? Don't judge a person by appearance. Then, is Xiao Lu going to lose? Chu Qing turned around with a worried look on her face and looked at Sun Qi beside her, hoping to get a reassuring answer. However, Sun Qi still had an extremely indifferent expression and looked around as if he was looking at a fool. Then, he said in a very mature manner, Hey, I told you guys, but you still don't understand. Summer insects can't talk about ice. After hearing what Sun Qi said, everyone's expressions looked a little ugly. Why is this brat pretending? The handsome young man opposite Shi Xiaohu looked weak. It's hard to survive even a single blow from this shadow assassin. This is what they mean by being tough-talking. I'll slap you in the face later. Let's see if it hurts. Both parties took their positions, witnessed by the staff of the trading house. The game begins. Boy, you're really brave to step onto the ring. But unfortunately, it's not very smart. Shi Xiaohu spoke proudly, and it was obvious that he had already agreed in his heart that he was about to win the bet. Lu Xingzhou was very calm and did not refute after hearing what the other party said. He just said in a very calm tone, If you don't make a move now, you won't have a chance soon. You are too arrogant, kid. Let me teach you today what it means that there are always people better than you. While Shi Xiaohu was speaking, his body had already moved. Whoosh! The speed of the shadow assassin can be said to be quite fast. Although, like Sun Qi, they are both rare-level professions. However, the professional characteristics of a shadow assassin can almost be said to be adding most of the attributes to agility. His speed is extremely fast, far exceeding that of most professions at the same level. Moreover, when a shadow assassin wears equipment, the damage is also considerable. Just as he was approaching Lu Xingzhou quickly, Shi Xiaohu took out his weapon from his prop bar. It was a dagger inlaid with the Goblin King's crystal core. This was also a main battle weapon that his father had spent a lot of money to tailor for him. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too arrogant. Shi Xiaohu's body was so fast that he was almost like an afterimage. The moment he was about to approach Lu Xingzhou, Shi Xiaohu took advantage of inertia and stabbed Lu Xingzhou's neck fiercely. The students watching around were all very moved after seeing this scene. Fuck, he is indeed a genius from Jianghai No. 1 High School. With this speed, if I were to fight him, I would be killed in 1 second. Yes, this speed is indeed too fast. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand his attack at all. Look at that kid across the street. He's just standing there like an idiot. Isn't he just waiting to die? Haha, I originally thought he was so confident and maybe had some skills, but now it seems he is not as good as me. Really, I can do that too. However, just when Shi Xiaohu was approaching Lu Xingzhou, suddenly, Lu Xingzhou's body tilted slightly to the left. His neck almost brushed against the sharp edge of the dagger as he dodged it. Shi Xiaohu narrowed his eyes, his pupils filled with shock. How was it possible? He actually managed to dodge it. The inertia of Shi Xiaohu's body rushed forward for another 10 meters before he stopped by grabbing the ground. His body was bent on the ground, gathering strength. The next second, he launched another attack, pushing the ground with his legs and throwing himself out. Luck. It was definitely luck that Lu Xingzhou dodged his attack just now. But you only get luck once, there won't be a second time. This strike will put an end to this match. D. However, before he could get close, Lu Xingzhou just launched a normal attack. Shi Xiaohu narrowed his eyes, full of contempt. Magic bullet. Isn't this a normal attack of a magic apprentice? It seems that this guy is just a rubbish low-level professional. With this level of skill, he dares to challenge me. I really don't know how to write the word death, but he just thought of this. As a result, at this moment, a terrifying cold wind suddenly swept across the stadium. This is the special entry for Lu Xingzhou's bracelet. Level 6 skill, Ice Storm. Chapter 36, I can tell you that you are too weak. In an instant, Shi Xiaohu felt the pressure coming from the terrifying ice storm in front of him. His hair stood on end, and danger signals sounded in his mind. This feeling made his nerves tense instantly. Danger. Extremely dangerous. At this moment, Shi Xiaohu gave up the attack. Run away at the fastest speed. However, he still underestimated the terrifying speed of this ice storm. Even though the shadow assassin is very fast, his level is too low. No matter how fast it is, it still can't outrun the extreme ice storm released by Lu Xingzhou. Ah? A shrill scream was instantly heard in the stadium. Then, everyone saw a figure falling out at an extremely fast speed. He rolled over on the ground for several times. Bang, bang, bang. Shi Xiaohu's right leg had been completely frozen by the extreme ice storm. The horrible ice effect made his right leg almost numb. Moreover, the slowing effect that came with this skill also spread to his entire body. At this moment, Shi Xiaohu only felt that his body was extremely cold. It felt like the blood was about to coagulate. My whole body feels weak. What kind of skill is this? Damn it. Shi Xiaohu looked shocked and a little panicked. How could you, a magic apprentice, master such a high-level ice attribute spell? Damn it, damn it. Shi Xiaohu crawled on the ground, trying hard to stand up with his left leg. At this moment, everyone around saw Shi Xiaohu's miserable appearance. Their faces were filled with confusion and bewilderment. No, that's not right. What's going on? Isn't Shi Xiaohu the top genius at Jianghai No. 1 Middle School? How come he can't even beat a magic apprentice? Are you stupid? That's not just an ordinary magic apprentice. Didn't you see the power of the ice storm just now? I estimate that even a level 20 professional would be half dead if he was hit by it. That shouldn't be the case. How can a magic apprentice defeat a shadow assassin. Is that reasonable? Everyone's expressions were quite puzzled. They had just seen that the power of Lu Xingzhou's ice storm was indeed outrageous, and it was not at all like the power that a senior high school student could produce. It's too much. At this time, a very smart person suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think there's a possibility that his ice storm is not a skill he uses, but a side effect of his equipment?" This sentence also made many people react instantly. Yes, you are right. This must be an effect that comes with his equipment. Otherwise, why is he so much stronger than us? Many people nodded and agreed with it. But at this time, Sun Chi next to him said something indifferently. "Are you talking about the frost bracelet? But Shi Xiaohu has 2 pieces of that set of equipment. Why haven't we seen Shi Xiaohu use such a skill?" Everyone was silent for a moment. Yeah, that fucking makes sense. Could it be that the magic apprentice is the son of the version? Just as everyone was lost in thought, on the other side, Shi Xiaohu also reacted. "Wait, no, that's not right. You're not the secret weapon of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, that monster. If you are that monster, then it's no wonder that you have such a terrifying ice attribute skill." Unexpectedly, what the principal said is right. Lu Xingzhou smiled without commenting, and then said, "As for the monster or something, I don't know who they're talking about. But what I can tell you is that you are too weak." Weak? After hearing this, Shi Xiaohu showed a hint of anger at being provoked. Very unhappy. "I just didn't use my full strength, but I was actually ridiculed by a magic apprentice. Does this guy want to die? Since you think I'm weak, then I'll play with you for a bit. Let's see who's stronger between us." Obviously, because of the stimulation of what he just said, Shi Xiaohu also used his unique skill to check the family's financial situation. I saw his figure flash, and finally he said, 3 shadow burials." The moment they heard this, the other students who were watching were all horrified. Could this be the so-called 4th-level skill? A magical skill that a shadow assassin can master, which allows him to split his body into 3 nearly solid shadows through high-speed movement. No, it's this skill, right? At this moment, only Sun Chi calmly asked, 3rd Battalion Commander, "Do you have Italian artillery like the 2nd Battalion Commander?" Everyone, does this brother understand the situation? Instead of worrying about your friend, you're making jokes like this which are not funny at all. This person doesn't understand the situation. Lu Xingzhou looked at the 3 shadows of Shi Xiaohu that suddenly appeared in front of him. Feeling a little curious, he said, "It's quite interesting. This skill looks pretty cool." "Humph, it's too late to be afraid now." Shi Xiaohu snorted coldly and spoke condescendingly. "I know your skill is powerful, but I also see the problem with it. That is, this skill is far beyond the level of skills you can master now. Using this skill should put a lot of pressure on you, right? Humph, and your ice storm can only attack in one direction. So even if you want to use your skills to attack me again, can you guess which one of my 3 clones is me? I'm afraid you can't do it either." Ha ha ha. After hearing Shi Xiaohu's analysis, the people around showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I see. It seems that the game between these skills does not necessarily mean that the higher the grade, the stronger it is. We also need to consider other problems that may be encountered in actual combat. It seems that Shi Xiaohu is indeed worthy of the name of a genius. His ability to adapt to changing circumstances in this kind of battle is unmatched by ordinary people. Now that his weakness has been discovered, that guy is definitely going to lose. Yes, he is definitely going to lose. Even the staff watching the game on the sidelines couldn't help but nodded at this time. As staff members of Jianghai City Trading House, they are completely neutral and do not favor anyone. But from their point of view, this young man, named Shi Xiaohu, obviously has more combat experience than the young man on the other side, able to keenly observe such important information during battle. If nothing unexpected happens, he has already won. But an unexpected event occurred. Lu Xingzhou scratched his head gently with his right hand, then revealed a helpless smile. "It's a good idea, but it doesn't work for me." Next second, Lu Xingzhou directly launched a normal attack towards the shadow clones standing in 3 directions of him. Boom, 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 boom. The horrific snowstorm directly covered the entire venue. Shi Xiaohu died. Chapter 37, Gold Level Suit, Unexpected Harvest. Shi Xiaohu in the arena was frozen into a lump of ice. The 3 shadow clones that were so aggressive just now disappeared in an instant. "It's all fancy." Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and then said to the staff on the sidelines, "Hurry up and rescue him. It will be too late if you delay any longer." At this time, the staff suddenly realized what had happened. In an instant, 7 or 8 people rushed to the stadium carrying stretchers and medical treatment. But after working for a long time, everyone was unable to break the huge block of ice in front of them, until the attending doctor came up carrying a huge impact drill. "Everyone, get out of the way. I'm coming." Everyone at the scene was shocked. They never expected that Liu Xingzhou's terrifying ice storm could be launched so many times in a row. It's horrible, really horrible. This kind of strength is truly amazing and has completely surpassed the level of a senior high school student. Whose monster is this? This is outrageous. How come I've never heard of such a ruthless person in Jianhai before? Wait a minute. Could he be the Liu Xingzhou who broke the record in the Goblin Jungle Dungeon? Holy crap. Is it Liu Xingzhou who is said to be a cheater and suck up to his friends? He's actually so awesome, because most high school students have only been exposed to the Goblin Jungle Dungeon. Therefore, the fact that Liu Xingzhou broke the record of the Frost Jungle Dungeon has not yet been known to this group of senior high school students. But breaking the record of Goblin Jungle was enough to shock them. After a busy period of work by the staff, Shi Xiaohu's condition was restored to the minimum, and Shi Xiaohu also woke up. But the voice is still a little weak. Did I lose? He asked. Because Liu Xingzhou attacked so quickly, he didn't have time to react at all. He fainted instantly. He didn't even know what happened before he fainted. The trading house staff came over and shook his hand. She gave him a firm look. Then took off his frost ring and frost necklace. "You lost. We will hand over the items to Mr. Liu Xingzhou, and you'll also need to pay for the first aid fee just now, a total of 13,600 gold coins. Do you want to pay by card or cash?" Shi Xiaohu had just regained consciousness when he heard this and instantly became furious. He spat out another mouthful of blood and then fainted again. Sun Qi looked very disdainful and said with a curled lip, "This psychological endurance is too poor." The trader handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Liu Xingzhou and then announced in front of everyone that the game was over. Liu Xingzhou looked at the gold-grade set of rings and necklaces in his hand and nodded slightly. Equipment name: Zombie King's Ice Ring, gold level. Equipment name: Zombie King's Ice Necklace, gold level. Equipment name: Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. Although I have checked these 2 pieces of equipment, no special entries are shown. But the effect after collecting the complete set is also quite good. Wearing 3 sets of equipment at the same time, the set attributes have been triggered. Zombie King's Ice Jewelry Set. Set attributes: increase the upper limit of health by 150 points, increase the upper limit of mana by 280 points, add the effect of Ice Slowdown, level 15, when attacking, and there is a chance that the Zombie King's Ice Shield, level 10, will appear when attacked. The Ice Shield can resist attacks and cause ice explosion damage when it disappears. This effect itself is good enough. Otherwise, second-generation people like Shi Xiaohu wouldn't be flocking to it. However, when Liu Xingzhou saw this entry, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Wait, this entry is wrong. Because in Liu Xingzhou's eyes at this moment, the entry of this equipment was clearly flashing an unusual golden light. Set attributes: increase the upper limit of health by 150 points, increase the upper limit of mana by 280 points, add the effect of Ice Slowdown, level 15, when attacking, and automatically generate Frost Armor, level 30, around the body for defense when attacked. Frost Armor has the effect of anti-injury, level 30. The cooldown time of armor generation is 60 seconds. Liu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. When attacked, will level 30 Frost Armor be automatically generated? Moreover, the Frost Armor also has the effect of anti-injury. This equipment is a bit too invincible. Liu Xingzhou was slightly stunned and touched his chin. In this way, who can beat me? Among these so-called geniuses of the same level, is there anyone who can break through my defense? Liu Xingzhou expressed doubts about this. Moreover, the CD of the effect will be refreshed every 60 seconds. Even if he stands still and lets the opponent hit him for 60 seconds, is there anyone who can break his armor and reduce his health? Liu Xingzhou turned around and said to Sun Qi on the sidelines. "Sun Qi hit me?" Question mark. Sun Qi looked puzzled and subconsciously took a step back. "No, it's a trick. I won't fight. I won't be fooled." Liu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows and said, "No, you are afraid of nothing. We have been brothers for so many years. When have I ever betrayed you?" Sun Qi hesitated for a moment and felt that what Lu Xingzhou said made some sense. So he nodded and said doubtfully, "Okay, I'll fight then. Go ahead, it's okay." Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, signaling him to act quickly. Then, Sun Qi took out a pair of boxing gloves that shone with colorful light from the prop column. Lu Xingzhou fixed his eyes on the entry for the boxing gloves in front of him. Equipment name, Shining Showdown Gold Level. Wearing level, level 10. Level 10 gold equipment, not bad. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the equipment carefully selected for him by his father. "But you kid, I asked you to fight, but you still put on your equipment?" Lu Xingzhou complained in his heart, but he still hoped that Sun Qi would attack with all his strength. Otherwise, how can I test out the limit of the frost armor of my jewelry set? "Brother Lu, I'm sorry for the offense. I'm coming." Although he said that he was very offended, Lu Xingzhou clearly saw a hint of sly excitement on the other person's face. Ultimate Blast Fist. 4th level skills, so terrifying. As the punch was thrown, it brought with it bursts of explosive wind. Now, Sun Qi's level has been upgraded to 10, and with the equipment he has, his strength is several levels stronger than before. If he faced the Goblin King again now, he would probably be able to kill him with one punch. The people around were shocked and filled with emotion. "Oh my God, are even our own people so cruel? What a ruthless person." However, just as Sun Qi's punch was about to touch Lu Xingzhou, a layer of fine frost suddenly appeared around Lu Xingzhou's body. Then, the frost gradually solidified and became thicker and thicker. Then, it came into contact with Sun Qi's fist. Boom! The next second, a shrill howl was heard. "Oh my God." Chapter 38 Investment in Jianghai Trading Company. The wailing did not come from Lu Xingzhou, but from Sun Qi, who took action. Even though he was wearing boxing gloves, the counter-injuries still directly affected his body. At this time, Sun Qi was covering his right hand with a very painful expression. Lu Xingzhou was not affected at all, because around his body, where Sun Qi's fist touched, a thick layer of frost armor had been built up. It exudes a chill that makes your heart palpitate. And at this time, Lu Xingzhou also looked at his information panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, level 10. Combat power, 36 stars, plus 12 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction, level 9. All-Seeing Forest, level 9. Equipment, Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. Zombie King's Ice Necklace, gold level. Zombie King's Ice Ring, gold level. HP, 660/660, plus 100. Health, Armor 2863/4000. Magic points, 1870/1870, plus 330. Strength attribute, 11 points, plus 1 point. Spiritual attribute, 120 points, plus 12 points. Agility attribute, 14 points, plus 2 points. Defense attribute, 9 points, plus 3 points. After wearing the jewelry set, the combat power has indeed been greatly improved. Not only that, there is an additional layer of armor-like health bar next to his upper limit. This is actually several times higher than my upper limit of health. As expected, it's a level 30 frost armor. It's outrageous. Even a top-level DPS professional like Sun Qi couldn't break my frost armor with a full-strength attack. It seems that from now on, I can just stand still and output. When Lu Xingzhou was fighting with Shi Xiaohu just now, he dodged for a while. If I had already collected all 3 sets of equipment just now, then why would I be hiding? If he just stood there and waited for Shi Xiaohu to get tired of beating him, he would probably be half dead. Great! I didn't expect there would be an extra bonus. Lu Xingzhou was secretly delighted and very satisfied with his gains this time. However, it must be said that Sun Qi's single-target attack ability is indeed ridiculously strong. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no way to cause more than 1,000 points of damage to the frost armor at one time. On the other side, Sun Qi looked at his right hand with a sad face. "My dear right hand, why is it always you who gets hurt?" "Oh my God. Brother Lu, why do you always hurt me?" "Aunt Shu Qing, look at him, he's always like this." While crying, Sun Qi took out a bottle of Basic Life recovery potion from his item bar. Then he tilted his head back and drank it. Gulp, gulp. Afterwards, the wound on his hand gradually healed. The pain also disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Xingzhou said calmly, "Prodigal son, 1,000 gold coins for 1 bottle. Damn, who can I blame?" Sun Qi said angrily. "Who should I blame?" "Blame yourself. Who told you to hit me so hard? Lu Xingzhou smiled. I, I'm just thinking this is a rare opportunity, right? Sun Chi scratched his head, looking very embarrassed. He admitted that there was a gambling element in his investment. But unfortunately, he lost a bet. Who would have thought that Lu Xingzhou could actually counterattack? The high school students and some professional hunters gathered around. All of them looked stunned. Sun Chi is so powerful that they could be knocked down directly by just using his ultimate punch. Who would have thought that after such a powerful punch, Lu Xingzhou was not injured? Instead, Sun Chi was injured by Lu Xingzhou's ice armor? Is this even right? Are all the young people nowadays so brave? After the farce on Shi Xiaohu's side ended, the staff took Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi to visit other areas where equipment was displayed. The shock that the game just now brought to others was deeply buried in the hearts of everyone present. Lu Xingzhou's strong performance also surprised and frightened the staff and onlookers. The staff member who originally served Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi also began to suspect. Could it be that this kid is a genius from some big family? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying monster appear in a third-tier city like Jianghai City? He completely beats the genius of the same level. In his eyes, Shi Xiaohu is as vulnerable as an elementary school student. This is too outrageous. The staff member glanced at Lu Xingzhou next to him from time to time. I was extremely shocked. Unconsciously, even his expression became more serious and respectful. Lu Xingzhou then walked around the warehouse again. Professionals at their stage can wear a total of 9 pieces of equipment. They are 1 weapon, 3 pieces of jewelry, and 5 pieces of armor. Lu Xingzhou has currently equipped 3 pieces of jewelry, but neither weapons nor armor were worn. Lu Xingzhou looked around but didn't find any good equipment, so he just bought some gold-level protective gear. It is a way to show respect for the opponents we are about to face. However, when it came to choosing weapons, Lu Xingzhou was a little troubled. There is no very good equipment. There are some magic wands that are suitable for their levels. However, restricting what magic apprentices can wear with their staffs, there really isn't anything too cool about them. And the attributes are most comparable to the staffs that can be worn by high-level professionals. The gap is not small. This made Lu Xingzhou very depressed. Why should magic apprentices be inferior to others? It is also a level 10 staff, and the grade is also gold. However, the attributes of a magic apprentice's staff are more than half lower than those of a magician's staff. Isn't this a bit too bullying? After looking around, Lu Xingzhou became furious and decided not to choose. Targeting magic apprentices, right? These damn number monsters. Seeing Lu Xingzhou turn around and leave, Sun Chi beside him asked in confusion. Hey, Brother Lu, wait a minute, you haven't bought your weapons yet? Unlike Lu Xingzhou, who felt frustrated when choosing equipment, Sun Chi had a wide range of equipment to choose from. He used his father's card to buy a set of gold-level armor and jewelry. It can be said that I have fully equipped myself. Lu Xingzhou said without even turning his head. Let's go, we won't buy it. The staff saw that Lu Xingzhou didn't seem very satisfied, so they quickly chased after him. Dear member, if you are dissatisfied with anything, you can tell me. We at Jianghai City Trading House will serve you wholeheartedly. Well, wait for me for a moment. I'll call our manager Yi over right away. Lu Xingzhou was about to reach out to stop the other person and said, no need. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the staff member disappeared. His speed can even be said to be comparable to Shi Xiaohu's shadow assassin. Originally, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of paying any more attention to the other party and turned around to walk out of the trading hall. However, a woman with long black hair and wearing a professional suit stood in front of Lu Xingzhou. Hello, distinguished guest. I am Yi Wanxiu, the manager of Jianghai City Trading House. She tucked a strand of hair by her ear and then extended her hand towards Lu Xingzhou. Yi Wanxiu bent down slightly, and the buttons on the collar of her professional suit were instantly tightened. The almost exaggerated curve makes this tiny button bear pressure that it shouldn't have. Even Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but sigh at this moment. It's really so majestic. Hello, Manager Yi. Actually, I don't have anything to ask you. I have already picked out everything I want. Lu Xingzhou shook hands with the other party generously and then spoke slowly. However, Yi Wanxiu obviously did not believe what Lu Xingzhou said. So he continued. No, Mr. Lu. Our trading house attaches great importance to the trading experience of customers. If you don't choose the item you like, we will help you keep an eye out for it in the future. Sun Chi next to him muttered inappropriately. That's not what you said when I bought something before. Manager Yi turned to look at Sun Chi next to him and was about to speak. But her eyes suddenly caught sight of Chu Qing next to Sun Chi. When their eyes met, Manager Ye's eyelids twitched unconsciously, revealing a hint of doubt. The change in her expression was very subtle, but it was well hidden the next second. No one else noticed. Then, she seemed to have a little more respect for Lu Xingzhou's tone. He said, Mr. Liu, to express our apologies for your bad experience today, please accept this black gold card from our trading bank. With this card, all your transaction fees at the trading bank will be waived, and you will enjoy all the preferential treatment of our trading bank. When Manager Yi took out this black gold card, everyone watching in the hall was stunned. Black gold card, most of them have only heard of it. The cards issued to ordinary people are just bronze and silver cards. Even someone like Sun Chi's father, a well-known professional in Jianghai City, only has a gold card. As for the diamond card and black gold card, they're only issued to the real big shots in Jianghai City in order to make friends with them. And Lu Xingzhou is just a senior high school student who hasn't even fully grown his hair. Why should he do that? Could it be that this kid is actually the descendant of a family with a very terrifying background? Everyone around was in deep speculation. The reason why Manager Yi did this was because he heard what the staff had told him about Lu Xingzhou's impressive and outrageous performance on the battlefield just now. It's easy to defeat Shi Xiao. Even if he is not from a wealthy family, he is a genius who suddenly appeared in the world, and he can befriend him with a black and gold card. It's definitely not a loss. After Lu Xingzhou took the black gold card, he played with it briefly. Both sides of the card are made of a material similar to obsidian, and at different light angles, light golden lines will flash like flowing light, which looks extremely luxurious. Compared with the gold card in Sun Chi's hand, it is completely not on the same level. If I hold this card and want to buy something, will the trading house help me buy it? Certainly. Manager Yi smiled and nodded, and his majestic chest trembled slightly. As long as Lu Xingzhou needs it, that would be the best. She was not afraid that Lu Xingzhou wanted to buy some rare or one-of-a-kind item. She was only afraid that the other party would not even ask for it. As long as Lu Xingzhou can open his mouth and make a request, it will be a good thing for their Jianghai City Trading Company. Not to mention equipment around level 10. Even if you want the stars in the sky, they can help you find them. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and said, Do you still have detoxification fruit here? I want to buy some. Manager Yi blinked, and his enthusiasm suddenly stopped. His eyes were full of confusion. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her ears. What did you say? Chapter 39, What weapons? I'll use whatever you pick up. You want the detoxification fruit, right? Yi Wanxiu was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a moment, she said, if I remember correctly, after a customer bought all of this stuff last time, our trading house has not received any more. After all, the sales of this detoxification fruit are really not very good. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded and then spoke. I know, because I bought it last time. It's you. Then, where are those detoxifying fruits you bought earlier? I've finished eating. Yi Wanxiu could no longer remember how many times this expression had appeared on her face today. No, she's a professional. When faced with a distinguished guest like Lu Xingzhou, it is natural that every request will be met. How can there be any extra thoughts? It seems that I still haven't practiced enough. Thinking of this, Yi Wanxiu shook her head and then said firmly, Okay, sir, don't worry. I will go buy the detoxification fruit for you right away. Please leave me an address, and I will deliver it to your door. Good. Lu Xingzhou nodded and then left an address and contact information. Then, he took Sun Chi and Aunt Chu Qing away from the trading house. After leaving the trading house, Sun Chi asked with envy, Oh my God, Brother Lu, please show me your black gold card. Isn't this awesome? Lu Xingzhou threw it to him and said with a smile, Why are you so useless? It's just a membership card. Is that a big deal? Brother Lu, you don't understand. Sun Chi admired it reluctantly, then handed it back to Lu Xingzhou and said, Hey, why can't my father give me some help? Sun Chi smacked his lips, and suddenly an idea came to him. Hey, Brother Lu, how about I take you as the... Wait a minute. Lu Xingzhou suddenly became alert and stretched out his hand to stop him from saying the next word. Think twice before you act. Be careful when you go home today. Uncle Sun is a kind and filial son. Sun Chi rubbed his hands and looked up at the sky with a wandering gaze. He said as if nothing had happened. I didn't say anything. Then he changed the subject. But Brother Lu, why didn't you buy a staff? Although the attributes of these equipment are not very high, it's better than nothing. Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He just felt that it was a bit of a loss to spend his hard-earned money on such a place. Especially when you spend the same amount of money, but the attributes of your equipment are not as good as others. You don't understand the pain of being targeted. If I must get a weapon, I might as well just pick up a wooden stick on the side of the road. Sun Chi didn't take it seriously and retorted. Brother Lu, what you said. After all, gold-level equipment is much better than a wooden stick. You're just saying it out of anger. I'm not saying this in anger. Why not? Then I'll find you a stick. Do you want to use it? Use it. If you have the strength, what should I be afraid of? Okay, you're right. I'll go find it for you now. Hearing this, Sun Chi squinted and smiled, then walked into the green belt next to him and started searching. Wait for me. I'll find one for you right away. Hey, what is this air-dried beef jerky? Oh my god, it's not beef jerky. Bought grass. Hey, I found a gold coin. I'm rich. It seems that I am really lucky today, not bad. Next to him, Sun Chi's voice came from the bushes, attracting many strange looks from passersby. Lu Xingzhou held his forehead with one hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't want to admit that this was his good friend. If you don't understand anything else, forget it. Can I eat the beef jerky next to the tree roots? If Aunt Shu Qing hadn't said that it was not good to leave him here alone, Lu Xingzhou really planned to just walk away and ignore this silly child. But don't say it. Sun Chi worked in the bushes for a long time and finally found a top-quality wooden stick that was straight all over and had a smooth surface. Moreover, at the top of the wooden stick, there's a hollow knot formed by the intertwining and twisted pieces of wood. Come on, Brother Lu, I found it. Look at this stick, isn't it nice? Top quality, right? When the citywide assessment comes, you will take this equipment with you. Is everything all right? Strength, brother? Sun Chi said with a grin, looking like he was watching the fun. Lu Xingzhou snorted and said with a smile, Good boy, you still dare to mock me, right? But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingzhou was stunned, because when his eyes were on the wooden stick, an entry suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xingzhou. Equipment name, Eye of the Stars, Diamond Level. Usage level, Level 1. Level can be upgraded through crafting. Equipment attributes, Spirit plus 1 point, Defense plus 1 point, Armor plus 1 point, Health limit plus 10 points, Mana limit plus 10 points. Special effect, inject the vast power of the stars into the gem and use the power for your own benefit. Gemstone inlay holes. 1. The upper limit can be increased through crafting. Lu Xingzhou froze in place and remained silent for a long time. Level 1. Diamond grade weapon? Just kidding. And it's still growth-oriented. The value of this equipment is inestimable. At this time, Sun Chi saw Lu Xingzhou's expression and said with a smile, Hey, why aren't you talking, Brother Strength? Haha, I never thought you would have this day. If you admit now that this thing is useless, I will pretend that you didn't say anything just now. But the words were not finished. Lu Xingzhou directly held Sun Chi's hands tightly. Then he said sincerely, Thank you, Sun Chi. You are my best brother. From today on, this will be my weapon. Sun Chi. No, wait. This plot is a little different from what I expected. Is he really planning to use a wooden stick as his weapon? You must be kidding. When Sun Chi saw Lu Xingzhou, it was as if he had seen a stunning beauty. He took the wooden stick in his hand and admired and played with it. The feeling of being unable to let it go, if you don't know, you would really think that Lu Xingzhou got some unparalleled magical weapon. Brother Lu, please stop doing this. I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? Lu Xingzhou patted his shoulder and said, Man, can you be a little harder? It's not my business. I'm afraid you're really crazy. Sun Chi felt a little regretful. He really felt that he had told Su Ruyan that Brother Lu was crazy. You are right. Lu Xingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to him, and then put the wooden stick into the prop column. Because under his entry recognition, this is no different from ordinary equipment. It is also a prop in the game. So, even though it's essentially just a stick, it can still be put into the inventory. Seeing the wooden stick disappear in an instant, Sun Chi was stunned. Fuck, Brother Lu, where did you put the stick? Since it's my equipment, I'll naturally put it away. Sun Chi was puzzled but greatly shocked. Wow, a wooden stick picked up from the roadside can actually be put into the prop column? It's outrageous. Could it be that Brother Lu's real profession is not a magic apprentice, but doorman? Lu Xingzhou smiled and said, Come on, to thank you, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Hey, this isn't the Hongmen feast. Aunt Shu Qing, You have to keep me safe. Sun Chi was carried home by Lu Xingzhou, while Chu Qing covered her mouth and laughed secretly. In her eyes, Lu Xingzhou's safety and happiness are more important than anything else. It's good to live an ordinary life like this. Chapter 40, Another Vice President, Filong. On the other side, in the office of the Vice President of the Blood Knight Guild, Jianghai City Branch. Fei Long, do you know that because of your reckless way of handling things before, our relationship with Lu Xingzhou is now very strained? That guy is a super genius who broke the record of President Qin Xian. Do you think he's an idiot like you? I told you long ago to put your underworld ways to rest. We now live in a harmonious society, and there is no longer any fighting or killing. Zhao Feng said angrily, his face full of disappointment. However, at this time, Filong was leaning on the chair. He looked unhappy and picked his ears. Hey, Brother Zhao, listen to me. I have my own way of doing things. If you don't like it, you can report it to President Qin. Getting mad at me in my office? Are you sure this is an okay thing to do? Filong grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. But there was clearly a hint of threat in that smile. Feilong's father was originally a big brother in the Jianghai city's underworld. After the advent of the game, they used their social connections and resources to seize a large amount of resources from ordinary people at low prices. Eventually helped Filong become a level 39 professional. It is precisely because of this that his father's influence in society has no longer made any waves. But Filong took over his father's original network of relationships. He also served as the vice president of the Blood Knights Guild branch. Now he is in high spirits and extremely proud. In fact, Zhao Feng was not afraid of the threat from this boy. In terms of positions, they are on the same level. In terms of strength, Zhao Feng, as a level 41 third-term professional, is obviously superior. But the reason why he didn't want to break up with Filong, the main reason is that it is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Feilong's despicable methods are really disgusting. So when they encountered unimportant matters, Zhao Feng and Fei Long would just stop there. But it involves Lu Xingzhou. So important. Therefore, Zhao Feng did not give him face this time. He slapped the table and said, Fei Long, I'm telling you, don't mess with me. If this kid doesn't join our Blood Knight Guild because of you, do you think President Qin Xian will let you go? Dream on. Don't think I'm lying. If you don't believe me, we'll just wait and see. Hearing this, the smile on Fei Long's face gradually faded. He was not a fool, and he could tell that Zhao Feng was serious when he said this. The two looked at each other coldly for a moment. No one spoke anymore. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on Fei Long's door. Then, a figure who was a little fatter than Fei Long pushed open the door and walked into the room with his belly first. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said, Brother, I have something to tell you. I was bullied. However, the words were not finished. Fei Long suddenly shouted angrily, Damn it, you rude thing, did you knock on the door? Come into my office. You think you know me well, don't you? Who the hell do you think you are? Fipio was frightened by the sudden roar and didn't understand what was going on. But Zhao Feng sneered, knowing that the other party was making a veiled accusation. Then he shook his head slightly and said disappointedly, I advise you, Fei Long, to take the two level 2 members who offended Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi to apologize to Lu Xingzhou tomorrow. Otherwise, wait for President Qin Xian to come back. Humph. After saying that, Zhao Feng left his office without looking back. Fei Long watched the other person leave. Then he turned his head to the side and cursed in a low voice, Old fool. He curled his lips, then turned to look at the fat guy next to him and asked, Tell me what happened to you, kid? At this time, Fatty puffed out his belly and said, Brother, this is what happened. I was injured just now, and my brother was killed by someone. Fei Long frowned and asked, You're fucking crazy. How can you have a brother? There are only 2 of us in our family. Fatty looked embarrassed and shook his head. No, I'm talking about that younger brother. Question mark. Fei Long was stunned, then glanced down. Reacted instantly. Fuck, aren't those 2 little brothers around you both level 19 professionals? Are they just trash? Tell me, where are they? Fatty whispered. They were both in the intensive care unit. They were knocked over as soon as they came up. Fei Long was speechless. His younger brother usually lives a pretty good life by collecting rent. In order to protect his safety, Fei Long specially arranged 2 thugs for him. As a result, bullying a group of ordinary people can actually lead to their counterattack. It's so fucking embarrassing. Phylon was already in a bad mood today, and now he was even more speechless. He looked directly at the fat guy next to him and said impatiently, all right, I'll get you 2 more people. You can take revenge or do whatever you want, just don't bother me. Then he made a phone call directly. Not long after, 2 second-level professionals walked in from outside the door. If Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi were here, they would definitely recognize him. These 2 people were the ones who had been arrogant before and invited them to join the Blood Knight Guild. Zhang Li, Su Dezhuang, you guys should listen to my brother's arrangement for the next 2 days. After I finish the matter of the stone giant's heart, I may come to you the day after tomorrow. Then come with me to apologize to them and ease the relationship. Zhang Li and Su Dezhuang nodded. Okay, President, although they don't know who the so-called apology is addressed to. But just follow Brother Long's arrangements. It's never wrong to be obedient, right? Fai Long said to Fipio, who was standing at the door. Okay, let's go if you're fine. Oh, okay. By the way, brother, I have something else to ask you. Explain. That's that. Fatty hesitated for a long time before speaking. Is there a prop that can revive my brother? Can you give me one? Fai Long took a deep breath and was speechless. Okay, I got it. I'll keep an eye on it for you. Okay. Thank you, brother. I'm leaving now. After saying that, Fipio took Zhang Li and Su Dezhuang and left the office. Fai Long sighed. My younger brother, oh no. Sister, it really causes trouble for yourself. Troubles have been happening one after another recently, and that old man Zhao Feng asked him to take Zhang Li and others to apologize to that little bastard named Lu Xingzhou. Grass. Although he was very reluctant in his heart, he did as Zhao Feng said. Will President Qin Xian cause trouble for me after he comes back? Hard to say. Anyway, as long as I apologize, it doesn't matter where this kid dies in the future. It has nothing to do with me, right? On the other side, Lu Xingzhou and Chu Qing, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were in the bun shop. Started to study the plan of making buns. After all, I bought so many new skill books for my aunt. How could it be justified if there was no progress? Chapter 41. The plan to make steamed buns. Qualitative change. At this time, Lu Xingzhou and Chu Qing were sitting around the table, waiting for the tray of buns that I just tested to come out of the oven. Ding, ding, ding. The timer suddenly rang, and then Lu Xingzhou spoke with a little excitement. And it's done. After hearing this, Chu Qing quickly stood up and brought up the steamed buns. It is obvious that the steamed buns are a significant improvement over the previous ones. Although my aunt has been making buns seriously for many years, she has also received a lot of praise from customers. However, what advanced skill books can provide is technology of another dimension. However, the quality of the buns themselves is not what Lu Xingzhou cares most about at the moment. What he cares most about is whether this advanced skill book can bring about a qualitative leap in the quality of his aunt's buns. For example, turning ordinary food into something like game props, although no such case has been recorded since the advent of gaming in this new century. But he still held out a glimmer of hope. After all, in the history of human beings, there has never been a case where an entry was misidentified like this. So, it's always good to have some dreams. Lu Xingzhou used the certificate of appraisal with great anticipation and then looked at the basket of fresh buns in front of him that had just come out of the pot. But what made him feel a little bit regretful was there is no name of any other item shown here, like the detoxification fruit. Obviously, this bun did not identify any special entries. The identification box that appeared in front of him clearly had 2 words. Item name, steamed buns. However, when Lu Xingzhou looked closely, he suddenly felt a little confused. Although he did not identify any specific erroneous entries, he discovered that there was a string of small characters following the word Bowsy. Item name, steamed buns. Use level, unlimited. Item effect. After use, it can restore 100 health points and 100 magic points. Cooling time, none. Lu Xingzhou was completely confused at this time. He picked up a bun and looked at it carefully, then turned to ask his aunt. Auntie, look at this bun. Bowsy, what's wrong? Chu Qing was slightly stunned and asked, look at this bun. Don't you think it looks a bit like a game prop? After Lu Xingzhou said this, only then did Chu Qing consider the buns as a game prop. When she looked at the bun, she finally understood why Lu Xingzhou had that expression just now. The buns I made actually have prop effects. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin. He had been thinking about why this happened since just now. Logically speaking, there are definitely many people who use such advanced skill scrolls to improve the abilities of life professionals. Then why had he never heard of anyone else doing this? Strangeness. It can't be like the plot in those cheesy novels, right? In fact, my aunt is hiding in the secular world. She is a peerless evildoer with special powers or some family bloodline. That's why my aunt can bring out potential that others cannot. But if that's true, it's too ridiculous. Haha. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingzhou raised his head and asked, Aunt, there's nothing you haven't told me, right? For example, our family background or something? Huh, what's the matter? You know everything about our family except the bank card password. Chu Qing tilted her head slightly, revealing a puzzled expression. There has never been any sign on my aunt's face that shows she has been contaminated by the big dive vat of society. She always had that simple, warm smile on her face. Lu Xingzhou also knew that there was no point in suspecting his aunt. If there is only one person in the world who will not lie to him, that person must be Chu Qing. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. Let's not worry about digging deep into the matter and investigating the causes for now. What is visible to the naked eye is that as long as my aunt can continue to make such buns, then the steamed bun shop's business will definitely be 10 or even 100 times better than before. After all, no matter how expensive a bun is, it can never be more expensive than 100 gold coins. Without going into too much detail, even if a bun only costs 50 gold coins, it is several times higher than the original price. According to conservative estimates, the steamed bun shop's business may increase from 5,000 yuan per month to 50,000 yuan, even 100,000. The most important thing is that this is a sustainable income. As long as my aunt can continue to run this bun shop, the income will not be cut off, and maybe she will unlock more advanced production techniques in the future. The revenue of the steamed bun shop will double again. This is definitely the most worthwhile investment I have ever made, and the total money I've spent from the beginning to now is only a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Watch as that money is about to double in the coming months. This made Lu Xingzhou feel extremely happy. Aunt, we are going to get rich. Well, thanks to you, Xiaolu. If you hadn't insisted on buying this skill scroll, I might never have thought of this way of making money. A smile also appeared on Chu Qing's face. In this era, investing in anything is better than investing in yourself, Aunt. Only when we become strong can we escape the fate of being bullied. After Lu Xingzhou finished speaking, Chu Qing also nodded. Xiaolu, you have grown up, and you see some things more clearly than your aunt. But promise your aunt that you won't do anything dangerous again, okay? For example, the day Fipio came over 2 days ago, Annie just didn't want to see you get hurt. Lu Xingzhou knew his aunt's good intentions. After hearing this, he rarely expressed his own opinion, but nodded silently and smiled back. Good. That night, both of them were immersed in the joy of getting rich. The next day, Sun Qi came to Lu Xingzhou's family's bun shop, wanting to order a few buns to eat on the way as usual. Lu Xingzhou directly stretched out his hand and said to him, Hey, what are you doing? The era of free food and free gifts is over. Now you have to pay for eating buns. Sun Qi was stunned, with 3 question marks floating on his head. Brother Lu, we have such a close relationship, but you still ask me for money. Isn't that a bit unfair? Lu Xingzhou smiled without saying anything, took out a beef-filled bun, and placed it in front of him. Things are different now. Products have been upgraded, so the prices are naturally higher. Question mark. Sun Qi took a look and then shouted, Fuck, what the hell is this? Am I dazzled, or am I still not awake? Why does this bun have a game entry? Chapter 42 Items, Heart of the Stone Giant. Look at your useless look. Isn't it normal to have an entry on the bun? People's physiques cannot be generalized, and the same is true for steamed buns. Lu Xingzhou said this very calmly, but it would have been better if he hadn't said it. After he said it, Sun Qi became even more confused. What the hell? You're kidding me, aren't you? What does it mean that people's physiques cannot be generalized, and the same applies to steamed buns? Is this human language? Aunt Chu Qing, look at him. I'm almost starving to death, but he's still so heartless. Chu Qing covered her mouth and laughed twice, then said to Sun Qi, Don't listen to Xiao Lu's nonsense. It doesn't matter how much you eat. I won't charge you. Sun Qi smiled and said to Lu Xingzhou, Hee, my aunt is still good to me. Brother Lu, although you're very good at clearing maps, you still need to practice being a good person. Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, Do you want to be beaten again? Hey, I was just kidding. Then Sun Qi sat down casually, grabbed a few buns, and started eating. The moment the bun entered his mouth, Sun Chi's eyes lit up instantly. Fuck, this bun is so much more delicious than before. Aunt Chu Qing, your skills have improved a lot. Then, he turned to Lu Xingzhou and said, Brother Lu, you made the right choice. These skill books are worth buying. Oh my god, they're so delicious. Lu Xingzhou smiled and said, Okay, stop flattering me, kid. Just eat 2 less buns. They cost 50 gold coins each. Sun Chi didn't say anything and pretended not to hear. Then he stuffed 2 more buns into his mouth and said, Hey, Brother Lu, should we change a dungeon today? After all, we are both level 10 now. For many people, level 10 is the time when they choose to step into the Frost Jungle dungeon. But for Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, level 10 is enough to enter the next copy. Okay, let's go. Anyway, no matter what the level of this copy is, it is not a big problem for Lu Xingzhou. It's also good to refresh the copy. It's a good time to try out the power of my Eye to the Star staff. After we finish the dungeon, let's go to the trading house. I want to buy some things. Still buying things? Sun Chi asked. Didn't we just go there yesterday? Didn't you just give me a nice weapon? A good horse should go with a good saddle. I'll go buy some gems or crystal cores or something. Sun Chi didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. It's just a broken stick and you add some gems to it? Sun Chi changed his mind and suddenly understood why Lu Xingzhou valued this weapon so much. It was because he had picked it for him personally. I really didn't expect this. Brother Lu actually values the friendship between the 2 brothers so much. This made Sun Chi extremely moved. Good brothers for life. After finishing their meal, the 2 came to the Wild Area Dungeon in Zhanghai City. Instance name, City of Stone Giants. Entry level, 10 to 18. Recommended number of people, 4. When the 2 of them just entered the copy area, suddenly, someone stopped them. Hey, wait a minute, you 2. What are you doing here? The man with a big flowered arm asked with a stern look on his face. Lu Xingzhou asked in confusion. To clear the dungeon, otherwise what are we 2 doing here? Hearing this, the man with tattoos looked at Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, then showed a puzzled expression. Because when he used the identification technique and looked at the information panels of Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi, he discovered that these 2 guys were only level 10. This is just the entry threshold for this copy. However, the combat power displayed on Lu Xingzhou's panel is actually 24 stars. This is higher than my own combat power rating. And this is the combat power level displayed when no equipment is worn. Is this fucking right? Kid, what happened to your combat rating? Lu Xingzhou said calmly. Oh, it's just a display error. Display error. The man with tattoos thought for a moment and nodded. Maybe it's because Lu Xingzhou is wearing some shielding badge or some special shielding item. Okay, just the 2 of you. Well, is there something wrong? Lu Xingzhou asked, his expression calm. The man with the flower arms thought for a moment and said, This instance is about to refresh the material drop of Heart of the Stone Giant soon. If we refresh the new record, we will have a chance to drop this material. Now, our Blood Knight Guild has reserved this area. And with the support of the instant strategy provided by President Qin Xian, if nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to refresh the instance record soon. Anyone who wants to challenge the warrior level difficulty is not allowed to enter. But you 2, haha, that's okay. It was obvious that the man with tattoos didn't think that the 2 level 10 guys in front of him could break the record. It is not even possible to challenge the warrior level difficulty. What threat does it pose to their plans? Therefore, he didn't take Lu Xingzhou and the others seriously at all. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou also looked around and saw a team of 4 people getting ready to go. They are now fully equipped and adjusting their status. Moreover, their levels are all 18, which is the upper limit of the level of the dungeon. However, Lu Xingzhou did not accept the other party's statement, but continued to ask, How come the dungeon in the wild area is reserved? Was it arranged by your guild president Qin Xian? Our president Qin Xian is currently in the dungeon and has not come out. This was arranged by our vice president Fei Long. Oh, it's him again, this fat dragon. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and slowly said, What's the use of this item called the Stone Giant's Heart? Why are you making such a fuss about it? The man with the flowery arms blurted out. This Stone Giant's Heart is, of course, an extremely valuable item. As for the effect of this item, wait, why should I answer you? Boy, if you want to go in, just go in quickly and stop talking nonsense. Hey you. Sun Chi was just very moved today and was worried about how to express himself. When I get this opportunity, I'm ready to scold the other party. But before he could display the essence of Chinese culture, Lu Xingzhou pushed him down. Come on, let's go in. After entering the dungeon area, Sun Qi asked, Brother Lu, why didn't you do that to him? This kid is too pretentious. At this time, Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly and then said casually, He's just a small fry. There's no need to bother with him. And now I'm very interested in the heart of the stone giant they mentioned. After hearing this, Sun Qi instantly understood what Lu Xingzhou wanted to do. Brother Lu, what you mean is, right? Lu Xingzhou said with a smile. Sun Qi narrowed his eyes and revealed an expression that said, I understand. Fuck, let's break the record. Get the heart of the stone giant. Just when the two of them were excited to do something, suddenly a phone call came in. The moment the phone was picked up, a shrill shout came from the other end. Boss! Chapter 43 No. They both entered the warrior class. It was obvious that the call was from Zhao Qian. After Lu Xingzhou answered the phone, he asked, What's wrong? What do you want from me? Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone said, Boss, haven't we recently completed the special training assessment in school? I want to ask if you want to continue to play the map. Take me with you. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou did not have any intention of refusing, but smiled and said, Of course we can, but we are already preparing to play the Stone Giant City dungeon. If you can come together, then it's okay for us to come together. After hearing this, Zhao Qian's face showed a look of shock. Boss, why are you attacking the Stone Giant City now? Aren't you just level 10? Lu Xingzhou smiled and asked back, What's wrong? Any problem with level 10? Zhao Qian pondered for a moment and then said slowly, It's not a problem, but level 10 is past the novice protection period. If you enter a dungeon and then exit, not only will you lose a lot of experience points, but your items or equipment will also be randomly dropped. So generally speaking, no one would challenge such a difficult dungeon without being fully prepared. Although I know you are very powerful, I suggest you be more careful in this difficult dungeon. When Zhao Qian on the other end of the phone said this, she was indeed thinking about Lu Xingzhou. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou just smiled and responded, Don't worry about your safety. Once you reach level 10, you can come to me. Okay, boss. Then you must pay attention to safety. After Zhao Qian said this with concern, she suddenly asked, Oh, by the way, boss, I heard that Shi Xiaohu from our school was beaten to a pulp by a master from your school who used ice attribute skills. People outside are saying it's Lin Yixue, but why do I feel like it should be you, boss? Zhao Qian believes that there are only a handful of people in the entire Jianghai city who can defeat Shi Xiaohu. Although Lin Yixue is also very strong, she is only on par with Zhao Jinhu. It is absolutely impossible to defeat the opponent completely. So Zhao Qian guessed that this person could only be Lu Xingzhou. Yeah, Lu Xingzhou did not deny it. However, he obviously did not take defeating Shi Xiaohu seriously. He changed the subject and asked, By the way, have you ever heard of the item called the Stone Giant's Heart? I want to know what effect it has. Heart of the Stone Giant? I know that. This is a crystal core that is only dropped by warrior level bosses. Although its level is not high, its effect is outstanding. Zhao Qian said thoughtfully. Lu Xingzhou immediately became interested and continued to ask, What effect? The effect is that all skills below level 20 will be enhanced by +1 level. Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. Nesgrass? All skill enhancement levels below level 20 will be increased by 1 level? This effect is indeed a bit overbearing. For the vast majority of professionals, skills below level 20, although not of very high grade, are definitely the main skills for damage output. The enhancement level of each skill is +1, which is equivalent to enhancing all of them with the skill enhancement keystone. Moreover, the later the game progresses, the more skill enhancement keys are needed to increase the skill enhancement level. The effect of this item is to enhance the skill level by 1 level. Therefore, for high-level professionals, this item will not be eliminated, but will become more valuable. No wonder Vice President Fai Long is so interested in this prop. After learning this, Lu Xingzhou wanted to get this item even more. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone gradually fall silent, Zhao Qian suddenly asked, Boss, are you planning to challenge the warrior-level dungeon directly? That dungeon is not fun. It's very dangerous. Even when Boss Qin Xin challenged this dungeon, he only dared to try the warrior-level difficulty when he was at level 15. It wasn't until he reached level 16 that he figured out the correct strategy for the dungeon and set a new record for the dungeon. Zhao Qian was very worried, fearing that the boss might not think straight and directly challenge the warrior level difficulty. If something unexpected happens to her, how can she live? However, Lu Xingzhou did not answer at this time, but just responded indifferently. Then he hung up the phone. From what Zhao Qian said, Lu Xingzhou understood that this copy was different from the previous two copies. It seems that the dungeon strategy has a huge impact on the time it takes to clear a dungeon. Never mind, let's try it first. Lu Xingzhou pondered in his heart, and then said to Sun Qi beside him, "Let's go and brush the map." Next to them, the Blood Knight Guild's 4-man assault team was making intensive preparations. They are all level 18, and the equipment they were all level 15 gold boss sets prepared by the guild. It can be said that they are fully armed and determined to win, just as they were about to enter the copy. Suddenly, I saw two boys who looked like 10th grade students walking in slowly. Question mark. No, why are there outsiders here? The members of that team turned to look at the man with tattooed arms next to them and asked in a sensitive tone. The man with the flowery arms over there smiled and said, "Oh, they are both level 10 professionals. They are probably just here to watch the fun. It won't affect our plan. As you know, the things our guild has done recently have caused a lot of social pressure. I don't think it's necessary to argue with them, so I let them in." The man with flowery arms expressed his thoughts. The burly man who led the team slowly spoke. "Well, if the two of them are only level 10, it won't affect us." However, just as the voice fell, the nanny in the team suddenly said, "Wait, the two of them just entered a warrior-level dungeon." After hearing this, question marks appeared on everyone's faces. The man with tattoos slowly typed 3 question marks. Are you kidding me? 2 level 10 students who haven't even grown all their hair dare to challenge the warrior-level stone giant city? Go and die. Moreover, the two of them definitely don't have a strategy guide for the stone giant city. I guess you can't even beat a normal level dungeon. So how can you expect to beat a warrior level dungeon? Isn't this like an old man hanging himself because he thinks he has lived too long? The burly man shook his head slightly, then said, "Ignore those two, let's go in quickly. Although they won't pose any threat to us. But in order to avoid any more trouble, it's better to clear the customs as soon as possible. Follow my command and set off." Chapter 44 Strategy? That's for ordinary people. In the copy, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi came to a huge stone city gate. The architectural style of the entire city is very rough. Various huge stones are stacked together while maintaining a delicate balance, supporting this huge stone city. Sun Qi sighed for a moment, and after admiring the uniqueness of the architecture here, he suddenly asked, "Brother Lu, the cities here are a little too real. You said this place. Is it possible that this is actually a world?" Lu Xingzhou was slightly startled, turned his head, and looked at Sun Qi. The latter had no intention of continuing to discuss this topic, and simply smiled and said, "Oh, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Brother Lu, shall we start brushing the map now?" Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment and didn't think much about it. Because if this copy is the real world, then how is it possible that the creatures in it can be defeated again and yet be resurrected infinitely? This doesn't make sense. So, Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said, "Let's go and start brushing the map." As soon as the two of them stepped into the city of stone giants, they heard a low roar. It was obvious that the other party had discovered the two intruders. Roar! Roar! There were bursts of low roars all around, the sound coming from all directions. However, Lu Xingzhou did not see where the other party was. However, the next second, one after another, bodies made of huge stones stood up from the ground. Boom! Name: Guardian Stone Giant, Elite Monster. Level: 18. Combat Power: 25 stars. Skills: War Trample, Rock Punch, Rock Breaker, Guardian. Talent: Tenacity. The stone giants have different appearances and are extremely huge. The shortest one is more than 3 meters tall. The tallest stone giant was at least as tall as a 4 or 5-story building. Very oppressive. Intruders, stand back or die. The stone giant let out a warning growl. At this time, Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. Then take out all your equipment from the prop bar. He also took out the wooden stick that Sun Qi had picked up for him. Brother Lu, are you serious? What else? Lu Xingzhou spoke lightly, then took the wooden stick and shot out a magic bullet. The additional effect of the frost bracelet was activated. In an instant, the terrifying frost of the 6th level skill Extreme Ice Storm directly blasted towards the nearest stone giant in front of him. Boom! The moment the stone giant came into contact with the extreme ice storm, a layer of frost instantly covered the surface of its hard skin. Then, its movements gradually became slower, and after a moment, it stopped moving. At this time, Sun Chi jumped up and punched him directly. Bang! Sun Chi punched out, and the stone giant instantly shattered into pieces. Simple. Is this stone giant just this? Lu Xingzhou nodded. Although the Guardian Stone Giant is an elite monster, its level and combat power are rated very high. But it's not difficult to fight. It seems that clearing this copy will not be as difficult as Zhao Qian said. But Lu Xingzhou didn't understand why he had just defeated this elite monster. The reminder that there is no experience value gained in the copy sounded. Before Lu Xingzhou had time to think about it, the elite stone giant behind him rushed up. Roar! They growled as if they wanted to tear Lu Xingzhou to pieces. At this time, Lu Xingzhou once again launched several consecutive ice storm attacks. Freeze all the stone giants that pounce on you. Sun Chi also dodged continuously at a very fast speed. After getting close to the frozen stone giant in front of him, rain of fists, continuous and dense punches fell like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. The stone giants in front of him instantly shattered and fell down. Haha, all these useless things will fall to the ground under your fist. Lu Xingzhou tilted his head slightly and asked, Hey, when did you learn this new skill? Haha, my dad picked it for me. Fist Rain is also a level 4 skill, because after level 10, professionals will unlock 2 more skill bars. Sun Chi's father, Sun Yongzhou, naturally chose a new skill for his son as soon as possible. It makes up for Sun Chi's weakness of weak attack when facing multiple enemies. Lu Xingzhou sighed, Hey, it's really nice to have a good father. Hey. Sun Chi scratched his head, and then at this moment, not far away on the ground, a group of stone giants stood up again. The number just made up for the number of stone giants that were previously smashed by Lu Xingzhou and Sun Chi. Sun Chi was stunned. Fuck, it's not over yet. How come there are so many more coming after we just fought a few? When Lu Xingzhou saw this scene, his eyes narrowed. Then he suddenly asked, Did you gain any experience points after defeating those stone giants just now? After hearing this, Sun Chi realized it belatedly and said, No, could it be that, Brother Lu? You mean to say, defeating these stone giants isn't the key to passing the level? Lu Xingzhou touched his chin, nodded, and said, Perhaps we can get through this, since the number of these stone giants is obviously limited. Our attack just now was still effective. At least the stone giants nearby have been cleared away now. But this is definitely not the easiest way to pass the level. Whether it's because you can't gain experience by killing stone giants, or because the number of stone giants that stand up each time is fixed, there is definitely someone behind the scenes manipulating these stone giants. A light bulb of wisdom suddenly lit up on Sun Chi's bald head. Brother Lu, you are so smart. In other words, these stone giants are just puppets being controlled. Then, as long as we find the guy who controls the stone giant, we can easily pass the level, right? Hey, wait a minute, Brother Lu. This is such a big place. Isn't it hard to find it? How about you help me draw the fire and block their movements, and then I'll go look for them. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingzhou shook his head and said, No need to look for it. Sun Chi was stunned, not understanding what Brother Lu meant. Didn't we just say that someone is manipulating these stone giants behind the scenes? If you don't look for it, how can you pass the level? Lu Xingzhou didn't answer, but took 2 steps forward, directly faced the attack of the stone giant. Bang, bang. The stone giant's fist landed on Lu Xingzhou, but was completely blocked by a layer of light frost armor that emerged from his body. Lu Xingzhou took 2 steps forward calmly, and then spoke to the stone giant in a large open space in front of him. Fire of extinction, ashes. In an instant, the world-destroying flames fell with a loud bang. Chapter 45, They Must Be Struggling in Pain. The moment Lu Xingzhou released the flame of annihilation, the dungeon map in front of him instantly turned into a sea of fire. Boom! A terrifying flame, emitting a breath of destruction, roared out from the front of Lu Xingzhou's staff. Destroy everything you see. At this time, Sun Chi's mouth twitched, and he said in disbelief, Brother Lu, you're just going to use your ultimate move to clean up the place just because we don't agree with each other? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? As soon as Sun Chi finished speaking, The many stone giants in front of him were still being burned by the red flames and roaring. But the next second, they suddenly seemed to have lost their souls. All the stone giants lost control and fell to the ground as a pile of rubble. Boom, boom. Then, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi heard the reminder of the game copy. Defeat the stone giant manipulator, elite level, and gain plus 1,088 experience points. Defeat the stone giant manipulator, elite level, and gain plus 1,088 experience points. Defeat the stone giant manipulator, elite level, and gain plus 1,088 experience points. A series of sounds were heard. Sun Qi counted and found that the number of reminder sounds was exactly the same as the number of stone giants attacking each time. Wow. It turns out that every stone giant really has a controller. No wonder there was no sound of rewarding experience every time I defeated the stone giants. It turns out they are just puppets. Brother Lu, I didn't expect your method to work. Keep a low profile. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand and said, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Sun Qi did not refute, but nodded in agreement. If you are poor, you should use tactical interspersion. If you are rich, you should use firepower coverage. Nothing wrong. Oh, by the way, Brother Lu, do you know where these manipulators are located? I don't know. Lu Xingzhou shook his head. So, what should we do when we pick up the props? Forehead. Lu Xingzhou fell silent. You know what, this is really a problem. However, with just a few elite monsters, they can't drop anything good, right? Anyway, his target is just the heart of the stone giant dropped by the boss. The rest of the equipment, materials, etc. are not very important. Come on, let's continue. After Lu Xingzhou finished speaking, the two of them continued to move forward. On the other side, a team from the Blood Knight Guild entered the dungeon almost at the same time as Lu Xingzhou and his team. At this time, everyone was still fighting. Boom! Priest, heal the knight quickly. He is about to be beaten to death by the stone giant. I know. Don't just blame me. Focus your fire on the stone giant operator and kill him instantly. Shit, this real body isn't that easy to beat. It's not like we don't want to be quick. Get out of the way, my ultimate move is ready. Mountain collapse. Fuck, I'm so tired. I finally killed this guy. After the stone giant operator was killed, the stone giant that was chasing the knight also stopped attacking. Then, it turned into a pile of soulless rocks. At this time, the muscular man who was being chased breathed a sigh of relief, smashed the huge shield in his hand to the ground, and sat down. The fighting power of this stone giant is really too terrifying. Whether it is defense or attack power, it is a high-end fighting power of this level. Even if I got all the gold-level equipment from our guild, plus the help of the nurse, it's still a bit too much. Everyone looked at the burly man. Their expressions were full of sympathy. Indeed, this stone giant is very powerful. If it weren't for President Qin Xian's strategy, we would have found the stone giant operator hiding in the surrounding buildings. Then lure them out one by one and kill them with concentrated fire. It would be a pipe dream for the four of them to push through it. It's too difficult. Those two guys who entered the dungeon before us are probably dead now. Yes, two level 10 guys actually challenged the warrior level without knowing their place. I guess they are struggling in pain now. If they were smart, they would have exited the instance by now. There shouldn't be any protection for novices after level 10, right? I guess a lot of items and equipment will be dropped. It'll be a lesson for them. Everyone said so. It was obvious from his words that he had some contempt for Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, who had just entered. I think they are really overestimating their own abilities. At this time, the mage and assassin in the team said, Captain, we are only 3 stone giant operators left to find. Let's work harder. And according to President Qin Xian's strategy, the next level's stone giant Kaiser is more difficult and more dangerous. We need to leave more time to deal with it. Yes, and our speed is already very fast. This time, we might have a chance to create a top 10 record in the dungeon. After hearing this, the burly man nodded. Then he raised the big shield on the ground, drank a bottle of life-restoring potion, and said, All right, let's ignore those brats for now. Come on, brothers, let's try to create a top 10 record today. Just as the 4 of them were shouting slogans excitedly. At this time, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi had already arrived inside the stone giant city. The environment here gradually became dilapidated. It can even be said that the further you go inside, the more dilapidated the scene appears. It seemed as if there had been a melee here. That melee destroyed everything. Only the original magnificent buildings at the outermost part of the stone giant city remain. What happened here? Brother Lu, it seems that there are no living creatures here anymore. The city here is indeed a bit dilapidated. However, Lu Xingzhou felt that things would not be that simple. He had a feeling from the moment he came in. It seemed as if I was always being stared at by several pairs of eyes. Moreover, the number of these eyes is gradually increasing. Just be careful, don't get ambushed. Don't worry, Brother Lu, what's the problem? Sun Qi patted his chest and said that it was not a big problem. Lu Xingzhou nodded, hoping so. At the end of their route, they arrived in front of a huge stone arch. However, the appearance of this giant stone arch is very strange. The entire stone arch seems to be connected to the mountain next to it, and it has a very bright luster. It has a metallic texture and is somewhat different from ordinary rocks. Sun Qi pointed at the archway and said, "Hey, Brother Lu, look at this arch. It's quite beautiful. The texture and shape are truly the work of nature. It's a pity that I'm in a dungeon now and can't use my phone. Otherwise, I will ask you to take a picture of me, and then I will send it to my dad so that he can take a good look at it." What a pity. After saying that, Sun Qi shook his head slightly and walked through the stone archway. But at this moment, the arch suddenly shook violently. Dirt and gravel fell down with a loud noise. Then, the stone arch instantly turned into an enormous palm. Took a picture. Chapter 46, Brother Lu. Can we live like this forever? After seeing this scene, Sun Qi was completely stunned. Fuck, he yelled, but was not slow to react. Realizing that something was wrong, Sun Qi's first reaction was to quickly move to the side. However, he just stood under the stone arch and was completely within the opponent's attack range. There is no way to hide. You can only fight head-on. Okay, if you want to sneak attack me, then let's see whose fist is harder. After Sun Qi finished speaking, he punched directly at the top of his head. He was not afraid at all because his opponent's fists and body were dozens of times larger than his own. Ultimate punch. Because of the increase in level, the power of Sun Qi's ultimate punch has also been greatly improved. The domineering fist, with terrifying destructive power, directly hit the opponent. Bang! In an instant, the power of Sun Qi's ultimate punch directly blasted a deep hole in the huge stone fist. Roar! The stone giant roared in pain and anger. The moment he raised his arms, his huge body stood up as well. He is at least 20 meters tall. Standing there, it's as tall as a 7-story building. Damn intruder, die. Then, the stone giant, whose entire body was emitting a metallic luster, smashed down again with his right fist. At this moment, Sun Qi narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Oh no," because his skills are still in cooldown at this time. There was no way to throw another punch, so he just fought back. Grass! This old guy has no moral principles. His basic attack can counter my own skills. Isn't it said that the villain dies because of talking too much? What? No more nonsense, just come to me again? It's over, this attack is so fast. Even if Brother Lu had the ability to kill the other party, he would be too late to block the other party's attack. God is jealous of talents. Sun Qi was just about to take the opponent's skill head-on and leave it to fate. Suddenly, he saw Lu Xingzhou appear in front of him. He patted his shiny forehead. Then he spoke lightly. "Get down and hide." Sun Qi was stunned. Then he lay down on the ground obediently. Then, the stone giant's punch landed. Bang! A huge explosion sounded above Sun Qi's head. After a moment, Sun Qi felt no pain in his body. Only then did he open his eyes and look above his head. Oh, nothing. At this moment, a deep blue frost armor appeared in front of Lu Xingzhou. Blocked this attack for him. And even after taking this attack so solidly, there wasn't even a crack on the frost armor. So hard. Instead, the stone giant was hit by the counter-injury from his own skills. He yelled again in pain. This scream was even more painful than Sun Qi's attack just now. Ouch! Accompanied by the stone giant's painful scream. Lu Xingzhou then took Sun Qi and moved back a distance. Then, the monster's information appeared in front of the two. Monster name, Stone Giant Kaiser, boss level. Combat power rating, 31 stars. It turns out that this stone giant is called Kesser, a boss-level monster that is 1 level higher than the elite level. Moreover, his combat power has reached 31 stars. So terrifying. Oh my god. I actually exchanged punches with a monster with a combat power of 31 stars. I'm so awesome. After seeing the other party's message, Sun Qi was no longer afraid. Instead, I feel a little complacent. At the moment when Kaiser felt pain, creatures of all sizes stood up on the ground beside him. Dozens of huge figures. These are elite stone giants. It looks like they are not going to pretend anymore and are ready to attack in droves. Lu Xingzhou smiled. If I'm not mistaken, behind these stone giants should be the stone giant operators who have been monitoring them along the way. Do you think Kaiser is their strong man, so they have something to rely on? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly, and then, just as they were about to rush up, Lu Xingzhou once again fired out a blast of annihilating flame. Boom! At this time, because of Lu Xingzhou's level increase, the power of the Flame of Extinction has not only increased a lot, and most importantly, his magic power limit is enough for him to launch 2 attacks of Flame of Extinction without having to replenish additional magic power. So he took action without hesitation. Boom! The scorching flames swept across the entire venue. In an instant, a series of reminder sounds of the game Dungeon rang in Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi's ears. Defeat the stone giant manipulator and gain experience plus 1088. Defeat the stone giant manipulator and gain experience plus 1088. Defeat the stone giant Kaiser manipulator and gain experience plus 1799. After hearing the reminder sound of this game copy, Sun Qi was stunned. I'll go. That's all in seconds. He really didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou would kill him instantly with one move again. The stone giant Kaiser's strength exceeds 30 stars. If other teams encountered this, they would probably have to deal with this monster for a while. Even if you're not careful, you may be killed instantly. TSK. As expected, following a reliable man gives you a full sense of security. Brother Lu, can we stay like this forever? Lu Xingzhou. Brother, if you say that, I'll have to think about whether you're straight or not. At this moment, suddenly the ground shook. Then, a huge stone giant altar slowly emerged from the ground. The surrounding buildings were squeezed in an instant, causing them to collapse and break. Lu Xingzhou looked towards the altar, because he saw that there seemed to be a glowing object on the altar. Could it be that the heart of the stone giant? Is that the material he has been dreaming of? Walk! Lu Xingzhou shouted, and then rushed forward. Sun Qi was stunned for a moment, then shouted, Oh my God, Brother Lu, can you be steady? How dangerous was that just now? But after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized. It seems that the one in danger is not Lu Xingzhou, but it's him. Then, it seems that following Lu Xingzhou is the safest. After thinking for a moment, he shouted again, What's the harm in danger, Brother Lu? I'm willing to go through fire and water with you. Hey, wait for me, Brother Lu. I'm coming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 4-man team of the Blood Knight Guild had just passed the area outside the city. Everyone ran to the next stop with tired looks. Stone Giant, Kaiser's guard area. Captain, if I remember correctly, the Stone Giant Kaiser will launch a sneak attack on us. If we resist, we will either die or be injured. Should we try to seduce him? Trick him out of his skills first. The captain looked at the time and then said, Well, although this is the safest way, we don't have much time. It took us 5 minutes to pass the first area just now. To break President Qin Xian's record, we must pass the level within 11 minutes and 21 seconds. So, we must try to focus our fire directly and try to kill the Stone Giant Kaiser in one wave. Do you understand? Otherwise, we won't have time to deal with the final Stone Giant leader. Moreover, according to Boss Qin Xian's strategy, this boss seems to have hidden mechanisms that have not been triggered. If we have enough time, we must give it a try. I heard that if the hidden mechanism is triggered, there will be unexpected rewards. Everyone nodded, thinking that what the captain said made sense. Okay, Captain, I'll do as you say. Chapter 47, Flame of Extinction, not working. At the same time, outside the copy, because the Blood Knight Guild has taken control of the entire instance, no one else can enter this area now. But this does not affect the outside of the copy, which is very lively at this time, because Vice President Filong came to the outside of the copy in person to check the situation. How's it going? What's the progress of arranging your affairs? At this time, the man with flower arms came over immediately and said with a very respectful expression, Hello, Vice President. I am responsible for clearing this entire instance. Filong glanced at the other party and asked, Oh, what's your name? President, you could just call me Hua Fong Fong. The man with tattoos touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and then said, Hearing this, Feilong's eyes narrowed. My goodness, How can a grown man be given such a name? It's such a waste of your big, flowery arm. However, Long did not hesitate too much and asked directly, "What is the current situation? How long have the team we sent out been inside?" Hua Fong reported seriously. Reporting to the vice president, they have been in there for about 5 minutes now. Oh, after hearing this, Long showed a look of satisfaction on his face. Then it seems that I came at a good time. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be out in about 5 minutes. Yes, vice president. Okay, then I'll wait for good news. The man with tattoos on his arm smiled and handed over a tray filled with delicious food and various rare fruits. Long swaggered and sat down on a luxurious chair specially prepared for him and lay down comfortably, eating fruits and waiting for the team to break the record. And at this time in the copy, Lu Xingzhou has already stepped onto the altar that just appeared. I came to the shining stone I had just seen. When he got closer, he realized that the stone did not seem to be the same thing as the prop he had imagined. This is a huge pile of stones composed of many randomly arranged, colorful hard gems. It reflects various dazzling colors under the sunlight. It looks like the heart of the stone giant, but in fact, it is not the case at all. It's all for nothing. At this time, Sun Qi also rode his horse over. He came to Lu Xingzhou and said while panting, "Oh my god, Brother Lu, can you slow down? It's too fast. I can't keep up." Sun Qi didn't understand. How could there be a magic apprentice in the world who could run so fast? This is a fucking monster. At this moment, Sun Qi looked at the pile of colorful gems on the altar. Then suddenly, his eyes became serious, and he said, "Fuck, Brother Lu, this is the boss." Lu Xingzhou turned around and found that the pile of scattered gems had actually stood up, forming a huge, heavy human-shaped body. Roar! In an instant, Lu Xingzhou felt a huge sense of oppression from the opponent. Completely different from the soldiers and elite monsters just now, this colorful stone giant exudes strong energy fluctuations. Name, Stone Giant King, boss level. Combat power, 40 stars. Level 20. Skills, War Trampling, Rock Punch, Guardian, Landslide. Talent, Tenacity, Adaptability. Intruder, you actually managed to get here. Damn it, I, the King of Stone Giants, hereby sentence you to death. The King of the Stone Giants seemed to be emitting bursts of low, buzzing roars from his chest. His voice was full of anger, as if he was defending his people and territory. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou said with disdain, "Intruders? Interesting. We still don't know who the intruder is. You are just a bunch of pitiful creatures hiding behind the stone giants, manipulating a bunch of soulless bodies. You dare to call us invaders. That's really interesting." Hearing this, the Stone Giant King's voice instantly became even angrier, although no expression could be seen changing on his huge, colorful gemstone head. But he could feel the other party's rage now, and the desire to kill Lu Xingzhou. Who do you say is the poor creature who has taken over the magpie's nest? Damn you, I'll make you pay with your life. As soon as the words fell, the ground around Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou began to shake again. But this time, it was even more violent than before. Boom! Then on the altar, the mysterious and ancient runes were illuminated by the colorful lights reflected from the body of the Stone Giant King. Then, it seemed as if I was being summoned and sensed by something. A colorful halo suddenly descended from the sky, shining on the body of the Stone Giant. The 5 colored gems in his body seemed to be activated, suddenly lighting up and emitting dazzling light. Boom, boom! Immediately afterwards, after a strange sound, the aura of the Stone Giant King burst out again. Continuous surge. The combat power rating also soared like it was free. Oh my god. Something's wrong, Brother Lu. This guy's combat power rating has reached 49 stars. How can there be such a boss that becomes stronger temporarily? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's broken. How about we just run away? As long as there's Green Mountain, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. Although Sun Qi is stubborn, he is still relatively stable. Faced with such an obviously risky thing, he would not risk his life. 49 stars. With such strength, even if Teacher Fong were to face him, it would be quite dangerous. Not to mention Lu Xingzhou. Although Brother Lu is very strong, his combat power reached 24 stars during the test. However, the opponent's strength is more than twice that of Brother Lu. This is no joke. In terms of combat power rating, A difference of 1 or 2 stars is often a big difference between top talents. Even in a battle between higher-level opponents, the difference is only in single digits. Can you win this challenge against a 49-star boss? Absolutely impossible. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou was not panicked. After seeing the other party's changes, Lu Xingzhou was very sure. It wasn't that I had triggered some unfortunate death mechanism. Rather, it was that I had discovered some hidden clues. The hidden mechanism of the copy has been triggered. He had heard before that some copies did have some hidden mechanisms. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity. After triggering the hidden mechanism, some rare items or materials are more likely to drop. This is why the strategy for completing a dungeon is extremely valuable and will not be easily passed on to others. If you have mastered a strategy to pass the hidden copy, then the value of just a guide is more than 10 times the value of the most precious props and materials in the copy. Lu Xingzhou did not intend to quit, but planned to give it a try. Are things as you imagined? While thinking, he had already taken out 2 buns and stuffed them into his mouth. These are the beef and scallion buns that my aunt prepared for me. Since I didn't finish them, I put them into the prop space for storage. When I took it out now, it was still warm. On the other side, the king of the stone giants laughed, looked at Lu Xingzhou in front of him with contempt, and said, "Boy, it's too late for you to run now. Pay the price of your life for your words." Lu Xingzhou didn't care and said directly, "Why should I be afraid of a guy who dares not show his face? Stop talking nonsense and wait for death." Immediately afterwards, Lu Xingzhou didn't care what the other party said and directly shot out a ray of annihilation flame. Boom strapje! The horrifying heat wave swept across the entire altar in an instant. The steel on the surrounding altars was bent and melted by the horrific fire of destruction. Lu Xingzhou thought that this move of his would definitely be able to directly deal with the manipulator who was hiding somewhere unknown. But what I didn't expect was, not only did the stone giant withstand his attack, but the copy didn't even pop up, and he was reminded of the stone giant's operator who had just been defeated. Oh, that's interesting. Lu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes, somewhat surprised. But Sun Qi next to him was horrified and looked incredulous. What the hell? Brother Lu's move didn't actually kill him instantly. Sun Qi, who was used to seeing Lu Xingzhou resolve battles with one move, was surprised to see that the king of the stone giants was intact. I can't believe it. At this time, bursts of red light were emanating from the gem on the stone giant's right arm. He placed it in front of him and forcefully blocked Lu Xingzhou's attack. Moreover, he did not seem to have suffered any fatal injuries. "Haha, your flame is nothing but this." The king of the stone giants roared in a deep voice. Then he slammed his right fist on the ground and spoke again. "But now it's my turn." Chapter 48. The Key to Victory. Drop Reward. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone giant instantly accelerated and rushed in front of Lu Xingzhou. Then he slapped him with his palm. Boom strapje! In an instant, a cloud of gray fog and dust rose from the ground. Then Lu Xingzhou was blown away like a cannonball. It hit the altar pillar next to it. There was an explosive sound. It happened in a split second. It happened so fast that even Sun Qi next to him didn't react. When he realized that something was wrong, Lu Xingzhou had already been knocked away. "Brother Lu." Sun Qi turned his head and roared with bloodshot eyes. "Fuck it, if you have the guts, just fight me head on, damn." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out all his equipment from the prop bar and put them on. He pushed the ground with his legs and instantly burst close to the king of stone giants. Then he put all his body weight on his right fist. Boom strapje! A punch came out. The colliding air currents instantly exploded like waves under the feet of the two men. This punch was actually quite powerful, but the gem on the chest of the stone giant king flashed a little golden light. Then he blocked the attack almost without any injury. Sun Qi raised his eyebrows, very puzzled. What's going on? Even if the opponent is very strong, there shouldn't be no damage at all, right? He was extremely shocked, but in his anger, he didn't care about it all. "Fuck you, I'm going to kill you." Fist rain. Continuous punches fell like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. The king of stone giants did not move at all, and the golden light shining from the gem on his chest became even more dazzling. Then, the king of the stone giants swung his hand back and knocked Sun Qi away. Bang! Sun Qi was hit like a cannonball against the pillar next to him and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Haha, rubbish. The stone giant king made a mocking sound. However, Sun Shi climbed up from the ground and drank a bottle of basic life recovery potion without hesitation. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. Damn it, I'm going to make you pay the price today. Just when Sun Shi was about to attack again. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou's voice sounded. Don't worry, I figured out how to deal with this guy. Sun Shi turned around and looked at Lu Xingzhou in surprise. Oh my god, Brother Lu, you're actually okay? Otherwise, are you still expecting me to do something? Lu Xingzhou slowly walked out of the smoke and dust, his entire body surrounded by a layer of fine, crystal-clear ice armor. But his body was spotless and not affected at all. Sun Shi was relieved to see that Lu Xingzhou was fine. Brother Lu, am I that kind of person? Besides, I'm not the beneficiary of the accident insurance you bought. Don't be so rude, just kill him first. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, then turned and looked at the stone giant king with a serious expression. When the stone giant king saw Lu Xingzhou, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Oh, he's not dead. Haha, this is quite interesting. But who gave you the courage to challenge me? Lu Xingzhou smiled and said, because I already know your defense mechanism. The king of the stone giants smiled contemptuously and said, haha, you're just bluffing. You'll soon find out whether it's just a bluff or not. As soon as the words fell, Lu Xingzhou directly launched a normal attack. Accompanied by a terrifying blizzard, it instantly bombarded the huge body of the stone giant. 6th level skill, Extreme Ice Storm. The horrific ice storm froze the body of the stone giant king almost instantly. His movements slowed down visibly. Then it became stiff and almost turned into a big lump of ice. But the next second, a dazzling ice blue light appeared in the right arm of the stone giant king. As the gems sparkled, the influence of the ice storm on the stone giant king gradually disappeared. After a moment, the stone giant king's movements returned to normal. Ha, I told you, that's just a trick, just bluffing. After saying this, Lu Xingzhou simply stretched out his right hand, and all things in the universe unfolded. Then, the terrifying wooden dragon roared and rushed out of the ground, smashing the huge body of the stone giant king to the ground like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Bang! One of the stone giant king's arms was shattered in an instant, and a noticeable dent was left on his body. At this time, Sun Shi was stunned. Oh my god, Brother Lu, what new skill is this? Is it so powerful? I just punched out with all my strength, but the stone giant king was not hurt at all. Brother Lu just used a random skill, but the effect was so good. Lu Xingzhou smiled, but said nothing. In fact, the king of stone giants is not invincible. It's just that the 5 gems on his body represent 5 types of defense resistance. When the red gem lights up, one's own fire attacks will be immune to the greatest extent. When the blue gem lights up, his ice attribute attacks can do no harm to him. So, the answer isn't obvious. If there is only one main output profession in a team of 4, it will be easy to be defeated by the extremely high resistance of the Stone Giant King. Very targeted. In addition, the attack and speed of the Stone Giant King himself are both top-notch. Therefore, the difficulty of defeating the opponent can be said to be quite enormous. But what a pity. He met himself. The king of the stone giants stood up again, and the green gem light on his body was already shining. However, this time Lu Xingzhou's attack attributes changed again. Flame of Extinction. The terrifying world-destroying flames once again swept across everything. At the same time, several magic bullets from the right hand were instantly fired together with the extreme ice storm. Boomstreepje! Ice and fire blend and intertwine. A powerful ice and firestorm was formed. The red and blue gems of the stone giant king lit up alternately, but at this time, he didn't know what to do. And to hesitate is to die. The ice and fire skills directly hit the body of the stone giant king. Roar! Screams echoed above the altar. That huge and indestructible body gradually crumbled. Crystal fragments scattered in the air. The king of the stone giants is dead. When the smoke and dust cleared, a hunched, ragged humanoid monster lay on the ground. There is not much air coming in as there is out. Obviously, this was the manipulator who had just been living in the stone giant king's body. I didn't expect you to be inside the stone giant king's body. No wonder the large-scale attack just now failed to kill you. Lu Xingzhou said in a calm tone. At this time, the manipulator was powerless to refute. He swallowed his last breath unwillingly, and then Lu Xingzhou heard a reminder sound of the game copy in his ears. Congratulations on successfully refreshing the Stone Giant City dungeon record. Rewards are being distributed to you. Reward weapon item. Stone Giant's Iron Blood Fist, gold level. When you see that the dropped reward is this gold level boss weapon. Obviously, there was a hint of disappointment on Lu Xingzhou's face, because he thought that after breaking the record this time, he would be able to get the item he wanted, the heart of the Stone Giant. I didn't expect that even after breaking the record, this didn't fall out. It seems that the rarity of this item is indeed exaggerated. Otherwise, Fai Long, the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, wouldn't want to get this item so much. It seems that if I want to get this item, I have to play a few more games. Lu Xingzhou casually threw the iron bloodboxing gloves to Sun Qi beside him and prepared to start another copy. Continue to farm the heart of the Stone Giant. However, the next second, another voice rang in his ears again. It is also a reminder of the game copy. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Stone Giant City, warrior level difficulty, dungeon, and unlocking the hidden mechanism. Congratulations, as the first player to trigger the hidden mechanism and complete the level, you have been issued the only deterministic reward for the dungeon, the shining heart of the Stone Giant. And the other side, because they wanted to force a fight with the Stone Giant Kaiser, the four-man team sent by the Blood Knight Guild was wiped out. It was obvious that they had greatly underestimated the strength of the Stone Giant Kaiser. In the end, I was very helpless and chose to quit the copy at the last moment. Although some equipment and experience points will be dropped, this is also the only solution. Outside the copy, Fei Long, who was eagerly waiting for good news, was in a very good mood at this moment, because he suddenly saw it just now. The words on the copy record jumped. Someone broke the record? Chapter 49. What strength does the brother have to cut in line? At this moment, Fei Long's expression was quite excited, because he knew someone indeed broke the record just now. And who else could be in the copy at this moment except the team that he sent in? And the next second, a teleporting halo flashed by. A burly man appeared outside the dungeon door, followed by 3 teammates covered in wounds. The moment he saw these 4 people, Fai Long smiled broadly. Haha, my heroes, you finally came out. Boys, you have done a great job. I will personally entertain you tonight and reward these warriors of our Blood Knight Guild. Fai Long looked at the people in front of him with a smile on his face. There was admiration in his eyes that could not be concealed. At this time, several people in the team had question marks on their faces. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Well, Vice President Fai Long, you are so polite. We feel a little embarrassed. After all, it seems that we didn't do anything. You didn't do anything? You two are so humble. You are literally heroes of our guild. Fai Long interrupted him, then walked up to him enthusiastically and patted him on the shoulder. His face was filled with unconcealable excitement and joy. The 4 people were flattered and said, Vice President, please don't be like this. I'm really scared. You know, they would rather the Vice President beat them up and scold them. But I don't want to hear this kind of compliment. That makes my back feel cold. Afraid? What are you afraid of? At this time, Vice President Fai Long also noticed that something was wrong with a few people, and then he said to them in a daze, Why are you guys so unhappy? Is there something on your mind? Tell me. Well, there are 4 people in the team. You look at me, and I look at you. In the end, it was the captain of the team who took on this responsibility. Vice President, we lost several items and equipment, and we failed to live up to the guild's hopes for us. We admit that this was indeed our mistake, but we won't do it again next time. After hearing this, Fai Long showed a puzzled expression. Mistakes? How could you make any mistakes? Your performance was beyond my imagination. Hearing this, the captain couldn't hold it in any longer. He said frankly, Vice President, we know that we have withdrawn from the dungeon, but don't worry, next time, we will definitely break this dungeon record. At this time, Fai Long narrowed his eyes and then seemed to understand something. You mean, you didn't make it through at all? After saying this, the 4 members of the team were also confused. You don't know. The captain and the other 3 members of the team all looked confused. What do you mean? Isn't this obvious? Otherwise, how could they come out so quickly? You know, it has only been about 8 minutes since they entered the dungeon. Even if the record can be broken, it is impossible to be 3 minutes faster than President Qin Xian's record. It's outrageous. At this time, Fai Long looked at the record ranking of the copy. He pointed his finger over there. Then, who just refreshed the dungeon record? Everyone turned to look over. The next second, a teleportation halo lit up again outside the copy door, and then Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi appeared outside the copy. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Brother Lu, I feel a little embarrassed to be in the spotlight. Hey, where are you two from? Filong roared angrily and questioned both of them. Lu Xingzhou did not answer, but turned around and said to Sun Qi, do we need to answer their questions? I don't think so. Great minds think alike, so let's go. Walk. Sun Qi and Lu Xingzhou sang the same tune and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Sun Qi turned around and looked at the man with tattoos who was trembling next to him. He opened his mouth and said, hey, thank you, big brother, for letting us in. Let's go, we'll come back next time. The two talked as they walked and directly left the area outside the dungeon that was blocked by the Blood Knight Guild. The man with tattoos on his arms had trembling legs. He had been hiding in a corner, ready to get by without saying a word. As a result, this guy actually wanted to trick himself before leaving. This is a dog. After Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi left, everyone's eyes fell on the man with tattoos next to them. Tell me, didn't you say no one came in? What's going on with the two of them? Hearing this, Hua Fangfang looked extremely panicked. Damn it, who would have thought that two level 10 young men would be able to break the record of the warrior level copy? This is not a joke. Even the high-spirited President Qin Xian couldn't do it. Well, Vice President, please listen to my excuse. Oh no, explanation. I listened to your mother. Filong waved his hand, and then a gust of wind blew out. The man with tattoos did a 360-degree spin in the air and took off. Then, he fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Fei Long looked in the direction where Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi left, thinking in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to stop the two guys, but there was no point in stopping them. What can he do? Forcing the other party to take out all the equipment and props they have obtained? You know, this place is still under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau, and it would be very troublesome if you do this yourself. But if the open way doesn't work, you can do it secretly. Anyway, after a copy refreshes a record, the name of the person who refreshed the record will appear. Therefore, Filong set his sights directly on the title of record. But the next second, his eyes fixed instantly. Cleared the level in 8 minutes and 7 seconds. Name Lu Xingzhou. This name sounded very familiar to him. Because, isn't this the genius with huge potential that old guy Zhao Feng talked about? This kid is really a monster. He was able to break the record left by Qin Xian in such a short time. And the most important thing is, there are only two people, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi, and their levels are not high. Monster, an absolute monster. No wonder Zhao Feng and I fell out. This is the reason. Thinking of this, Fei Long's expression instantly understood. Filong thought for a moment and decided to apologize to Lu Xingzhou tomorrow and restore their relationship. He is Filong, and he still knows what is important and what is not. For such a dazzling genius, the social methods are useless to him. Because behind people like Lu Xingzhou, there are always some old guys like Zhao Feng standing to protect him. Fortunately, I didn't do it just now, otherwise it would be troublesome. Filong secretly rejoiced. But on the other hand, Fipio didn't know what his elder brother was thinking. Naturally, the first thing the two new brothers he had just recruited had to do was to get back their revenge. Good boy, you were so pretentious before. Let's see if you can still smile this time. And Chu Qing, this time I will definitely let you be under my crotch. Thinking of this, he looked at his empty crotch. A cold wind blew. Cool. After my brother heals me, I will make you pay the price. Let's not worry about those things today. The main thing is to find a place. So, he brought his two younger brothers to the door of the Howei Baozi shop. But I found that there were actually many extra customers here. The long line was circling, and everyone had already lined up on the road. Even road traffic was affected to some extent. Oh, it seems like the business here is much better today than before. Fatty was slightly stunned, although there were many customers at the Howei Baozi shop before. However, there has never been such a grand dragon scene. This makes Fat Body a little weird, but he didn't think much about it. He walked past the crowd and swaggered into the door to settle the score with Chu Qing and Lu Xingzhou for yesterday's bird explosion. However, just as he was about to step into the door, he suddenly felt someone grabbing his collar from behind. Oh my god! Fipio was stunned, not understanding who was so brave, and turned around to look. He said in a very arrogant tone, "Who the hell is pulling me? You want to die, don't you?" At this time, the sturdy man behind him grabbed him and said directly, What are you doing? Do you think you can cut in line? Question mark. Fatty looked puzzled, then sneered. Fuck, I'm giving you face, right? Who the hell wants to queue up to buy buns? Get out of here right now, or I'll kill you. The sturdy man and the others in the queue turned to look at Fatty and asked, if you don't buy buns, what are you going to do? I'm going to shut down this bun shop today. Do you understand? So, you're here to cause trouble? So what? None of your business. Fatty spat, and his two younger brothers took a step forward and put on a threatening posture. But the others were not afraid at all. They surrounded them directly and trapped all three of them in the middle. Man on man, strong man locks up man. What Fipio didn't know was that these people who came to buy buns were all mercenaries and professional hunters who had a high demand for life-restoring potions. They are all ruthless characters who are willing to fight at the slightest disagreement. Before that, they had been taking healing medicine worth several thousand gold coins for 3 years. The house was lost, and my parents were bankrupt. Finally, we have a cheap and affordable Bowsy treatment drug. Someone is causing trouble here. Who else should I deal with if not him? You two dare to make trouble here. Today, I will let you two know how powerful I am. If you don't let the bun shop open, we will kill you. You three don't want to live anymore. Are you guys trying to take action? What strength do you have, brother? We 18 brothers will kill you today. Chapter 50, I pretended not to see it. Hee. Originally, Fipio was planning to take his two younger brothers with him to teach Chu-Ching a lesson. But who would have thought that before even entering the door, he was beaten up by a group of violent customers who came from nowhere and were accused of cutting in line. Oh my God, stop hitting me. You know I am. Hey, do you know who my brother is? Hey, don't hit people in the face. Kick them gently. Fipio started out as a threat, then became a little timid, and finally begged. However, this did not make them any less lenient. Chu-Ching, who was making buns in the store, wanted to stop it after seeing this scene. But when he saw that the one being beaten was Fatty, Chu-Ching was silent for a moment, turned her head and pretended not to see it, and said to herself, Hey, I seem to have something to do just now. How could I have forgotten? After seeing that Chu-Ching did not try to stop them, everyone became even more unscrupulous and ruthless. Some focus on attacking the upper 3 routes, while others focus on attacking the lower 3 routes. Brothers, kill this queue-jumping doge. Beat him. I've been waiting in line for an hour, and you want to mess with me? Kill you, you stupid fat bastard. After everyone got tired of fighting, they stopped. After all, no one could be killed here. The people present looked at the 3 swollen sandbags that were surrounded, and then slowly spoke. You bastard, if we see you at this door again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Did you hear that? Fipio and the 2 professionals behind him nodded madly. They were beaten so hard that tears were streaming down their cheeks, and several of their front teeth were knocked out. I couldn't speak clearly and could only nod to convey my meaning. All right, now that you know, get out of here. Hearing this, Fipio felt relieved and prepared to run away with his 2 little brothers. At this time, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi just happened to return to the bun shop. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were both a little confused. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? He got into a fight with someone because he couldn't buy buns. I don't know. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin. I feel that the 3 people in front of me look a little familiar. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly remembered. Isn't this the desperate little girl? Fatty? Aren't the 2 brothers behind him also from the Blood Knight Guild? But at this moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he was thinking in his heart, You're here again today? You're still harboring evil intentions. At this time, Lu Xingzhou wanted to kill again. Originally, Lu Xingzhou just wanted to cripple the fat man, and if the other party didn't bother him anymore, he would let him live. But now it seems that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Lu Xingzhou strode into the store, bypassed the crowded crowd, and found Aunt Chu-Ching. Aunt, did I see Fatty coming just now? Are you okay? Did he cause you any trouble? Lu Xingzhou asked with some concern. It's okay, he was beaten away. Question mark. Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment before uttering 2 words. By whom? By the customers. After Aunt Chu-Ching finished speaking, Lu Xingzhou took a while to react. After she explained it to Lu Xingzhou in detail, Lu Xingzhou finally understood. You mean, they thought Fipio was here to cause trouble, and they were afraid that he would delay their purchase of buns. So they chased him away? Yes. Chu-Ching nodded. Then he whispered in Lu Xingzhou's ear with some smugness. Actually, I saw it all, but I didn't stop it. I pretended not to see it. Lu Xingzhou smiled. Although my aunt is a few years older than me, she is sometimes as innocent as a child. This time the customer chased the guy away, but he might not be so lucky next time. This incident also sounded a wake-up call for Lu Xingzhou. If there is a chance, I have to find a way to protect my aunt's safety. In this kind of situation, we should be prepared for the worst. Sun Qi walked in at this time and then slowly sighed. Oh my God, Aunt Chu Qing, your business is really good. You'll have to hire more people in the future. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou clapped his hands instantly. That makes sense, hire someone. Brother, you've enlightened me. We really need to hire some people. So Lu Xingzhou turned to look at his aunt and said, Aunt, let's hire some helpers. My aunt half understood and nodded. Oh, okay. Hiring someone is something that really needs to be considered carefully. The best thing is to have some helpers who can and dare to fight. Moreover, I'm not afraid of the so-called guild forces. It is a bit difficult to achieve the above 2 points. Although many people are not afraid of any large forces, their strength is too weak. It doesn't provide any protection either. As for others, although they are quite powerful, they are timid in front of major forces. This kind of person is not the candidate Lu Xingzhou wants. I really need to think about it carefully. Looking for someone who is both capable and crazy. It's quite difficult. When he thought about this matter, a candidate suddenly came to his mind. For some reason, a figure appeared in my mind. Su Ruyan. However, Su Ruyan definitely would not have the time to protect his aunt for him. He knew what a brilliant talent Su Ruyan was. And he also knew how high the Su family's expectations for Su Ruyan were. However, maybe I could ask her if she has any recommendations for this matter. So, Lu Xingzhou called Su Ruyan. Opposite her was Su Ruyan, who was sitting in the back seat of a business car, preparing to go to the No Man's Land dungeon for training. She was sitting cross-legged in the back seat, fiddling with her cell phone out of boredom. Her delicate feet were swinging constantly under her beautiful legs in black high stockings. When she received a call from Lu Xingzhou, Su Ruyan was so excited that she almost stood up. Adolescent girls are always so ignorant, and they obviously care about his every move. But it has never been expressed. Su Ruyan wanted to answer the phone immediately, but she hesitated for a moment, then calmed down her excitement. Then he returned to his usual cold voice. Then he said, Lu Xingzhou, what do you want from me? Lu Xingzhou didn't care about the other party's tone. He just asked straight to the point. I have something I want to ask you. Do you know any powerful people who are not afraid of the background of a large guild? I want them to come and help protect my aunt. Then, I would like to ask you if you know any powerful weapon refiners. I hope you can introduce one to me. After hearing this, Su Ruyan was silent for 2 seconds and then said to Lu Xingzhou, what are your plans for a while? Let's meet and talk. Lu Xingzhou said, I'm planning to go to the Zhanghai City Trading House in a while. I asked them to help me purchase some things last time. After hearing this, Su Ruyan said directly, okay, then let's meet at the Zhanghai City Trading House. I happen to be planning to go there as well. After hearing this, Uncle Fu, the butler in the front row, looked at Su Ruyan in the back row with a question mark on his face. Very puzzled, he asked, Miss, aren't we going to the dungeon in No Man's Land? Su Ruyan turned her head and gave him a look that said, stop talking too much. Then he continued, I'll be there in 10 minutes, okay? Good. Lu Xingzhou was not far from the Zhanghai City Trading House, and the two of them should arrive there at about the same time. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu turned around and asked, Miss, where are we going next? The master has finally secured for you the qualification to enter this exploratory dungeon. Do you really want to? However, Su Ruyan's answer was very firm, and she said directly, need I ask? Zhanghai City Trading House. Chapter 51, Take out the equipment you want to strengthen. After arriving at Zhanghai City Trading House, Lu Xingzhou saw Su Ruyan, who had been waiting there for a long time. Didn't you say 10 minutes? How'd you get here so quickly? Lu Xingzhou had some questions. Su Ruyan still maintained her usual cold and arrogant expression, with the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye moving slightly with her skin. She did not answer Lu Xingzhou's question, but changed the subject and said, Tell me, what's the matter? Actually, the main reason I came to you is to ask if there is anyone who can recommend a suitable candidate to me. Also, I want to make some weapons recently. If you know someone who can introduce me to one, that would be great. Hearing this, Su Ruyan was actually very happy in her heart because she liked that Lu Xingzhou would think of her when he had problems. She slowly opened her mouth and said, If you need an introduction to bodyguards, I have someone suitable. As for the equipment forging you mentioned, I know there is a master craftsman in the Zhanghai City Trading House. His craftsmanship is known to be the best in Jianghai City. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou smiled. Then he smiled and said, "That's great, thank you." Su Rian blinked her beautiful eyelashes slightly, and then her eyes turned slightly to the side. He spoke softly. "It's just a small favor. It's not specially for you." Next to him, Sun Qi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said inappropriately, "Hey, pervert, why do I feel like you're a little shy?" Question mark. In an instant, the temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. Su Rian looked at Sun Qi beside her with cold eyes. Then, Sun Qi simply shrank his neck. He would rather fight the king of stone giants alone than be targeted by this pervert. It's so scary. After Sun Qi shut up and stopped talking, Su Rian glanced at Lu Xingzhou next to her out of the corner of her eye. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found that the latter didn't seem to think much about it. But, inexplicably, she felt a little lost. The three of them came to the trading hall, and then Su Rian took out a black card with shining golden ripples. Black gold card. The moment the front desk staff saw the card, they immediately called Manager Yi out. Yi Wanqiu bowed respectfully to Su Rian, and then saw Lu Xingzhou behind her. Unexpectedly, Lu Xingzhou actually knows this Miss Su. Yi Wanqiu was well informed, and she had also heard about how powerful the Su family was. Not to mention in a small city like Jianghai City, even if you look at the entire Jiangbei province, it is an existence that cannot be underestimated. Therefore, be able to make friends with Miss Su. It seems that this Mr. Lu, it's not as simple as it seems. Sure enough, the black gold card he gave to the wrong person before was definitely going to leave a good impression on Lu Xingzhou. "Miss Su, what do you need?" Yi Wanqiu spoke respectfully. At this time, Su Rian spoke directly. "Take us to find Zhou Li and the master." Okay. Yi Wanqiu didn't ask any more questions and answered directly. However, she turned her head and looked at Lu Xingzhou and said respectfully, "Dear Mr. Lu, we have already purchased 500 pieces of the detoxification fruit you arranged for us to buy for you last time." "Excuse me, are these enough?" Lu Xingzhou thought about it and decided that he could probably eat about 12 pills a day. This is enough to last for more than 40 days. "Give me these first, and then buy some more." Okay. Lu Xingzhou was just about to pay when Su Rian handed over her membership card. "Use my membership card. There's a discount." She didn't mention paying for Lu Xingzhou because she knew that Lu Xingzhou's pride and self-esteem would not allow her to help pay. But who knew that at this time, Yi Wanqiu said, "Ms. Su, you may not know that Mr. Lu is also a black gold card member of our Jianghai City trading house." Su Rian was slightly stunned. Then, he calmly put away the card without saying anything else. However, she felt an indescribable horror in her heart. "I got this black gold card because of the Su family's reputation." And Lu Xingzhou actually relied on his own abilities to get the same black gold card as himself. Sure enough, his promise was not just talk. A hint of tenderness flashed in Su Rian's eyes. After Lu Xingzhou paid the money, he put the detoxification fruit into his own item bar. Lu Xingzhou didn't know how much of this thing he could take. From the textbooks, things like Qinghua Lingquan had no side effects at all. However, no one would be so extravagant as to take hundreds or thousands of bottles of Qinghua Lingquan in succession to see the effect. After all, for the same amount of money, the improvement in other areas will be greater. The three of them followed Yi Wanqiu's steps and came to Zhou Li and the master's workshop. The profession of equipment refiner is also a life-related profession. However, this profession is very popular and in demand. If your level gradually increases, you'll be able to refine many high-level, high-quality equipment. Even some equipment can be upgraded and modified to release potential. Therefore, the status of high-level equipment refiners is often higher than that of combat professionals of the same level. "Master Zhou, someone is looking for you." Inside the room, an old man with short white hair, wearing thick heat-insulating gloves and special black protective glasses on his head, turned his head when he heard the voice. "Manager Yi, who's looking for me, old man?" It's these three distinguished guests. They wanted to help build their equipment. Hearing this, the old man's expression became interested. Anyone who can be called a VIP by manager, you must be either rich or noble. The equipment they took out must be first-rate stuff. At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his mouth and said, "Hello, Master Zhou Li. I have a piece of equipment that I hope you can help me make. I hope to inlay this gem on my staff." Then, Lu Xingzhou took out a fist-sized gem that sparkled with colorful colors from his prop bar. Item name, Shining Stone Giant Heart. Ah, what is this? What is this? Zhou Liha's expression was extremely shocked. He has been refining weapons in Jianhai City for more than 20 years. But I have never seen this gem. Is this the heart of the stone giant? He had heard of rumors that the stone giant city would drop an extremely rare item material. Heart of the stone giant. Ability to increase all skill levels below level 20 by 1 level. However, the material in front of me seems to be a little different from the introduction I have seen in the book. Heart of the stone giant. Is it so bling bling? After Lu Xingzhou was silent for a moment, he said, not exactly the same because this is the shining heart of the stone giant. What is this? I've never heard of it. The shining heart of the stone giant? Zhou Liha looked at the effects of the props in front of him. Then his expression became surprised, and he cursed out loud. Oh shit, why is the effect of your gem so outrageous? All skills enhancement level +1. After hearing this, even Su Ruyan, who is usually calm, was stunned. So she also checked the prop effect of the shining stone giant's heart in front of her. It's true. The enhancement level of all skills is +1. This, the effect and value, is many times higher than Heart of the Stone Giant. The enhancement level of skills below level 20 and the enhancement level of all skills. You can see with the naked eye how big the difference in effect is. If given to a third level professional above level 60, the value of this item is even more difficult to estimate. Obviously, it was also the first time that Zhou Liha had seen such a rare material. He immediately held the gem in his hand and couldn't let it go. It's like looking at a rare treasure. Young man, what piece of equipment do you want to put this gem on? Hurry up, my hammer is thirsty for it. For craftsmen like them, top-notch equipment and top-notch gems are essential. This is the happiest thing in the world for them. It's this piece of equipment. Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, then slowly took out a wooden stick. Chapter 52 Principle. Can I have this book? When Zhou Liha saw Lu Xingzhou take out a wooden stick, he blinked. Then, a question mark was typed. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, young man, did you take the wrong equipment? In Zhou Liha's eyes, this top-level gem should be paired with top-level equipment. Only level 60 diamond grade. No, level 80 supreme grade weapons are qualified to appear with this kind of top-level gemstone. He had no doubt that this shining heart of the stone giant will be traded at the Jianhai City auction house. Then, it will definitely attract countless traders to go crazy. It may even be sold at an unimaginable price. This is absolute. However, Lu Xingzhou spoke directly at this time. That's it. You got it right. I want you to forge this gemstone into my staff. Hearing this, Yu Wanqiu next to him was shocked. Su Rian also frowned slightly. Zhou Liha's mouth twitched, his face full of shock and confusion. Only Sun Qi was very moved and said, Brother Lu, good brother, forever. Zhou Liha took the staff and looked at it carefully. This wooden stick is straight all over, with uniform color, and it really looks beautiful. But, to put it bluntly, isn't this just a stick picked up from the roadside? What a joke. Zhou Liha looked at Lu Xingzhou, and then said seriously and solemnly, Little brother, tell me the truth. Do you really want to inlay this gemstone on this wooden stick? If it's really embedded, then it can't be taken off. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded. I don't plan to take it off. Just help me put it in place. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Zhou Liha burst into tears. What a waste. What a waste. Having said that, the customer is king. What else can he say? Do it. Please wait for about an hour. I will immediately prepare the materials needed to build the equipment for you. Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and others went out to wait. Black Gold card members have their own exclusive lounge. Luxurious, grand, and most importantly, free of charge. An hour passed quickly. Then, Zhou Liha, with extremely complicated feelings, handed the staff to Lu Xingzhou. I have completed the inlay of this gem for you according to your request. Please check it. Zhou Liha felt extremely uncomfortable. This feeling was like putting gold on shit. Waste, such a waste. But Lu Xingzhou was very satisfied. The gem is inlaid on the front end of the staff, and both the craftsmanship and craftsmanship are natural. Absolutely perfect. At this time, Lu Xingzhou also checked the attribute panel of the wooden stick. Equipment name, Eye of the Stars, diamond level. Usage level, level 10. Level can be upgraded through crafting. Equipment attributes, Spirit plus 50 points, Armor plus 10 points, Health limit plus 1,200 points, mana limit plus 800 points. All attributes magic resistance plus 50%. Special effect. Inject the vast power of the stars into the gem and use the power for your own benefit. Gemstone inlay holes. 0. The upper limit can be increased through crafting. Inlaid gem. Shining stone giant heart. Introduction. 10% of the power of the stars has been unlocked. Good. This is indeed an item that I've worked so hard to get, although I only brushed it once. But who says it doesn't take a lot of thought? Moreover, after the gems were inlaid, the overall effect of his staff was greatly improved, especially in terms of health limit and armor. Both aspects have increased extremely terrifying data. Lu Xingzhou didn't know whether this was due to the improved effect brought about by the characteristics of the gem made on his equipment, or for some other reason. What he could be sure of was his current health points, coupled with his super high armor, plus the defense of the frost armor, and the doubled health points after the field was deployed. He is definitely more resistant than all the tank classes at the same level now. There is absolutely no trace of a fragile mage in him. After Lu Xingzhou was equipped with the staff, his skill levels were all upgraded by 1 level. At this time, he also began to check the effects of his skills and what changes had occurred. Skill name: Flame of Extinction, level 9, enhanced by level 1. Restricted occupation: Forbidden Arcanist. Skill introduction: Possesses forbidden power that can destroy everything. After the skill is activated, it can cause a large range of burning damage to the area in front of it. Any object contaminated by the flame of extinction will be burned to ashes. Detailed attributes: Causes 2064% plus 8,000 fire damage to the enemy in front, and the fire will cause continuous 95% fire burn damage to all living things. This skill can be charged, and the percentage damage increases according to the additional magic value consumed during charging. When the skill proficiency is sufficient, the specific attack position and flame shape of the flame can be controlled. Although the enhancement level is only plus 1 level, the power has increased by more than a little. The original fire damage in the detailed attributes was 1,655% plus 7,200 points of damage and 80% of burning damage. It can be said that this improvement is quite huge. If he were to deal with the Stone Giant King, who had triggered the hidden mechanism now, Lu Xingzhou estimated that he would have to rely on the power of fire to push forward. It will also cause huge damage to the opponent. Similarly, the effect of his own Wanxiang Senluo skill has also been greatly improved. Skill name: Wanxiang Senluo, level 9, plus 1, enhanced by level 1. Restricted occupation: Forbidden Arcanist. Skill introduction: After using the skill, a range field will be generated around the skill user. The user can consume magic points to control all plants in the field at will. Within the range of the field, the health of all team members will increase by 100%, and the effects of all recovery skills will increase by 100%. Detailed attributes: Generates a field within a radius of 50 meters, can manipulate all plants within the field to attack, causing 280% plus 1330 would attribute damage to the enemy. Up to 12 plants can be manipulated. Within the range of the field, the upper limit of the health of the self and teammates is increased by 100%, and the effects of all recovery skills are increased by 100, especially the scope of the area that he can manipulate and the number of wooden hands. These are huge improvements. From the original radius of 30 meters and only being able to control 10 wooden hands, it was directly increased to a radius of 50 meters and 12 wooden hands. So terrifying. It seems that the improvement in the skill enhancement level of level 1 is quite a lot. If the school's skill enhancement keystone reward is issued, I really have to make good use of it. Speaking of this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly remembered. Why hasn't the school's award been given to me yet? After all, the gold coin rewards have been in place for a long time. A mere skill enhancement keystone shouldn't be enough to make me owe it. If you have time when you get back, ask. The equipment is well made. I am very satisfied. Lu Xingzhou nodded to Zhou Lihe and said with a smile, "The craftsmanship of the master is indeed good. Thank you." "No, thanks are not necessary." Zhou Lihe took a deep breath and said, "That's our professionalism." But after saying this, he turned his head and looked at Yi Wanxiu next to him, and then continued, "Manager Yi, please don't give me any work recently. I need to rest for a while to heal my mental pain." Manager Yi looked at Zhou Lihe's haggard eyes and found it hard to imagine what kind of ideological struggle this most skilled weapon refiner in Jianghai City had gone through. After the three of them left Jianghai City Trading House, Su Rian left Lu Xingzhou a contact number so he just needed to call the other party. When it comes to security, they are professionals. So Lu Xingzhou made the call. After explaining his intentions, the other party made a quote to Lu Xingzhou. The reward is 1,000 gold coins per day, plus plenty of steamed buns. Lu Xingzhou agreed. So the next day, he saw two brothers wearing soft and cute Lolita skirts and, with burly muscular bodies, appearing outside the store. We are here to apply for a job as a helper. Is Brother Lu here? Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned after opening the door. Almost swore. Wade, this is not a joke, right? What muscular loli? Oh no, that's not right. It should be called Lolita Brother. What kind of talents did Su Ruyan recommend to me? He said he wanted something crazy. But I didn't say it was that crazy. However, when Lu Xingzhou looked at the other party's attribute panel, Lu Xingzhou fell silent. Level 24 boxer, 38 star combat power. This is definitely one of the best among the second-level professionals. Well, the strength is here. I won't say much more. Welcome, please come in. Thank you, Brother Lu. The two muscular brothers thanked Lu Xingzhou in a delicate voice. This scene really made people feel at a loss as to what to do. But what was unexpected was that my aunt was very receptive to the two newly hired waiters. The three of them started chatting in a friendly manner. Wow, your clothes are pretty nice. Where did you buy them? If possible, please recommend them to me. Of course, no problem. Sister Chu, you are so beautiful. You will definitely look better in it. Hey, the two brothers are dressed very nicely. Hey you, Sister Chu, I'm your younger sister. Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, and he decided not to participate in their conversation. It's really disgusting. Originally, Lu Xingzhou was going to find Sun Qi to continue the dungeon, but after he went out, he received a call from Cheng Yuanshan. On the other end of the phone, Cheng Yuanshan said he wanted to discuss something with Lu Xingzhou. It just so happened that Lu Xingzhou wanted to ask the principal about the skill enhancement keystone. So, he agreed directly. After arriving at the school, Lu Xingzhou walked into the principal's office. Here you are, Xiao Lu. Sit down. After Lu Xingzhou sat down, the principal went straight to the point and said, You received a reward for being the best in the school. Included a skill-enhancing keystone. Do you remember it? Remember, there's a problem at the moment. The original skill enhancement keystone was stolen. Now the school is going through the procurement process to buy a new one. The time will have to be after the citywide special training assessment is over. When Cheng Yuanshan talked about this matter, it was obviously a little bit not so glorious. It would be really embarrassing if the news of items being stolen in school got out. So, I want to ask if you plan to change the reward item you want. As long as the school has it, you can choose whatever you want. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin, wondering who could have stolen the school's inventory. He asked casually, Has the thief been caught? No, the surveillance didn't capture anyone entering or leaving the warehouse, which is very strange. When Cheng Yuanshan talked about this, he also fell into deep thought. Obviously, he also found this matter very strange. Lu Xingzhou didn't understand, but he didn't think much about it and nodded. Okay, then I'll go take a look at the other things. Good. But just as the two were about to leave, Lu Xingzhou's eyes suddenly fell on a corner of the pile of books at the foot of Cheng Yuanshan's table. Lu Xingzhou walked forward, pinched the corner of the pink-covered book, and then pulled it out. Seeing this, Cheng Yuanshan wanted to go up and stop it. But in the end, I was still a step too slow. Lu Xingzhou had already taken out the book. Cheng Yuanshan's mouth twitched awkwardly. He coughed lightly and said calmly, I'd just like to know about the latest fashion trends. Lu Xingzhou did not refute, but looked at Cheng Yuanshan with an expectant look and said, Principal, can I have whatever you just said the school has? Cheng Yuanshan was slightly stunned, then nodded. Ah, yes. Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. Well, can I have this book? Cheng Yuanshan. Chapter 53, Research on Little Magazine? To be honest, this is really just a magazine, a very simple and ordinary magazine. What is there to study? And really, there's nothing shameful about it. To be honest, he was reluctant to give it to Lu Xingzhou because he had not finished his research yet. Cough, cough. This is not the problem. The main reason is what does he want this thing for? But when he saw Lu Xingzhou's sincere and enthusiastic eyes, he wavered. Since there is nothing shameful about it, why not let your students satisfy their curiosity? Okay, I'll give it to you. After Lu Xingzhou received the fashion magazine with a pink cover, his face was full of smiles. It was as if he had no regrets in his life. In fact, he didn't want such a fashion magazine. You could buy as much of this stuff as you want at the small bookstall on the corner downstairs. The reason why Lu Xingzhou asked for this thing, that's because there's a line of entries displayed on this small magazine. Skill name, 3-phase return to origin. Level, restricted occupation, forbidden Arcanist. Skill effect. Lu Xingzhou was very confused, so he wanted to study it carefully. He put the magazine into his arms and never mentioned the matter again. Seeing Lu Xingzhou act so naturally, Cheng Yuanshan probably thought the other party didn't think much about it. Pure appreciation, no malice. Afterwards, I didn't mention the matter again, but took him to see if there was anything he wanted. As a result, Lu Xingzhou walked around the school warehouse and finally found it. I don't want anything. Principal Cheng Yuanshan didn't expect that this was the only thing he heard Lu Xingzhou ask for. It's my own little magazine. After a moment, Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and asked, Principal, how about a discount? At this time, Principal Cheng Yuanshan also looked very helpless. There's so many things in our school's resource library, and you don't have anything you like? I still want money. Lu Xingzhou just felt that with cash in hand, he could do more things. Moreover, none of the things in the school warehouse attracted me too much. After a moment's silence, the principal nodded. All right. He thought Lu Xingzhou made such a move because of his family conditions, so I didn't refute much. However, he also put forward his own request. But you have to give me a promise, that is, you must get a top 2 score in the city's special training assessment. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou became interested and said calmly, why didn't you take first place? Don't you like it? Question mark. Cheng Yuanshan's mouth twitched. This kid, does he always speak so irritatingly? Good boy, isn't this just to avoid putting too much pressure on you? Cheng Yuanshan actually hoped that Lu Xingzhou could get first place in the city. After all, in any competition, everyone will only remember the first place. But Cheng Yuanshan is not that kind of impractical person. He knew very well how strong Chun Jinqi from Experimental Middle School was. It is said that he has even surpassed the super monster from 3 years ago, Qin Xian. So even he knew that Lu Xingzhou was ridiculously strong. But he still didn't expect that much. There was still some room for Lu Xingzhou to buffer. Top 2. However, who could have thought that Lu Xingzhou would be so arrogant? You don't leave any room for yourself at all? Principal, don't worry. Since I dare to say so, I have a way to do it. The first place in Jianghai City is just in the bag. Seeing Lu Xingzhou speak so calmly, Cheng Yuanshan was inexplicably no longer worried. He slowly opened his mouth and said, In that case, I won't ask any more questions. By the way, have you explained the misunderstanding between you and the Blood Knight Guild? Cheng Yuanshan originally wanted to let Lu Xingzhou go back, but suddenly remembered this matter, so he asked. Lu Xingzhou did not shy away from the question and said directly, No, and that's not a misunderstanding. I think that big guilds like to bully others a little too much. I despise them. After Cheng Yuanshan listened to what Lu Xingzhou said patiently, he sighed slightly. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes, but also a kind of sigh, which was very complicated. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, This is how society works, and it has been like this since ancient times. I know what you're thinking, because when I was young, I was just like you. I think this world is full of injustice, bullying, and oppression. This is true for big families, big forces, and even more so for big guilds. I disdain to associate with them, nor do I disdain to be attached to them. I was so high-spirited back then. At this point, Cheng Yuanshan sneered with emotion. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he was like, wow, what a great thing. This principal is also a man with a story. At this time, Lu Xingzhou wanted to quote a classic quote. Please tell us your story. But fortunately, he held back. Just listen quietly. Cheng Yuanshan sighed for a moment, then looked at Lu Xingzhou and said, I was really like you back then. I was young and promising, and I believe that my fate was in my own hands. But when the storm is about to come, the power of an individual is too small. Level 39. I don't know how many years I've been stuck at this level. If I had joined an organization like the Blood Knight Guild, I would have definitely reached the 3rd level by now. When he said this, he thought about it for a moment, and then he said, Boy, the reason why I hope you can join the Blood Knight Guild is because it is good to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade. You want to challenge the authority of the entire society with your own strength. It's too difficult, because there will always be people in this world who are stronger than you can imagine. They can easily crush you to the point where you can't breathe. I've suffered losses before, so I don't want you, a young man with great potential, to suffer the same fate. When Chung Yuanshan talked about this, it was just like a chat between friends. This is all from the bottom of my heart. Lu Xingzhou didn't expect Principal Chung to tell him so much. While he was speaking, Lu Xingzhou also thought of the Su family behind Su Rian, Fipio, the Blood Knight Guild, and so on. But the strong are always right? If this is the case, then I must be the only truth in the world. Lu Xingzhou spoke calmly. As long as I'm strong enough, isn't that enough? Principal Chung smiled, not sure whether he was laughing at Lu Xingzhou's innocence or envious of his purity. If you're strong enough to crush everything with an invincible force, then of course you can. Well, let's give it a try. Lu Xingzhou smiled, the boy's face full of young man's confidence and a calmness that hardly belonged to his age. Chung Yuanshan didn't say anything else. He had almost said everything he had just said. That's all I have to say, it's good. The skill enhancement keystone will give you a discount of 900,000 gold coins, which will be directly transferred to your scholarship account when the time comes. Remember, you promised me that you would be #1 in Jianghai City. Lu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows. Discount of 900,000 gold coins. When he first went to the trading house, he took a look, and it seemed that the black gold card only cost 800,000 gold coins to buy one. Wouldn't that mean I earned 100,000 gold coins for nothing? Principal, rest assured, you've got the top spot in Jianghai City. He was not expressing his determination just for the extra 100,000 gold coins given by the principal. He just had a strong sense of honor. Yes, that's true. On the other side, Chun Jinqi was practicing his new skills in his own basement training room. Next to it were more than 20 fragments of skill enhancement keystones that had been completely absorbed. I'm only one step away from my skills transformation. As long as I can do this, no one in the entire Jianghai province will be my opponent. I'm only one step away. I will definitely be able to do it before the citywide special training assessment. Chapter 54 Mysterious Skills. 3 Phases Return to Origin. After Lu Xingzhou returned home, he quickly took out the little magazine he had gotten from the principal. Well, I can't let my aunt see this. Otherwise, she would have to ask more or less. At the same time, Lu Xingzhou also complained his heart. Good job. Can this dog system give me some normal items? If I were seen reading this kind of book by outsiders, what would they think of me, Lu Xingzhou? On the other side, at the same time, Principal Chung sneezed for no apparent reason. Ichu, that's weird. I haven't been sick since I became a second-class professional. He touched his nose, wondering if he had been overworked recently. It seems that it's time to take a proper rest. Lu Xingzhou locked the door and took out the skill book. He examined the book again, and then an entry appeared in front of him. Skill name: 3-phase return to origin. Level: restricted occupation, forbidden Arcanist. Skill effect. Lu Xingzhou was very curious. There's no skill effect, not even a skill grade. You only know the name of one skill? That's strange. At the beginning, when I mastered the 9th level skills, Flame of Extinction, and All Things in the Forest, I did not encounter this situation. Is it because this skill book is more special? Or my own wrong entry also has an error? No, my own system should not be a nesting doll. That is to say, the biggest possibility is that my current level is not enough to view the detailed grade of this skill. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and thought for a moment. Then, he turned to the next page and nodded. Turn another page, nodded. He turned back to the previous page and nodded heavily. Even after finishing reading the book, Lu Xingzhou still didn't see any changes in his entry. The key information is still a question mark. Currently, Lu Xingzhou only knows the name of this skill. The 3 phases return to their origin. It doesn't feel like an offensive skill. Lu Xingzhou closed the pink cover of the book and decided to just study it. So he had an idea. Learn skills. Then, just like a normal skill scroll, a confirm interface popped up. Are you sure you want to learn this skill? 3-phase return to origin. Level. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Yes. He couldn't wait to know the effects and detailed information of this skill. A moment later, a flash of light appeared. A new skill appeared in the skill column of Lu Xingzhou's personal information panel. The 3 phases return to their origin. However, the grade and skill effects are still a question mark. This time it was Lu Xingzhou's turn to feel confused. What do you mean? Why can't I see any information about this skill, even though I've already mastered it? And the most important thing is that this skill is still gray. Unusable status? This made Lu Xingzhou feel even more confused. Logically speaking, skills that cannot be used at the current level should not be learned at all. If you can learn it, you can use it. This is a rule recognized by everyone. Is it because I haven't met some prerequisites, or is it that my level is too low? After thinking for a long time, Lu Xingzhou still had no clue. Forget it. Let's study it when we have time. After all, this was an unexpected gain. While Lu Xingzhou was thinking, he prepared to go downstairs to eat 2 buns. At this moment, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of the bun shop. These 2 people are Zhang Li and Su Dazhuang. The 2 of them came to the door of the bun shop with their faces still swollen, and then he said in confusion, "Boss Fai Long asked us to wait for him here. Could it be that he knows what happened last time and wants to avenge us? It's very possible. We were beaten so badly last time. The boss must be thinking of helping us get revenge this time. I am so touched. It is worth it that we have been loyally following the boss for so many years." The 2 were so moved that they cried. At this moment, Fai Long also arrived at the door of the bun shop. At this time, Fai Long smiled and said to the 2 people in front of him, "You 2 are quite punctual. Do you know what we're going to do today?" Su Dazhuang and Zhang Li nodded frantically. Yes, we know it too well. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. We will definitely follow you till death in the future." Hearing this, Fai Long smiled and nodded, and he admired these 2 younger brothers very much. Although their previous actions were a little deviant, it didn't stop them from admitting their mistakes with a good attitude. No matter what, let's first establish a good superficial relationship with this kid, Lu Xingzhou. As for what happens in the future, we can talk about it later. After both parties have completed the preliminary confirmation, they confirm that everyone's goals are the same. Then, Fai Long brought his 2 younger brothers directly to Lu Xingzhou's bun shop. "Is anyone there? I'm looking for the owner of this store." Zhang Li and Su Dazhuang behind him looked very excited. Okay, come and get straight to the point. We like it. This kind of big brother is the good big brother of the people. Thinking of this, Zhang Li and Su Dazhuang straightened their backs instantly. After a moment, Chu Qing patted the flour off her hands and slowly walked out from the kitchen. Behind her, there were 2 muscular men wearing short skirts and over 1.9 meters tall. The stockings on their legs were almost bursting due to their solid muscles. When Fai Long saw the 2 people dressed so strangely, he was immediately shocked. Holy shit, what the hell is this? Shemale? However, Fai Long is the vice president after all, and he still has his own calm demeanor. "Well, is there another little brother in our store?" He spoke slowly. Chu Qing found Fai Long's face somewhat familiar. It seemed that he looked very similar to Fipio. Could this be his brother? "Are you here to avenge him?" She suddenly became more alert. "There is no one you're looking for here. Please go back." Hearing this, Fai Long smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You seem to have misunderstood. I came here today mainly to apologize. Please rest assured." "Apologize?" "Yes, I am here today with my 2 younger brothers to apologize," Fai Long said seriously. After saying this, the 2 younger brothers were stunned. "Oh, that's not right. Didn't my elder brother bring us here to seek revenge? How did it become an apology?" But after thinking for a moment, a light bulb of wisdom suddenly lit up in Zhang Li's head. Then he whispered in the ear of Su Dazhuang next to him. "I get it. Vice President Fai Long is lying to them to make them let down their guard." When Su Dazhuang heard it, he understood instantly. His face was full of admiration. Vice President Fai Long's move is really brilliant. Then after Lu Xingzhou comes out, we'll make him pay the price? Zhang Li nodded heavily. "That's it. Okay, I can't wait, haha. Chapter 55, if I say this, is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe it?" Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Chu Qing was slightly shaken. But before she could make a decision, Lu Xingzhou walked out slowly. "Aunt, can you give me 2 steamed buns stuffed with pickled cabbage and pork?" As a result, when he turned around, he saw Fei Long standing at the door and Zhang Li and Su Dazhuang behind him. "Oh, a rare visitor." Lu Xingzhou smiled, then walked downstairs and spoke with a smile. After seeing Lu Xingzhou, Fei Long forced a seemingly warm smile on his fleshy face. Then he spoke. "Hey, little brother Lu Xingzhou, I came here today to apologize to you." However, Fei Long had just finished speaking. Zhang Li and Su Dazhuang behind him rushed out and stood on Fei Long's left and right. Then he shouted loudly, "Fuck it, Vice President Fei Long. There's no need for you to pretend with these 2 idiots anymore. Just beat them up and be done with it." "Yes, Vice President. We have tricked them out now. No need to act anymore. Vice President Fei Long, hurry up and help us get revenge and kill these idiots." However, the last word, B, has not been uttered yet. A slap as big as a sandbag hit Su Dajwang's right cheek directly, making a close contact. Bang! Very crisp. In an instant, Su Dajwang did a 360-degree spiral turn in midair, like a spinning top that has been blown away. Zhang Li, who was standing next to him, was stunned when he saw this scene. Wait a minute. Vice President Fai Long, did you hit the wrong person? This isn't right. However, Vice President Fai Long did not think that he had hit the wrong person at this time. Instead, he cursed with anger on his face. Damn it, you Sabi. Your whole family is a big Sabi. Revenge? I'll avenge your mother. Didn't I tell you to come and apologize to Lu Xingzhou? What are you doing? Su Dajwang was already unconscious at this time, and Zhongli next to him was trembling and saying nothing. Fai Long turned his head and looked at him. Mute? Why, you won't talk now? Hurry up and explain to me. What the hell do you want to do? Zhongli was silent for a moment, then slowly explained. Because 2 days ago, your brother and I came here and were beaten. I thought you were here to avenge us today. Hearing this, Fai Long became even angrier. Fuck, you and my brother came here to cause trouble a few days ago. Zhongli nodded vigorously. At this time, Fei Long's face turned green. Good man, isn't this really offending people to death? He turned his head and found Lu Xingzhou looking at them with a joking expression, and he had a piece of popcorn in his hand. Eat and watch their performance. Fai Long thought for a moment, forced out a smile again, and said, Little brother Lu, if I say this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Do you think I believe it? Silence, deep silence. At this time, Fai Long became more and more angry. Zhongli thought he had escaped and would not be beaten. The next second, another slap came. Bang! Zhang Li's face, which had not yet subsided, became deeply sunken again, and then swelled even higher. Then he fainted. Zhang Li dead. The two younger brothers brought by Fai Long were already unconscious at this time. At this time, Fai Long rubbed his palms and then slowly said, Lu Xingzhou, no matter what you think, I'm here to apologize to you today. We did have some misunderstandings before, but I hope we can turn weapons into gold coins. Fai Long quoted many classics, but unfortunately he had not even graduated from elementary school, so he came up with this word at last. Chu Qing, who was standing next to them, remained silent as she listened to their conversation. Could it be that what he wanted to say was turn hostility into friendship? Lu Xingzhou looked at the other person's smiling face. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. I will not join your Blood Knight Guild. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Joke. Until 1 minute ago, these two guys didn't know whether they were here to cause trouble or to apologize. You call this sincerity? Besides, even if he really came to apologize, Lu Xingzhou wouldn't take it seriously. As the saying goes, a dog will never stop eating shit. Seeing Lu Xingzhou being so determined, Fei Long's face gradually stiffened and turned cold. No discussion on this matter? No. Okay, kid. Fai Long nodded and then said coldly, I hope you can always stay this tough in the future. Lu Xingzhou threw another handful of popcorn into his mouth indifferently and then slowly said, Remember to take your 2 dogs with you. Fei Long's mouth twitched, and he dragged the 2 unlucky guys who had fainted by their collars and left the bun shop in shame. Lu Xingzhou looked at the other person's back, his eyes gradually turning cold. Then he took out a diary with a black leather cover from his arms and filled in 2 names on it. At this time, there are a total of 4 names on it. Chu Qing came over and asked, Hey, Xiao Lu, were you writing or drawing? Fine. Lu Xingzhou closed his diary, then said with a smile, It's just a record of a good life. Oh, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I have kept it a secret from my aunt. Chu Qing pretended to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, looking very charming. At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly said, Okay, I really didn't remember anything. Shall we go out for dinner tonight? It will cost money. Although Chu Qing's eyes lit up, she still felt a little sorry for the money. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. Hey, we have money now, and the bun shop business is also improving. Didn't we make more than 20,000 gold coins yesterday? That's true. Chu Qing nodded, then smiled brightly and said, Then let's eat hot pot. Okay, Mr. Lu will pay for tonight's consumption. Chu Qing smiled secretly, revealing 2 shallow dimples. However, at this time, a bald man came over smelling the scent. Mr. Lu, I heard that someone wants to pay for tonight's consumption. No, you installed surveillance cameras in my house. This is called telepathic communication. It proves that we are truly in love, Brother Liu. Sun Qi touched his bald head and spoke with a smile. Lu Xingzhou was too lazy to argue with him. How much does a meal cost? Okay, stop being so joking. Let's go together tonight. Oh yeah, long live, Brother Liu. While Sun Qi was cheering, Lu Xingzhou asked, by the way, what are you doing here? Tell me now. Oh. Sun Qi finally reacted and got down to business. I heard a piece of gossip today. I heard that Chun Jin Shi from Experimental Middle School seemed to have made another breakthrough. Now Experimental Middle School has announced that their goal is the top scholar in Jiangbei Province. Chapter 56, Brother Liu, can you answer my questions? After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou obviously became a little interested. I didn't expect that this Experimental Middle School was so confident. How dare you shout out this slogan so early? It seems that he really doesn't take other people seriously. I just don't know where the other party's confidence comes from. Have you heard what Shinjinchi's trump card is? Sun Qi shook his head, then said calmly, this kind of thing is the most important and confidential thing in every middle school. How could they tell us so easily? Trump card, Brother Liu. Do you know what a trump card is? If we knew about this, would it still be called a trump card? Lu Xingzhou looked at Sun Qi, then said after a moment of silence, you do not know? But who am I? Even if others don't know something, of course I know it. Sun Qi kept the question a secret, then said, according to gossip, this Chen Jinshi seems to have successfully completed the transformation of his skills. Skill transformation? Lu Xingzhou had naturally heard of this term. This refers to the small probability events that may occur occasionally when using the skill keystone. The skill will be upgraded by 1 level. For example, from level 3 to level 4. From level 4 to level 5. The highest grade skills that a first-level professional, that is, in the 1 to 20 level stage, can master. It's level 4. Only those who have changed their profession too can have access to high-level skills of levels 5 and 6. This is also one of the main reasons why the strength of a second-term professional is far superior to that of a first-term professional. In other words, this kid Shinjin Shi might have already mastered the 5th level skills. Compared to most people, it's quite impressive. But level 5 compared to my own skills. It seems that there is still no comparison. If this is what he is confident about, is that so? That's too foolish. At this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his mouth and replied with one word. Oh, Brother Liu, just reply once. Do you know how much effort I put into getting this news for you? Sun Qi was speechless. Lu Xingzhou's reaction was really too bland. Okay, I'll give you a chicken drumstick tonight. Sun Qi was angry. You can get rid of me with just a chicken drumstick? What else? Lu Xingzhou asked back. After a moment of silence, Sun Qi shouted, I want 2 packs. Okay, I'll even get you a whole bucket. My dad doesn't like chicken, so there's no need to bring it for him. Sun Qi said seriously. Lu Xingzhou smiled and waved his hand to explain. I'm talking about the whole chicken family. On the other side, inside the Blood Knight Guild, Zhao Feng came to Fei Long's office again and slammed the table. Fei Long, tell me, what the hell else can you do besides causing trouble? I asked you to apologize and now you're doing this? Let me tell you, the headquarters will arrange for inspectors to come down and assess the members of our branch in the next few days. I've made myself clear today. I will definitely report this matter to President Qin Xian. You, Fei Long, are simply not qualified for the job of vice president. Zhao Feng was furious because he heard it from his principal, Cheng Yuanshan. Lu Xingzhou has made his attitude clear. He would never consider joining the Blood Knight Guild. All this is because of Fei Long and his bastard brother. This time, Fei Long's face no longer had the calm expression it had before. Looked serious. Because he also knew that if the inspector of the General Guild knew that he had caused the Blood Knight Guild to miss out on such a genius. So, you're doomed. I don't even want to think about the position of vice president anymore. All the resources and connections that his father had accumulated in the past have vanished into thin air. Zhao Feng, I know what you mean, but I will find a way to solve it, and I will explain this matter clearly to President Qin Xian. Zhao Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He wanted to see what method Fei Long had to solve this problem. After Zhao Feng left, Fei Long began to think about countermeasures. The best way now is to do it for Lu Xingzhou directly. Why can't get, no other guild can get. However, Jianghai City's special training assessment will begin in 2 days. Now, at this critical juncture, killing a talented student blatantly would inevitably attract the attention of the Public Security Bureau. maybe things will become more troublesome. If we have to think of a solution, it is to find someone who is more talented and more evil than Lu Xingzhou to join our Blood Knight Guild. Only in this way can I have an excuse to the outside world. It seems that I need to find out who has more potential among the students in Jianghai City this year. If I remember correctly, many guilds in Jianghai City were invited to participate in the citywide special training assessment. By then, there will definitely be a genius who surpasses Lu Xingzhou. Hee, as long as we find one, won't the problem be solved? Thinking of this, Feilong smiled brightly again. During these 2 days, Lu Xingzhou was relatively free. Eat something delicious and do some dungeon crawling every day. Moreover, my aunt's steam bun shop business is getting better and better. After all, the name has spread, and more people are coming from all directions just to buy some buns. The 2 bodyguards that were hired often helped with kneading dough, cleaning, etc., in addition to their main duties. Overall, things are getting better. On the day before the citywide special training assessment, Zhao Qian finally reached level 10. Lu Xingzhou was willing to take her to the stone giant city. With one more person, they could pick up items faster. However, since Zhao Qian had just reached level 10, she still had a lot of equipment to purchase. She went to the Jianghai City Trading House to make some purchases. Lu Xingzhou didn't care. After all, there were many students like himself and Sun Qi in the entire Jianghai City who were upgrading so quickly, almost non-existent. After all, they're all playing the most difficult copies, so the upgrade speed is naturally the fastest. No doubt about it. Most of the other students are still at level 6 or 7, while Lu Xingzhou and his classmates are already at level 11. I don't know if I can reach level 12 on the last day. Forget it, let it be. Lu Xingzhou stopped thinking about it. Anyway, the citywide assessment was not a challenge for him. The only person that interested Lu Xingzhou a little was the guy named Chen Jinqi. This is a genius recognized by everyone. How strong is it anyway? Lu Xingzhou was really curious. Before ending a day of map clearing, Lu Xingzhou and Sun Qi finally reached the limit of the experience bar length. Upgraded to level 12. This made Sun Qi very happy because his combat power increased by another 2 stars, and now his basic combat power has reached 20 stars. It can be said to be terribly strong. Sun Qi smiled and said to Lu Xingzhou, "Hey, Brother Lu, how much is your combat power now? I guess it's not much higher than mine." No matter what, Sun Qi is a rare profession. He felt that if they both upgraded by 1 level, his combat power would at least be greater than Lu Xingzhou's. This has nothing to do with personal strength. It is purely a difference caused by the characteristics of the profession. Previously, Lu Xingzhou's combat power rating was 24 stars, and now he is 20 stars. I'm finally catching up with Lu Xingzhou. At this time, Lu Xingzhou also nodded. "You are indeed catching up with me." Lu Xingzhou then displayed his information panel. When Sun Qi saw his combat power evaluation, he fell silent, because at this moment his combat power rating displayed a few small words that made him extremely surprised. Combat power rating, 30 stars. Sun Qi was stunned when he saw this line of small words. 30 stars? No, is that right? After a long pause, Sun Qi finally asked, "Brother Lu, can you answer my question? What makes you so strong?" Lu Xingzhou stroked his chin and thought for a long time. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Probably sweat and hard work." This seems to make sense at first, but after thinking about it carefully for a moment, you will find that it is not the case at all. Sweat and hard work. Didn't we paint the picture together? Besides, I saw you didn't sweat when you were clearing the map. Didn't it just flash of spark and lightning and it was gone in a second? Why did you work so hard? How could we, the working people responsible for picking up props, work harder? Chapter 57. No. How did this magic apprentice get in? The next day was the date for Jianghai City's special training assessment. If you ask what could be better than the National College entrance examination to focus everyone's attention on it, that is the one organized by Jianghai City every year. All the talented students in the city were organized together for special training and assessment. And if we have to say which school received the most attention among all the schools this year, that must be the experimental middle school that has been ranked first in Jianghai City for 3 consecutive years. To put it more bluntly, this special training assessment is to bring out all the talented students in Jianghai City this year. Those with stronger strength and better performance should naturally receive greater attention and more resources for training. This will only bring benefits and no disadvantages to students who are qualified to participate in this competition. This is why countless talented students are willing to participate in this special training assessment. Resources and fame are what they need most right now. This assessment attracts various activities and attention every year. This also includes some voting activities organized by the government that are reasonable and legal. Audiences can vote for their favorite contestants. You can choose to vote for Chun Jin-chi from Experimental Middle School, believing that he will be the best performing candidate in this competition. Similarly, you can also choose to vote for Sun Chi, believing that he will be the second best performer in this assessment. And so on. You can also vote for who you think is the worst. Each vote costs some gold coins. Of course, if the hair choice is correct, you will also get some rewards according to the corresponding odds. Of course, all of this is allowed by the federal government and is reasonable and legal citizen income. Many citizens pay attention to this event every year and become rich overnight through it. Of course, the federal government also makes a lot of money from it. So this is one of the most watched events every year. The most impressive one among them is Qin Xian, who suddenly appeared 3 years ago. Qin Xian's strength is self-evident. He has set one record after another and has surpassed all other candidates in the city's assessments. That year, he led countless people to create the miracle of getting rich. Therefore, when the day of special training assessment comes, even if it is just a preliminary round, but countless reporters and spectators have surrounded the entire scene, and their enthusiasm has almost reached the sky. The preliminary round of the special training assessment opened today, and the venue was chosen to be the Jianghai City Gymnasium. Before going out this morning, Chu Qing dressed up specially. She usually goes out without makeup, but today she changed into a beautiful white dress and put on just the right amount of light makeup. Even though Chu Qing is almost 30 years old now, there are still no blemishes on her face that need to be covered up. Because today is a special day, she hopes to be there and witness it with her own eyes. The venue here is not small and can accommodate 5,000 people watching at the same time. At this moment, all the students participating in the special training assessment gathered in the central square. The host took the microphone and slowly spoke into it. Today we have invited the top talented high school students in Jianghai City. They have gathered together to participate in our Jianghai City Special Training Assessment Invitational Tournament this year. All students who participate in this special training assessment will receive corresponding ranking rewards based on their performance after passing our assessment. And the students with the best performance will receive training contract from our top guild in Jianghai City. It can be said that being able to obtain a training contract from a top guild means that your future will be bright. So, young men, are you ready to start your assessment? The audience at the scene looked at the information panels of the students in front of them and showed a look of relief. From Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Qian, Occupation, Crescent Moon Archer, Level 10. From Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, Lin Yixue, Occupation, Elf Mage, Level 10. From Jianghai Experimental Middle School, Zhao Jinhu, Occupation, Jiu-Jitsu Master, Level 10. From Jianghai Experimental Middle School, Chun Jinchi, Occupation is Wind Rider, Level 11. Rare level professions flashed by one after another, causing many viewers who had experienced professional awakening to sigh with emotion. It is indeed right to entrust the future of the Federation to such promising young people. Those who are famous here are indeed very strong. The audience looked at the information panels of each person flashing on the big screen in front of them, shaking their heads and sighing. Oh my God, this is outrageous. Chun Jinchi is already level 11. This upgrade speed is too fast. My cousin is also a senior this year. How come he is only level 4 now? He told me yesterday that he was beaten up by goblins. A genius is a genius. How can he be the same as your cousin? TSK, they are indeed geniuses from various schools. Their strengths must be at least 13 or 14 stars, right? My dad is already in his 40s, and he's still struggling with 9-star strength. You're lucky. My dad has only found a job in life. Now he works from dawn to dusk every day and is almost dying of exhaustion. I really envy these students. Each of them is a gifted one. It would be great if I could also awaken a rare profession. But just as everyone was sighing, suddenly, Lu Xingzhou's panel popped up in front of everyone. From Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, Lu Xingzhou, Occupation is Magic Apprentice, Level 12. When hearing this introduction, all the audience looked at each other in wide eyes. They don't understand if they heard it wrongly. Magic apprentice? Isn't that a low-level job? Many people showed a look of doubt on their faces. Isn't this a special training and assessment site where geniuses gather? Shouldn't all of Jianghai City's super talents this year be here? How did such a low-level professional get in? But the strange thing is, how come this low-level professional is already level 12, even higher than Chun Jinchi's level? Isn't this a bit outrageous? Are you sure this guy is level 12? Goddess Lin is only level 10. No, I don't understand. A level 12 magic apprentice. Am I out of date? Is magic apprentice some new rare profession? No, no, no. Don't doubt yourself. That's a low-level job. Many people looked at Lu Xingzhou with strange eyes at this moment. But the crowd's surprise did not last long. Soon, everyone began to exclaim, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, look, it looks like we're about to move on to the next step." It's really exciting. I don't know what interesting things will happen next. Today is the preliminary round. If I'm not mistaken, it should be to arrange the next schedule and so on. The audience was very excited and wanted to know what would happen next. At this time, the host slowly said, "Dear audience, now that we have introduced the talented students from all the schools, the next step is the grouping session that we all look forward to. In the past, we relied on staff to make allocations and consider the overall strength of both teams. But this year we decided to do something different, and that is not to rely on us to do the distribution anymore. Instead, the students will be allowed to decide for themselves. Both sides will be divided into two teams, and they will select the captain of their respective teams based on their strength. The captains of both teams can decide which player they want to choose based on their strength. And finally, the team leaders who perform better in the next assessment will also receive additional score rewards. But for the loser, all rewards will be reset to 0. Hearing this, all the students present couldn't help but gasp. I didn't expect that this rule would make the captain's position so burdensome. Next, students who wish to compete for the position of captain, please take a step forward. Hearing this, the audience was excited. I didn't expect that the arrangements for this year's special training and assessment would be somewhat different from usual. I just don't know who has the courage to be the captain. While everyone was discussing, Chun Jinshi took a step forward confidently and shouted, "Then let me be the captain." Chapter 58, Chun Jinshi. No one can match him. Before the special training assessment in Jianghai City began, almost everyone had heard of the name Chun Jinshi, the most mysterious and dazzling super genius in experimental middle school. Perhaps many people think that Zhao Jinhu is awesome enough. There are rumors that Zhao Jinhu's strength had reached 16 stars a long time ago. Compared to him, Chun Jinshi is only stronger, not weaker. At this time, everyone also saw the subtle expression on Zhao Jinhu's face. Because when Chun Jinshi said this, there was no surprise on Zhao Jinhu's face, nor was there any rebuttal. It seemed as if Chun Jinshi was born to say such words. He should run for the captaincy. In other words, Chun Jinshi's current strength must be stronger than Zhao Jinhu's. When the host saw Chun Jinshi standing up, he nodded with great satisfaction and then said in a high-pitched voice, "It seems that the candidate for our first captain position has already come out. Is there anyone who feels dissatisfied? If anyone feels dissatisfied, you can decide the final captaincy through a one-on-one duel." Hearing this, the atmosphere of the scene became lively again. Oh my God, is it possible to compete through a one-on-one duel? It seems that today is really worth the price. The principals of the schools who were watching nearby felt at this moment. If you want to challenge Chun Jinshi, it will be very difficult. After all, Chun Jinshi's strength and reputation are there, and no one should be so desperate as to challenge Chun Jinshi. On the contrary, the competition for the other captain should be more intense. But what they didn't expect was that after Chun Jinshi stood there were actually people who dared to challenge him. "I'll do it." This person is a professional who uses a heavy sword from Jianghai No. 4 Middle School. He held a heavy sword in both hands and slowly walked to the center of the square. Many students from Jianghai No. 4 Middle School recognized the young man holding the heavy sword on the stage. "Come on, Shinyun Tao. Brother Tao is the leader of our school, and he is really brave. If he wants to fight, he will fight the hardest. As expected of our Brother Tao, he is really awesome. Come on, Brother Tao. Don't worry, Brother Tao's strength is recognized as the strongest in Jianghai No. 4 Middle School. After all, he broke the record that has been sealed in our school for many years. Yes, Brother Tao is still quite awesome. I guess he won't suffer much against Chun Jinshi." At this time, Chen Jinshi looked at Shen Yintao. There was a faint smile on his face without any murderous intent, but instead making people feel warm like a spring breeze. Because Chen Jinshi did not regard the other party as an opponent. His smile reflects his absolute confidence in his own strength. After a moment, Chen Jinshi slowly opened his mouth to respond. Well, let's give it a try. As the battle between the two was about to break out, the entire atmosphere at the scene was instantly pushed to a climax. Chen Jinshi. Oh my god, we're gonna start so soon? I'm so excited. This will definitely be an exciting game. I'm so excited. At the scene, the safety fighting facilities of the competition arena instantly rose from the ground. After seeing this scene, Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. It just so happened that he also wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong Chen Jinshi was. On the stage, Chen Jinshi looked at Shen Yuntao calmly and said, "Come on, take action." He had no intention of moving first, but waited patiently for the other party to make a move. Shen Yuntao looked at Chen Jinshi's arrogant expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold, murderous intent. Chen Jinshi, you look down on others. If you don't take action, you will die miserably next. It's okay, you go first. Chen Jinshi still had a calm expression, and then he continued. I don't want this competition to end so easily. As soon as the words fell, Shen Yuntao felt as if he had been insulted. The whole person instantly burst out with terrifying power. You know, Shen Yuntao swung his two-handed heavy sword, and the attack power and destructive power were definitely not something that ordinary people could easily resist. It can be said that his strength is quite terrifying. Even Sun Qi next to him nodded in approval. Not bad, the strength and speed are both at the best level in the same class. However, Chen Jinshi didn't even look at it this time. It didn't arouse his interest at all. He just waved his hand casually, and then a wall of wind appeared in front of him instantly. Boom strapia. After the wind wall and Shen Yuntao's attack collided, there was a huge crash, and a terrifying aura of pressure exploded. Shen Yuntao took a few steps back, with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the opponent could resolve his attack so easily. He had heard that the profession of Wind Rider could manipulate magic with wind attributes. But he really didn't expect it. The defensive power of Chen Jinshi's wind wall is so strong. Then, he pushed the ground with his legs again and attacked continuously from different angles, trying to find Chen Jinshi's defensive blind spot. But what he never expected was that it was useless. Everything was useless. He couldn't break through the wind wall's defense at all. Damn it, it's just a wind wall. I'll break you. Shen Yuntao shouted loudly. Then he clenched his hands and swept out with his sword. Ping Yunjian. This is also his current strongest level 4 attack skill. Even the Goblin King could be seriously injured under a hard blow. However, Chen Jinshi still had a calm expression and whispered, "Popular." The next second, his speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Whoosh! Shen Yuntao's sword didn't even touch his body, just encountered a wisp of afterimage. It missed. Based on his experience, Shen Yuntao believed that this move should have hit the target. But, judging from his feedback, he definitely missed the target. Shen Yuntao's heart tightened, because he knew very well that if his sword missed the target, it would be very dangerous. Ping Yunjian, although the skill is quite powerful. However, there's a fatal flaw, which is that the skill has too long a delay. At this time, his back was completely defenseless. He was about to turn his head to defend against the attack from behind. But at this time, Chen Jinshi's proud voice came from behind him. It's powerful, but unfortunately, it's too stubborn. Let me be the captain. As soon as the words fell, Chen Jinshi kicked him lightly on the back. Bang! Shen Yuntao staggered, and using inertia, he moved forward and knelt on the ground. Although he managed to support himself on the ground with his hands in time, he did not fall flat on his face. But this is embarrassing enough. Shen Yuntao lowered his head, unable to believe it for a long time. I lost. However, at this moment, Chen Jinshi suddenly walked up and stretched out his hand to him. Pull him up. It's okay. It's not shameful to lose to me. You're already very strong. It doesn't look like Chen Jinshi is trying to put on a show, because the smile on his face is still warm and gentle. After a moment, Shen Yuntao took his hand and stood up. Chen Jinshi, you are very strong. Shen Yuntao, admire you. Good. Chen Jinshi smiled slightly, his expression still showing unquestionable confidence. He looked around the room and continued. If you want to challenge me, just come on. This is your only chance. In the spectator seats on the sidelines, the expressions of the principals of each school are different. Although the principal of Jianghai No. 4 Middle School was unwilling, he was very pleased that Shun Yuntao had performed very well. Jianghai No. 1 Middle School and Jianghai No. 2 Middle School are the two schools that want to compete for the city's top student this year. Their principal's face was extremely serious, the silence that comes when facing a strong enemy. It seems that defeating Experimental Middle School this year will be even more difficult than in previous years. Chung Yuanshan also knew that the strength displayed by Shun Yuntao was already very strong. He is definitely one of the top-tier geniuses. He is considered a super talent who has emerged from nowhere in Jianghai No. 4 Middle School this year. However, in Chun Jinqi's hands, he was still more than one level lower. I don't know if my students can beat Chun Jinqi. As for the principals of other ordinary schools, they came to watch the game. In their eyes, there is only worship and admiration. However, the principal of the Experimental Middle School looked very calm at this moment, because he knew that the strength Chun Jinqi showed now was far from all he had. In Jianghai City this year, no one can match Chun Jinqi. Now these principals are even more certain after Chun Jinqi showed some strength just now. No one will dare to challenge him again. However, they still underestimated the young and energetic students. They are both gifted children of destiny. Should I avoid his edge? Chapter 59, Another Captain. That's it. On such a stage, many people want to prove themselves by defeating the much-anticipated Chun Jinqi. Take this opportunity to make a name for yourself. But apparently, they underestimated Chun Jinqi and overestimated themselves. These gifted people were completely defeated by the huge gap in strength. Finally, after Chun Jinqi defeated geniuses from various universities for 4 consecutive games without getting hurt, no one challenged him anymore. Anyone else? Everyone was silent, and no one responded to the challenge. At this time, the host on the scene spoke directly. It seems that the captain of our first team has been confirmed. That is Chun Jinqi from Jianghai Experimental Middle School. At the scene, all the audience stood up and applauded. At this moment, the entire stadium was filled with thunderous applause and cheers that tore through the sky. Chun Jinqi stood proudly in the center of everyone's sight, calmly accepting everyone's cheers. At this time, Sun Qi next to him asked, "Brother Liu, don't you plan to go up and practice with him?" Liu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "It doesn't matter. Isn't there still a captain spot?" "Oh, I was originally planning to try out for the second captain position, but since you want to be the captain, I won't join the fun." Sun Qi sighed slightly, feeling a little sorry. What they didn't notice was that when Chun Jinqi received countless cheers, there were also several gazes. Liu Xingzhou, who seemed inconspicuous, was looking at this side from the side. At this time, the host slowly said, "Since our first team leader has been decided, is there anyone willing to fight for the position of our second team leader?" After hearing this, the audience started talking again. Among the remaining students who didn't participate in the previous competition, the one with the most hope should be Lin Yixue from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, right? Goddess Lin is really strong. If we say that apart from Chun Jinqi, the strongest person this year should be him, right? I guess so. If Goddess Lin wants to compete, no one can compete with her. Didn't Jianghai No. 2 Middle School say that they have a secret weapon? Maybe it's Sun Qi. Those are just rumors. Do you believe them? If they're really that powerful, why didn't they challenge Chun Jinqi just now? Don't say anything. I think Zhao Qian from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School is pretty good, and she's also pretty cute, the sweet type. I like her. Brother, what's wrong with you? This isn't a beauty pageant. As everyone was talking, everyone's attention was focused on the remaining few super geniuses. But at this moment, a sudden voice came from where no one expected. Liu Xingzhou took a step forward slowly and said, "I want to be the captain." "Okay, it looks like our second contestant for captaincy has appeared." The host spoke enthusiastically into the microphone. Off the field, the audience looked confused. Who is this kid? Oh yeah, is he the magic apprentice from before? Low-level professional? Oh my god, how dare he compete for the captaincy? Didn't he see how many geniuses Chun Jinqi defeated just now to get this position? Yes, he really overestimates his own abilities. The opponents that Chun Jinqi defeated just now were all extremely strong. How dare he do that? This guy is here to attract attention. What a clown. He is really despicable. Haha. I'm looking forward to seeing what he looks like after being beaten up. At the scene, many audiences were very contemptuous. There were even bursts of booing. They all found it outrageous. How did a useless clown like Lu Xingzhou get in? However, Chu Qing, who was sitting in the crowd, could no longer sit still after hearing the comments from people around her. She retorted angrily. You don't understand. Lu Xingzhou is very powerful, not at all like what you say. Hearing this, everyone looked at Chu Qing with strange eyes. It was as if this woman was crazy. Does being a magic apprentice, a low-level professional, have anything to do with being powerful? Don't be ridiculous. If he can become a captain, I will just eat him. That's right. This Lu Xingzhou is just a useless clown. He can't beat me even if I fight him. He will soon be taught a lesson by reality. You have to know that to be cool, you need to have strength. Chu Qing was not afraid of the mocking looks from the people around her. She went straight up to them and said, Lu Xingzhou will become the captain. I bet with you guys. The people around looked at Chu Qing as if she were a fool. The boy who brings wealth? Although this woman looks pretty and smart, how could she be a lunatic? Okay, let's bet. 10,000 gold coins. Do you dare? Many spectators around heard the conversation and looked over. I didn't expect that I could make money just by watching a game. Although 10,000 gold coins was Chu Qing's savings for 2 or 3 months. However, she still did not hesitate at all and spoke directly. Good. This is trust in Lu Xingzhou. In the center of the venue, Lu Xingzhou listened to the boos from all around him, but he remained calm. He looked at the students around him and asked calmly, How about it? Who wants to challenge me? On the opposite side, Chun Jinshi looked at Lu Xingzhou thoughtfully. This was also the first time that he looked at these students of the same grade as him with this kind of eyes. Chun Jinshi felt that this guy Lu Xingzhou, it seems that he is different from other students. Lu Xingzhou glanced around the scene, but no one came out to challenge him at this time. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. On sight, there was silence, and no one came out to challenge Lu Xingzhou. Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is no one challenging him? Yeah, this. Why is there no one moving? Why didn't Goddess Lin challenge him? Is it because they are from the same school? But even if Goddess Lin didn't challenge him, why didn't Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu from Jianghai No. 1 Middle School make any moves? I don't understand. They don't seem to be planning to challenge Lu Xingzhou. Oh my god, this is outrageous. Can anyone tell me why? At this time, the person who had made a bet with Chu Qing was also a little panicked. His script is wrong? How come a mere magic apprentice makes everyone so afraid of him? Just now, there was someone who dared to challenge a monster like Chun Jinshi. Why is it that when I got to Lu Xingzhou's side, there was no movement? In fact, they don't know. Jianghai No. 1 Middle School and Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, 2 schools that are capable of competing with Experimental Middle School. The geniuses among them had already been subdued by Lu Xingzhou. The talented students from other schools also reached level 10 and knew who had created the latest dungeon record in the Frost Jungle. That is, Lu Xingzhou. They are not stupid. Moreover, if he wins the challenge to Chun Jinshi, he will become completely famous. But there is no benefit in defeating Lu Xingzhou. But if you lose, then you will be doomed and laughed at for the rest of your life. Although these students are at an age where they tend to be overly enthusiastic, they also have their own little calculations. Challenge Lu Xingzhou? Regardless of whether his copy record is a result of his actual strength or so-called cheating. But there is no need for them to take risks. So, just like that, the entire stadium was silent. No one responded to the challenge. After a moment, the host was also embarrassed by the silence. Then he said, no one chooses to challenge. When he said this, he deliberately glanced at the geniuses around him. Seeing that no one spoke, he then spoke. Okay, then I declare that the captain of the second team is Lu Xingzhou from Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. As soon as the words fell, there was silence at the scene. On the court, Chun Jinshi smiled slightly, barely perceptible, with a hint of curiosity at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, isn't it? A magic apprentice? Chapter 60. Lao Cheng. Is there no one left in your school? Lu Xingzhou actually became the same captain as Chun Jinshi. It can be said that no one expected this result. Not only were the audience at the scene stunned, but even the principals of other schools were confused. Boy, is that right? Oh, by the way, old Cheng, I wanted to ask you just now, why did your school send a magic apprentice to participate in this citywide special training assessment? Is there no one in your school? After hearing this, Chung Yuan-shan returned to school without anger, then looked at them in a very complicated tone and said, "Oh, you don't have to tell me that. If you're not convinced, can you let your dear student compete with him?" After hearing this, all the principals present were speechless, because they knew better than anyone that this old man, Chung Yuan-shan, was not someone who was easy to get along with. This guy hides his foxtail deeper than anyone else. If he is so confident in this young man named Lu Xingzhou, then there is no need for outsiders like them to have any doubts. It's just that what they can't understand is, what exactly is the strength of this magic apprentice named Lu Xingzhou? This inevitably made these knowledgeable principals feel a little puzzled. Even if a low-level profession is strong, how strong can it be? Can he be the captain of this team together with Chen Jinshi? However, at this time, the principal of experimental middle school laughed, and then said to Chung Yuan-shan beside him in a familiar manner, "Old Chung, I am really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises your student will bring us in the next session." "Then you just wait and see," Chung Yuan-shan replied with a smile. Although the conversation between the two was very plain, for some reason everyone around them sensed a subtle smell of tension. In the audience, Chu Qing, who saw Lu Xingzhou becoming the team leader, said without any surprise, "See, I told you he could do it. Hurry up and apologize to him. Quick." After hearing this, the man who had just threatened to make a bet with Chu Qing suddenly turned as ugly as a pig's liver. He had a fucking expression on his face. 10,000 gold coins. That's his living expenses for several months. I shouldn't have made any bets with this crazy woman. But he was too embarrassed to go back on his word in front of so many people. I don't have so much cash." However, Chu Qing didn't care about the 10,000 gold coins. She repeated her words again. Apologize to him. Under the gaze of the people around him, the man held it in his mouth for a long time before uttering this sentence. "Yeah, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I was too short-sighted." After hearing this, Chu Qing snorted, then turned her head and ignored him. When the man saw that Chu Qing ignored him, he took advantage of no one's attention and secretly prepared to run away. Although there are many bets of 10,000 gold coins, Chu Qing is not doing it for the money. She just couldn't bear to hear others insulting Lu Xingzhou in front of him. That's all. The people around him also lowered their heads in embarrassment because of the influence of the man just now. Even, everyone unconsciously moved a little further away from Chu Qing. It's embarrassing, very embarrassing indeed. After both sides decided on their captains, it was naturally time to select members for the team. Logically speaking, if we can select stronger teammates, it will definitely be more beneficial to the overall strength and performance of the team. So as captains, they should try their best to think of stronger teammates. However, when it came to this stage, the attitudes of the captains of both teams were very consistent. "It doesn't matter. Let him choose first," Chen Jinshi said calmly, with indescribable confidence in his tone. Lu Xingzhou was also very calm and said slowly, "It doesn't matter to me. Anyone can do it." Chen Jinshi glanced at Lu Xingzhou for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's okay. Since you've been given this opportunity, you should take it well and cherish it. When you lose, it will be too late to regret." Lu Xingzhou also smiled and said without any fear, "You are very confident in your own abilities." Chen Jinshi smiled and said nothing. At this time, the host slowly spoke and interrupted the conversation between the two. How about this? You two can each choose one and take turns choosing." Neither Lu Xingzhou nor Chen Jinshi refuted, which was considered as tacit agreement. "Then let's start with Lu Xingzhou. Why don't you start first?" "I choose Sun Qi." The next stage of selecting people is actually relatively uninteresting. Lu Xingzhou finally chose Sun Qi, Lin Yixue, Zhao Qian, and Shun Yuntao. On the other hand, Chen Jinshi chose Zhao Jinhu, Shi Xiaohu, and two others from experimental middle school. Judging from the on-paper strength, Chen Jinshi's team is obviously superior. At this time, many viewers have begun to sympathize with the four people chosen by Lu Xingzhou. In the next team cooperation copy, I think Lu Xingzhou's team will lose miserably. Our overall strength is too far behind the opponent, so we are bound to lose. Who told him to show off just now? Chen Jinshi is not in a hurry to choose teammates because he is strong. It's ridiculous for him to imitate others. When he hits you in the face, you'll know how painful it is. I'm going to ignore you guys. I'm going to go and cast 1,000 votes for Chen Jinshi's team. Oh my god, speaking of this, Let's quickly check what Chun Jinchi's team multiplier is. Buy some now. Go, go, go. Hurry up. It's a sure win if you buy it, brothers. On the other side, the leaders of the major guilds who were invited to watch the game on the sidelines all had some thoughts in their minds at this time. This Chun Jinchi is really dazzling. How can a golden fish stay in a pond? Chun Jinchi, this boy is indeed extraordinary. We at Tianjin Pavilion have decided to keep this genius. Hey, why are you a B-level guild like Tianjin Pavilion interfering in this? Our B+. Level guild Jinhai Tower hasn't said anything yet. It's a B+ guild. I want to fight for it. Everyone was talking at once, and the argument was very lively. At this time, Fai Long, the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, showed a happy expression on his face, because he finally found a genius who was more dazzling than Lu Xingzhou. Just look at what Qin Jinchi did just now. He must have hidden a considerable amount of his strength. Compared to Lu Xingzhou, it should be even better. If we can get Chun Jinchi to join our Blood Knight Guild, then I guess President Qin Xin won't blame himself for offending Lu Xingzhou before. Haha, okay. Thinking of this, he stood up directly. Our Blood Knight Guild has decided to take over Chun Jinchi. As for the representatives from other guilds, each of them had a different expression. You have to know that no matter how strong the B-level guilds are, they have little influence and say in their respective territories. However, there is still a gap between them and Class A unions. After the Blood Knight Guild spoke, no one else had the courage to continue arguing. But at this time, a middle-aged man in the corner slowly raised his eyes and glanced at Fai Long. This person was none other than the president of the only A-level guild in Jianghai City, the Heavy Hunters. He Jinfeng. He did not compete with Fei Long for the genius Chun Jinchi, because in his eyes there is someone who seems to be more valuable than Chun Jinchi. That is Lu Xingzhou. Chapter 61 Survival Dungeon, The Lost Forest, Jianghai City Stadium. After completing the team allocation, the host announced on the spot that the trial copy of this special training assessment will start the day after tomorrow. The choice is a special survival copy of levels 8 to 14, The Lost Forest. All contestants taking part in the assessment can use tomorrow's time to prepare in advance, including equipment, props, strategies, and so on. The entire process of this competition will be broadcast live on the internet to ensure the fairness and openness of the voting activity. The audience is very much looking forward to this, and even a little impatient. The focus of the contestants is on this survival copy, because as elite students in Jianghai City, they had never heard of the name of this copy. Even if they have really made preparations, it seems very likely that they may not be able to find a strategy for this copy. This is actually a silent confrontation between resources and background. If the family is more powerful and can find the perfect strategy for the dungeon, then the game has not yet begun. They already have an absolute advantage. Isn't this fair? Yes, it is a bit unfair. Even the leaders of Jianghai City who organized this special training and assessment could think of this. But they don't think this is a problem. There is unfairness everywhere in this world, and they themselves are the vested interests in unfairness, the so-called privileged class. Therefore, in their perception, this is as it should be. You have no resources, no background, and can't get any strategies? Feel sorry. What does that have to do with me? After hearing this, Sun Qi said to Lu Xingzhou, Brother Lu, when I get back, I'll tell my dad to ask him for some strategies for this dungeon. Things that can be solved with a little money are not problems. Taking Lu Xingzhou's family background into consideration, Sun Qi spoke directly without waiting for him to speak. Lin Yixue and Zhao Qian beside them also said, Let's go back and ask. We should be able to get it. Beside him, Shun Yintao was silent at this time, completely lacking the high spirits he had when he challenged Qin Jinchi. He bowed his head calmly, then turned and left. I will not be involved in this matter. I will wait for your notification when the time comes. Lu Xingzhou looked at Shun Yintao's leaving back and said nothing. At this time, Zhao Qian was obviously an insider. She came over and explained, Don't think too much. He doesn't have any problem with you. It's just that his family doesn't have any background. So for this kind of thing, he should be powerless. Sun Qi put on an attitude of a bystander and said, This guy, isn't he a little bit inferior? Lin Yixue and Zhao Qian didn't say anything, but judging from his performance just now. Of course there are some. Okay, don't worry about other people's business. Go back and prepare first. Oh, hearing Lu Xingzhou suddenly speak, Sun Qi shrugged and responded. On the other side, in front of the TV, a young girl in a hospital gown saw this scene on TV. Her somewhat weak eyes blinked slightly and then looked deep into her eyes. A hint of murderous intent was revealed. She suddenly stood up and walked out of the ward. Da-da-da. The crisp footsteps gradually faded away. Her figure gradually faded away at the end of the corridor until it disappeared into nothingness. After today's game, Chen Jinqi's name resounded throughout Jianghai City, although Lu Xingzhou, like him, also became the captain of the team. However, the support rates between the two are worlds apart. In everyone's eyes, Lu Xingzhou is just a lucky guy who got a bargain. Chen Jinqi, on the other hand, relied on his absolute strength to easily defeat 4 people in a row and won the captain's title of Super Genius. And from beginning to end, his confidence and calmness drove countless naive girls in front of the TV crazy. There is no doubt that Chen Jinqi is the most popular among all the freshmen this year. In fact, he is already showing signs of surpassing Qin Xian's support rate 3 years ago. The official voting odds for Chen Jinqi's team have dropped to 1.03. It can be said to be shockingly low. However, there are still countless supporters willing to vote for Chen Jinqi because the absolute strength he showed can be seen. Once he gets serious, he will almost certainly be the winner of this special training assessment. There will be no surprises. On the other hand, the odds for Lu Xingzhou's team were frighteningly high. Odds of 6.70. Even with such high odds, not many people are willing to vote for Lu Xingzhou. However, what Lu Xingzhou didn't know was, my aunt has secretly cast 1,723 votes for Lu Xingzhou. This is all the savings she currently has. Otherwise, she would have invested more. Again, she's not doing this for how much money she can make. Chu Qing just believed in Lu Xingzhou. Although the support rate outside is exaggerated, not many people believe that Lu Xingzhou and his team can win. But Lu Xingzhou didn't care. Why rush to prove anything? One day later, the result was known. Time will prove everything. After returning home, Lu Xingzhou was not in a hurry. Instead, he took Sun Qi to clear the map. Even Sun Qi didn't expect Lu Xingzhou to be so calm. But if you think about it carefully, you will know. If I had the abnormal strength of Lu Xingzhou, then I would definitely be more relaxed than Lu Xingzhou. After thinking about it, Sun Qi felt relieved. The next day, the top talents on both sides mobilized their own relationships and connections. Go and ask for information about this test copy. But something interesting happened. Regardless of whether they are the second generation of war fighters or the second generation of rich people, their families have put in all their efforts to understand them. However, little is known about this copy. Not to mention a strategy for passing the level, there is not even a clear understanding of the rules of this so-called dungeon. That's strange. Could it be that no one has ever cleared this instance before? This is not possible. After all the new copies arrive, if humans do not intervene, the channel to the alien space will continue to expand and then merge with reality and land on the blue planet. That's why, whenever a new copy appears, the federal government will organize top professionals to open up the new copy. In other words, as long as it is a copy that can be successfully opened up, then there must be a strategy for this copy. So this is also what everyone is confused about. Why can't they find the guide? No one even dared to ask for a price. However, when everyone was busy and exhausted, besides Lu Xingzhou, there was another person who seemed unusually relaxed. This person is Chen Jinqi. He is very confident in his own strength. He didn't intend to look for a guide for the dungeon. It made no difference to him whether there was one or not. There's a saying that goes, one force can break all laws. However, although he had no intention of looking for a copy strategy, the copy strategy came to him directly. The person who came was Filong. Little brother, do you desire power? Chapter 62. That Chen Jinqi may not be as strong as him. After Filong found Chen Jinqi, he spoke directly. How about you take my advice and make a deal with me? Chen Jinqi himself was not interested and was about to see the guest off. However, at this time, Filong stretched out his right hand and smiled. I know you are very strong, and our Blood Knight Guild needs strong people like you. Listen to the advice and have a full meal, little brother. If you are willing to join our Blood Knight Guild, there is no need to say more about the resources and rewards. The most important thing is that we will give you a guide to the dungeon. The dungeon guide for the Lost Forest. Hearing this, Chen Jinqi's expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly and said, Vice President Filong, Are you taking the strategy too seriously? Would I choose to join you just for a copy of the raid strategy? When Phylong heard this, he was not panicked. Instead, he said with a prepared tone, Haha, of course not, but even if you have great potential, isn't it mutually beneficial for you to join an A-level guild? 3 years ago, President Qin Xian was so talented, and now he has become the president of the Jianghai City branch. Do you think that your achievements will not be as good as his? Phylong said so many things, but Chen Jinshi only heard this one sentence. He is so confident in his own abilities. Naturally, I won't feel that I am weaker than anyone else, including the one who was called the strongest by everyone 3 years ago, Qin Xian. At this time, Phylong continued to persuade. Hey, little brother, I believe you should have checked the strategy guide for this dungeon before, right? Do you know why it has never been found? Chen Jinshi did not answer and waited for Phylong to continue speaking. The latter smiled, but didn't care and continued. That's because this copy has been sealed by the federal government, because it is too dangerous. So, I don't need to tell you how likely it is that those who don't get the guide for this dungeon will die. Chen Jinshi was silent for a moment. Then he said, Since no one else can get this dungeon strategy, how did you get it? Although Chen Jinshi didn't think he needed it, he did understand it from the side. No one has ever seen the strategy guide for the Lost Forest dungeon, and Phylong was so confident. He was a little curious. How did the Blood Knight Guild get the strategy? At this time, Phylong smiled, and he said directly without any concealment. The reason why there is no dungeon strategy leaked on the market is because this dungeon was originally cleared by Guild President Qin Xian. Only Guild Master Qin Xian has the strategy for this dungeon. Hearing this, Chen Jinshi's eyes moved slightly. The level 8 dungeon strategy was actually created by Qin Xian. In other words, he had already participated in the development of special dungeons before his second job. Interesting. So interesting. It seems that this Qin Xian is indeed a target worth pursuing. Chen Jinshi smiled and said, I can agree to join you, but when can I get this strategy? Tonight. Phylong patted his chest and smiled, showing his yellow teeth. Good. Although Chen Jinshi doesn't care, having a strategy is not a bad thing. As the saying goes, it is better to be prepared. After Phylong solved the problem of Chen Jinshi joining, he felt much better. Haha, I will go back and report this matter to President Qin Xian later. With Chen Jinshi around, who the hell cares about that damn magic apprentice? Thinking of Lu Xingzhou, a hint of hostility flashed in Feilong's eyes. You little bastard, wait for death. On the other side, the Jianghai City Blood Knight Guild branch. Qin Xian was sitting on the main seat in the president's office with a tired look on his face, listening to Zhao Feng complaining in his ear. He waved his hand and said, Are you talking about Lu Xingzhou who broke my record before? What's the matter? Has Phylong been offended? Yes. Zhao Feng spread his hands in anger. Well, I'll tell him about this when he comes back. Qin Xian's voice had just fallen, and at this time, Phylong walked in from the door with a smile on his face. President, you're back, haha. You must have been tired after being away for these days. Here are some fine wines and delicious dishes I just brought for you. Qin Xian looked at him and said with a very cold expression, Phylong, now that you're back, stop talking about those useless things. Come here, I have something to ask you. After saying that, Zhao Feng looked at him as if he was enjoying the show. Fei Long knew that Zhao Feng must have gone to file a complaint, but he was not panicked at all. President, what do you want to tell me? Qin Xian seriously questioned Fei Long about the previous question. In fact, from Qin Xian's point of view, he was still a little curious about Lu Xingzhou, the magic apprentice who broke his record. Maybe, in the future, he will be able to become the second local genius in Jianghai City after himself. However, Phylong also used the words he had prepared long ago to evade Qin Xian's questions. Oh, President, even though this guy won't join our guild, it's his loss. Also, I have contacted another genius. That is Chen Jinshi, who has been very popular in Jianghai City recently. He has agreed to join our guild. Sure enough, it was just as Phylong expected. After Qin Xian heard this, his expression instantly became much more relaxed. However, at this time he still said sternly, Well, I have heard of this Chen Jinshi, but he seems to have never broken my record. He may not be as good as Lu Xingzhou. Although Qin Xian is not very old, when he speaks, he has the dignity of a superior. Phylong smiled and said, Hey, President, you don't understand. This young man's performance this year is absolutely outstanding. If you don't believe me, just look at his performance in the subsequent dungeon tests and you'll know. Qin Xian was skeptical and did not give a clear answer. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "It's just right. The prosecutors from the General Assembly will arrive tomorrow. I'll give you one chance, but if he fails to win the special training test, do you know the consequences?" Filong patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Qin Jinshi is invincible. But there is one more thing I would like to ask of you. That is, can you give me a copy of the guide for the Lost Forest dungeon?" On the other side, the inspector of the Blood Knight Guild was sitting in a black business car on the highway leading to Jianghai City. She has a pair of slender legs that are almost as long as Su Ruyan's, and she also has a small teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. The only difference between them and Su Ruyan is their temperament. The woman sitting in the car at this time had a much more mature temperament and looked a few years older. It's just that the ends of her eyebrows are naturally slightly upturned, which makes her look a little more charming than Su Ruyan's cold temperament. When the car was about to arrive in Jianghai City, the driver at the front desk suddenly asked, "Ms. Su Ruyan, we are about to arrive in Jianghai City. Are you planning to go directly to the Blood Knight's branch, or?" Su Ruyan blinked her beautiful eyes, then smiled and said, "Let's go directly to the Blood Knight chapter. As for my cute and well-behaved sister, I'll go play with her tomorrow." "Okay, Ms. Su Ruyan," the driver responded, then slowly drove towards the Blood Knight branch. Chapter 63, Are You Here for Vacation? This day's preparation time was actually nothing special for Lu Xingzhou. It's no different from a normal holiday, because he didn't need to make any additional preparations for this copy. Just go with the flow, level up, clear dungeons, and eat some detoxifying fruits. Delicious. And because Zhao Qian joined Lu Xingzhou's team, she would chat with Lu Xingzhou whenever she had time these past 2 days. Ask him some questions about the Lost Forest dungeon. Of course, the answer she got was, "I don't understand either." Zhao Qian was a little embarrassed. She actually just wanted to be closer to the boss. But she really didn't expect that the boss would give such an answer in the end. If you want to get closer to the big guy, then your approach must be wrong. Zhao Qian racked her brains, but couldn't think of anything. In fact, Lu Xingzhou simply doesn't care. The next day was the day of the copy assessment. The entire Jianghai City seemed to be a bit more lively. Even the small vendors going out in the morning were obviously more numerous than usual. The streets are also quite lively, as if celebrating the new year. And for the many guilds in Jianghai City, today is indeed very lively, because they are very much looking forward to seeing how this year's talented boys and girls will perform. This is also the best opportunity for major guilds to add fresh blood. At this moment, in the Blood Knight Guild branch, Qin Xian sat on the passenger seat consciously, while sitting on the main seat was a beautiful woman with a charming yet majestic temperament. "President Qin, what are your plans next?" The woman spoke slowly. Her voice was very pleasant, but it did not arouse any improper thoughts. Qin Xian also sat upright at this time and answered very seriously. "We have made a detailed plan. Please review it." Qin Xian pushed a list over and continued. "Ms. Su, we will take you to the special training assessment site to watch the performance of Jianghai City's geniuses this year. Moreover, the super genius named Chun Jinshi has already accepted our invitation to join the club. In the future, we also plan to train him well." Su Ryu nodded slightly, then raised her long, beautiful legs and stretched. "Well then, let's go." Outside the copy, the teams of Chun Jinshi and Lu Xingzhou were already waiting outside the door. The host said to the crowd, "Next, we are about to start today's assessment. First, I want to state a few rules. First, this is a survival dungeon. You don't need to fight each other. Your goal is to get as close to the central safe zone of the entire dungeon as possible. Of course, if a conflict arises between you, we also allow one-on-one battles. Secondly, the primary purpose of this dungeon is to survive and find a way to survive. So the 2 teams that are the first to do this will receive more points and rewards. Third, if you encounter a danger that threatens your life, please exit the instance immediately. Although this will count as quitting the game, it is better than losing your life. That's all I have to say. Do you have any questions?" Everyone shook their heads. The host has basically said everything he should have introduced. Nothing more to ask. However, at this time, Chun Jinshi slightly stretched out his hand. He said calmly, "I have another question." Hearing this, everyone's eyes and the live broadcast camera instantly fell on Chun Jinshi, who was standing next to him. "What can I do for you? Please help me." Chun Jinshi looked at everyone, then smiled and said, Ah, actually, I don't have anything to do. I just want to ask, if I accidentally kill someone, what will happen? He said this very naturally, without any sense of guilt at all. I don't think I was saying anything shameful just now. He kept smiling and spoke calmly. The host looked at the organizer, who nodded, and then the host spoke. Since this is a special training assessment, everyone must be responsible for their own safety. Since you have entered the dungeon, you must be prepared to die. As long as there is no siege by multiple people, we will not pursue the matter. Hearing this, Chun Jinchi smiled, and his smile became even brighter. Then, that light gaze fell on everyone in Lu Xingzhou's team. Threats, naked threats. Damn, what does this guy mean? Does he really think I'm afraid of him? Sun Chi spat. Shin Yuntao next to him had a solemn expression and was somewhat alert. Because after he fought with Chun Jinchi, he knew that this guy's strength was not comparable to his. Naturally, he treated the threat to him as a formidable enemy. However, Lin Yixue, Zhao Qian, and Lu Xingzhou, the three of them, seemed to be fine. Very calm. This made Shun Yuntao a little puzzled. You guys, aren't you afraid? What are you afraid of? Zhao Qian pouted and said disdainfully. Shin Yuntao looked at Lin Yixue next to him again. He knew Lin Yixue's reputation. She was known as the strongest professional under Xingyao. But it seems that it is still difficult to deal with a top rare professional like Shen Jinqi. However, she looked nonchalant and not afraid at all. Lin Yixue, what do you think? Me? She subconsciously turned her head to look at Lu Xingzhou beside her, and then said indifferently, I'm not worried. He originally wanted to ask Sun Chi, but he saw Sun Chi's arrogant look and unwillingness to accept anything. He swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Forget it, don't ask. At this time, the game was ready to begin. The dimensional passage slowly opened, and the two teams slowly walked into the dungeon under the gaze of everyone. Come on, guys. Chun Jinchi. You must win. I've staked my entire fortune on you. Chun Jinchi. The best in Jianghai, Chun Jinchi. When Chun Jinchi entered the dimensional channel, the cheers at the scene came to an abrupt end. When Chun Jinchi's team looked back again, they were already in a dense jungle. The surrounding trees are extremely huge, with lush branches intertwined together, almost covering the entire sky. They were still in the daytime, but because of the trees, the whole jungle was indescribably dark and depressing. Only the little sunlight shining through the gaps between the leaves let them know that it was a sunny day outside. Seeing this, Zhao Jinhu slowly said, It looks a little dark, but I don't feel there's any danger. The other people around were also very alert just now, but at this time they nodded slightly, thinking that it was true. Looking around, they really didn't feel that there was any danger anywhere. What should we do next? Zhao Jinhu, Shi Xiaohu, and others all looked at Chun Jinchi in front of them. Chun Jinchi showed his signature smile and then said calmly, Often what you can't see is the most dangerous. Come with me. I will make sure I get you out of here. Having read the guide, he knew very well what the mechanics of this dungeon were. It is also clear where the danger here comes from. Chun Jinchi's own strength is already strong enough, and now he also has the copy strategy that Qin Xian once created. It can be said that at this moment in the copy, he is almost equivalent to the two strongest geniuses in Jianghai City in recent years being together at the same time. As for this copy, he can say that it is a piece of cake. Chun Jinchi's team quickly got into the state and started taking action in the copy. This made the audience watching the live broadcast very excited. Hurry, look, Chun Jinchi and his team have already started moving. As expected, a genius is a genius. Gold will shine wherever it goes. This judgment is amazing. Hey, look, what are these people on the other side doing here? On the other side, we are naturally talking about Lu Xingzhou and his team. The 5 people who had just entered the copy at this time had no sense of crisis at all. Touch here and look there. He seemed curious about everything here. What are they doing? Why do you feel so relaxed? This state is completely different from the other side. If you don't know, you might think this is a spring outing organized by the school. I'm speechless. How long will it take them to finish? After a while, as the team leader, Lu Xingzhou brought everyone together. This aroused the interest of the audience watching the live broadcast. Here it comes. Is Lu Xingzhou finally going to start exploring the dungeon? Is this reasonable? Chun Jinchi has been taking action for such a long time. There must be a limit to being slow to react, right? Lu Xingzhou looked at the people who had gathered together. Then his face became serious. He issued his first order as captain. After what I just observed, I have made my decision. Let's have spicy rabbit meat for dinner tonight. Who's for and who's against? As soon as these words were spoken, the audience watching the live broadcast slowly typed 3 question marks. Audience, are you here for vacation? Chapter 64 raid? Field expansion. When the audience watching the live broadcast saw this scene, they were stunned. No, what does this guy mean? Aren't you just grinding a dungeon? Why are you roasting a rabbit? How can this be right? Are you really coming here for vacation? When the principals of various schools saw this scene, they looked at Chung Yuan-shan next to them with strange eyes. Old Chung, what are you doing? Chung Yuan-shan remained silent, with his fingers crossed and resting on his chin, with a very deep expression. Seeing this, everyone stopped asking questions. I thought this was the secret weapon of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou really has some unknown plan? But, in fact, Chung Yuan-shan just didn't know how to answer, so he pretended to be deep. Because even he couldn't understand the deep meaning of Lu Xingzhou's actions just now. Roast rabbit? Nonsense, okay. As for the Blood Knight branch, Su Ryu nodded slightly after seeing Chun Jinqi's performance. He's very responsive, has good decision-making skills, and has some leadership qualities. She simply approved of Chun Jinqi's performance, but suddenly changed the subject and looked at Qin Xian next to her. He stretched out his voice and said, "But isn't he a little too quick in judging the situation?" At this time, Qin Xian only felt that under Su Ruyun's charming appearance, there was a sharp gaze like that of an experienced hunter. Qin Xian didn't say anything, just smiled awkwardly. As for Fai Long, who was standing next to him, he didn't even dare to breathe. Fortunately, Su Ruyun just smiled and didn't ask any further questions. Then when she saw the next broadcast footage, she suddenly exclaimed, this Lu Xingzhou, why does he sound familiar? She muttered to herself. Su Ruyun's beautiful eyes moved slightly, as if she recalled something. But she didn't say anything. But deep down, I felt a little more curious about this little guy with unconventional thinking. In the copy, seeing that no one objected, Lu Xingzhou spoke directly. Then I'll arrange the division of labor. Sun Qi and Zhao Qian, the 2 of you go catch some rabbits. Lin Yixue and Shun Yuntao, you are responsible for preparing some materials needed to build the camp here, preferably the kind that can be taken away. I'm going to get some lumber and look around a bit. Any questions? Everyone shook their heads again and followed Lu Xingzhou's arrangements very seriously. Everyone obeyed the captain's arrangements unconditionally. Even Shun Yuntao, who was the least aware of the situation, did not complain and started to act directly. Because, as the captain, Lu Xingzhou must have absolute authority. If someone always questions the captain's decision, then the entire team will be in disarray. How can we even talk about confronting Chun Jinqi's team? After everyone got busy, Lu Xingzhou also started to go around to get some firewood. However, Lu Xingzhou didn't actually want to get some firewood. He sent everyone away only because he discovered it the moment he entered the copy. There's something wrong with the surrounding entries. The trees in this jungle that block out the sun are truly intricate. Their roots are tangled and their branches are intertwined, but hidden among them are some trees with special entries. Item name, Millennium Ginseng. Item level, rare. Restriction level, unlimited. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Effective use. Its spirit core can increase the character's experience points by 1,000 points, and its roots can restore 2,000 health points and 2,000 magic points. He knows the spiritual core of the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. That thing is one of the few rare consumables that can increase experience, and it can often be sold at a good price in the auction house. About 30,000 gold coins per piece, which is almost equivalent to the price of a low-level boss crystal core. Because items that can directly increase experience are extremely rare. Being able to directly increase experience means that you don't have to take any risks or download any copies. You can improve your level, and 1,000 experience points is not a small number. Do you know how much experience I gained when I killed a warrior-level leader, the Goblin King? If I remember correctly, it seems to be 200 experience points. Eating the spiritual core of this 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng is equivalent to defeating the warrior-level Goblin King 5 times. The price/performance ratio is good. The price of the 1,000-year-old ginseng roots is lower, about 4,000 gold coins each. However, Lu Xingzhou looked up at the huge tree in front of him, which was so thick that it required 3 people to hug it and the countless branches. Lu Xingzhou was silent. This is much more than the roots of an ordinary 1,000-year-old ginseng. If this is really the root of a 1,000-year-old ginseng, then wouldn't I be making a profit? Even if you can't sell it, you can use it yourself. Saving is earning. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou took direct action, grabbed a branch of the tree, and then pulled hard. Although Lu Xingzhou is a mage, his level is high enough, so his strength is not bad. With a strong pull, a thick root was directly broken. It was at this moment. A shrill roar actually came from the trunk of the giant tree. Then the tree seemed to come alive. The other branches and roots he stretched out gradually began to shrink, and then there was actually a faint tendency for them to stand up. Lu Xingzhou was stunned and tilted his head to look at the giant tree in front of him. Hey, alive. The giant tree ignored Lu Xingzhou's words. It looked at the young man in front of it, as if he was an ant that could be torn to pieces at any time. Then it stretched out its branches, ready to slam Lu Xingzhou to the ground. Die, human! It can be seen that the giant tree is angry towards Lu Xingzhou. And the most important thing is that this guy is just a magic apprentice. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think too little of yourself? What's the difference between this and digging up trouble for Tai Sui? With a roar, the giant tree's palm slapped down directly. Many of the audience watching the live broadcast even closed their eyes at this time, because they feel Lu Xingzhou is dead. Under the attack of such a terrifying giant tree, they felt suffocated even through the screen. How could a mere magic apprentice possibly resist it? But at this moment, they suddenly discovered that the huge, violent tree-shaped monster in front of them suddenly stopped its attack. At that moment, it was as if his body was controlled by something and he froze in mid-air. The giant tree didn't know what was happening to itself. Its body movements became so stiff in an instant. It was as if I was being pinched by a pair of invisible hands. What he didn't know was, this is the expansion of Lu Xingzhou's domain. 9th level skill, all things in the universe. Chapter 65. Su Ruyun is shocked. Is this a ban? When this skill is activated, Lu Xingzhou can fully control all the flowers, plants, and trees within its range. Of course, this also includes the humanoid giant tree in front of you. At this time, Lu Xingzhou raised his head very calmly and looked at the huge figure in the air. Then he said calmly, "Hey, isn't it just a plucking of your whisker? Why are you so excited? I just want to taste it." As he spoke, he put the pulled-out wooden stick into his mouth and smashed it a few times. The giant tree widened its eyes at Lu Xingzhou's abnormal behavior. It's like saying, "Damn it, man, is your taste so strong?" But the next second, a gleam of light appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face. It works, because he felt that the pure medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old ginseng was slowly entering his body. Health and mana are replenished quickly. Although he didn't consume much, the nourishing feeling of this energy entering his body still made him feel comfortable. At this time, Lu Xingzhou touched his chin, since the roots of this 1,000-year-old ginseng were the same as described in the entry. What about the spiritual core of this 1,000-year-old ginseng? Can it also increase 1,000 experience points? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou's smile instantly turned cold. Then, he manipulated the domain and let the giant tree pierce through his heart. Boom! Then he took out a wooden crystal core that was crisscrossed like a whirlpool. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Especially the audience at the scene. They didn't understand what was going on. Why did that wood demon kill itself? Is this right? I'm reporting it. There's a fucking actor here. Not only the audience present were in disbelief after seeing this unexpected scene. Even the principals of the major universities who were watching the game showed a hint of surprise. They couldn't imagine what was happening. The change was so sudden that they did not see Lu Xingzhou's move. Yes, they were very sure that they did not see Lu Xingzhou take action. The principals of various schools have been active in the world for so many years, and the weakest one is also the top one among the second-level professionals. They were so confident that it was impossible for them not to notice when a junior launched an attack. That's why they are stranger than ordinary people. Why did this giant tree give up the attack and turn its spearhead towards itself? It looked very much like Lu Xingzhou had cast some kind of poison on him. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou is not actually a magic apprentice, but a terrifying and mysterious sorcerer? Many principals were puzzled. But at this moment, only Su Ruyun, who had seen the whole scene, frowned slightly. She looked at the young man in the picture thoughtfully, as if she remembered something. If I remember correctly, I once saw a similar skill description in some ancient ruins. That description seems to say that a professional who has mastered a certain forbidden spell will have power similar to that of the ancient gods and can control all plants within a certain range of him. Su Riyun's expression changed slightly, because judging from Lu Xingzhou's performance just now, there is indeed a bit of similarity between the two. Could it be that this magic apprentice has mastered some kind of horrible, forbidden spell? No. When such an idea popped up in Su Riyun's mind, she herself felt it was a little absurd. As we all know, before completing the second transfer, all professionals can only master the 4th level of skills at most. Even for a 2nd level professional, the highest skill they can master is level 6. Forbidden spell? Stop being funny. That is simply not something that they can access at this level. The reason why there's a word forbidden in the forbidden spell is that it is because of this kind of effect and amazingly powerful skill that the power it can exert is extremely terrifying. Even if we look at the entire system of the Human Federation, it can be called a taboo. Su Riyun is relatively at a high level. Therefore, the information she was exposed to was much more than what Jiang Hai, a professional in this small city, could access. Therefore, she also understood the horror of forbidden spells. Su Riyun frowned slightly, but then smiled. She showed a smile that would make any man in the world fall in love with her. Instead of considering whether a teenager can master a forbidden spell, it would be more realistic to think about what to eat tonight. It is difficult for a magic apprentice who has not yet reached the 2nd level to have anything to do with the word forbidden spell. But having said that, Su Riyun couldn't help but look at Lu Xingzhou twice more. Lu Xingzhou and the copy didn't care what the people outside said. He walked forward slowly and took the crystal core of the giant tree in his hand. Logically speaking, the crystal core of this ordinary monster is not valuable. But in Lu Xingzhou's eyes, this is not an ordinary monster crystal core, but the spiritual core of a 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. Item name: the spiritual core of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng. Restricted level, below level 20. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Usage effect: after absorption, it can increase 1,000 experience points. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou did not hesitate and exerted a little force with his right hand. Bang! Just crush it into pieces. The essence dissipated in the air and was then quickly absorbed by Lu Xingzhou. Then, a reminder sound of the dungeon came directly to Lu Xingzhou's ears. You have absorbed the spiritual core of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. Lu Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Cool. I didn't expect that there is actually experience to be gained. At this time, Lu Xingzhou looked at the dense woods around him, and a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. If all the crystal cores here are absorbed, how much experience can be gained? Lu Xingzhou didn't even dare to think about it. However, Lu Xingzhou was not so reckless at this time. He raised his hand and a ray of annihilation flame directly burned the entire jungle. Because he hasn't figured out the mechanism of this copy yet, and whether there will be any serious bugs after he does this. This resulted in the final clearance failure. After all, this was his first time to come into contact with a survival copy. It's better to show a little respect. Lu Xingzhou decided to observe the situation first, and then decide when to take action. However, these plant roots in front of us cannot be wasted. Lu Xingzhou quickly collected all the roots worth thousands of gold coins. Then he cut a few pieces of ordinary wood and took them back as firewood. What he didn't realize was that after he killed the giant tree, a subtle light suddenly appeared above his head. Green? Chapter 66. Is Lu Xingzhou's shitty luck reasonable? After returning to the camp, Lu Xingzhou's teammates had already hunted rabbits and set up simple tents. These things are not difficult for professionals like them. Lu Xingzhou also threw back a pile of firewood. Under Lu Xingzhou's instructions, everyone started barbecuing step by step. Sun Qi caught more than 10 rabbits. Because he caught too many, he put some of them in simple cages. Sizzle. On the fire, the cooked rabbit made an enticing roasting sound in the flickering flames. Although the fat content of rabbit itself is not high, sprinkle some barbecue seasoning on it. It is also a delicacy on Earth. The audience who were watching the live broadcast were all envious when they saw this scene. Bastard. Rabbits are so cute. How can you eat them? And it's barbecued, cumin, and chili powder, you beast. Cousin, I'm leaking dog water. I just hate myself for not being able to save these little rabbits. Oh, I'm so angry. I'll go downstairs and save half of them today. Wait, have you all missed the point? They are here to participate in the dungeon assessment. Why are they grilling meat here? Yes, I see Chen Jinxi and his team are always on their way, while Lu Xingzhou and his team have completely missed the point. Hey, a genius is a genius. It looks like Chen Jinxi and his team are sure to win. On the other side, Chen Jinxi and his team have been on the road all day. As for the direction of the journey, Chen Jinxi will lead the team. He held a compass that he had prepared in advance in his hand, and according to the direction of the arrow, he moved forward steadily step by step. However, this compass requires a large amount of magic power to activate. Therefore, Chen Jinxi would stop for a while after walking for a while, to ensure that you're always in a good condition and can deal with sudden dangers. Everyone followed Chen Jinxi's footsteps and walked deeper into the jungle. They walked for a long time without resting, and everyone was actually a little hungry at this time. They wanted to tell Chen Jinxi to eat something. However, Chen Jinxi directly shook his head and rejected it. We don't have time to eat now. Let's hurry up and get going. As he spoke, Chen Jinxi took out a few small brown pills from his prop bar. Item name: Basic Soldier's Grain Pill. Restriction level: Level 5 and above. Cooling time: none. Effective use: increase some satiety. Item review: Oh my god, why does this thing taste worse than dog food? Chen Jinxi distributed 2 pills to everyone. Everyone looked at this thing with disgust. If possible, they really don't like to eat such things that are not complete in color, aroma, and taste. But after hesitating for a moment, everyone threw the Bingliang pills into their mouths. After all, although this thing tastes a bit bad, it is better than going hungry. After taking the Bingliang pills, the men's strength was quickly replenished, and they continued on their journey. Zhao Jinhu asked at this time, Captain Chen, why are we in such a hurry to get going? I didn't see any strange places or dangerous monsters along the way. At this time, Chen Jinxi said, The dangers in the Lost Forest are beyond your imagination. Never underestimate survival dungeons. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even every animal may threaten our survival. Leaving as soon as possible is more important than anything else. When he said this, everyone nodded. Although they are all chosen by heaven, they will not be arrogant because of this. Because Chen Jinxi is much stronger than them, yet he takes it so seriously. What is their capital for arrogance? Chen Jinxi continued to lead the team towards the center of the forest of confusion. What he didn't say is why timing is important. This matter was mentioned in the strategy guide I saw. In the Lost Forest dungeon, as time goes by, the professional will gradually lose their sense of direction. That's exactly why. The longer they delay, the harder it will be for them to leave this copy. That's why he's racing against time. Outside the copy, the principals of various schools who were watching the live broadcast all looked very interested. Oh, it seems that both of them have realized that the flowers, plants, and trees in this instance are also threats. However, it seems that Chen Jinxi is more informed, and the preparation is more adequate. The principal of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School did not participate in the competition for the captain position at all because of his own students. So he just let it go. This year's Jianghai City top scorer has nothing to do with his school, so I just analyzed it calmly on the side. The principal of the experimental middle school looked very relaxed at this moment. Judging from the current broadcast situation, Chen Jinxi clearly has the upper hand. He is very proactive, and his information is obviously more advanced than Lu Xingzhou's. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Jinxi will definitely win. Haha. Even if his news is delayed, Chen Jinxi will win easily with his own strength. However, Cheng Yuanshan snorted coldly. The principal of experimental middle school saw Cheng Yuanshan's expression and asked with a smile, What's wrong, Lao Cheng? Do you think there is something wrong with what I said? Cheng Yuanshan looked very disdainful, but he didn't say anything. He just muttered to himself, Don't talk big too soon, or you'll get slapped in the face. The principal of the experimental middle school, shook his head, thinking that Cheng Yuanshan was just barking incompetently. How can a student who just starts roasting rabbits and waste time as soon as he enters a copy compete with them? You must be kidding. Unlike Chen Jinxi's team, they had to rush on the journey and eat dog food to fill their stomachs. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Xingzhou's team felt as happy as if they were on vacation. Then, Sun Qi burped and slowly asked, Hey, Brother Lu, shall we set off? Lu Xingzhou stretched, and said boredly, "Let's go. Take 100 steps after dinner, and you will live to be 99. Then, he seemed to choose a direction at random and walked out. At this time, Sun Chi asked, "Hey, Brother Liu, you just pick a direction and go, is that right?" Hearing Sun Chi speak, the rest of the team nodded, especially Lin Yixue. She wanted to ask just now. Survival dungeons are full of dangers. Is it true that there will be no danger if you just walk around like this? Especially the surrounding environment looks very dark and depressing, with dense trees hooked together in a frenzy. A little further away, in the undetectable darkness, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. Danger was constantly stirring her nerves. Lin Yixue always felt that the danger here might be far beyond everyone's imagination. However, Lu Xingzhou at this time said calmly, "Don't worry, it's okay." Inside the live broadcast room, the audience, standing from a god's perspective, began to analyze the progress of both sides today. The leadership demonstrated by Chen Jinqi today and his thorough preparation made his voter turnout soar. In comparison, they felt that Lu Xingzhou from the other team was completely unreliable. He was even almost killed by the giant tree. "It's just that I was lucky. I don't know how I managed to save my life." As a result, not only did he not learn his lesson, but he also led his team on a reckless path. On the other hand, although Chen Jinqi stopped and started along the way, his progress was not very fast. However, the situation is still stable and improving, advancing into the depths of the jungle in an orderly manner. The audience wanted to use this opportunity to laugh at Lu Xingzhou, who was wandering around aimlessly. After all, most of them used their entire fortune to vote for Chen Jinqi. But they found out. Lu Xingzhou's team actually headed towards the deepest part of the jungle. Me? They picked a random road and chose the right one? Isn't their luck a little too good? This is such bad luck, but there's a three-way intersection ahead. He definitely won't. Damn, did he go the right way again? No. Why do I feel that Lu Xingzhou and the others are about to catch up with Chen Jinqi's progress? Is this reasonable? Chapter 67, What the hell? Are these trees alive? Although Lu Xingzhou seemed to be walking blindly, the audience could see it. They really did go straight into the depths. Moreover, every time there was a choice at a fork in the road, Lu Xingzhou could surprisingly make the most correct one. When night fell, Lu Xingzhou's team was not at all left behind by the progress made by Chen Jinqi and his team in the previous day. During the day, the light is blocked by the treetops, making it extremely dark. And now, it is even more so. There is almost no extra light in the entire jungle. Yes, there are only bursts of rustling sounds coming from all around and the cooing sounds of some unknown birds. The most important thing is that the entire jungle was shrouded in inexplicable fog. Lu Xingzhou made a few simple torches and then mobilized a flame that was so small that it could not be any smaller and lit the torches. Placed them around the camp to guard against danger. Lu Xingzhou arranged several members of the team to take turns on duty. On the other side, Chen Jinqi and his team found a flat area and rested there. Because they did not have the camp tents prepared by Lu Xingzhou's team, the conditions were more difficult. That night, everyone was in a better spirit. Therefore, everyone was more serious when on duty and nothing happened. However, the next morning, after everyone woke up, Chen Jinqi's team found something wrong. Wait, Captain Chen Jinqi, take a look. Is the surrounding environment different from yesterday? After Xiao got up and looked around, he suddenly spoke. Because he remembered very clearly that before going to bed, he deliberately marked the surrounding trees to avoid getting lost. But when he opened his eyes again, he found that there was no mark at all, and the whole environment has become more unfamiliar than before. It seems that the environment here is indeed a little different from before. I remember when we walked here, there were only 2 roads here. At this time, Zhao Jinhu also touched his chin and said thoughtfully. The members of Chen Jinqi's team were all elites among elites, and they immediately became alert. However, at this time, Chen Jinqi, as the captain, spoke. "Don't worry, I have a solution." After saying this, he took out the compass from his prop bar again. Then he consumed a certain amount of magic power to activate the compass. The compass needle turned quickly several times and finally stopped in one direction. Chen Jinqi stared at it for 2 seconds before reacting. He pointed in that direction and said, "Let's go that way." Seeing Chen Jinqi's calm style of handling things, several people in the team felt quite relieved. This is a sense of security. Then everyone continued to move in the direction pointed by Chen Jinqi. The audience watching the live broadcast on TV When they woke up in the morning, saw that Chun Jinshi was still so reliable, which made them feel reassured and extremely happy. It seems that this copy is not a difficult task for him. But there was one thing that the audience watching the broadcast, and even Chun Jinshi himself, did not notice. The time Chun Jinshi spent looking at the compass to identify the direction became longer. On the other side, after Lu Xingzhou's team got up, they also found that the surrounding trees and environment had changed. It's not right. How come I remember it? When I was sleeping, there were only 2 big trees next to my head. How come there are 4 now? Sun Qi scratched his head and spoke with some confusion. At this time, Lu Xingzhou explained to everyone, because some of these trees are alive. They just quietly moved when we weren't paying attention. Okay, let's roast 2 more rabbits and then get on the road. I heard Lu Xingzhou casually say that some of these trees are alive. The expressions of several people in the team were stunned. No, what did you say? These trees are alive. Part of it is. Lu Xingzhou calmly took a glass of water, rinsed his mouth, and then said, Sun Qi, Lin Yixio, and the others were all stunned. After digesting this sentence for a long time, he asked, Oh my God, Brother Lu, why didn't you tell me about this dangerous thing earlier? I don't feel any danger. These tree monsters are not very strong. It's okay. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand, still not taking it seriously. No, okay, I'm really not dead. I don't care. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Sun Qi ran aside cursing, ready to make some rabbit breakfast for everyone. But at this moment, he suddenly let out a puzzled sound. Why do I feel that the rabbits I caught yesterday seem to be fatter than yesterday? An illusion? He touched his chin, but didn't think much of it. At this time, Lu Xingzhou urged, Forget it, let's clean all these rabbits today and make them into barbecue jerky so that they are easy to carry. This is the survival skill that Lu Xingzhou learned from Yi. The main features are convenience, deliciousness, and high protein. After Lu Xingzhou and his friends had a delicious meal, they prepared to move on. Lu Xingzhou still chose a path casually and walked out. But he still took the right path. Others don't know that after Lu Xingzhou's domain of all things was unfolded, he could almost dominate everything within this range. Get lost? That simply does not exist. If Lu Xingzhou wanted to, he could even let these trees make way for him. However, it is good to follow the procedures and make steady progress at present. It seems that there is no need to do such physically demanding things. Both teams made rapid progress, even far exceeding the organizers' expectations. Whether it was Chun Jinshi or Lu Xingzhou, their speed had already exceeded everyone's original expectations. The next day, nothing happened either. There were no casualties on either team, and neither team encountered any danger. However, Chun Jinshi's team looked a little tired because they had been traveling continuously for 2 days without eating or drinking. In comparison, the members of Lu Xingzhou's team were in a much more relaxed state overall. Moreover, everyone was in a good spirit because they had enough food and drink. That night, Chun Jinshi and Lu Xingzhou's teams continued the practice of taking turns on duty as they did the day before. However, as for Lu Xingzhou, he took the initiative to let everyone go to rest first, and he took charge of the first half of the night. Everyone was moved and did not reject Lu Xingzhou's kindness. I thought he just wanted the players to have a good rest so that he could show his demeanor as captain. However, when everyone fell into a deep sleep and entered their dreams, Lu Xingzhou took out his own equipment and his Eye of the Stars from the prop bar. Then, he said to those around him, If you're not afraid of death, just come out. Why are you being so timid? As soon as the words fell, the surrounding jungle became dark. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other. Then, countless pairs of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 68, It's okay. I told you to get up and go back to sleep. In the live broadcast room, the audience who had not yet fallen asleep were all frightened when they saw this scene. What the hell is this? It's so damn scary. Is this a horror movie? Oh my God, I'm gonna have a panic attack. If I were stared at by so many eyes, I would probably be scared to death. No, why didn't Lu Xingzhou run away? Did he know this would happen? Hurry up and wake up your teammates. Why are you pretending so much? He doesn't want to face so many monsters by himself, does he? Then he's useless. Get eliminated as soon as possible. Then our Chun Jinshi will definitely win. Everyone felt that Lu Xingzhou, a magic apprentice, was facing so many monsters at the same time. It's like turning on the light in the toilet. It's like seeking death. No one even understood what Lu Xingzhou's confidence came from. However, Lu Xingzhou was not panicked at all. He slowly picked up the wooden stick in his hand and looked around calmly. Come on, let's make it quick and decisive. The scarlet eyes gradually revealed their figure from the dark jungle. Name, Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit. Level 10. Combat power, 13 stars. Skills, life-threatening bite, high-speed movement, rage. Talent, reproduction. The rabbits were completely different from what they were during the day. Not only did its body size more than double, but its hair also appeared to be exploding. They bare their sharp fangs and let out low roars. After seeing them reveal their bodies, Lu Xingzhou murmured for a moment. Although their combat power is not too strong, their numbers are large. It looks like it has been affected by the Lost Forest and has undergone some kind of mutation. Will this mutation increase over time? Well, it remains to be seen. While Lu Xingzhou was thinking, the bloodthirsty devil rabbits around him had already launched a group attack. Their numbers are staggering. The total number of these rabbits is at least more than 30. If the whole team of 5 people fight together, each person needs to share 6. Although those present were all famous geniuses from various universities, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands after all. What's more, even if everyone wears equipment, their combat power is only about 20 stars. Each person faces 6 bloodthirsty rabbits with a combat power of 13 stars. The pressure can be imagined. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou was alone. The bloodthirsty devil rabbits around him attacked in groups, and the people watching the live broadcast could hardly think of any chance of Lu Xingzhou surviving. The organizers were also very nervous at this time and were ready to cut off the live broadcast. Bloody scenes that are too not suitable for children cannot be broadcast. But just as this group of bloodthirsty devil rabbits approached Lu Xingzhou, a small flame slowly appeared at the front end of his staff. The audience all knows that Lu Xingzhou has mastered fire magic. From the official introduction, you can see that Lu Xingzhou has a level 1 skill, Small Flame. Moreover, when Lu Xingzhou's team was making torches before, he has also demonstrated the usefulness of this skill. But no one thought that such a small fire skill could be of any help in the current situation. However, no one expected what happened next. A terrifying and blazing flame gushed out. This isn't just a small flame, it's a world-destroying fire dragon. Boom! This horrifying flame turned the surrounding bloodthirsty rabbits into ashes the moment it touched them. The power of the flame of extinction is completely on a different level than the level of the bloodthirsty demon rabbit. That blazing flame is like an incurable cancer. If it is stained by even the slightest bit, it will be devoured instantly. Those bloodthirsty devil rabbits didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were burned to death. When Lu Xingzhou saw this scene, his expression was not surprised at all, but very calm and indifferent. And beside his ears, there came a reminder sound of the game, copy. Ding dong, you killed the bloodthirsty devil rabbit, stage 1, and gained experience points plus 110 points. Ding dong, you killed the bloodthirsty devil rabbit, stage 1, and gained experience points plus 110 points. Ding dong, you killed the bloodthirsty devil rabbit, second stage, and gained experience points plus 180 points. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly, feeling very satisfied. His killing efficiency was quite good, and even the other members of the team who were sleeping soundly around him were not woken up. In fact, Lu Xingzhou started from what Sun Qi said this morning, that the rabbit was a little bigger than yesterday. He already had some doubts. In the evening, Lu Xingzhou directly expanded his domain and immediately noticed something wrong around him. There are too many creatures gathered on his side. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou also had a rough guess in his mind. Basically confirm it by combining the copy prompts of the Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit, Phase 1, and the Bloodthirsty Demon Rabbit, Phase 2. As time goes by, perhaps more second stage and even third stage creatures will appear. It seems that the survival dungeon is indeed worthy of its reputation. If you don't respect it, it's still very dangerous. But Lu Xingzhou also began to think, why did the giant tree, as a living creature, not participate in the siege tonight? Could it be that these giant trees will not actively attack humans? After thinking about it, I realized that the giant tree suddenly came alive and attacked me because I was the first to take action. The general mechanism of this copy has gradually become clear in Lu Xingzhou's mind. Okay, it's almost time to go to bed. According to the shift schedule, Shen Yuntao was on duty next. So Lu Xingzhou woke him up. On duty, the moment he was awakened, Shen Yuntao jumped up and looked around cautiously. He has been in a state of high tension ever since entering the dungeon, because he didn't think that this copy, which was banned by the authorities, would be so safe. There were no accidents during the 2 days. Moreover, his trust in Lu Xingzhou is actually not that much. "Why are you so nervous, kid?" Seeing how nervous he was, Lu Xingzhou joked. Only then did Shen Yuntao look around. He suddenly discovered that the air at this moment seemed to be filled with the aroma of, barbecue. The flames that had not yet gone out around him and the ashes that vaguely resembled a rabbit also confirmed this point. In an instant, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that I had just experienced a battle while I was sleeping? And Lu Xingzhou solved this battle alone? Shen Yuntao looked at the ashes on the ground, which showed a complete siege posture. He imagined the scene. If I were to encounter this situation myself, there would be no way I could escape unscathed. Even if we exchange injuries for injuries, I'm afraid we won't be able to deal with the simultaneous attacks of so many enemies. But how did Lu Xingzhou do it? He turned his head and glanced at Lu Xingzhou next to him, and actually had a little more respect for this captain who was a magic apprentice. Fear. At this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't care at all. He covered his mouth with his hand and yawned, then waved his hand and said, I'll take a nap. Call me if you need anything." He walked to the center of the camp, saw Sun Chi sleeping, and kicked him. Sun Chi opened his eyes dazedly and said lazily, "What are you doing?" "Brother Lu, I'm sleeping soundly." Lu Xingzhou found it a little funny to see this kid being so careless. "You, kid, are completely different from Shen Yuntao. Isn't it a bit too leisurely?" "It's okay. I told you to get up and go back to sleep." "Oh, huh?" Sun Chi reacted in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. "Isn't this something wrong?" The danger to Lu Xingzhou's team is over. The slightly swaying firelight beside the camp reflected on the faces of Zhao, Qian, and Lin Yixio. They both turned over comfortably and let out bursts of calm breathing sounds, as if nothing happened. On the other side, Chun Jinqi's team also encountered a night attack by the bloodthirsty devil rabbits. However, they were not as relaxed as Lu Xingzhou's team. The siege of the bloodthirsty devil rabbit put them in a tough fight. Chapter 69. Losing the big picture for the small, stupid fatty. Chun Jinqi also encountered about 30 bloodthirsty rabbits. Although on Lu Xingzhou's side, the bloodthirsty devil rabbit seemed to have been killed instantly and had no ability to fight back. But in fact, the speed and number of the bloodthirsty rabbits are enough to cause headaches. Not to mention that its strength should not be underestimated. Damn, these damn rabbits. How did they become like this? They're so difficult to deal with. I should have killed all these rabbits earlier. Stop talking and get together quickly to avoid being ambushed. Everyone quickly formed a circle, carefully guarding against attacks from the bloodthirsty rabbits around them. The members of Chun Jinqi's team are indeed quite strong. However, there are too many bloodthirsty rabbits. However, Chun Jinqi, as the captain, never took any action. He kept observing the surroundings and had no intention of helping his teammates deal with the bloodthirsty rabbit. "Captain Chun, hurry up and help us deal with these guys." Zhao Jin, who couldn't bear it anymore. The bloodthirsty rabbit is faster than himself and is the type that he is least good at dealing with. However, even the request from his teammates from the same school did not make Chun Jinqi take any action. "Just take care of these guys." Zhao Jin, who didn't understand why Chun Jinqi never took any action. The other teammates were also somewhat surprised at Chun Jinqi's heartlessness. But now is not the time for them to complain. They should deal with the enemy in front of them first. Finally, after more than 40 minutes of fighting, the crowd defeated them one by one and solved the problem of these bloodthirsty rabbits. Damn it, Shi Xiaohu sat down on the ground. The fatigue from continuous fighting made him feel that his brain and body were reaching their limits. In a battle of this intensity, 10 minutes is long enough. Even though he had already used the life recovery potion and restored some of his physical strength. But the feeling of tiredness is always there. Although the other team members are in slightly better condition than Shi Xiaohu, but not much stronger. At this time, everyone looked at Chun Jinqi. This captain is stronger than all of them, but in the battle just now, Chun Jinqi did not take action. If he also joined the battle, then these dozens of bloodthirsty rabbits would not make them have to work so hard. Although no one said anything, they couldn't help but feel some complaints in their hearts. "Okay, take a rest as soon as possible. We have to travel tomorrow," Chun Jinqi said calmly, and then he added, "I think you can definitely handle the difficulty just now. And as the captain, I have to be prepared for other possible dangers around us. It's the responsible thing to do for our team. Whether you understand or not is your business. When Chun Jinshi said this, he seemed very calm. He didn't feel embarrassed or ashamed at all. That's what he thought. Moreover, if he didn't want to, he wouldn't even have to explain to Zhao Jinhu and others. As the captain, it is only natural for the team members to obey my arrangements. Several members of the team were silent, and their attitudes could not be seen from their expressions. But at this time, Zhao Jinhu suddenly stood up, laughed, and said, "Well, Captain Chun Jinshi is here to back us up, so there's nothing to worry about. And our current progress is definitely much better than Lu Xingzhou and his team. If they encounter the same sneak attack as us, maybe a few members of their team will be eliminated, right?" After hearing this, everyone thought about it and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Lu Xingzhou and his men encountered these more than 30 bloodthirsty devil rabbits, I guess he will be beaten even worse. Although they had gone through a tough battle, fortunately, they only suffered minor skin injuries. There is no danger to their lives, and they're definitely much better than Lu Xingzhou and his team. People are not worried about scarcity, but inequality. Thinking that Lu Xingzhou and his team were probably having a worse time than them, everyone in Chun Jinshi's team felt relieved. Shi Xiaohu said directly and carelessly, "Yes, with Brother Chun as our backup, we can fight the enemy with confidence, right?" "Yes, thank you, Brother Chun." "Captain Chun, we understand your good intentions." Seeing that everyone was so tactful, Chun Jinshi didn't say much and just nodded. Then he signaled to everyone to go and rest quickly. In the end, although Zhao Jinhu and others were tired, they fell asleep with a sense of superiority. However, the expressions of the audience who saw the performance of both sides in the live broadcast room were indescribably wonderful. Well, if I hadn't witnessed it all with my own eyes, I'm afraid they won't believe it either. Lu Xingzhou's team did not encounter any of the so-called difficulties they encountered. The other team members sleep so soundly. Each one is better than the other. Even the attack they suffered this time could not be called an attack at all, because the audience didn't feel threatened at all throughout the whole process. What does it mean to miss a second? Lu Xingzhou is the magic apprentice who is looked down upon by everyone. I only used one level 1 skill, Little Flame. Well, let's just call it Little Flame. Anyway, as soon as Lu Xingzhou made a move, he killed all the bloodthirsty devil rabbits. That was so clean and neat. It was Lu Xingzhou's move this time that shocked all the audience who saw this scene beyond words. It turns out that magic apprentices can be so powerful. On the other side, Chu Qing, who had been paying attention to the live broadcast, finally felt relieved after seeing that Lu Xingzhou and their teammates were safe and sound and prepared to go to bed. Although her bun shop business is very good these 2 days, she closes the stall half a day early every day. The purpose is to watch Lu Xingzhou's performance in the copy. Compared to the business of the bun shop, what she was most worried about was Lu Xingzhou's safety. But when Chu Qing saw the terrifying bloodthirsty rabbit, after being easily destroyed by Lu Xingzhou with just a wave of his hand, Chu Qing finally revealed a relaxed smile. It seems that Xiao Lu is still very strong. He no longer needs to worry about him. As for why there are so many voices outside who are not optimistic about Xiao Lu, it is purely because they lack vision. Humph. And the other side, He Jinfeng from the Heavy Hunters Guild was also watching the night raid at this time. He was not surprised at all by Lu Xingzhou's performance, because he had long felt that Lu Xingzhou was much stronger than Chun Jinshi on the opposite side. And now Lu Xingzhou's performance only confirmed his own guess. Although this kid has only awakened a low-level profession, he was pushed to the front by the old fox Chung Yuanshan, so his strength is definitely extraordinary. At that time, he guessed that Lu Xingzhou's strength might surpass Lin Yixue, but he didn't expect it. It seems that Lu Xingzhou's strength is more than just slightly superior to Lin Yixue's. But it was an almost complete crushing defeat. Seeing this, He Jinfeng almost wanted to laugh, because Fai Long is that idiot. She actually chose to pursue Qin Jinshi and gave up Lu Xingzhou. Big joke. This is simply a case of losing the big picture for the small, picking up sesame seeds, and losing the watermelon. Is Chun Jinshi strong? Strong, very strong. It can even be said that he is the strongest student in these years. But Lu Xingzhou's performance just now can no longer be explained simply by the word strong. The strength he displayed even surpassed that of many teachers in the school. He Jinfeng made up his mind secretly. No matter what, we hunters must not give up this super genius. What his Blood Knight can give, we heavy hunters can give. What the Blood Knight can't give you, we heavy hunters can give you. And the other side, at the Blood Knight branch, after seeing Lu Xingzhou's performance, Su Riyun looked at Qin Xian next to her with a strange look. Qin Xian turned around awkwardly and looked at Fei Long, and Fei Long turned his head. There's no one to watch. We can't call Zhang Li and Su Dazhuang, right? They have no right to speak here. At this time, Fei Long awkwardly said, "It's okay. This survival dungeon will be the real highlight tomorrow." Chun Jinqi is also responsible for the team by reserving some strength in advance. Su Riyun looked at him without comment, and then said, "Okay, let's wait and see tomorrow whether this super genius you guys are talking about can surpass a magic apprentice. It's getting late. I need to go back and rest." Seeing Su Riyun stand up, Qin Xian immediately turned around and ordered, "Quick, send Miss Su back to the hotel to rest." "No need." Su Riyun suddenly spoke up and refused. "I can go back by myself." After saying that, she walked out of the gate of the Blood Knight's branch and got into a black business car. The driver adjusted the position of the rearview mirror and then asked respectfully, "Ms. Su, can you please take me back to your hotel directly?" "No, it's still early today. Let's go to my dear sister's house," Su Riyun said with a playful smile on her face. Chapter 70 Night Attack, Su Riyun. That night at the Su family villa, a black business car slowly stopped in front of the villa. Su Riyun slowly stepped out of the car with her long, beautiful legs, and her high heels landed on the marble floor outside the door. There was a crisp click sound. Su Riyun stretched lazily, then looked at the small window of the room on the second floor where the light was still on. Then she said to the driver behind her, "Okay, there's nothing for you to do here. Go back." "Yes." The driver responded neatly. After the business car left, Su Riyun did not ring the doorbell of the villa, nor did she notify her sister by phone. I saw her legs kicking slightly. In the dark night, a figure easily came to the window of the room on the second floor. In the room, Su Riyun was wearing a cool, black nightgown, lying on the bed watching the TV broadcast in front of her. Two pretty little feet kept swinging behind him. From time to time, the 2 feet collided with each other, making a click sound. It's slightly inconsistent with her usual cold and aloof personality, and the green breasts on her chest, which had already grown, seemed a little stressed due to the pressure from the pillow she was holding. The faint snow-white color formed a sharp contrast with the thin black nightgown. What she was watching at this moment was the situation in Lu Xingzhou's copy broadcast on TV. Fortunately, when I saw Lu Xingzhou being besieged by more than 30 bloodthirsty devil rabbits, Su Riyun said she wasn't nervous, but that was a lie. But when she saw the terrifying power of Lu Xingzhou's flame of annihilation, Su Riyun felt a lot more relieved. But don't worry, this also made Su Riyun start thinking. What level has Lu Xingzhou's strength reached now? In the small city of Jianghai, no one should be his match. But what about Jianghai province? What if we look at the evildoers from the top families in Shangjing and Yanhai? Su Riyun naturally believed that Lu Xingzhou was the one and only. But she wasn't sure. Based on Lu Xingzhou's current performance, does he already have the right to talk to the Su family? Maybe. Su Riyun's eyes dimmed slightly. If Lu Xingzhou was willing to accept her help, then, with the resources of the Su family, his growth rate will definitely be beyond imagination. But she also knew Lu Xingzhou's character would not allow him to accept the Su family's help. Just as her thoughts were flying, suddenly, an extremely slight sound outside the window made her alert instantly. In an instant, Su Riyun jumped up from the bed. She did an extremely gorgeous somersault, and the moment she landed, she pulled out 2 exquisitely shaped, coldly shining one-handed daggers from the prop bar. She held the sword in both hands and lowered her body, ready to push off the ground to accelerate at any time, looking out the window with a serious expression. After Su Riyun entered a fighting stance, the right half of her delicate face was covered by a half-ink mask with evil ghost patterns. This is the terrifying Jade Rakshas's combat state. At this moment, the air seemed to have calmed down. But the next second, the window opened and a dark shadow rushed in with extremely ghostly steps. Su Riyun reacted instantly, slashing through the night sky with her 2-handed sword, stabbed the opponent at an extremely fast speed and at a strange angle. Two swords cut through the night sky, making sharp sounds of breaking wind. If it were any student in Jianghai City at this time, I'm afraid they will all be killed by this blow, even if it is Chun Jinshi. But at this moment, the black shadow swung his right hand into the air, and several thin whips like vines flew out from all directions. He instantly grabbed Su Ruyan's wrists and ankles. Then, the vines exerted a little force and directly controlled all of her limbs. Just like that, he was just hung up. Xingjiang. Su Ruyan's two-handed swords fell to the ground one after another. Her thin nightgown, under the influence of gravity, revealed a faint holy light. The opponent was too powerful, and Su Ruyan didn't even have the chance to fight back. But she was not panicked at all. Instead, at this moment, he shouted in shame and anger. "Sister, what are you doing again?" I am her biological sister." At this time, the shadowy woman who rushed into the room smiled and said in a seductive and charming voice, "My biological sister? No, of course a sister is better. You put me down now." Su Ruyan felt her face getting a little hot. Mainly because of this posture, it's really shameful. However, Su Ruyan had no intention of stopping there. Instead, she moved closer to Su Ruyan's ear. He exhaled softly and said, "What if I were, no?" The heat beside her ears made Su Ruyan, who was already under control, feel weak all over. I couldn't help but shiver. Su Ruyan saw all of her reactions. Then he laughed and joked. "Oh, you're still so sensitive. Do you think I should tell this secret to your little friend?" That little fellow called Lu Xingzhou. The moment she heard this, Su Ruyan clearly felt it. My sister's hands and feet froze instantly. Her soft and lovely body became a little stiff. "Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that he will find out?" The name sounded familiar to me, and it seems I remembered it correctly. Lu Xingzhou, interesting. Su Ruyan's voice continued to come. At this moment, she seemed like a seductive woman with natural charm. Every word she said was so captivating and went straight into the heart. At this time, Su Ruyan's face was blushing, although he tried his best to maintain a serious expression. But at this moment, she looked like a cooked crab, and even the originally fair skin on her thighs was stained with a hint of red. "What else do you want to do? Hurry, put me down quickly." Su Ruyan maintained her last bit of seriousness and spoke. However, Su Ruyan had no intention of letting him go. She whispered softly in her ear, "I'll let you go when I've had enough fun. I'm going to tell Mom. It's no use telling anyone. Today you only belong to me, Xiao Yinyan." Su Ruyan chuckled, and the fingertips of her right hand had already slid onto that slender thigh. Don't. The next day, several dark red marks could be seen on Su Ruyan's fair skin. Even some signs of beating can be seen. Well, you can imagine what a fierce battle we experienced last night. Su Ruyan was extremely ashamed and angry, but she just couldn't bring herself to talk about what happened last night. She knew that her sister's personality was like this, a little eccentric and with some slight tendencies. Of course, Su Ruyan would not really do anything to Su Ruyan. She knows her limits. However, a meal of gratification is inevitable. The girl's white thighs and slightly developed body simply made Su Ruyan unable to stop. TSK. I wonder which guy in the future will be so lucky to enjoy such top treatment. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou? Well, that boy is not annoying. However, if a magic apprentice, who has such a low-level profession, wants to be with Su Ruyan, it's still too difficult. But if you have your own help, maybe it's not that difficult. Thinking of this, Su Ruyan felt that she might be able to make something of it by relying on her identity. Do something. The purpose of her coming here today is not just to reminisce with her dear sister. The more important meaning is to confirm the identity of Lu Xingzhou, if he really is his sister as well. So it seems there's no harm in giving a helping hand. After all, I only have this one sister. If I don't love her, who else can? Chapter 71, No Way Out? Open it for me. The third day in the Lost Forest. The status of the two teams is different from when they first entered the dungeon. Chun Jinshi and his team were obviously becoming a little tired. And most importantly, the audience also discovered that they were approaching the central safety point much slower than before. Even though Chun Jinshi was still looking at the compass in his hand, he would fall into inexplicable thoughts from time to time. There was an inexplicable pause. It felt like he was lost. The audience was particularly aware of this feeling, but it was obvious that all members of Chun Jinshi's team did not think there was anything wrong, because their speed has also slowed down. This situation is not good. Very bad. Why do I feel like they've suddenly lost their way? It looks like they can't walk anymore. Yeah, it feels like everyone is still asleep. It turns out I'm not the only one with this illusion. They're very close to the center now, but it feels like they're almost going in circles now. What's going on? What happened? Oh no, oh no, I'm so nervous. I wonder if Chun Jinchi's team is going to lose. The audience was nervous and confused, but at this time, Fei Long, who was watching the live broadcast, was very clear about what was happening. It seems that they've been affected by the forest, and it is obvious that after being affected, their speed in approaching the center has slowed down a lot. This is unavoidable because this is the nature of the forest of confusion. This point was also clearly mentioned in the copy strategy given to him by President Qin Xian. However, since Chun Jinchi has already prepared a compass to identify directions, the situation should be much better than Lu Xingzhou's. After all, from the beginning till now, Lu Xingzhou has only been moving around blindly based on his feelings. In the past 2 days, this kid may have relied on his strong sense of direction and good luck to not fall behind Chun Jinchi and the others. But today, Lu Xingzhou and the others are definitely ruined. When Inspector Su Ryun finds out about this, he will definitely give Chun Jinchi a lot of extra points for his impression. At this time, Fei Long turned his head and took a quick look at Su Ryun, who was sitting in the front row. There was a hint of pride on his face. However, at this moment, the camera turned. The live broadcast was focused on Lu Xingzhou and his team. Originally, many viewers had the same idea as Fei Long. They all felt that Lu Xingzhou's team must be struggling more than Chun Jinchi and his team. Because, no matter what, Chun Jinchi and the others still have a compass prop to guide the direction. From the very beginning, Lu Xingzhou and his companions were just wandering around based on this feeling. They're bound to get lost, right? Everyone's thoughts are their own. But when they actually saw Lu Xingzhou's team in the camera, they were stunned where they were. Because the overall progress of Lu Xingzhou's team on the third day was not affected at all. Not only is there no impact, it can even be said that it looks a little faster than the previous 2 days. Lu Xingzhou still had that relaxed and nonchalant expression on his face as he walked forward carefree. But every time he chooses a direction, it is extremely precise. It's like this guy is some kind of reincarnation of a compass. The innate holy body of positioning. The audience watching the live broadcast at home were stunned. No, why isn't he affected? That's too unreasonable. Is this kid cheating? You're so stupid. You really think this is a game. How can you cheat? But if he wasn't cheating, why was he so accurate? Does this make sense? It seems that I made the right choice by voting for Lu Xingzhou. Ha 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 ha. But don't be too happy now. You see, the road ahead of him has been blocked by layers of woods. If he wants to get through the woods, he needs to go around several times. So if we look at the distance of the video, Chun Jinchi and his team are closer. Oh my god, you know what, it's true. But this is too unfair. The route taken by Lu Xingzhou's team is obviously much more complicated than that taken by Chun Jinchi and his team. What's unfair about this? Luck is also part of strength. After the audience said this, Fei Long also noticed this keenly. Although Lu Xingzhou and his group did seem to be moving very fast. However, he needs to take a long detour. So from this point of view, Chun Jinchi's team has more advantages. If nothing goes wrong, Chun Jinchi and his team will be able to reach the central area of the forest in a day and a half at most. If Lu Xingzhou and his team were to make such a big circle, it would take at least 2 days. This is only possible if Lu Xingzhou can get there within 2 days without getting lost, even if he goes around in circles many times. Thinking of this, Fei Long began to rejoice secretly again. If Lu Xingzhou had made good use of his time in the past 2 days and not done all that unnecessary barbecue and setting up tents, then maybe Lu Xingzhou will really be the winner this time. However, just when he breathed a sigh of relief and laughed at Lu Xingzhou's ignorance and arrogance, suddenly, the Lu Xingzhou team on TV stopped broadcasting. After seeing this scene, Fei Long and Qin Xian were slightly stunned. After a moment, Fei Long suddenly laughed out loud and then subconsciously sneered. Why did this kid stop? Wasn't he still acting so arrogant just now? Let me guess. Could he be lost? Ha! Qin Xian has always had a relatively neutral attitude towards Lu Xingzhou. Because from the very beginning, he was curious and interested in this young man who broke his record. But when he saw Lu Xingzhou, who had been full of confidence, suddenly stopped, Qin Xian couldn't help but start to have some doubts. Is he really lost? In the copy, Sun Chi saw Lu Xingzhou stopped. Asked quietly, "What's wrong? Brother Lu, are you lost?" "It's okay. If you are really lost, tell your brothers quietly and we can find a way together." However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou touched his chin calmly and then said, "That's not the case. I just think these trees in front of me are a bit of an eyesore." Lu Xingzhou did not deliberately lower his voice when he said this, so the other teammates around him also heard what he said. Then they all looked in the direction Lu Xingzhou pointed. It was a row of huge trees that were very closely connected. This is the characteristic of the Lost Forest. The forest doesn't want you to walk on a path, so it will block it with very closely connected giant trees to form a tree wall. It is impossible to break through by force. And Lu Xingzhou naturally understood this. At the same time, I also understood why these tree spirits would not actively attack people, but would only fight back when they were attacked. The purpose is to allow the professionals who participate in the dungeon to proceed according to the routes they have set. Don't think about taking shortcuts. If ordinary professionals knew about this, they would most likely not take such a huge risk again, provoking those giant trees. But Lu Xingzhou is different. Within the confines of his domain, he can command whatever he wants. And under the gaze of everyone, Lu Xingzhou slightly raised one hand. Then he said a word in a cold tone, like an order to the dense and twisted forest in front of him. Open. Chapter 72, The Importance of Future Brother-in-Law. Next second, the ground around them shook violently. Boom, boom. It was like the waves pushing out to both sides, surging up with a huge roar. These giant trees seemed to have understood his orders, and they moved to the sides obediently, like servants, to make way for a path several feet wide. After seeing this scene, everyone at the scene was stunned, because the momentum of this scene was so huge and so shocking. What kind of magic is this? As a mage, Lin Ishio knows best how terrifying this magic that can change the terrain is. This is not even on the same level as the skills she has mastered, although everyone in the world says how awesome their companion magic is. But Lin Ishio clearly realized that. If she wanted to obtain this kind of high-level magic that could control the weather or change the surrounding environment, she would have to wait until she reached level 40. That is the third turn. Only then will her companion skills have the possibility to grow to this stage. So, how did Lu Xingzhou achieve such an outrageous skill? At this time, the expressions of several people in the team, including Xinyun Tao, were very shocked. Except for the bald guy in the crowd. Sun Chi looked at everyone's expressions with a hint of disdain. TSK, what ignorant country bumpkins they are. He secretly complained in his heart. For Brother Lu, isn't this just basic operation? At this moment, the expressions of the audience watching the live broadcast were even more shocked. They originally thought that Lu Xingzhou would have to go around in circles, but who knew that this guy would be so outrageous? He actually asked these tree demons to make way for him? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Su Ruyun, who saw this scene, became even more curious about Lu Xingzhou. Don't mention it. It really looks like the description in the ancient forbidden spell that I learned about at that time. The more I look at it, the more it looks like one. Besides, this kid is likely to become my brother-in-law in the future. Well, it is necessary to pay more attention to him. Think of this. Su Ruyun thought back to last night, when her sister's entire body was soft, but she was still tough on the outside. Phew, my sister's really cute. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou's importance in her heart has far surpassed that of the so-called super genius, Chun Jin Chi. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch up. In the copy, Lu Xingzhou and his team members continued to move forward along this road. But the others in the team were a little hesitant, because this road is really straight and wide. It was completely different from the previous crooked, eerie, and narrow jungle paths. This change made the team members feel a little uncomfortable for a while. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving? After Lu Xingzhou walked out a few steps, he found that no one had caught up with him, so he turned around and asked. Zhao Qian chuckled and explained awkwardly. Boss, it's because this road is too wide, and we're a little uncomfortable with it. Lu Xingzhou looked at them with a strange look and then asked, Don't tell me you have some special tendencies? Why are you unwilling to go when the road is open? Everyone smiled awkwardly. At this time, Sun Chi stood up and said loudly and seriously, Hey, Brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. This is a live broadcast. You know who I am. I don't have any weird tendencies. I solemnly declare to all the viewers watching on TV across the country that I Sun Qi, am an honest man, compared to the very harmonious atmosphere in Lu Xingzhou's team. Chun Jinshi and his team were in deep trouble of exhaustion and struggle, because they had discovered that the sun was gradually setting, which meant that the third day was about to end. However, they had not yet reached the safety of the central jungle. That is to say, they will have to face the terrifying bloodthirsty rabbit again on the third night. Moreover, today's bloodthirsty rabbit might be stronger and more difficult to deal with than before. This made them fall into an extremely anxious mood. But after traveling day and night for the past few days, several members of their team were already very tired. As the sun set slowly, their progress became slower and slower the more anxious they became. It was not until the sun had completely set that they were forced to stop their journey in a hurry. Tonight is destined to be a tough night. As the captain, Chun Xingqi has given a death order that we must defend it tonight at all costs. As long as they can survive tonight, they can reach the safe zone tomorrow. Everyone nodded vigorously, despite the fatigue caused by lack of sleep. But this night did not go as smoothly as they had imagined. The bloodthirsty rabbits on the third night displayed a fighting power that far exceeded the limit of what 4 people could withstand, even though Zhao Jinhu and others fought hard. However, it still cannot inflict a fatal blow to these bloodthirsty rabbits. On the contrary, after a long period of fatigue, everyone gradually found that they could no longer withstand the attack of more than 30 bloodthirsty rabbits. At this time, compared to the damage suffered by the body. However, everyone found that their minds were gradually becoming less clear and their consciousness was becoming a little fuzzy. After holding on for a while, Chun Jinshi also discovered that his teammates really had no way to resolve this battle on their own. Chun Jinshi shouted, "Ride the wind." In an instant, a bluish-white whirlwind suddenly enveloped his body. At this moment, he seemed to be the master of the wind. The powerful whirlwind lifted his entire body up and gathered around him to form a terrifying cyclone. Then, a terrifying airflow suddenly burst out from his body. With just this airflow, he was able to blow away all the bloodthirsty rabbits around him. At this moment, Chun Jinshi, who is known as the strongest in Jianghai, was fully displayed. Then, with the help of this wind-controlling skill, his speed, strength, and agility all improved significantly. At this moment, Chun Jinshi was like a sharp scalpel. He rushed directly into the group of chaotic, violent, and bloodthirsty rabbits and started killing them. Don't be stunned. Let's work together to kill these guys. When everyone saw that Chun Jinshi finally took action, they couldn't help but feel a little relieved. But just when everyone was preparing to work together to kill these bloodthirsty rabbits, suddenly, a scream came from Shi Xiaohu. I saw him kneeling on the ground with a painful expression, holding his head tightly with both hands. When everyone looked at him, they suddenly discovered that Shi Xiaohu's eyes had turned blood red, just like a crazy, bloodthirsty devil rabbit. At this moment, the audience who saw this scene all screamed. Even the people in Chun Jinshi's team were surprised and took a few steps back in fear. At this moment, Chun Jinshi spoke calmly as if he had expected it. Is it demonized? It's really useless. Then go to bed first. Level 4 skill. Hurricane Blade. Chapter 73. The army is in turmoil. One step ahead of you. The moment Chun Jinshi made his move, the terrifying hurricane blade burst out with a powerful whirlwind. Shi Xiaohu, who had just been demonized, was instantly knocked away. His body was torn apart by the sharp hurricane, and then he hit the giant tree behind him heavily. Boom! The giant tree was broken in half, and Shi Xiaohu fainted instantly. Everyone in the team was shocked. They didn't expect that Chun Jinshi would be so cruel to his own people. Although Shi Xiaohu is not the one who has made the greatest contribution in the team, he is also conscientious and hardworking. During these days of interaction, we have accumulated a certain amount of war friendship. But when Chun Jinshi took action, he didn't hesitate at all. Chun Jinshi, is he so cold-blooded? Everyone was silent for a moment, and then Chun Jinshi's indifferent voice came. Divide the battlefield and deal with these rabbits first. Good. Everyone responded and then rushed forward. Su Ryun, who was watching a live broadcast, saw this scene and asked slowly, "This low-level copy actually has the negative effect of demonization." At this time, Qin Xin explained, "Yes, if the professional's sanity drops to a certain level, he will be affected by the dungeon. This is also a hidden feature of the Forest of Confusion. The negative characteristic of demonization generally only exists in high-level copies. It is precisely because of the demonic nature of the Forest of Confusion that the death rate of Qin Xian's team was so high when he was opening up the land. This is also the main consideration for the federal government to close this copy. Qin Xian also wrote very clearly about this demonic characteristic in his own strategy guide. That is to reduce the time spent in the copy as much as possible and get on the road as quickly as possible. In this way, demonization can be avoided to the greatest extent. Chun Jinshi did the same, but it was obvious that even with such a long journey day and night, he still could not prevent his teammates from being eroded. After going through untold hardships, Chun Jinshi's team finally resolved the siege of the bloodthirsty devil rabbit that had evolved to the third stage. Go, tie up Shi Xiaohu, and then feed him some life-restoring potion. Chun Jinshi made a statement. Because the survival rate of teammates is also a very important part of the assessment of one's performance as a captain. He wants to do his best to ensure that his teammates can pass this copy safely. After Shi Xiaohu recovered some of his health, he regained consciousness. However, his eyes were still red, and he roared from time to time. Chun Jinshi's team spent this night in fear and tension. Especially after discovering that their teammates might backstab them from time to time, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to sleep all night. But just when the army was in turmoil, Chun Jinshi comforted everyone and said, "We will be able to go out tomorrow, and our team will definitely be one step ahead of Lu Xingzhou and the others. If nothing unexpected happens, they are probably still struggling on the periphery. As long as we enter the central area first, we can get a special item in this copy, the Essence of Awakening. This item can remove the demonic state, so don't worry." After hearing this, everyone perked up. Their expressions were as if they saw hope. Really? That's great. Shi Xiaohu is saved. I thought he could only exit the instance early, but it turns out he could do this. Then let's set off early tomorrow morning without further delay. It has to be our captain, Chun Jinshi. It looks like we will definitely be able to take the lead in this dungeon. Thinking that Lu Xingzhou's team on the opposite side must be in a worse situation, the expressions of everyone in Chun Jinshi's team relaxed again. There is a desire for victory. Chun Jinshi nodded slightly. As the captain, he had to ensure that the atmosphere and morale of the team were not too bad. It would be very effective to use Lu Xingzhou's team as a comparison. Moreover, what I said was the truth. My side is stronger, and I also have Qin Xian's strategy, and I have made all the preparations. I don't know how far ahead of Lu Xingzhou and the others in terms of progress. But while Chun Jinshi's team was achieving a spiritual victory, no one noticed it. A hint of scarlet also appeared in the tired eyes of Zhao Jinhu and others. On the other side, Lu Xingzhou's team faced a level 3 bloodthirsty devil rabbit. Still no one else in the team took action. Lu Xingzhou was alone, and the flame of annihilation cleared the area again. For him, this level 8 to 14 copy is too easy. It's not even as difficult to deal with as the stone giant Kaiser. After gaining some experience, Lu Xingzhou was ready to take a rest. Judging from the perception of my own field, I should be able to reach the safe zone in the center soon after breakfast tomorrow. Everyone slept well that night. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Because Chun Jinshi's team was in a lot of trouble, and even Shi Xiaohu was affected by the demonization. But how come everyone in Lu Xingzhou's team was fine? Not only was no one injured. Moreover, after staying in the copy for 3 days, no one was affected by the copy and turned into a demon. Aren't they entering a copy? That's cheating, right? Lu Xingzhou, is that cheating? Why is Lu Xingzhou's team so successful? It's much more successful than Chun Jinshi's team. That doesn't make sense, guys. Oh my god. If I had known earlier, I would have voted for Lu Xingzhou's team. Now the game is closed. I regret it. I'm reporting it. Lu Xingzhou and the others must have cheated. I'm going to report them to the organizer and disqualify them from the competition. Just when the audience was confused, a senior professional hunter in the broadcast room explained to everyone. I was fortunate enough to participate in a copy with a similar magical effect. That instance was extremely dangerous, but we also figured out a pattern. The more exhausted a person's mental and physical state is, the more susceptible they are to the mental erosion of the demonic effect. The reason why no one in Lu Xingzhou's team had any problems is because their mental and physical conditions are much better than Chun Jinshi's team. Eat well, sleep well. These 5 people are like on a spring outing, there will be no problem. After hearing the explanation from this senior professional hunter, everyone's expressions were shocked, but then they suddenly understood. I see. You mean, the reason why Lu Xingzhou did so many things that we couldn't understand before was actually to maintain the morale of his teammates. This is outrageous. I originally thought that Chun Jinqi's team had strong execution capabilities, but now I realize that Lu Xingzhou is playing a big game. Oh my god. Why do I feel like I need to reevaluate this magic apprentice? I want to exchange Chun Jinqi's 1,000 votes for Lu Xingzhou's 500 votes. Is there anyone willing to do so? Add AV. The person above is dreaming. I can exchange 1,000 votes for 300 votes. Green bubble private chat. On the fourth day in the dungeon, after the sun rises, the scarlet color ensures Xiaohu's eyes gradually faded, but everyone still tied him up just in case. Wait until you get the refreshing essence before releasing him. Chun Jinqi's team did not waste any time and prepared to set off immediately. But at this moment, they heard a reminder from Copy. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, Lin Yixue, Zhao Qian, and Shun Yuntao for entering the central area. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the Awakening Essence item X1. The moment they heard this, Zhao Jinhu and others' expressions changed, and they turned to look at the team leader, Chun Jinqi. Chun Jinqi has always had a confident look on his face since entering the dungeon. Finally, the first look of shock appeared. He was confused. Lu Xingzhou, how could you have gotten the Awakening Essence before me? How is this possible? Chapter 74, please. That barbecue smells really good. After Lu Xingzhou entered the central area, he saw 10 huge, ancient trees on the periphery that were surrounded by emerald green halos. Each of them contains a crystal round fruit. After Lu Xingzhou picked one, he heard a reminder sound of the copy. Refreshing Essence. Everyone check the entry. Item name, Refreshing Essence. Restriction level, unlimited. Cooling time, 1 second. Effective use. It can greatly restore the user's sanity and get rid of the demonic state. If not used, you can get extra rewards at the end of the copy. Dungeon props cannot be taken away. Everyone was slightly stunned and then asked, what is this demonic state? Obviously, Lu Xingzhou and his team were having such an easy time that they had no idea what this so-called demonized state was. The audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Is this what it means to not appreciate what you have? Oh, it seems that it is very important to follow the right leader. Sun Qi and his men didn't know how Chun Jinqi's team on the other side was being tortured. That guy is so miserable. After seeing this entry, Lu Xingzhou fell silent. The copy props cannot be taken away. In other words, this item cannot be added to the item column. It is unlikely to be able to sell it for money. However, he also noticed the following explanation of the effective use. If not used, you can get extra rewards at the end of the copy. Although I don't know what this extra reward is, it's always good to take it first. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou picked up all the refreshing essences from the 10 ancient trees in this circle at an extremely fast speed. And 9 more reminder sounds continue to be heard in everyone's ears. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the Awakening Essence item X1. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the Awakening Essence item X1. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for obtaining the Awakening Essence item X1. At this time, Chun Jinqi, who was rushing on the road frantically, had a pale face, and his teammates' faces were uglier than each other. Shit, is Lu Xingzhou planning to take away all the Awakening Essences? This is birth. Aren't there only 5 people in your team? You don't need to take so much. Do you know what teamwork is? However, everyone was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Xingzhou's behavior. But put yourself in their shoes. What if they were the ones who entered the central area first? I guess they would take away all the Awakening Essence without hesitation. Absolutely. Chun Jinqi listened to the constant copy reminder sounds coming to his ears, and the resentment in his heart gradually accumulated. He said in a cold and low voice, Lu Xingzhou, very good. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I will make you pay the price later. Everyone knew Chun Jinqi's condition when they saw it. A war seems inevitable. After seeing this scene, Qin Xian sighed slightly. Well, I guess Lu Xingzhou and his team will definitely win this special training assessment. He clearly remembered the final boss, a leader-level monster called Lost Ancestral Tree. It is not difficult to defeat this boss. This is because the mechanism of this boss does not require a force strategy. As long as you can survive against it for 10 minutes, you will have successfully cleared the dungeon. According to the strength of Lu Xingzhou and his team, it is not difficult for them to last for 10 minutes. But the prerequisite is that Lu Xingzhou's team did not trigger the hidden mechanism of this lost ancestral tree. This is because the strength rating of a lost ancestral tree changes with the number of ancient tree undead on the professional's body. Every time a professional kills a tree demon along the way, he will be followed by an ancient tree undead. If you kill too many people, the specific manifestation will be the professional's hair will turn green. If the professional kills too many tree monsters along the way, the lost ancestral tree will go into berserk mode. Attack, defense, offensive rhythm, and health limit will all be greatly improved. However, he remembered correctly. Lu Xingzhou only killed the first tree monster along the way. So, it's not a big problem. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Xingzhou's team will have no problem passing the level, and their final score should be far higher than Qin Jinqi's team. I bet on the wrong horse. Qin Xian muttered to himself. In his heart, he became more and more dissatisfied with Fai Long, the fool. Even if Inspector Su Ruyun wants to let him off this time, I will definitely teach this idiot a lesson. Qin Jinqi's team went through a series of twists and turns and went around in circles. Finally, we arrived at the outskirts of the central area and saw the 10 giant trees surrounded by green light. However, the refreshing essence on the tree had already been picked by Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, well, you're pretty ruthless. Qin Jinqi took a deep breath and then prepared to find Lu Xingzhou for a duel. He wants to use his strength to take back the awakening essence. The host said this when introducing the rules. This copy allows both parties to duel. Let's go find them. However, when these words came out, Zhao Jinhu's nose twitched slightly. I smelled the aroma of barbecue. Huh? Who's grilling? The other two people in the team also sniffed it, and their Adam's apples moved. It smells so good. Someone is really barbecuing. Oh my God, what's that smell? Why does it smell like barbecue? Could it be that we've been hungry for too long and are hallucinating? It's possible. Who can stand eating Bingliang pills every day? Although Qin Jinqi smelled the delicious aroma of barbecue, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. However, he quickly controlled his emotions. I am here to seek revenge. How can I let a little bit of barbecue shake the morale of my troops? When they followed the scent and found the source of the smell, but suddenly discovered. At this time, Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and their team were actually sitting around a fire, roasting rabbit meat in great comfort. When they looked over, Lu Xingzhou was holding a fan made of leaves and fanning himself vigorously. Hey, Qin Jinqi, you're here too. Would you like to have some food? It's just been grilled. Lu Xingzhou and his men were extremely relaxed and had no idea that the other party was looking for a duel with them. He even invited the other party to eat some barbecue. Zhao Jinhu shed tears at the corners of his mouth and spoke subconsciously. Really, it's not their fault that they lack determination. It's because Lu Xingzhou and his friends' barbecue smells so good. Cumin, chili powder, a little 5-spice powder. Wow, even though it's roasted rabbit jerky, it's still so delicious when you take a bite. What's real about this? We eat this every day and we're almost sick of it. Come on. Lu Xingzhou didn't take it seriously and waved his hand. This stunned everyone in Qin Jinqi's team. Eat every day. Can I eat such delicious barbecue every day? At this time, Zhao Jinhu and others thought about the 3 days of eating military ration pills and suddenly felt extremely depressed. If you compare yourself to others, you will die. If you compare goods, you will throw them away. Just when Zhao Jinhu and others were about to say thank you. But at this time, Qin Jinqi suddenly stepped forward and shouted, Lu Xingzhou, put away your hypocrisy and don't try to bribe my teammates with such means. We are here today to challenge you in a one-on-one duel. If you know what's best for you, just admit defeat. I'll give you a way out and won't let you lose so badly. Hearing this, Zhao Jinhu and others paused. Then, he looked at Qin Jinqi with a bitter expression, as if he wanted to cry but had no tears. Boss who said we don't want to be bribed? We are willing to be bribed. I have no problem with you wanting to challenge him. But can you wait until we finish eating? Please. That barbecue smells really delicious. Chapter 75, Genius versus Genius Girl. Facing Chun Jinxi's provocation at this time, Lu Xingzhou showed a very indifferent attitude. I advise you to stay here quietly. You might have been able to pass the level, but don't let this kind of thing lead to your annihilation. Lu Xingzhou spoke in an extremely calm tone while roasting rabbit meat on the fire. Hearing this, Chun Jinxi's expression suddenly turned cold. Are you kidding me? The whole army was wiped out, all because of you. Chun Jinxi is absolutely confident in his own abilities. He didn't think Lu Xingzhou or anyone else present could defeat him head-on. Even in a 2-on-1 situation, he didn't think he would lose. At this time, Zhao Jinhu tugged at Chun Jinxi's clothes and said in a very low voice, "Boss, there's no need to make things so awkward." Zhao Jinhu was really hungry, but Chun Jinxi seemed not to understand. He shook his head slightly and said, "Since we are enemies, there is no need to be hypocritical. Come on, let's fight one-on-one, Lu Xingzhou. This is a battle between our captains. If you lose, you must hand over all the awakening essences in your hands." After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou dusted off his hands and was about to stand up to respond. However, at this moment, a pretty figure suddenly stood in front of Lu Xingzhou. "Lin Yixue, get out of the way. You are no match for me." Although Chun Jinxi was slightly surprised to see the person coming, he spoke calmly the next second. He didn't take Lin Yixue seriously at all. At this time, Lu Xingzhou also asked, "Do you want to fight him one-on-one? To be honest, I don't want to bother with this guy." Lin Yixue nodded slightly. Her competitive personality made her expression unusually firm. "Okay, in that case, I'll leave it to you to deal with him. Come on." Lu Xingzhou said this calmly. Then he really sat aside without caring about anything and started eating the barbecue. Seeing this scene, everyone, whether it was the people at the scene or the audience watching the live broadcast on TV, were stunned. Lu Xingzhou should just let Goddess Lin fight against that pervert Chun Jinxi one-on-one. Oh my god, what if Goddess Lin loses? What should I do? How could Goddess Lin lose? Since she dared to take the initiative to fight, it means she is confident of winning. But isn't Lu Xingzhou a bit shameless? How can he let such a cute girl fight against others? If it were me, I would definitely protect Goddess Lin well. Upstairs, the bootlickers and the love brains sit at the same table. After hearing Lin Yixue's words, Chun Jinxi spoke with an indifferent expression. "I won't fight you. There's no benefit in winning against you." Then at this time, Lin Yixue said, "Although I can't promise you anything else, if you beat me, I can give you my share of the awakening essence." Lu Xingzhou is not a person who likes to eat and take more. After he got 10 refreshing essences, he divided the spoils fairly with his teammates. One for Sun Qi and one for me. One for Lin Yixue and one for me. One for Zhao Qian and one for me. Anyway, in the end, each of the other teammates received a dose of refreshing essence. As the captain, it is reasonable for Lu Xingzhou to take a little more. At this time, Lin Yixue used the awakening essence that she had been allocated as a bet and made a bet with Chun Jinxi. Since you can get the refreshing essence you want, then defeating one more Lin Yixue wouldn't be a difficult task. At this time, Chun Jinxi stood in front of everyone and said directly, "Bring it on." As soon as the words fell, both sides instantly summoned their equipment from the prop bar. Lin Yixue held an exquisite icy and crystal staff in her hand and wore a flowing leather elf robe. The whole person's temperament has a more wild temperament. On the other side, Chun Jinxi was equipped with light cloth armor. In an instant, the two sides fought together. Boom! Lin Yixue got angry instantly. The terrifying frost magic was blasted out continuously as if it was free. Ice storm, extreme ice piercing, exploding snowman. In an instant, the temperature of the entire scene dropped a few degrees. Sun Qi touched his head and felt extra cool. So he unconsciously moved closer to the fire next to Lu Xingzhou. "Brother Lu, is Lin Yixue's attack so fierce?" "I really didn't see that." After seeing this scene, Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly. She is also a very competitive person. Sun Qi touched his head and made a puzzled sound. Lu Xingzhou had no intention of explaining to him and waved his hand. "Go eat your barbecue." In fact, Lu Xingzhou knew it very well. This proud girl who once competed with me for the title of the strongest in Zhanghai No. 2 Middle School. Deep down, I also have my own pride. Since my strong rise, it must have brought her a lot of pressure. Lin Yixue also needs an outlet to vent herself. Unfortunately, Chun Jinxi became this person. Boom! 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 Chun Jinshi dodged continuously, and although it looked easy, he was secretly feeling a little frightened in his heart. Is this woman crazy? Only attacking without defending. This style of play is simply brainless and disorganized. Chun Jinshi didn't want to waste much time on Lin Yixue, so he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Wind control. This is a game-type buff. The moment the skill is released, Chun Jinshi's body speed becomes a little faster. He had used this skill before when fighting the bloodthirsty rabbit. With the help of the wind control skill, Chun Jinshi's speed can even surpass that of the bloodthirsty devil rabbit. Swoosh, swoosh. After using his skills, Chun Jinshi became much faster. At this moment, he was even unwilling to move his body drastically to avoid Lin Yixue's attack. Each time, he moved his body slightly. It almost brushed the edge of the skill range and flashed past. Then, he accelerated towards Lin Yixue. Oh no, Lin Yixue is a mage. If we drag her into a close combat, we'll definitely lose. It's terrifying. Chun Jinshi's speed is terrifying. There's nothing we can do. Lin Yixue can't stop him from getting closer. The winner is already decided. It seems that in the so-called Battle of Geniuses, Chun Jinshi is still the better one. The audience watching the live broadcast all showed a trace of regret. Goddess Lin is about to be defeated. Around them, Zhao Jinhu and others were ready to shout, "Chun Jinshi is awesome." But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, I got fooled." The moment Lu Xingzhou opened his mouth, Lin Yixue's eyes changed instantly. She spread her legs in a fighting stance, and then a terrifying ice storm covered her body. A layer of fine frost instantly condensed around Chun Jinshi's body as he approached at a very fast speed. At this time, Lin Yixue's lips moved slightly. The Ice Spirit's Curse. Chapter 76. You're still blackmailing me? Lin Yixue has always been highly regarded by her family. She has always strictly required herself to be the best in the school, or even the best in Jianghai City. She wants to be the strongest. In the past, he was always overshadowed by the dazzling genius, Lu Xingzhou. And now, not only Lu Xingzhou has returned in strength, Experimental Middle School has even added a super genius named Chun Jinshi. It seemed that the harder she worked, the further she was from her goal. Lin Yixue clenched her fists. She wanted to prove herself. Proves that her efforts over the years have not been in vain. Curse of the Ice Spirit. In an instant, terrifying frost, wind, and snow came howling, and a mark of ice and snow suddenly appeared on the top of Chun Jinshi's head. No matter how fast he speeds up, he can't escape the control of this mark. You want a quick resolution, huh? But have you ever thought that I let you get so close to me on purpose? Lin Yixue sneered and spoke, a raging fire of war burning in her calm eyes. Since you don't respect me, then accept the trial. Chun Jinshi realized that something was wrong. But Lin Yixue didn't give him any chance to struggle. A phantom of an ice elf, seemingly real and illusory, appeared behind her. Noble, cold, and beautiful, sober, and murderous. Seeing this scene, the principal of Experimental Middle School who was watching the live broadcast became upset. Wait, her companion skill has been upgraded. When did this happen? He turned to look at Chung Yuanshan, as if wanting to find out the answer to this question. Chung Yuanshan, this old sly guy, actually has a hidden card. But what he didn't expect was, even Chung Yuanshan didn't know that Lin Yixue's companion skill had been upgraded again. Chung Yuanshan smiled, but said nothing, but his eyes never left the screen, even with a little bit of heat. Maybe there's really a chance to defeat Chun Jinshi. Inside the dungeon, a terrifying ice storm instantly enveloped the entire arena. The power of Lin Yixue's skills is beyond imagination. The sky was filled with frost and snow, and it seemed as if everything was frozen. Curse of the Ice Spirit. As Lin Yixue's companion skill, it is inherently more powerful than ordinary skills. And now, the skill level has broken through to level 4. The power is far beyond the strength of the skills of professionals of the same level. This scene, almost all the audience in the broadcast room were stunned. The fine snow and ice dissipated. Lin Yixue looked at the figure in the center of the frost with a serious expression. Did you win? Next to her, Sun Qi was even more anxious than her and couldn't help but ask. Lu Xingzhou rolled his eyes at him and said calmly, "Haven't you heard of the law of smoke without harm?" "Not really. Sun Chi expressed his doubt. After all, the power of this ice storm was almost the second most terrifying power he had ever seen. Under such terrifying power, even Chen Jinchi would not be able to escape unscathed, right? But what he didn't expect was, the figure slowly appeared, and Chen Jinchi's body was protected by a thick wind shield. Level 4 skill, Wind Whirl. Boom! The next second, the spiral wind shield exploded instantly, shaking away the last trace of ice mist. Chen Jinchi looked indifferent. Although it didn't cause him any obvious damage, it made his defense a little awkward. I didn't expect that I would end up in such a miserable state when fighting against these guys from Shanghai City. Lin Yixue, I admit that I underestimated you before. But now I'm going to be serious. After saying that, Chen Jinchi suddenly gathered strength with both feet, ready to push off the ground. Lin Yixue's face turned cold, and she also took a fighting stance. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Shi Xiaohu, who had regained some of his sanity, had his eyes turn bloodshot again, accompanied by a roar dash. See the scene. Chen Jinchi realized that he didn't have much time left and had to end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, when facing the final boss, you have to take into account Shi Xiaohu, who may turn into a demon at any time. That means being attacked from both sides, which is extremely difficult. His idea at this moment was very clear: first defeat Lin Yixue in front of him, and then get a refreshing essence. After that, go challenge the boss. But just as he thought of this, his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao Jinhu next to him. At this time, Zhao Jinhu's eyes also became a little bloodshot. Captain, I feel like there are confusing noises coming from my ears, and my brain seems to be splitting apart. What's wrong with me? Captain, Chen Jinchi opened his eyes, muttering in my heart, is this the limit? It's already tricky enough that Shi Xiaohu has been demonized, if together with Zhao Jinhu and others. So, even if he cleared the game alone, his final score would definitely not be high. Thinking of this, Chen Jinchi made a decisive decision. Let's talk about the competition next time. Lu Xingzhou, I hope that as another captain, you can carry forward the spirit of the game and help Shi Xiaohu break free from his demonic state. Let's have a fair fight in a boss duel. How about it? There's no point in keeping so much awakening essence by yourself. I know you are a professional with integrity. I believe you would not use such a tricky method to win the game, right? At this time, Chen Jinchi had already placed Lu Xingzhou at such a height. Sure enough, no matter what era, from a moral high ground, this kind of dimensionality reduction attack is always the most deadly. Standing on this moral high ground makes it impossible to refute. Even at this moment, a majestic glow seemed to be emanating from behind Chen Jinchi. Lu Xingzhou even pretended to cover his eyes with his hands. Damn, so dazzling. How about it? Lu Xingzhou, are you ready to accept my proposal? Chen Jinchi's attitude is always condescending. It was as if he was giving Lu Xingzhou a chance to reform and start a new life. But his moral high ground is truly impeccable. The audience thought that Lu Xingzhou would not refuse this request. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his mouth and said, I refuse. Chen Jinchi narrowed his eyes slightly, then slowly said, Don't you plan to defeat us fairly? Honestly, Lu Xingzhou smiled, as if looking at a little fool. Although this is just a trial, but if you win, you win. When you get to the real battlefield, do you still expect others to fight you in an upright duel? If someone refuses, will you also try to blackmail them morally, as you're doing now? Lu Xingzhou expressed his views in an orderly manner and was not led by the other party at all. At this time, the wind direction in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. That's true. Everyone realized that what Lu Xingzhou said made a lot of sense and was very sophisticated. Although this is just a game, it is a preparation for selecting warriors for future battlefields. If it really reaches a copy that is not supervised by anyone, who cares whether it is upright or not? The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Winning is everything. Although I bet on Chen Jinchi to win, to be honest, I think what Lu Xingzhou said makes more sense. I think so too. I support his words and refuse moral blackmail. Let me start with myself. When Chen Jinchi saw that Lu Xingzhou did not follow his pace, he wanted to refute him. But this time, Lu Xingzhou spoke again. Honestly, Chen Jinchi, let me give you a word of advice. There are 10 lotus flowers in the pond, and I will take only one. The rest are all yours. Hearing this, Chen Jinshi and everyone else present were stunned. The audience watching the live broadcast were also somewhat confused. What's the meaning? Are these 10 lotus flowers a reference to the 10 awakening essences? Could it be that after Lu Xingzhou had said so many truths, he would still choose to help the other party? Chen Jinshi thought for a moment and asked, Lu Xingzhou, what do you mean? At this time, Lu Xingzhou opened his thumbs and swung his palms forward with the knuckles facing each other. He made the classic gesture and said in a very calm tone, Pick 9 lotuses, brother. Next second, the guys on the forum in the broadcast room were the first to react. Then there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, this is making me laugh to death. Picking 9 lotuses? Damn it, I never knew Lu Xingzhou was so talented. This is a roundabout way of talking about Chen Jinshi's food. If you don't want to help, then don't help. But you kill people and destroy their hearts? Ha, this Lu Xingzhou is too cruel. I like it. Everyone in Chen Jinshi's team also understood the implicit meaning of Lu Xingzhou's words. I mean, if they're not good at it, they should just practice more. Chen Jinshi's face was extremely gloomy, as if water would drip out of it in the next second. However, Lu Xingzhou looked relaxed and asked calmly, Aren't you leaving yet? It looks like your teammates can't hold on any longer. Chen Jinshi turned his head and met the bloodshot eyes of Zhao, Jinhu, and others. It was just as Lu Xingzhou said, they didn't have much time left. Damn it, damn it. Chen Jinshi clenched his fists, cursing Lu Xingzhou's ancestors in his heart. But he just snorted coldly and ordered, Walk. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. There is no time to argue with Lu Xingzhou and the others now. You can only challenge the boss forcefully and try to last 10 minutes and clear the dungeon before your teammates become demons. When I saw Chen Jinshi's team, I went straight to prepare to challenge the boss. Zhao Qian and the others also asked anxiously, Boss, where are we going now? Are we going to challenge the boss too? Everyone thought that now was the moment for the decisive battle. This even included the principals of various schools who were watching the broadcast and the bigwigs of the Jianghai City Professional Guild. They all felt that the two sides were about to engage in a final head-on duel and began to make the final strategy for the dungeon boss. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou said something that no one expected. What's the hurry? I'll go light a fire first. Everyone's expressions were slightly stunned. I don't understand what he means. Roasting by the fire. Is it a secret code? Lu Xingzhou looked at the puzzled expressions of the crowd, then pointed to the large forest in front of him. Don't you think it's a waste of experience to leave so many tree monsters unkilled? After understanding what he meant, Sun Qi said, in confusion, Brother Lu, are you serious? With so many tree monsters, how long will it take us to kill them all? Soon. Lu Xingzhou smiled slightly, then raised his hand gently. A hot flame suddenly jumped and appeared on his fingertips. Then, just flick it lightly. Call. Chapter 77. Confidence, Chen Jinshi's trump card. In fact, to be honest, Lu Xingzhou's skill enhancement level was increased by 1 level. He found that his control over the fire of extinction was becoming more and more subtle. The size of the flame can be controlled more easily. Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Xingzhou gently flicked away the flame from his fingertips. Although the flame is not large in size, its power is extremely amazing. After the nearest tree monster was contaminated by Lu Xingzhou's fire, it let out a painful howl. The tree demon stretched out its branches desperately, as if it could escape the flames if it raised them a little higher. But all this is just wishful thinking. The flames, like maggots on the tarsal bones, gradually engulfed its entire body. Then came the tree monsters that were connected to each other and entrenched around him. A raging flame suddenly broke out. At this moment, many viewers in the live broadcast room finally understood why it was said that if you set fire to the mountain, you will spend life in jail. Because the flames that started out as tiny dots actually spread into a line of flames within just a few seconds. It was not until this time that everyone discovered it. The power of Lu Xingzhou's flames is so terrifying. Moreover, there seem to be too many tree monsters in this lost forest, right? The audience watching the live broadcast at this time were still only impressed by the terrifying power of Lu Xingzhou's flames. However, at this moment, Qin Xian said with a shocked expression, is this kid crazy? Others don't know about the existence of ancient tree undead, but he, Qin Xian, knows it. The strength of the lost ancestral tree is already enough to give these low-level professionals a hard time. Is Lu Xingzhou going to destroy all the tree monsters in the entire Lost Forest? Well, isn't that right? Is Lu Xingzhou about to face a monster that he can't even imagine? On the other side, Chun Jinqi's team has entered the final boss room. The true form of the lost ancestral tree is a huge, ancient tree that almost pierces the sky. As it slowly opened its eyes, the entire ground shook. After Chun Jinqi saw the enemy, he slowly opened his mouth and said to the people around him, "Control Shi Xiaohu, and try not to let him interfere with me. Hold on for another 10 minutes. Leave the rest to me." Chun Jinqi made a domineering speech. Everyone also understood that their captain would have to face the lost ancestral tree alone. At this time, everyone heard the reminder of the copy. Detecting the number of ancient tree spirits. Test completed. The number of ancient tree spirits carried by Chun Jinqi's team is 0, triggering the anger of the lost ancestral tree. Phase 1. Please try to survive the attack of the lost ancestral tree for 10 minutes. After the sound of the copy stopped, the lost ancestral tree had already stood up, ready for battle. Roar! The low roar put great pressure on everyone in Chun Jinqi's team. Monster name, Lost Ancestral Tree. Phase 1. Monster level, level 18. Combat power rating, 40 stars. Mastered skills, Guardian Summoning, Ancient Giant Palm, Ancient Blessing, Regeneration. After Chun Jinqi saw the data panel of the Lost Ancestral Tree, his expression was extremely shocked. A level 18 monster can actually have a combat power rating of 40 stars. How can this be so outrageous? In fact, after he saw Qin Xian's strategy, he felt a little confused, because Qin Xian wrote in the last line of the dungeon strategy, "The Lost Ancestral Tree boss is invincible. Don't challenge, don't challenge, don't challenge. As long as you try your best to hold on for 10 minutes, you'll win." Only then did Chun Jinqi understand why Qin Xian said that. The combat power of 40 stars is indeed terrifying. Even if I were fully armed, my combat power would probably only be around 22 stars. The gap in strength between the two sides is evident. But at this moment, a smile appeared on Chun Jinqi's lips. Although the copy guide says so, but in his heart, he didn't take Qin Xian's words seriously at all. "I've finally met an opponent who I can give my all to. Then I will defeat you." You want to prove it. The so-called Qin Xian, the so-called invincible. In front of his absolute strength, nothing is worth mentioning. Chun Jinqi was fully armed and took out his weapon at this time. That was a pair of windproof gloves. He lowered his center of gravity, placed it on his hind legs, and twisted his body slightly backwards. Then it suddenly exploded. Bang! At this moment, Chun Jinqi pushed off the ground and even created a spiderweb-like crack on the ground. Ride the wind. In midair, Chun Jinqi used the wind control skill again, and his body speed increased again. Although his size is quite different from that of the Lost Ancestral Tree, his aura is not weaker at all. The audience at the scene were all excited. Oh my god, Chun Jinqi is too fierce. How dare he attack? The combat power rating of this monster is 40 stars. He is a man of great talent and courage. Does he understand what the strongest genius in Jianghai City is? The goal of the dungeon reminder is to persist for 10 minutes, but I think Chun Jinqi wants to defeat the Lost Ancestral Tree directly. Oh my god, this makes my blood boil. Burn my Chunibu soul. This is the genius we imagine love to be. Go ahead, Chun Jinqi. In the copy, the Lost Ancestor Tree saw this human rushing towards him. It didn't dodge or evade, and the huge branch, which was almost as thick as two people hugging each other, came directly towards Chun Jinqi. If you're hit by this move, you will be seriously injured if not killed. When everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten, Chun Jinqi smiled contemptuously. Too slow. A powerful cyclone erupted from his body, and he actually changed his course in midair, dodging the attack. Then, he came directly to the front of the Lost Ancestral Tree. Hurricane Blade. A terrifying cyclone erupted, and powerful wind blades condensed in his hands. It hit the trunk of the Lost Ancestral Tree hard. Boom! The huge explosion raised clouds of dust. The audience watching the broadcast were delighted. Hit! Fei Long from the Blood Knight's branch was also delighted and said with a smile on his face, "Oh, Chun Jinqi is really capable." He showed his power to the Lost Ancestral Tree right away. These words were originally meant for Su Ruyun. He wanted to let this inspector sent by the Blood Knights know how good his vision was. However, Surian shook her head at this time and said calmly, "Too naive." As soon as the words fell, the confused ancient tree was not affected at all and turned around and slapped him again. Chun Jinchi's face turned cold, and he was a little surprised. After dodging the attack again, he quickly moved closer and launched several attacks in succession. Boom, 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 boom. He just didn't believe that he couldn't break through the defense of the lost ancestral tree. But just when he was outputting crazily, the lost ancestor tree was obviously also angered by this painless attack. It slammed its hands on the ground. Then, 4 dead tree guards holding shields and swords slowly emerged from the ground and stood up. Monster name, Deadwood Guardian. In an instant, Chun Jinchi was surrounded. At first, Chun Jinchi didn't take it seriously, but he soon paid the price for underestimating his enemy. The speed and strength of the Deadwood Guard far exceeded his imagination. The sudden attack almost pierced through his arm. Damn it. After Chun Jinchi had created some distance, the attack from the lost ancestral tree arrived immediately. Bang! For a moment, Chun Jinchi was in a passive position where he could only take a beating. It was not until this moment that Chun Jinchi understood what Qin Xian meant when he said invincible. Super high defense, terrifying destructive power, super large attack range. The combat power rating of the lost ancestral tree can only be low, not high. Even the summoned Deadwood Guards are much more powerful than ordinary elite monsters. This is not a boss that a professional of his level can deal with. Chun Jinchi narrowed his eyes slightly, but then he clenched his fists. Invincible? But that's only for ordinary people. He just doesn't believe it. Let me show you my trump card. Chun Jinchi took a stance with both hands. He wanted to use the skills that had enabled him to complete his transformation to defeat the guy in front of him. Prepare to die. Mind Energy Explosion. Chapter 78, Brother Liu. Why is your hair a little green? Mind Energy Burst. After everyone saw Chun Jinchi's move just now, everyone's expressions were filled with incomparable shock. This is actually a 5th level skill, my god. How is this possible? Isn't it agreed that 1st level professionals can only master skills below level 4? I know. Is this the legendary skill transformation? Oh my god. Chun Jinchi actually completed the transformation of his skills. This is too outrageous. It's really outrageous. This is unbelievable. I thought that skill transformation was something that only existed in Legends, and no one could do it. Well, you guys should be honest. Chun Jinchi, who has mastered the 5th level skills, may be able to severely damage the lost ancestral tree. The audience was talking about it, and at this time, He Jinfeng, the president of the Heavy Hunters Union, also had an extremely surprised expression on his face. I never expected that this kid actually mastered the 5th level skills. The future is limitless. Although in his heart, he still prefers this kid, Liu Xingzhou. But it has to be admitted that Chun Jinchi's talent far exceeds his imagination. He Jinfeng touched his chin and looked at Chun Jinchi with a little more appreciation in his eyes. However, he seemed a little too proud. If someone with this kind of personality encounters an opponent stronger than him, he will most likely suffer a great loss. In the copy, when Zhao Jinhu and others saw their captain use the 5th level skill, their expressions were surprised and happy. If nothing unexpected happens, since Chun Jinchi chose to use this move, his purpose is to end the battle. They are about to win. Boom! A powerful mental force field blasted forward from Chun Jinchi's palm. He had a close and intimate face-to-face contact with the boss in front of him. Tie it tightly. The terrifying residual power of his mental energy spread out from him and the lost ancestral tree to the surrounding areas. The cyclone, as sharp as a knife, even cut in half some of the tree monsters that were watching the fun nearby. The power is evident. Chun Jinchi succeeded in his attack and quickly jumped back to create some distance. Successful, seeing that the lost ancestral tree seemed to have stopped moving. A trace of disdain flashed through his heart. The so-called invincibility is nothing more than this. This kind of strength is simply not worth mentioning in front of me. Qin Xian, your vision only stays at your own level. I, Chun Jinchi, am destined to surpass everything and stand on top of the world. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this time, a copy reminder sound came to everyone's ears. Everyone thought it was the sound of settlement after completing the dungeon, and they couldn't help but feel a little bit excited. But who knew that what was waiting for them was a nightmare? The number of ancient tree spirits carried by Chun Jinchi's team has changed, and the current number is 12. Trigger the anger of the lost ancestral tree. Phase 2. After the copy reminder sounded, Chun Jinchi's face darkened. In an instant, the attack of the lost ancestral tree came over. Boom! The large area of ground where he was standing just now collapsed in an instant. Chun Jinchi narrowly avoided this attack. Why so fast? Before he could react, the second attack of the lost ancestral tree came again. The time interval between his two attacks was shortened by more than a little bit. Boom! Boom! Chun Jinchi looked solemn and did not dare to be careless, because he saw that the number of deadwood guards had increased from 4 to 8. The difficulty has almost doubled. At this moment, Chun Jinchi no longer had the fantasy of defeating the lost ancestral tree in his mind. And at this time, he finally understood. Qin Xian is not a waste. This lost ancestral tree is definitely not something they can defeat. In the copy, Chun Jinchi was running around, dealing with the confused ancestral tree and 8 dead tree guards. And his teammates couldn't help much because they had to restrain their demonic characteristics. The entire boss battle was extremely difficult. Oh shit, this boss is too difficult. Phase 2. Just because the residual power of Chun Jinchi's skill killed some tree monsters, it triggered the second phase of the boss. I'm so stupid. The combat power of this second stage of the Lost Ancestral Tree is much stronger than the first stage. The attack power has increased, and the attack frequency has also increased. This is ridiculous. How can this be a copy prepared for level 8 to 14 professionals? Now I know why this dungeon is not open to the public. For ordinary people like us to play it, we would be courting death. I'm a graduate last year, and now I am level 14. I completely agree with the above comments. If I try this dungeon, it is no different from sending myself to death. It is too difficult, but Chun Jinchi is really amazing. He can actually deal with the opponent in this state. Hey wait, did you guys notice a problem? The second stage of the Lost Tree is so strong, so the team that set the mountain on fire is going to be finished. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the broadcast room fell silent. Yeah, I almost forgot. This kid Lu Xingzhou just set fire to the mountain in front of the dungeon gate. The game on Chun Jinchi's side was so lively that I only paid attention to the game here. I almost forgot about that magic apprentice. This is even more spectacular than the fire in Los Angeles. Brother Lu, I have never seen such a spectacular fire. The beacon fire tricks on the princes are probably no more than this. Sun Chi stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the flames and sighed. When he turned around and looked at Lu Xingzhou, he suddenly cursed. Oh my God! This classic Chinese saying, which came out of his mouth subconsciously, perfectly expressed his mood at the moment. He pointed at Lu Xingzhou's hair and said in shock, Brother Lu, why are you green? No, why are you so green, damn? Hearing this, Zhao Qian and the others turned their heads to look over. Then their eyes widened in shock. Boss, your hair, why is it a little bit? It's a little green? Lin Yixue also looked at the top of Lu Xingzhou's head with a strange expression and pursed her lips tightly. I tried very hard not to laugh out loud. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he squinted his eyes and looked at everyone. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend yet. How can I have a green head? No, even if I have a girlfriend, I can't be cuckolded. However, at this moment, Sun Chi slowly opened his mouth and said in a tone that seemed to want to laugh, but couldn't. Brother Lu, have you ever heard a song? Love is a light. Is it green and makes you panic? You're like this now, glowing green, really? Lu Xingzhou was half believing and half doubting, then said to Sun Chi, Lower your head, let me see. Question mark. Sun Chi was puzzled. Why did you ask me to lower my head? It's not me who is green. I don't have any hair at all. However, Lu Xingzhou had already taken action by this time and directly pressed down on Sun Chi's head. Then the light reflected from the bald head shone on, the mirror. Oh shit, is that true? Lu Xingzhou looked at the bright green hair on his head and the corner of his mouth twitched. When did this happen? If you don't know, you would think you were dreaming back to the era of Burial of Love. Shamat, wash, cut, blow, blow. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and analyzed it. Could it be that killing the tree monster would make his hair turn green? He currently doesn't know about the existence of the ancient tree undead, nor does he know that it can turn hair green. Anyway, he moved his body a bit, and other than looking like a non-mainstream person, it didn't seem to have any effect. So Lu Xingzhou thought about it for a moment and didn't take it seriously. If it really doesn't work, just dye it after the copy is out. It's not a big deal. The system reminder sound that kept coming to his ears was what Lu Xingzhou valued the most. You defeated the Lost Tree Demon and gained plus 120 experience points. You absorbed the spiritual core of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. You defeated the Lost Tree Demon and gained plus 120 experience points. You absorbed the spiritual core of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng and gained plus 1,000 experience points. His own flames completely devoured those tree monsters. By the way, those crystal cores will also be burned to ashes. This is no different from the effect of Lu Xingzhou crushing the crystal core himself, so the accumulated experience points are also directly added to him. Listening to the sound of experience points increasing constantly coming from my ears, Lu Xingzhou felt so relieved. What's wrong with being a little green? The efficiency of gaining experience is equal to the total experience gained from more than a dozen warrior-level dungeons. As his experience continued to accumulate, Lu Xingzhou's level quickly increased from level 12 to level 13, and his experience value is still increasing. Gradually, I reached level 13, 20%, level 13, 50%. The final experience point growth stopped at level 13, 87%. Huh, so cool. This time, Lu Xingzhou's upgrade speed has completely widened the gap with Sun Qi. After all, the spiritual core of the 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng is a consumable that is only effective for Lu Xingzhou himself. Sun Qi next to him still hasn't figured out why a spot of green appeared on Lu Xingzhou's head. Then he exclaimed again, "Wait a minute, Brother Lu. How did you level up?" Lu Xingzhou waved his hand and said, all right, don't worry about this for now. According to the time, it's almost time for us to go fight the boss." The time calculated by Lu Xingzhou is exactly the time when Chun Jinqi and others challenge the boss. On the other hand, although Chun Jinqi is quite strong, even if facing the second stage of the Lost Ancestral Tree alone, he can still deal with it. Relying on his own physical skills and speed, he constantly moved between the boss and the Deadwood Guards. But this is a team survival copy in itself. Without the help of his teammates, Chun Jinqi's magic power was consumed too quickly, and there was no time to replenish it. In the end, he couldn't hold out for more than 10 minutes under the continuous attacks of the confused ancestral tree. I could only choose to exit the copy very reluctantly at the last moment, as a beam of teleporting light lit up outside the copy. The audience showed a regretful expression, shook their heads, and sighed. "Oh my god, this is such a pity. We were just that close to winning. It's really a pity." He has lasted 8 minutes, just a little bit short of 10 minutes. If the second stage hadn't been triggered accidentally, Chun Jinqi might have been able to win the dungeon by dragging 4 people alone. It's not Chun Jinqi's fault. This dungeon is too difficult. I don't think anyone can pass it. The audience watching the live broadcast sighed and felt it was a great pity. And at this moment, the broadcast camera screen changed. Everyone saw this moment. Lu Xingzhou, along with his team members, walked into the boss room. Chapter 79, The Terrifying Monster, is about to overturn. Qin Xian was not surprised to see Chun Jinqi defeated by the second stage of the confused ancestral tree, because he knows it better than anyone else. How powerful is this confused ancestral tree? Even if the team cooperates perfectly, it is not easy to deal with the first stage of the lost tree. What's more, it's the second level. Chun Jinqi is still too arrogant. Qin Xian's evaluation of Chun Jinqi's team was that it was a bit of a pity. This was because they were originally capable of passing the dungeon, but they just ruined the opportunity. But as for their evaluation of Lu Xingzhou, well, Qin Xian can say that. Isn't this just courting death? Setting the mountain on fire is crazy. Qin Xian had already sentenced Lu Xingzhou and the others to death in his heart. Even he couldn't imagine what a terrifying lost ancestral tree Lu Xingzhou's team was about to face. At this time, the audience also discovered the blind spot. Hey, the number of ancient tree spirits carried by Lu Xingzhou and his team must be off the charts, right? Then, wouldn't they be able to last even a second? Sure enough, the moment Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and others stepped into the boss room, the lost ancestral tree noticed the 5 of them. That state was completely different from the state when they faced Chun Jinqi's team. The expression on the confused ancestor tree's face when it looked at Lu Xingzhou and the others could almost be described as furious. At this time, the reminder sound of the game copy came to the ears of Lu Xingzhou's team. Detecting the number of ancient tree spirits. Test completed. The number of ancient tree spirits carried by Lu Xingzhou's team is 200, triggering the anger of the lost ancestral tree. 9 stages. Please try to survive the attack of the lost ancestral tree for 10 minutes. The moment the copy's voice fell, everyone in the broadcast room was shocked. 9. 9th level. Fuck, this is crazy. This is gonna kill people. It's okay if Lu Xingzhou dies, but don't let my goddess Lin be buried with him. Just now, Chun Jinshi was exhausted from fighting against the 2nd level lost ancestral tree. How can Lu Xingzhou and the others face a 9th level monster? I dare not even think about it. Oh my god, let alone lasting 10 minutes. Even if he can last only 10 seconds, I'd still consider him awesome. No need to think. Lu Xingzhou will definitely die in seconds if he leaks. If he can last more than 10 seconds, I will eat history live. Oh my god, aren't you here to get free food and drinks? After Chun Jinshi and others gave up the copy challenge, they also came to the waiting room to rest. In the waiting room, the big screen was broadcasting the scene of Lu Xingzhou's team challenging the boss. Chun Jinshi was originally worried whether Lu Xingzhou and his team would be able to pass the customs. But when he heard that Lu Xingzhou's team had triggered the 9th stage of anger of the lost ancestral tree, he was completely stunned. 9 stages? What did he do that angered the heavens and the people? Chun Jinshi, who was usually calm, suddenly showed a look of deep shock. At this time, the staff member who was watching the entire game said, "He just set the mountain on fire after you entered the boss room." Zhao Jinhu, what the hell? Shi Xiaohu, what the hell? Chun Jinshi. When everyone heard this, they were stunned at first. Then, a big smile appeared on his face. Because only by experiencing it personally can they understand the power and terror of this copy boss. If Lu Xingzhou's team works together, there's great hope of getting through the first stage of the lost ancestral tree. Chun Jinshi has been feeling depressed since he left the copy. It was also because he felt that he was going to lose. But I didn't expect that the members of Lu Xingzhou's team would be so suicidal as to hand over the victory to me. Madness. It's so stupid. Did Lu Xingzhou not know how strong his opponent was? Or did he not know his own strength? Thinking of this, Chun Jinshi regained his former confidence. It seems that I have overestimated my opponent. With Lu Xingzhou's brain, I will win without fighting. Although this is different from the result he expected, he is still the number 1 in Jianghai City. Chun Jinshi said to Zhao Jinhu and others who were recovering nearby, "Hurry up and get yourself in shape, and think about what you're going to say when you're interviewed later." When Chun Jinshi said this, he looked like a winner. It seemed as if victory was within reach. On the other side, the Blood Knight chapter, Su Riyun was not surprised by Chun Jinshi's defeat. It was just when she saw that her future brother-in-law directly triggered the boss's 9th level of anger. For the first time, Su Riyun showed a surprised expression. This kid seems even crazier than his own sister." Su Riyun complained in her heart. "How do I fight this?" At this moment, she was thinking in her mind whether she should help. Just blast open the copy and rescue your brother-in-law? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? But if I don't save her, what if something unexpected happens? Won't my sister die of depression? And that's her personality. What if he gets angry and doesn't let me get close to him in the future? Oh no. After Su Riyun came to Jianghai, she felt a difficult situation for the first time. But just as she was thinking about countermeasures, she suddenly noticed the expression of Lu Xingzhou in the copy. Calm and composed. Even there's a hint of eagerness to try. Thinking of this, Su Riyun narrowed her eyes slightly. Could it be that this future brother-in-law of mine has any other cards up his sleeve? Otherwise, wait and see. After thinking about this, Su Riyun calmed down and waited for Lu Xingzhou's next performance. In the copy, the lost ancestral tree did not give anyone any time to adjust. The 9th level of anger value is unprecedented. The lost ancestral tree started with 0 frame and instantly summoned 36 dead tree guards. They were so densely packed that they formed a huge encirclement. Boom! After summoning the dead tree guards, the 2 giant hands of the lost ancestral tree instantly slapped down hard at Lu Xingzhou's team. Both the power and speed were more than 1 level higher than when he fought against Chun Jinshi. The ground crumbled. The place where Lu Xingzhou and others stayed was almost destroyed in an instant. While they were still unstable, the lost ancestral tree attacked again. Another palm slapped down suddenly. Boom! Lu Xingzhou's team was in very good condition because they had not gone through any torture along the way. They also responded immediately, quickly dispersed, and avoided the attack of the lost ancestral tree. But at this time, the expressionless withered wood guards holding swords and shields had already surrounded them, leaving them no room to breathe. Unless it is Uchiha 1 against 7. Otherwise, he will face 36 dead wood guards. That is indeed the only thing you deserve, to be beaten. When the audience saw how intense this copy was, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. Crazy, this is fucking crazy. Is this difficulty still a level 8 to 14 copy? Do you think this is a Dark Souls game? The organizers were also shocked when they saw this scene. They did consider letting this year's students exercise more, so they chose the more difficult Lost Forest copy. But I didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou and the others would actually trigger such a terrifying mechanism of the boss. This is fucking amazing, even if there are 5-second level professionals coming. It's really dangerous. It's broken. Stop the copy immediately. The organizers, as officials of the Jianghai Municipal Federal Government, could not afford the loss of 5 geniuses at once, just when they were about to use special means to forcibly terminate the copy. Suddenly, Lin Yixue's counterattack came. Curse of the Ice Elf. The horrific blizzard instantly covered the 3 dead tree guards in front of them. They were frozen in place and lost the ability to move. Sun Qi also relied on his body skills to approach the dead tree guard. Used fist rain. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 2 dead wood guards in front of him were blasted into pieces. Next, Xin Yuntao and Zhao Qian also made their own efforts. They all showed strong fighting spirit. However, when the lost ancestral tree roared again, these dead tree guards seemed to be encouraged. Strength and speed have been enhanced again. Lu Xingzhou's team was once again caught in a tough battle. At this time, the audience's hope, which had just been ignited, was shattered again. Oh my god, it's still too hard. You shouldn't have any illusions. Even Chun Jinshi can't do this. They will only lose more miserably. Hey, the organizers, please rescue them quickly, or we will just have to collect their bodies later. In front of the TV, Chu Qing's hands were unconsciously clenched tightly. Because of nervousness, beads of sweat appeared on the palms of her hands. Come on, she prayed silently in her heart. Lin Yixuo was not too nervous when facing the enhanced dead wood guard. Instead, she used her Curse of the Ice Spirit skill again and again. Use skills to continuously restrict the opponent's actions and then attack the deadwood guard. However, each of her skills can only limit the opponent's 3 deadwood guards. The speed of magic power recovery cannot keep up with the speed at which they are freed from control. Soon, Lin Yixue was also forced into a desperate situation. The expressionless deadwood guard was getting closer and closer to her, like a war machine that knew no fatigue or pain. Lin Yixuo gradually became nervous, but she did not give up. She took out a scarlet pill from the prop column. This is a rare item made by an alchemist. Dragon Blood Pill. After taking it, one can greatly increase one's 4-dimensional attributes and maintain it for 3 minutes. It was also because of this pill that Lin Yixuo dared to face Chun Jinshi in a duel before. She was not unprepared. However, the side effect of this pill is quite obvious, which is that it will cause the loss of the current level 1 experience points. Therefore, Lin Yixue would not choose to use this pill unless it was absolutely necessary. But the current situation is not very optimistic. There is no other way. I have to use it. Thinking of this, Lin Yixue was about to put the pill into her mouth. But it was at this moment. Suddenly, the dead tree guards in front of him were frozen. Boom! Lin Yixue was slightly stunned, unable to believe what she saw. And not just on her side. Even Sun Qi, Zhao Qian, and Shun Yuntao, who were also in a fierce battle, found the aggressive withered wood guards in front of them. He was unexpectedly frozen into a popsicle by the sudden and horrible frost. Everyone turned their heads and saw it. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou was like a fixed artillery turret, standing on the shoulder of the lost ancestral tree. With an expressionless face, he blasted out one terrifying ice storm after another in all directions. Chapter 80. Is this something a human can do? Lu Xingzhou's freezing attack can instantly freeze the dead tree guard. And at the same time, it causes terrible damage. Even if it is a rare profession, ice archer. It seems it is not that fierce, right? The dead tree guards on the ground were frozen one after another by Lu Xingzhou's extreme ice storm. Moreover, compared to Lin Yixue's curse of the ice elf, Lu Xingzhou's freezing effect is obviously of a higher level. After the withered tree guard was frozen, he couldn't struggle free at all. Wow, it has become a decoration. After seeing this scene, the audience was stunned. No, is that right? How could Lu Xingzhou, a magic apprentice, have an ice attribute skill that is more powerful than Lin Yixue's companion skill? At this time, the lost ancestor tree also noticed something was wrong here. Damn it, why are there always ice attribute attacks on my shoulders, attacking my guards? I turned around and saw that I didn't know when. There was a human being standing on his shoulder. This is fucking insulting. Roar! The lost ancestral tree was already extremely angry, and now it wanted to slap this human to death. But who knows? Lu Xingzhou just glanced at him, and then casually blasted the face of the confused ancestral tree with an extreme ice storm. Bang! In an instant, the horrible frost froze half of the face of the lost ancestor tree. Even the powerful impact of the frost caused his body, which was nearly 10 stories tall, to fall in the opposite direction. So noisy. I'll deal with you after I've dealt with your guards. Lu Xingzhou spoke calmly, and then continued to freeze the dead tree guards around him. At this moment, the audience was completely dumbfounded. This guy's a little too relaxed, isn't he? Just a random shot? Can you please show some respect to him? After all, he is a 9th level boss. In a lounge outside the copy, Chen Jinqi's face suddenly changed, because he saw that the frost skill that Lu Xingzhou casually used seemed to have broken through the defense of the lost ancestral tree. This is ridiculous. After all, he couldn't even use his own 5th level skill, Mind Burst, after his transformation. Lu Xingzhou, what right does he have? And the most important thing is that the speed at which Lu Xingzhou uses that frost skill is almost the same as ordinary attacks. There is no skill pre-swing and no skill cooldown. If you don't know, you might think he is just releasing magic bullets. This guy, how'd he do that? Is this what he relies on to challenge me? Humph. Chen Jinqi didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou actually had such a trump card, but he was still not panicking at this time. Because if Lu Xingzhou could only achieve this, it would not be enough to pose a threat to the lost ancestral tree. On the contrary, it will only anger the other party. Chen Jinqi shook his head and then turned off the broadcast TV. He felt that there was no need for him to look any further. Lu Xingzhou's trump card is very strong, but he will still lose in the end. I won this battle. To the shock of the live broadcast audience, Lu Xingzhou not only managed to hold on for 10 seconds, but also avoided being killed instantly. Moreover, Lu Xingzhou froze all 36 dead tree guards in place in an instant with extremely terrifying efficiency, instantly relieved the combat pressure of teammates. Then, Lu Xingzhou stood on the shoulder of the lost ancestral tree and said to his teammates, "Okay, everyone, stay away from the battlefield and get ready to applaud." Shen Yuntao took a breath and asked in confusion, "Applause? What do you mean? Is it some special mechanism of the boss?" Shen Yuntao's idea was very simple. He thought that clapping could interfere with the boss's attack or reduce the opponent's defense. However, at this time, only Sun Qi, who knew Lu Xingzhou best, showed a meaningful smile. He slowly said, "You don't understand. Brother Strength is about to start showing off." As soon as the words fell, the lost ancestral tree roared again. It is extremely humiliating and extremely angry. Lu Xingzhou, this tiny human, not only killed all the tree monsters, but also froze all his guards into ice. The most important thing is that this kid Lu Xingzhou actually stood on his shoulder and fired a shot at his face. And he sealed his own mouth. It wants to travel by land and pay the price. The confused ancestor tree waved his arms wildly and slapped his own shoulders directly. Boom! But at this time, Lu Xingzhou had already flown down. The confused ancestral tree dealt a heavy blow to itself. Bang! The huge impact force knocked him to the ground. Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and said with emotion, "You are really cruel to yourself. I admire you." Although the lost ancestral tree was not very intelligent, it could understand Lu Xingzhou's ridicule. As the guardian of the entire lost forest, he looked at the young man with green hair in front of him. Extremely angry, the branches on its body stretched wildly, absorbing nutrients from the surrounding environment frantically. The magical power of the entire lost forest surged wildly and gathered on it. In a moment, the body of the lost ancestral tree unexpectedly became even taller. It let out an anthropomorphic roar in a deep and heavy voice. This is the power that condenses the entire lost forest. The purpose is to eliminate this annoying invader in front of us. Seeing this scene, Lin Ishue didn't know why she was thinking, but she subconsciously shouted without caring about her image. "Get out of the way, it's dangerous." "Lu Xingzhou, get out of the way." However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou seemed not to have heard it, and there was a broken wooden stick in his hand that he had picked up from somewhere. Then he slowly spoke. "I'm a little tired, so let's stop here." Flame of extinction. The next second, a majestic flame roared out. Boom! Lu Xingzhou also knew that the defense of the lost ancestral tree was very high, so he did not hold back at all when he attacked this time. Full fire. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou directly injected all his magic power into this attack. Boom, 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 boom. And this time, it also refreshed all the audience's understanding of Lu Xingzhou's fire. This is not a level 1 skill, Little Flame. This is simply an extremely fiery hell. Ah! The moment the lost ancestral tree came into contact with the flames, it let out an extremely painful roar. However, its rage to kill Lu Xingzhou overcame the pain its body felt. It kept stretching its hands forward, and its huge palms continued to slap towards Lu Xingzhou. Its huge body, which was engulfed by flames, also flashed bursts of green light in the gaps between the wood texture. It is absorbing the power of the entire forest to heal itself. Give me die. The lost ancestral tree continued to repair its burn injuries while continuously slapping Lu Xingzhou. But Lu Xingzhou was not panicked at all. From the front of the star, a flame powerful enough to burn everything burst out. The vitality and defense that the lost ancestral tree is proud of. At this moment, it collapsed directly. Even the dazzling green energy was constantly repairing its wounds. But it still couldn't withstand the horrific damage caused by the flame of extinction. Final, with a desperate and unwilling roar, the confused ancestral tree fell down. The pair of large hands that were close to Lu Xingzhou finally fell to the ground powerlessly. Bang! The flames died down, leaving only charred ashes on the ground. Beside them, Shun Yuntao and Lin Yixue were already dumbfounded. The doomsday-like scene before them gave their young hearts a huge shock. Is this something a human being can do? Chapter 81. Loser, how dare you sit here? The scene before them at this moment was like the end of the world. The scene of the blazing flames was like being in hell. Just as they were stunned, Sun Chi poked everyone and said, "Applause." Only then did they understand why Lu Xingzhou had mentioned applause just now. Did he already anticipate that he could kill the boss in one move? What confidence this is! Lin Yixue and Shun Yuntao stretched out their hands, then hesitated for a moment. Applauded. The two of them were obviously a little reserved. However, Sun Chi and Zhao Qian are interesting because they have been led by Lu Xingzhou for a long time. The two of them are now very proficient in the sliding kneeling posture. No need to be reminded, they started clapping very sincerely. Pa pa pa. I have to say, as an atmosphere group, the two of them are quite good. Amidst the cheers and applause, everyone heard the reminder of the dungeon. Defeat the boss monster Lost Ancestral Tree, 9th stage, and gain 12,000 experience points. Congratulations to the professional Lu Xingzhou for triggering the hidden mechanism of this dungeon for the first time, triggering the 9th stage boss state. Congratulations to the professional Lu Xingzhou for triggering the hidden mechanism of this dungeon for the first time and defeating the Lost Ancestral Tree to clear this dungeon. A unique hidden reward is being issued to you. Congratulations on obtaining the item, San Shenghua, star level. Congratulations on obtaining the consumable, Mist of Confusion, rare level, X10. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon, Lost Abyss Staff, dark gold level. It was detected that you were holding the refreshing essence when you left the dungeon. It has been exchanged for a wood crystal core, level 15. For you, the rewards have been settled. You can choose to teleport out of the instance. Hearing the continuous reminder of system rewards, Lu Xingzhou nodded with great satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The harvest this time is quite rich. props, equipment, and consumables all are now available. Especially the star-level quality 3 Lives Flower reward, which surprised Lu Xingzhou the most. This was the second star-level quality item he had ever seen, the first one being the Qinghua Lingquan. But now that I think about it, Qinghua Lingquan doesn't seem to count, because it was just a detoxification fruit worth more than 100 gold coins. I must study the effect of this San Shanghua carefully when I go back. And just now, after defeating the lost ancestral tree, he directly gave himself 12,000 experience points, which also surprised Lu Xingzhou, because the experience added by the Stone Giant King, who is of a higher level than it, is only 1/10 of its level. But if you think about it, it's normal, because this is a survival copy. From the beginning of this copy's setting, no one had ever thought that anyone could defeat the lost ancestral tree. Therefore, it is reasonable to give more experience after defeating a boss that is almost invincible at the same level. However, just as Lu Xingzhou was admiring his upgraded panel, suddenly he discovered something. My own 3 phases return to origin. This skill is actually in a usable state. You should know that after he mastered this skill, it has always been in a gray disabled state. And now, it has indeed become usable. This made Lu Xingzhou surprised and happy. He was originally very curious about this skill that he possessed, which was full of question marks. Now, by accident, it has been unlocked? Wonderful, wonderful. However, he currently does not know what the effect of this skill is. So Lu Xingzhou didn't use it rashly. He planned to take a closer look after returning home. As for the consumables and equipment given to you, if you don't need them, you can sell them at the auction house. It's also a considerable income. No one cleaned up the battlefield. After all, the battlefield looked like it had been bombed by an atomic bomb. There was nothing there, and there was no need to clean or sweep. So Lu Xingzhou teleported everyone out of the copy. Outside the copy, the staff and medical personnel who were on standby at all times saw that everyone in Lu Xingzhou's team came out unharmed. They were all slightly stunned, because they were always waiting for the students to leave the copy and provide help as soon as possible. They did not watch the live broadcast of the game. You guys are not injured? The leading staff member asked with a look of shock. After hearing this, Sun Chi scratched his chin and asked, "Hey, what do you mean? It's not enough if you're not injured." No. The staff member was obviously stunned, knowing that he had expressed himself incorrectly, so he quickly explained. I was just a little surprised because when Chun Jinchi's team came out just now, their condition was not very good. In fact, the staff said this in a very tactful way. How could the condition of Chun Jinchi and his team be so bad? Of those 4 fucking players, 2 have already become demons, and the other 2 are on the verge of becoming demons. My mental state is as fragile as if I had experienced several days of sleepless nights. Even the team leader Chen Jinchi suffered serious injuries. Therefore, these staff members already have a preset plan in mind. If Lu Xingzhou's team comes out, they probably won't be much stronger than them, right? However, the reality was far different from what they expected. Is there anyone in Lu Xingzhou's team who looks injured, haggard, or even demonized? Everyone's face showed excitement and joy. If you didn't know better, you would think they had just returned from a spring outing. At this time, Zhao Qian also spoke. How can Chun Jinchi's team compare with us? We have a big boss in our team. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Lu Xingzhou. His eyes were full of admiration. The first thing Lu Xingzhou did when he came out was to hold Sun Chi's head and look at it in the mirror again. Hey, you know what? My hair color has changed back. Brother Lu, no, can you please respect us bald people a little? Sun Chi said, defending the last bit of his male dignity. The staff members were amazed to see that this group of students still had the energy to argue. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't say anything. This state is completely different from when Chun Jinchi's team came out. It's outrageous. At this time, the representative of the organizer also came to the door of the copy. This is a young man who is dressed very formally in a suit and looks to be in his 30s. As soon as he came over, he took the initiative to shake hands with Lu Xingzhou and then introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Lu. I am a second-level clerk of the Jianghai Municipal Government. My name is Hu Qingga. Since you are not injured, please follow me and we will go to the conference hall to settle the assessment. Everyone in Lu Xingzhou's team nodded and followed Hu Qingga into the conference hall. At the same time, Chun Jinchi's team, which was in a lounge on the other side, was also taken to the conference hall by the staff of the organizer. After the rest just now, Chun Jinchi's condition has adjusted to almost the same level as usual. He also thought about what kind of victory speech he would say when he faced the camera later. He knew that Lu Xingzhou's team came out so quickly, and they definitely didn't last more than 10 minutes. No wonder. The angry ninth-level confused ancestral tree is an unimaginable monster that no human can fight against. It's normal to lose. Chun Jinchi was full of confidence at this time. He didn't even think about the possibility that someone would defeat the lost ancestral tree head-on. After all, even his most powerful trump card couldn't break the opponent's defense. How could anyone possibly beat that? After the staff brought Chun Jinchi's team to the conference hall, he said, "Please wait here for a moment. The organizer, the principals of each school, and the leaders of the various guilds in Jianghai City will arrive soon. At that time, we will summarize and score this special training assessment." Chun Jinchi smiled and nodded, and the other members of his team also nodded with a little anticipation. They knew that although their performance in this copy was not perfect, they at least managed to hold on for 8 minutes. Win, you should win. Not long after they sat down, Lu Xingzhou's team also entered the conference hall under the leadership of Huchinga, sitting right opposite Chun Jinchi and the others. At this time, I don't know what Shi Xiaohu was thinking. After he looked at Zhao Qian and Lu Xingzhou sitting opposite him, he blurted out, "Loser, how dare you sit here?" Chapter 82. Well, I guess he's barely worthy of my sister. After these words were spoken, the entire conference hall fell silent. Zhao Qian and Shi Xiaohu are both students of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. However, Shi Xiaohu always has his own pride. As a fool from a landlord's family. Oh no, as the heir to a professional family. The Shi family has invested a huge amount in him. The Shi family spent nearly 2 million yuan just on building his equipment. And what about Zhao Qian? Although his family conditions are still relatively well off compared to Lu Xingzhou's. However, Zhao Qian's family's investment is much less than Shi Xiaohu's. Therefore, he has never been able to accept it. Why could she catch up with the efforts of 3 generations of my family? Plus Lu Xingzhou. Damn this bastard who stole my equipment and made me look bad. A poor bastard whose family runs a steam bun shop. A loser who has only awakened a low-level profession. Actually wants to step on my head? Why? In fact, everyone has a problem, which is that they take their class for granted. But once someone tries to squeeze into the same class as him from below, he will be extremely angry, because he felt that his own interests have been violated. And now, the victory of this special training competition has made Shi Xiaohu feel extremely superior. Only then did he begin to speak. On the side, Chun Jinchi didn't say anything, but he didn't stop it either. With an expression of watching a fun event, he stared at Lu Xingzhou, who was sitting opposite him. At this moment, Zhao Qian was about to refute when suddenly a big hand was placed on her shoulder. Lu Xingzhou pushed her down and then suddenly said, "I think what he said makes sense. A loser really shouldn't be sitting here." Hearing this, everyone in Chun Jinchi's team was slightly stunned. Is this boy so self-aware? Shi Xiaohu was completely confused at this moment, just when he was about to say something. In the conference hall, an old man with a white beard and a weathered but resolute face, wearing a gray and black, straight combat uniform, walked in, followed by everyone. The moment Lu Xingzhou saw this old man, he always had a familiar feeling. He looks a bit like a character from an anime I've watched. After thinking for a moment, Lu Xingzhou remembered. It's Bang, the one known as the Silver Fawn. However, this similarity is not in appearance, but in temperament. Beneath his calm and weathered appearance, he hides eyes as sharp as an eagle. And the most important thing is that Lu Xingzhou felt a dangerous aura from this old man. As the white-bearded old man walked in, behind him, representatives from various guilds, school principals, and media reporters responsible for broadcasting all entered the venue. In an instant, the entire conference hall became lively. The white-bearded old man sat on the chair in the center of the hall without hesitation, and then he spoke in a low voice. "Everyone, take a seat. Hurry up and complete the assessment results of this special training." Lu Xingzhou looked around and suddenly met a pair of eyes in the crowd. Those moving eyes were as charming as silk, and there was a small teardrop mole at the corner of the eyebrow. Surian? Lu Xingzhou subconsciously thought of the cold girl, but when he looked closely, but I found that it was not. She's not Su Ruyan. She just happens to look similar. Lu Xingzhou took a few more secret glances. The owner of these eyes really looks like Su Ruyan. Although he is a few years older, he is just the right age. If Su Rian is a cold iceberg, then this one is a ripe peach. Their styles were different, but they were both the most impeccable top beauties Lu Xingzhou had ever seen. But Lu Xingzhou didn't understand the look in the other person's eyes. Why is it so meaningful? Su Riyun looked at Lu Xingzhou for a few times and silently gave him a score in her heart. Not bad. I look better in person than in the TV broadcast. But he is barely worthy of my sister. At this time, Hu Qingge took the microphone and slowly said, "Everyone, please keep quiet. We will now begin the special training assessment summary and grade both teams based on their performance in the dungeon. After the scoring, we will rank the individual students and schools based on their performance this year. Based on this, we will determine the allocation of educational resources for next year. Finally, if the guilds have promising students, they can issue a training contract in advance at the meeting. The contract will also be endorsed by our Jianghai Municipal Federal Government to ensure its validity. Now let the scoring begin." As soon as the words fell, the cameras of reporters on both sides of the conference hall began to click continuously. At this time, Shi Xiaohu snorted coldly. "Lu Xingzhou, since we're going to rank the winners, you should leave early. Don't let that happen and embarrass you in front of everyone. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Hearing this, the reporters' cameras immediately turned to this side. Wow, there's actually a struggle between these young geniuses? Headline news. Facing Shi Xiaohu's provocation, Lu Xingzhou's expression remained the same as usual. Very calmly, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Hey, are you kidding? How do you know you won? How could I not know? If I don't win, how could you win?" Shi Xiaohu laughed, a mocking laugh. Then, Shi Xiaohu slowly spoke, deliberately lengthening his voice. "It only took you a little over a minute to enter the boss room. I didn't even last 10 minutes. Although we also failed, at least we persisted for 8 minutes. So if we don't win, who will win? Don't forget, this is a survival dungeon. It doesn't mean that you will be given extra points just for challenging a 9th level boss. Whoever survives longer will get a higher score, right?" After saying this, the other members of Chen Jinqi's team also revealed a smug smile. They all agreed with Shi Xiaohu's words. At this time, Sun Qi, Zhao Qian, and others were looking at them strangely. Well, that expression is like looking at a fool. Sun Qi couldn't hold it in any longer and was about to confront his opponent. However, Lu Xingzhou reached out again to stop him. To be honest, he hadn't had enough of the performance of this landlord's silly son. Why are you in such a hurry to expose him? So, Lu Xingzhou spoke directly and asked with a smile. "You didn't finish watching the broadcast. How do you know we didn't win? Tisk, so what if you didn't watch it? What can you do in 1 minute? Can you defeat the boss and pass the level?" Shi Xiaohu looked disdainful. At that time, they were adjusting their condition and actively treating their injuries. So they just turned off the TV, which distracted them. Didn't see it. Lu Xingzhou smiled and shook his head. It was just as he had guessed. They are really arrogant. At this time, even Chen Jinqi couldn't help but say, "Lu Xingzhou, I know you are quite capable, but admitting your failure is also a stage you must go through in life. It's not the food that's scary. What's scary is not having the courage to face failure. Like me, although I also lost to the lost ancestral tree, I have the courage to face failure, and I am willing to admit my shortcomings. And within a week, I will definitely challenge this dungeon again. Even if I have to face the second stage of the lost ancestral tree, I will be able to hold on for more than 10 minutes. This spirit will make me stronger and stronger, and I will distance you further and further from me. There are gaps between geniuses." Lu Xingzhou just watched them show off quietly, without saying a word. The reporter's camera also broadcast their speeches word for word. The audience who watched the entire broadcast had very wonderful. At this moment, many people also realized one thing. That is, how arrogant and conceited these so-called geniuses are. That kind of superior attitude and the unparalleled sense of superiority emanating from every gesture. Let these ordinary people from ordinary backgrounds feel it from the bottom of their hearts. Disgusted are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species. Chen Jinqi looked down at Lu Xingzhou, while Lu Xingzhou sat calmly in the chair, with his fingers casually crossed, waiting for the result to be announced. At this time, the judges of the organizer also completed the final score statistics. After Hu Qingge took the statistics sheet he slowly spoke into the microphone. The statistical results have just been released. Next, we will announce the school's overall score ranking and individual score ranking. Please keep quiet. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the audience looked at Huchinga. The moment that everyone is most looking forward to has finally arrived. Chapter 83 Jianghai is the best. If you don't agree, then give it a try. Huchinga carefully looked at the contents of the score sheet, and then he slowly said, "Next, I will announce the rankings in order of school names. First of all, the final ranking of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School is second place." Hearing this, the principal of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School stood up excitedly. And the answer was swallowed directly into his stomach. I was so excited that I almost swore. The principal of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School never expected that they would directly take second place. Good, that's great. You know, school rankings, especially the top 3 rankings, are extremely important because the ranking of the top 3 represents the proportion of funding they can get next year. The second place will get 20% more resources than the third place, and the first place winner will get 50% more resources. Of course, he didn't ask for anything in the first place. Getting second place is already a pleasant surprise. At this time, Chen Jinshi smiled and said, "I originally thought you could get second place, but now it seems that you can only get third place." What a pity, Lu Xingzhou. Chen Jinshi obviously still thought that his performance was good. At this time, Lu Xingzhou said calmly, "Don't worry, listen to the results." Next second, Hu Qingge spoke directly and announced the ranking of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School. First of all, the final ranking of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School is first place. Let's give a round of applause. Principal Chung Yuanshan stood up excitedly, his eyes filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. Facing the applause from the audience, he looked in all directions with his hands clasped together to express his gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Some are happy and some are sad. Naturally, the principal of the experimental middle school looked extremely ugly. He naturally knew that Lu Xingzhou defeated the lost ancestral tree in the 9th stage of anger with his absolute destructive power. The many pretentious words that Chun Jinshi and the others had just said made the principal of the experimental middle school. It was so embarrassing and infuriating. He really wanted to go up and hold Chun Jinshi's mouth and tell him to stop talking. Isn't that fucking embarrassing enough? However, he couldn't do such an inappropriate thing in front of so many people. I can only listen quietly to Chen Jinshi's constant ridicule. Is this okay now? They're number 1. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Just when the principal of the experimental middle school thought that the matter was over and was about to grit his teeth and give his blessings, Chun Jinshi suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Etc. I don't agree. I wonder if there's something wrong with your ratings. How could Jianghai No. 2 Middle School be number 1? What about our experimental middle school? Even if we are not number 1, how can we be inferior to Jianghai No. 1 Middle School?" Chun Jinshi had never thought about any ranking other than first, but he never thought that by saying this, he had offended everyone he could possibly offend. What do you mean, young man? Why does Jianghai No. 1 Middle School have to be inferior to you? The principal of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School asked with his arms folded over his chest and a frown on his face. "Young man, why can't our Jianghai No. 2 Middle School be number 1? Chung Yuanshan also put away his smile at this time and became very serious. At this time, Huchinga also lowered his voice and said, "Chen Jinshi, please be more respectful. Are you questioning the authority of the Jianghai municipal government?" Hearing this, Chen Jinshi did not restrain himself. Instead, he stood up and confronted everyone directly and said, "I don't accept it. I need an explanation. Our performance is obviously better, so why is Jianghai No. 2 Middle School ranked first?" Hearing this, Huchinga also became excited. He glanced at the white-bearded old man next to him. Seeing that the latter had a calm expression and had no intention of stopping him, he spoke. "Since you want to know clearly, I will tell you. Lu Xingzhou, Sun Qi, and Lin Yishua's personal rating rankings are first, third, and second respectively. In your personal rating rankings, Chun Jinshi and Zhao Jinhu are 9th and 6th respectively. If it weren't for Zhao Jinhu's good performance, your experimental middle school wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 3 this year." Hearing this, Chun Jinshi was completely shocked. "I am only ranked 9th among 10 people. How is this possible?" Chun Jinshi naturally couldn't believe it. "I am the pride of Jianghai City. I am a super genius who has completed a transformation of my skills. I am the one who wants to stand at the top of the profession. How is it possible to lose so badly? Why is my rating so low? Chun Jinshi clenched his hands and could no longer control the volume of his voice. Although when he was showing off to Lu Xingzhou just now, he said that he could admit failure. But in fact, let a proud person admit his failure. That is against human nature. Just as Hu Qingge was about to state the basis for his judgment. At this time, the white-bearded old man sitting in the main seat. Suddenly he spoke. Young man, since you want to ask how we grade, let me answer you. I admit that you are one of the most promising talents I've seen in recent years, but it is not surprising that your performance can only rank 9th among the crowd. First of all, as a team leader, your performance is far inferior to that of Lu Xingzhou sitting opposite you. In your head, you always think that your teammates are inferior to you and you can solve all problems with your own personal abilities, right? That's your problem. If your personal ability is really enough to solve everything, then we don't care how you express yourself. After all, geniuses have their own pride. But you're not as strong as you think you are. On the contrary, Lu Xingzhou, whom you look down upon, crushed the final boss with his own strength. So, do you still want to ask me why he got first place? When the white-bearded old man spoke, everyone at the scene listened quietly. No one wanted to go up and refute. At this time, Chun Jinshi asked in disbelief. What did you just say? Did Lu Xingzhou defeat the monster head-on? You have to know that what you are fighting is just the second stage of the confused ancestral tree. However, it was extremely difficult for me to survive in its grasp for more than 10 minutes. And that guy Lu Xingzhou actually defeated the 9th stage lost ancestral tree head-on. But Lu Xingzhou and the others only took 1 minute to come out. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou and his team defeated the boss in just 1 minute? Chun Jinshi's face was full of disbelief. He didn't want to believe it. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had even prepared what to say during the next interview. No, that's impossible. Lu Xingzhou, I don't believe you are that strong. I want to fight you in a duel. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Jinshi stood up. Then a terrifying cyclone burst out from his hands, and he actually attacked Lu Xingzhou in front of everyone. See the scene. Hu Qingge slammed the table and shouted angrily. Nonsense. You are not allowed to act so recklessly here. Hu Qingge was just about to teach this ignorant boy a lesson. But at this time, the white-bearded old man suddenly spoke indifferently. Don't stop them. Let them solve it themselves. Hu Qingge hesitated for a moment, then seemed to understand the old man's intention and nodded vigorously. In the conference hall, Chun Jinshi no longer cared about anything and burst out with all his strength in an instant. He just wanted to prove that he was better than Lu Xingzhou. Mind burst. He directly used his strongest skill without holding back. The terrifying cyclone exploded with shocking power. At this time, the reporters and photographers around were simply affected by the residual power of the skill and burst into exclamations, because they can only feel it when they are in the situation themselves. How terrifying are Chun Jinshi's skills? Lu Xingzhou, go to hell. Chun Jinshi gathered all his strength and pushed his palm forward suddenly. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou waved his right hand lightly. Extreme ice storm. In an instant, the horrifying frost and cold air froze Chun Jinshi's entire body. The vortex of spiritual energy that Chun Jinshi had just condensed in his hand disappeared without a trace. With a click, his whole body turned into a block of ice and fell to the ground. After doing all this, Lu Xingzhou yawned as if nothing had happened. He didn't even glance at the immersion pool on the ground, as if nothing had happened. He said lightly, well, where are we next? Chapter 84, Everyone Here is Garbage. Most people at the scene have not yet recovered from Chun Jinshi's sudden attack. As a result, Lu Xingzhou had already solved the crisis just now. What's going on? They didn't even see clearly how Lu Xingzhou made his move. It was as if he just waved his hand gently. Then, Chun Jinshi was defeated. And it was at this moment that everyone felt it so intuitively. How powerful is Lu Xingzhou? And the gap between the two is so huge. Among the audience watching the live broadcast on TV, there were many supporters of Chun Jinshi. At this moment, their expressions looked ashen. Many of them even spent all their fortunes to support Chun Jinshi. It was at this moment that they fully realized the gap between Chun Jinshi and Lu Xingzhou. From the beginning, there was a world of difference. In other words, it was not a fluke that Lu Xingzhou won the game this time. But inevitably, many people recalled their previous ridicule and contempt for Lu Xingzhou, and now they just felt a burning pain on their faces. And Fai Long, who was sitting next to him, saw this scene. He was also very embarrassed and hid the training contract in his hand that he was about to sign with Chen Jinqi behind him. Originally, he had promised President Qin Xian that this young man named Chen Jinqi would definitely be able to surpass Lu Xingzhou. He is undoubtedly the #1 talent in Jianghai City. But judging from the results, my statement seems a bit embarrassing. However, facial pain is not the most important thing. The most important question is, I don't know if the prosecutor who always comes, Miss Su Ruyun, will blame me for this incident. Blame myself for causing the Blood Knight Guild to miss out on a top talent? No. Even the inspector who always comes doesn't blame himself for this. I'm afraid President Qin Xian won't let me go either. Thinking of this, Fai Long suddenly felt that his future was bleak. At this time, Su Ruyun didn't have the spare time to pay attention to this fat dragon, because she was very curious after seeing Lu Xingzhou's performance. Would attribute magic, fire attribute magic, ice attribute magic? This kid should just change his name to Elemental Mage. No, even the skills that an Elemental Mage knows are not as numerous or as powerful as his. It seems that my brother-in-law has some little secrets of his own, and it seems it's a little secret that even my sister doesn't know. What can I do? I like to pry into other people's secrets. How about a long-awaited detective game? At this moment, no one knew what was in the heart of this long-legged beauty with a calm face. Such a big drama has already been staged. On the other side, there was an old man with white beard sitting in the center of the entire conference hall, although he remained silent all the time. However, when Lu Xingzhou took action just now, he had already seen everything. Then he gently stroked his beard. Then he called Hu Qingge to his side and whispered something to him. In fact, many disputes have been resolved after Lu Xingzhou's move this time. What high or low ranking? To put it bluntly, just add you all together. Can you beat Lu Xingzhou? As for those classmates in school who already knew Lu Xingzhou, after seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. They were waiting to see Lu Xingzhou's joke on TV. For a low-level professional to participate in the battle between these geniuses, isn't that overestimating one's own abilities and seeking death? But the result is what we have to wait for. It turned out to be such a scene. Lu Xingzhou easily crushed Chen Jinqi, the super genius known as the strongest in Jianghai City. And just like that, he stood at a height that no one else could reach. Looking down at them, originally, everyone felt that Lu Xingzhou, the former favored child of heaven, was finally being trampled under their feet, and they even had a sense of superiority. But now, thinking about this matter, they just felt like a group of clowns. This broadcast made almost the entire Jianghai City aware of the name Lu Xingzhou. And this handsome face. At the Howei Baozi shop, the TV in the house just captured the moment when Lu Xingzhou made his move. At this time, many customers in the store widened their eyes and asked, "Hey, Boss Chu, does this guy look a little familiar?" At this time, Chu Qing's face was full of smiles. He showed a smile that no one had ever seen before, and then said proudly, "Yes, this is our Xiao Lu." From the past to now, Chu Qing has never concealed Lu Xingzhou's existence in front of everyone. Whether he was once hailed as the best in the school, or was despised as a useless low-level professional, Chu Qing always maintained confidence in Lu Xingzhou and supported him silently. She doesn't care what others think about whether her own child has a promising future or whether she is as good as other children. Anyway, this will always be Lu Xingzhou's home. For Chu Qing, she felt that this was enough. Just this time, when the customers in the store mentioned Lu Xingzhou again, they showed expressions of admiration and envy. "Oh, I really envy you. This young man has a promising future." Chu Qing showed a smile as bright as the sun, with a faint dimple at the corner of her mouth, and said sweetly, "Yeah, I know." In the conference hall, Chen Jinqi's farce soon ended. For most people, their focus at this moment is no longer the former #1 in Jianghai. Instead, he focused all his attention on Lu Xingzhou. As an excellent employee of the federal government, Hu Qingge also has good qualities and quickly adjusted himself. He continued, "I believe everyone has no objection to our ranking, right? Then we will move on to the next stage. We will provide training rewards to the top 5 students with the best performance in this competition and sign exclusive reward contracts with them. After the federal government has finished distributing the rewards, each guild can choose to sign a training contract with them. Then please invite Sun Qi, Lin Yixue, Zhao Qian, and Shun Yuntao to the stage. As soon as the words fell, everyone was slightly stunned, especially Sun Qi, who was a straightforward person and thought that someone was targeting Lu Xingzhou again. So he spoke directly. Wait a minute, I want to ask Brother Lu, didn't we agree to reward the top 5 students? If there is a reward, why is my name not on it? After hearing what Sun Qi said, Hu Qingge was not angry at his frankness. Instead, he smiled and said, as for Lu Xingzhou's reward, our general has other arrangements. Hearing this, all the important figures present turned their eyes to the white-bearded old man in the middle of the venue. In fact, Lu Xingzhou was also quite curious because since entering the venue, no one had introduced the identity of General Bai. But judging from his every move and everyone's reactions, this General Bai is not an ordinary person. After hearing this, Sun Qi didn't ask any more questions. Everyone went up to the stage and took turns to accept the rewards issued by the Jianghai Municipal Federal Government. The rewards for this special training were very generous. Even Shun Yuntao, who ranked 5th, received a resource reward worth 2 million gold coins. This is already on par with the reward that Principal Cheng Yuanshan spent a huge amount of money to give for the first place in the school assessment. This made Lu Xingzhou a little curious. What would his next reward be? After the Jianghai City federal government distributed the rewards, the heads of various guilds could no longer wait. At this time, they no longer cared about their image. They stood up and directly invited Lu Xingzhou to join their guild. Even He Jinfeng, the president of the A-level guild Heavy Hunter, stood up at this time and spoke in a voice that everyone present could hear. Lu Xingzhou, we the Heavy Hunters want you, young man. As long as you are willing to join us, the Heavy Hunters, then I am willing to give you an S-level training contract. What do you think, young man? In the future, you will be the next president of our Heavy Hunter Guild. After hearing what He Jinfeng said, many representatives of B-level guilds started to curse. Okay, you shameless people. Can't you give our B-level guild a chance? Before, their Blood Knight guild wanted Chun Jinshi, and now your Heavy Hunter Guild wants Lu Xingzhou. Moreover, the first time you offer it, it's an S-level contract. You know, an S-level contract requires you to give the other party more than 5 million training resources unconditionally and without any responsibility, plus 10 million advanced resource rewards. Moreover, no matter how this young man develops in the future, he must be assigned a middle-level or above management position in the guild. Therefore, if the major guilds were not extremely optimistic about this young man, then even if they were wealthy and powerful, they won't give out S-level contracts casually. At this point, the other guilds around were about to curse. Okay, let's play it this way, okay? Then we won't be human beings anymore, and we don't care if He Jinfeng is the president of an A-level guild. Isn't it just an S-level contract? We must compete for this genius today. The audience watching the live broadcast were also very shocked at this time. Oh my God, an S-level contract? I'm so jealous. My cousin seems to have received a B-level contract from a third-rate guild. He is so arrogant that he can walk around in our village. Lu Xingzhou just casually got an S-level contract? It's outrageous. If I remember correctly, apart from Qin Xian getting an S-level contract in recent years, it seems that the highest contract in recent years is an A-level training contract, right? Yes, you think that S-level contracts are easy money, but they are real money. Of course, you have to be very careful. Oh my God, this land-traveling boat is about to take off. Oh, I'm so envious. If I could have even one toe as awesome as his, I'd wake up from my dreams with joy. However, at this moment, Lu Xingzhou said something that no one expected. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to join any guild. I'm not interested in your so-called S-level contract or the position of guild leader. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The various guilds had originally planned to compete with each other. No one expected Lu Xingzhou to say such a thing. At this time, He Jinfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. He was determined to win and thought that Lu Xingzhou would definitely accept his invitation. After all, the offer he made was almost irresistible. Lu Xingzhou, can I ask you why you don't plan to join the guild? This is an opportunity that many people dream of but cannot get. Lu Xingzhou shrugged and said calmly, well, because I think all the guilds here are garbage. Then, he looked in the direction of Fei Long next to him and mentioned, oh, and that includes you, Blood Knights. As soon as these words came out, There was deathly silence in the entire conference hall. Chapter 85, I give you two choices. When Lu Xingzhou said this, the representatives of the major guilds present were all furious. Although you are indeed quite capable, you are a little too arrogant. Even Chen Jinqi wouldn't dare to speak like you. All the guilds we are present in are garbage? Damn, that's a bit too arrogant. Especially the Blood Knight guild mentioned last. At this moment, both Qin Xian and Fei Long had very ugly expressions on their faces. Boy, I advise you to take back what you said, or I will make you pay. Fei Long couldn't help it this time, and jumped out and said. But Lu Xingzhou's expression remained natural. He met Fei Long's gaze directly and said, I'm just stating what I believe to be the truth. Fei Long's chest heaved violently several times. Looking at this arrogant boy, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. He turned around and complained to Su Ruyun, who was sitting on the chair next to him. Miss Su, look at him. How dare this brat disregard you so much? Fei Long originally wanted to find an opportunity to teach Lu Xingzhou a lesson. Naturally, he would find the right opportunity to report him at this time, and wanted to use Su Ruyun to teach Lu Xingzhou a lesson. However, Su Ruyun showed an indifferent expression at this time, and said lightly, It's okay. I don't mind. What did you say? Fei Long was slightly stunned. No way. This prosecutor from the General Assembly was not angry at all. But since Su Ruyun had already said so, Fei Long had no reason to be angry and could only shut up silently. Hu Qingge saw that the major guilds were being criticized by Lu Xingzhou like this. Although he couldn't help but feel a little amused, his expression remained normal, and he continued. Ahem, if there's nothing else, everyone can leave first. This year's Jianghai City Special Training Assessment has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you all for your participation. Lu Xingzhou, please come over to me. While Hu Qingge was speaking, General Bai, who was sitting in the center of the venue, stood up and walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. Under the guidance of Hu Qingge, Lu Xingzhou also walked out of the hall. When passing by the principals of the schools, Cheng Yuanshan raised his hand slightly to stop him and whispered in Lu Xingzhou's ear. Behave well when you meet General Bai later. He is a real big shot in Jianghai City. After saying that, Cheng Yuanshan patted Lu Xingzhou's shoulder gently. An expression that says, Young man, work hard. I'm counting on you. Lu Xingzhou smiled without comment, but didn't say anything. Because for him, no matter who he met, Lu Xingzhou would never change himself to please others. He looked down on these so-called professional guild organizations, and he would not give them any face at all. Lu Xingzhou knew one thing very well. When you have absolute strength, you no longer have to abide by other people's rules of the game. Have the right to say no. And this simple word is what many ordinary people spend their entire lives searching for, but cannot obtain. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. Of course, Lu Xingzhou would not take the initiative to fight with General Bai. After all, that's not called being courageous. That's called being an idiot who likes to stir up trouble. After Lu Xingzhou left, Qin Xian, who had been humiliated in public, looked gloomy. He gave Fei Long next to him a fierce look. Although he was unwilling to lose his temper in front of Su Ruyun, he slowly spoke into Fei Long's ear. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Fei Long looked ashen. Chen Jinqi was defeated, and his reputation as the strongest in Jianghai City was also shattered. And this kid, Lu Xingzhou, has shown such deep hostility towards the Blood Knight Guild. I guess my tenure as vice president is coming to an end. Thinking of this, he gave a vicious look to Lu Xingzhou, who was leaving. His expression was filled with anger and hatred. Damn it, kid. All of this is fucking your fault. At this moment, Fei Long has nothing to lose. Now, he just wanted Lu Xingzhou to pay the price. After Hu Qingge brought Lu Xingzhou into a spacious office, he bowed slightly, then left the room and closed the door. This office is not particularly large, but it is very spacious. Maybe because of the floor height and room design, it looks much more upscale than an ordinary office. Just as Lu Xingzhou was looking around the room, the chair with its back to him at the desk slowly turned around. The white-bearded old man smiled and greeted Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou, right? Humph, your performance just now left a deep impression on me. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely recruit you into my army and make you my deputy. Alas, it's a pity that I'm just an ordinary old man now. General Bai smiled self-deprecatingly, then realized that he had gone a little off topic. So he coughed twice and said to Lu Xingzhou, Please sit down. I only asked you to come here to chat with you. Don't be so reserved. Lu Xingzhou nodded, then found a chair nearby and sat down. When he looked at General Bai, he keenly noticed the row of dazzling medals on the shelf behind him. Even if Lu Xingzhou didn't recognize these medals, he could understand what they represented. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Xingyang. After retiring from the military 3 years ago, I joined the Zhanghai municipal government as the acting head of the government. As for my profession, as he spoke, the white-bearded old man displayed his information panel. After reading it, Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. A top-level, third-level professional at level 59. Combat power is as high as 187 stars. No wonder Principal Chung Yuanshan reminded me that this person is the real big shot in Zhanghai City. You know, Principal Chung Yuanshan is only at level 39. However, as a top-level second-level professional, he already holds a high position in Zhanghai City. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin if his guess was correct. The total number of third-level professionals in the entire Zhanghai City probably does not exceed one handful, right? And this was not what shocked Lu Xingzhou the most. What surprised him most was Bai Xingyang's profession. Low-level combat profession, fighting apprentice. You are a fighting apprentice? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xingzhou slowly asked, "Why, you're surprised?" Bai Xingyang seemed very satisfied with Lu Xingzhou's reaction and asked with a smile, "I just think that someone of your status should be able to easily change your career with a job transfer book item." "Yes, it is very easy." Bai Xingyang did not deny it and continued, "But I don't want to do this." Lu Xingzhou was silent, looking at the old man with a weathered face and white beard. Bai Xingyang smiled and continued, "I admire you very much, whether it's your humble attitude towards Chun Jinshi or your final words to the guilds. They all suit my taste." Lu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, and then spoke with interest. "Don't you think what I said just now is a bit unreasonable?" Bai Xingyang shook his head. "Is there anything wrong with what you said? Those large guilds are just a bunch of garbage who are greedy for life and afraid of death, and are fighting for resources." However, after Bai Xingyang finished speaking, he still added very objectively, "Of course, except for some responsible presidents." Lu Xingzhou smiled. He felt that the white-bearded old man in front of him was quite unique. Bai Xingyang was not stingy with his admiration for Lu Xingzhou. After the two chatted for a few more words, he took out a bank card from his desk. "By the way, speaking of your reward, here are 10 million gold coins. You can choose to take this money as your reward and leave. But I can also give you a choice." When Lu Xingzhou heard the 10 million, he was so excited that he almost stood up. "Good job. 10 million, 10 million. You can't spend it all in your lifetime. Sun Qi's family is well off, but it would be extremely difficult for Sun Yongzhou to take out tens of millions of gold coins at once. After all, this is a huge amount of wealth that an ordinary person would not be able to save even if he or she did not eat or drink for a lifetime." But since Bai Shanyang mentioned the choice, Lu Xingzhou still listened patiently. "What is the choice?" "I can give you a chance to enter a level 20 exploration dungeon." Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned, wondering how this copy could be compared with 10 million. But this time, Bai Xingyang also saw the confusion on his face. So he explained, "This exploratory dungeon is only opened once a year, and it is said that if you explore the core area of the dungeon, you'll have a chance to get one. An epic gem." Chapter 86, I didn't tell him. An epic gem? After Lu Xingzhou thought about this matter, the first thing he thought of was his Eye of the Stars. He had previously obtained the Shining Stone Giant Heart and embedded it on his weapon. And you need to continue to build and upgrade your weapon level. Then, I do need a high-level gem. In comparison, 10 million gold coins are very important to me, but it is not necessary. After Lu Xingzhou thought for a moment, he nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll accept that." After hearing this, Bai Xingyang showed a satisfied smile. He seemed to be waiting for Lu Xingzhou's reply. "Haha, well, it seems I was right about you. This instance will be open in a month. If you count the days, you should have just registered for university by then. Before that, you must raise your level to level 20 as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me if you can't enter the dungeon." Bai Xingyang stood up with a smile, then handed Lu Xingzhou a business card. "If anything happens in the meantime, give me a call." Lu Xingzhou took the business card. It was a clean gold-plated card with only a name and contact information on it. He put the card in his arms, then said goodbye to Bai Shangyang and left. After Lu Xingzhou left, Bai Shangyang looked at his back and nodded slightly. At this time, Hu Qingge slowly walked in from outside the door. Then he asked, General Bai, did he agree? Um, does he know that this is a competition for Jianghai military region? Is there no pressure? Did he agree to it so quickly? Hu Qingge was obviously still very curious about this young man. However, Bai Shunyang smiled mysteriously and then said calmly, I didn't tell him. Hu Qingge was silent for a moment, then slowly typed 3 question marks. I don't know why, but Hu Qingge suddenly began to feel sorry for this young man, Lu Xingzhou. However, Bai Xingyang did not think that he had done anything wrong. He spoke very calmly. After Lu Xingzhou left Bai Xingyang's office, he couldn't wait to go back to his aunt's bun shop, ready to share with her the good news that he had won the copy. However, just as his left foot stepped into the bun shop, on both sides of the door, several people suddenly jumped out with streamers and salutes in their hands. Bang! Sparkling glitter and ribbons fell from the sky. Congratulations to Jiang Hai for coming home. Lu Xingzhou smiled and looked at everyone, then said to the bald man who was closest to him, Your idea? Sun Qi shook his head and then said, It's a perverted idea. But before he could finish his words, a slender, beautiful leg flew out from midair and kicked towards him. Snap! Very soon, Sun Qi was careless and did not dodge. He was kicked out of the bun shop and rolled several times on the ground. Su Ruyin clapped her hands, even though there was no dust on her hands. It wasn't my idea. I just stopped by to see you. Don't get me wrong. Lu Xingzhou smiled and did not continue the topic. But he always felt that this iceberg was a little bit arrogant. Next to them, Chu Qing and the 2 muscular men in Lolita short skirts also had smiles on their faces. They stood next to Lu Xingzhou and said, Welcome back, Xiao Lu. I saw your performance, and I'm really happy for you. We are all very happy for you, Xiao Lu, said the muscular man next to him. Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. I was quite happy when I heard my aunt say this. But what's the matter with you 2 muscular guys? You guys also call me Xiao Lu, is that right? Next to him, there was another person whom Lu Xingzhou had not expected. Yi Wanxiu, Manager Yi of Jianghai City Trading House. Mr. Lu, congratulations on winning the championship in the special training assessment. On behalf of our Jianghai City Trading Company, I would like to give you a gift. As she spoke, Yi Wanxiu opened a long gift box. A specially made dark golden staff just lay quietly in the center of the gift box. Equipment name, Red Gold Flowing Fire, Dark Gold Level. Usage level, Level 10 and above. Equipment attributes, Spiritual Power plus 40 points. Magic Value Limit plus 120 points. Special effect, when attacking with fire, increase damage by 5% plus 120 points. Gemstone Setting Holes, 0. Dark Gold Level Weapon. Moreover, the effect is specially strengthened to enhance the effect of fire attribute attack. Was it specially made for you? In fact, Lu Xingzhou felt that it should be the case. After all, I had never seen this equipment when I went to the Jianghai City Trading House before. Lu Xingzhou accepted the equipment because of the other party's kindness. Although I can't think of any use for it at the moment, it is still a token of someone's thoughtfulness after all. Thanks. Lu Xingzhou put the staff into his own inventory. The atmosphere today was quite pleasant, and my aunt also cooked a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Of course, Chu Qing can do more than just making buns. Her cooking skills are also unique. At Chu Qing's invitation, Yi Wanxiu also stayed and had dinner together. But it was obvious that Manager Yi was quite decent in her behavior. She did not wait in the hall with Lu Xingzhou and others for the food to be served. Instead, he accompanied Chu Qing, helping out in the kitchen and doing things within his ability. But when Yi Wanxiu was helping in the kitchen, from time to time, I would take a few more glances at Chu Qing's profile. Well, it's not that she has any special preference, although Chu Qing is indeed very beautiful and has an intellectual beauty. But Yi Wanxiu is still straight. The reason why she always turned her head to look over unconsciously was that the more she looked, the more she felt. Chu Qing looks very similar to someone he had met before. Yi Wanxiu had this feeling since the 2 met at the Jianghai City Trading House a few days ago. After this close contact, her feeling was further strengthened. Finally, when the food is out of the pot and ready to be served on the table, Yi Wanxiu couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, Miss Chu Qing, I have something to ask you, is that okay? Chu Qing looked at the girl in professional attire next to her and said with a smile, Sure, what is it? Yi Wanxiu showed an expression of serious thinking, and then she spoke. I want to ask, do you remember that we met before? After Chu Qing heard this, he turned his head and looked seriously at Yi Wanxiu's face, which was covered with delicate professional light makeup. Then he thought for a moment. What did you say that? I have no idea. Yi Wanqiu slowly said. Shangjing Trading House. After hearing the words Shangjing, Chu Qing, contrary to her usual behavior, did not think about it at all. He spoke directly and decisively. You got the wrong person. After hearing this, although Yi Wanqiu still had some doubts in her heart, she didn't say much. Nodded. Maybe I really saw it wrong? Chapter 87 Divine Skill. 3 Phases Return to Origin. After everyone finished dinner, Yi Wanqiu left first. Sun Shi also went home early because he had some things to do in the evening. However, Su Rian was acting contrary to her usual behavior. This time, she was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she sat in the hall and chatted with Chu Qing. Lu Xingzhou greeted everyone, said he would go upstairs first, and then return to his room. After closing the door, Lu Xingzhou took out the prop rewards he had received today from his prop column. 3 crystal clear flowers with a faint dazzling glow grow from one flower stem. They twist and entwine with each other, blooming extremely beautifully. Item name, San Shenghua. Item grade, star grade. Restriction level, unlimited. Effective use, precious medicine refining material can increase the success rate of refining certain specific medicines. Item evaluation, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. Lu Xingzhou looked at the flower. It's a star-level item, but its effect is surprisingly ordinary. Increase the success rate of refining specific potions? I thought it would have some very overbearing effect. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin, a little confused. He really wanted to say, that's it? However, Lu Xingzhou was a little curious about the evaluation of this item. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The reason why my own skill, 3-phase return to origin, can be changed from a disabled state to a usable state. Could it be related to this prop? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou decided to try his skills first. So, after locking the door of the room, Lu Xingzhou silently chose to use his skills. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou felt his magic power begin to deplete rapidly. The magic power in his body was flowing wildly, as if it was about to be drained out. At the same time, bursts of dazzling light emerged from the crystal petals of the Sansheng flower. Fuck, are you trying to drain me dry? Lu Xingzhou couldn't bear it anymore, so he took out the roots of the Millennium Spiritual Ginseng from the prop bar. Eat one and replenish your magic points. This alleviated the pain caused by activating the skill. However, his magic power was still being consumed rapidly, so Lu Xingzhou used several more. This stopped the continued depletion of magic power. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Lu Xingzhou's ears. Skill learning is complete. Skill carriers are satisfied. The 3-phase Dharmakaya has been generated. Use the skill, 3 phases return to origin. In an instant, the Sansheng flower burst into a dazzling light. Instantly illuminates every corner of the room. Outside the window, on the roof of the tall building opposite, a pair of eyes that had been watching the movements in Lu Xingzhou's room moved slightly. Some doubts, surprise, talking to myself. What is that? In the room. Lu Xingzhou himself was even more surprised because at this time, there were 2 more figures in his room who looked exactly like him. Wait a moment. What's going on? Inside the room, 3 mouths spoke in unison. Lu Xingzhou looked at these 2 faces that looked exactly like his own. His expression was filled with surprise, but also with deep joy. Skill name, 3-phase return to origin. Level, effective use. For the first use, you need to use a carrier and consume 3 times your own magic points to generate a 3-phase Dharma body. The Dharma body has the same combat power, attributes, and level as the user. The generated 3-phase Dharma body can be summoned at any time according to the user's thoughts. If the Dharma body dies, the equipment it is wearing will fall off, the carrier will also be damaged, and the user will lose 1/3 of the experience points. When Lu Xingzhou saw the effect of this skill, his expression was shocked. The 3 phases returned to their origin. My 3 Dharma bodies actually have exactly the same combat power, attributes, and levels as mine. What the hell? This is too perverted. 3 heads and 6 arms. Smuff, Injiao. No, my skill is obviously much better than this rubbish movie with 50-cent special effects. And the most interesting thing is, Lu Xingzhou felt that his 2 Dharma bodies did not need any language to communicate with him. Complete communication of thoughts. It's a very strange feeling, as if 4 more arms had grown out of thin air. They're all themselves, but they are three independent bodies. Interesting. At this point, the effects of the skills, how they are used, etc. have all returned to normal. There's only a grade, or a question mark state. If it's not a 9th level skill, then could it be a skill that's even higher than a 9th level skill? Lu Xingzhou was puzzled. In class, the teacher had never taught such advanced secrets. Besides, this kind of existence that surpasses the 9th level skills is probably listed as top secret by all major forces. It is also impossible to publicize it to the outside world. Even if ordinary people want to access it, they cannot. In the past, every child had fantasized about such a thing. It would be great if I could create a clone. Let your clone go to school and do homework while you stay at home to play. Now, Lu Xingzhou can really do such a thing. Dreams come true. However, the only problem now is that these two Dharma bodies of mine have just been separated and are not wearing any clothes. The corner of Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, and he felt inexplicably ashamed. With a thought, he asked the two Dharma bodies to quickly go to the closet to find some clothes. But just at this moment, Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized something. No clothes at all. That equipment is definitely not there. In every sense of the word. Naked. It seems that I have to get some equipment for my two Dharma bodies when I have time. Lu Xingzhou took out the staff that Yuan Xiu had just given him from his prop column. Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly felt, hey, the 2 million gold coins in his pocket. It seems that it is not enough? Sure enough, as the number of people increased, expenses also rose sharply. Originally, I was quite well off supporting myself. If you insist on having 2 more, the middle class will be turned into poor peasants. Of course, Lu Xingzhou was talking about himself, but I don't mean anything else. And at this moment, suddenly, there was a knock on Lu Xingzhou's door. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rhythmic knock on the door, and Lu Xingzhou pushed it open. Through the crack in the door, I saw an impeccably beautiful face with the cold teardrop mole at the corner of the eye and the eyes blinking slightly. She looks extremely spiritual and has an indescribable charm. Lu Xingzhou, I'm just saying goodbye to you. I want to go back. Su Ruyan looked to the side unconsciously. For some reason, she always felt a little nervous when chatting with Lu Xingzhou alone. My heartbeat also quickened unconsciously. She originally wanted to say hello to Lu Xingzhou and then leave. As a result, at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly thought of something and waved for her to come in. In the dead of night, a man and a woman alone. A mess of thoughts popped up in Su Ruyan's mind. Plop, plop. The sound of heartbeat is deafening, but her right foot stepped in uncontrollably. After entering the room, Su Ruyan was about to look up and talk to Lu Xingzhou, but the next second, she screamed. Chapter 88. Why is your face red? 3. Su Ruyan was stunned and took 2 steps back. She had only heard of this kind of plot mentioned by others. It seems like a plot that only appears in some teachers' movies. But in reality, it's not possible. Lu Xingzhou gently put his hand on her shoulders from behind and asked in a low voice, "Why are you so nervous? I'm just sharing it with you." Share. At this time, Su Ruyan was still very nervous. Whenever she heard any word, she would think of something bad. However, when she saw the faces of the 2 figures clearly, she was completely stunned. How come there are 3 land boats? Then, as Lu Xingzhou's mind moved, the 3 phases return to origin skill was released. The 2 Dharma bodies also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Seeing this scene, Su Ruyan's brain instantly regained its sanity. She was a very smart girl. Even though she was very surprised just now, she figured out what had happened in that instant. You have mastered the clone skill? There was a hint of surprise in Su Ruyan's tone. Well, sort of. Lu Xingzhou didn't know how to describe it. It was a long story, but in short, this was pretty much what it meant. So Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and nodded. Su Ruyan looked surprised, but then revealed a hint of relief and joy. The clone skill is a high-level skill that can only be mastered by magicians. According to the strength of their skills, clones are also divided into different grades. But even the most basic clone skills, like the one that can only generate a short-lived clone phantom, although it doesn't have much effect, that skill is above level 6. And the one that Lu Xingzhou has mastered now, the skill of being able to create 2 physical clones that are exactly the same as one's own, is simply not something that a first-level professional can master. It can even be said that even a second-level professional cannot master such a powerful clone skill. But Su Rian saw that Lu Xingzhou had mastered such powerful skills. She felt more secretly delighted. So many years have passed, but Su Ruyan has never forgotten the agreement Lu Xingzhou made with her at that time. Lu Xingzhou said that he would keep her away from everything in this world that she didn't like. If you don't like it, don't do it. I will protect you. Su Ruyan never took this as a joke, so she hoped more than anyone else to see Lu Xingzhou become stronger one day. Even she thought about it. Lu Xingzhou, maybe one day he will really be able to have a face-to-face conversation with the Su family. And now it seems that Lu Xingzhou is really fulfilling his promise bit by bit. Although, I don't know if he still remembers what he said. I think if you have mastered this kind of clone skill, it would be better to hide it for a while. For example, put black cloaks on both of your clones to conceal their bodies. Otherwise, if a magic apprentice who hasn't even completed the second level mastered this clone skill, I think he would be captured and used for experiments. Su Rian came back to her senses from her memories and then began to speak. In fact, she is not a little girl who likes to fantasize. Most of the time, she is rational and very pragmatic. Only sometimes when she was with Lu Xingzhou would she be able to relax for a rare moment. Well, I feel a little relaxed unconsciously. After listening to what she said, Lu Xingzhou nodded and thought it made sense. Really, it seems a bit outrageous that I have mastered this skill of splitting myself at my level. It seems that I really need to buy some suitable clothes. Besides, there's nothing wrong with keeping a little mystery. And this skill can also be used as your own trump card. The effect must be very good. Lu Xingzhou silently kept this in mind and waited to purchase equipment together with the next time he went to the Zhanghai City Trading House. After Su Rian's whole state returned to normal, she smiled and asked Lu Xingzhou, "Which university do you plan to apply to? Have you made up your mind?" After the advent of gaming, the nature of university is slightly different from that of the previous life. In the past, schools focused more on knowledge education, but nowadays, top universities are more committed to making students stronger. Top universities will have a variety of trial tasks and incentive rewards. Help their students become top professionals faster. At this time, Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and said lightly, "Where are you going?" "Me?" Su Rian was stunned for a moment after being asked this question suddenly, and then she spoke with a normal expression, "I'm going to Shangjing Academy. Then I'll go to the Shangjing Academy as well." Lu Xingzhou spoke directly in a calm tone. Hearing this, although Su Ruyan felt a little proud in her heart, she still said coldly, "Why do you have to go to the same school with me? If you get bullied there, I won't take care of you." But at this time, Lu Xingzhou said calmly, "I didn't ask you to take care of me. Have you forgotten what I told you when we were little? I will protect you." In an instant, Su Ruyan felt that the whole room became a little quieter. All she could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat. Her chest rose and fell unconsciously as she took a deep breath. Then, Su Rian raised her head slightly and looked at Lu Xingzhou's cynical smile. Then, she hooked her little finger and gently stretched it in front of Lu Xingzhou. "Say what you mean. Keep your word." Lu Xingzhou and her fingers were slightly hooked. The warm touch, almost like an electric shock, instantly spread to every corner of Su Ruyan's body. But she was unwilling to let go. It seems like this moment lasts forever. Moment. Lu Xingzhou spoke slowly with some concern in his tone. "Ruyan, why do I feel like you're a little hot? Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere? Do you want me to rub it for you?" Su Ruyan only felt that her heart was beating so wildly that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her throat. "But you can't rub it." But it seems it's not impossible. Realizing that such a thought suddenly popped up in her mind, Su Ruyan's already blushing face turned even redder. I'm fine. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying this, Su Ruyan pushed the door open and rushed out of Lu Xingzhou's room, as if escaping. Bang! As the door slammed shut, Lu Xingzhou came back to his senses. "Hey, I still have some questions to ask. Is a person I met today your sister or someone in your family?" Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and thought, "Forget it. I'll ask again next time I have the chance." But at this time, Lu Xingzhou did begin to think about the Su family. In the previous life, the Su family was also a well-known, wealthy conglomerate. In fact, Su Ruyan's inner character is relatively simple, cold, and arrogant. She is very unhappy living between various family struggles. In his previous life, Lu Xingzhou was powerless and had no way to shake a large family with assets worth tens of billions. But in this life, Lu Xingzhou will no longer let that promise become an empty talk. As long as you have enough strength, it's fine. If I remember correctly, the Su family's main businesses are also in Shanjing, right? Lu Xingzhou touched his chin. Well, I can investigate it carefully when I go to university. Lu Xingzhou still had at least a minimum of respect for the giant Su family. When facing your opponent, you should give it your all. Just when Lu Xingzhou was getting ready to pack up and go to bed, suddenly he heard Aunt Chu Qing running up to him in a hurry, knocking gently on the door. Then she opened the door and asked, "Xiao Lu, I just saw Rian run out without even saying hello." She looked very anxious. "I was thinking of bringing her some food. Did you have any conflicts?" Lu Xingzhou smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Auntie, don't worry, it's okay. It's not a good habit to urge people to get married." Chu Qing flatly denied it and did not admit that she was suspected of urging her husband to get married. "I just care about the healthy development of teenage relationships." Well, that's it. Lu Xingzhou chatted with his aunt for a while. Chu Qing finally felt relieved and nodded. He looked as if he was saying, "I won't get involved in your affairs, young people." After seeing his aunt off, Lu Xingzhou lay back on the bed. I threw a detoxifying fruit into my mouth, closed my eyes, and prepared to have a good sleep. But Lu Xingzhou didn't notice that on the roof of the building opposite, a figure disappeared into the night. Chapter 89. The pressure of upgrading is not small. The next day, the sun was shining and the weather was quite good. Lu Xingzhou was in a good mood, so he called Sun Qi and made an appointment to go and clear today's dungeon. Although we have just finished the special training assessment, we cannot take it lightly. Because I had promised by Shengyang that I would successfully reach level 20 before entering university to be eligible to participate in that exploratory copy. Therefore, time is still a little tight. You should know that the upgrade speed will be slower as time goes by. The more difficult it is to upgrade. And more importantly, reaching level 20 involves more than just a level increase. It also includes the upgrade conditions for completing the second transfer. Otherwise, Lu Xingzhou's level would be stuck at level 19. General Bai's lightly stated conditions are actually quite difficult to achieve. Speaking of which, Lu Xingzhou was also a little confused. Even I feel that the upgrade speed and time requirements are a bit harsh. For most people, it is considered good enough if they can reach level 20 when they graduate from college. And General Bai actually asked me to complete the second transformation before entering school. Lu Xingzhou even felt that it was unlikely that any other students of his grade could do this. That, and the other people involved in that exploratory copy. How do they do it? Aren't these people students? Or not freshmen? Lu Xingzhou was a little skeptical, but didn't think much about it. After the special training assessment is over, these few days should be the time for ordinary students to prepare for the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination is over, all major universities will start classes within 3 weeks. In other words, reach level 20 within 20 days. The task is a bit arduous. Lu Xingzhou looked at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Xingzhou. Profession, Forbidden Arcanist, Legendary. Level, 15. Combat power, 61 stars, plus 22 stars. Skills, Flame of Extinction, 9th level. All Things in the Universe, 9th level. 3 phases return to origin. Level. Equipment. Eye of the Stars, diamond level. Zombie King's Ice Bracelet, gold level. Zombie King's Ice Necklace, gold level. Zombie King's Ice Ring, gold level. Magic Apprentice's Gorgeous Armor Set, gold level. HP. 2180/2180 plus 1200. Health. Frost Armor, 4000/4000. Magic Points. 3070/3070. plus 1,230. Strength Attribute, 15 points, plus 1 point. Spiritual Attribute, 271 points, plus 73 points. Agility Attribute, 19 points, plus 3 points. Defense Attribute, 22 points, plus 13 points. Recently, my level has increased rapidly, and my attributes have also increased significantly, especially mental strength, which has achieved a small breakthrough. Reached 271 points. This number is already quite terrifying. A level 30 professional shouldn't be able to achieve such high attributes, right? It's not just the mental strength that the mage is proud of. Even in terms of health and defense, Lu Xingzhou's abilities are higher than those of meat shield professions of the same level. Of course, this is due to the attribute bonus of the Eye of the Stars staff, which is integrated with the shining heart of the stone giant. But even without the staff, Lu Xingzhou's strength is still terrifying. Lu Xingzhou felt that he needed to find time to test his own injuries. After dinner, Lu Xingzhou went out to find Sun Qi to do a dungeon together. When the two arrived at the entrance of the copy, Zhao Qian also called. "Boss, are you guys going to the stone giant city today? Can you take me with you?" "Come on." Lu Xingzhou agreed. "Boss, I'm at the door now." When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he looked around and saw a sweet-looking girl waving at him and Sun Qi. "Boss, I'm here." Hearing what Zhao Qian said, many people turned their heads, looked towards Lu Xingzhou. It was hard to tell whether it was envy or jealousy in that expression. Lu Xingzhou sent Zhao Qian an invitation to form a team and then started to clear the map. The difficulty level of the dungeon is still warrior level. Zhao Qian is no longer surprised by this. She naturally knew that it was not difficult for Lu Xingzhou to clear the warrior level dungeon. But what Zhao Qian didn't expect was that Lu Xingzhou's speed in clearing the map was so fast. "Oh my god, boss. You've been killing people instantly all the way. I haven't seen what the monster looks like yet." Zhao Qian suddenly felt. "I haven't followed the big guy to clear maps for a while, and I almost forgot how brutal he is." As expected, it is an existence that can kill the lost ancestral tree in 1 second. It is really amazing. "Boss, have you ever measured how much damage you've done?" Thinking of this, Zhao Qian suddenly asked. After hearing this, Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. "Boss, I think you can give it a try. I heard that every university has a nationwide network of test columns. If you can rank high, you can get rewards." Zhao Qian suggested. "And there are rewards?" Lu Xingzhou then released an extreme ice storm, instantly killing the stone giant Kaiser next to him, then turned around and asked with interest. "Yes, it is said that this is a reward proposed by the federal government to encourage young professionals to continue to become stronger, and it can also make everyone more aware of the changes in their own strength. After all, sometimes the data on the personal information panel cannot represent everything." Lu Xingzhou nodded. This statement is indeed correct, especially for someone like me. The data panel is for reference only. "Okay, I'll keep an eye on it." While the two were chatting, Lu Xingzhou had already led them to the final boss room. Lu Xingzhou still triggered the hidden mechanism of the Stone Giant King and waited until the Stone Giant King showed the strength of the second stage. At this time, Lu Xingzhou directly threw out a flame of annihilation. Boom! Originally, Lu Xingzhou wanted to cooperate with the extreme ice storm to destroy the opponent's attribute resistance and then kill the opponent instantly. However, Lu Xingzhou suddenly discovered, "It seems that my strength has improved a lot recently. The opponent's damage reduction effect is not very obvious." So Lu Xingzhou did not choose to use a combination skill this time, but directly chose to cook over high heat until the sauce thickens. Boom! The firepower of the Flame of Extinction has been raised to a higher level again. The Stone Giant King was gradually unable to hold back, and in the end, Lu Xingzhou actually ignored his mechanism. Sold out instantly. You defeated the King of Stone Giants and gained experience points. You triggered the hidden mechanism and received a reward. At this time, Zhao Qian's expression was very surprised. "Boss, is this how you tell me the strategy to trigger the hidden mechanism of this dungeon?" Zhao Qian was also very clear about how popular this kind of high-value copy strategy was outside. Not to mention the copy strategy that triggers the hidden mechanism, which is even more priceless. However, Lu Xingzhou said calmly, "It's okay, you'll know once you know." "Boss." Zhao Qian was deeply moved when she saw Lu Xingzhou's indifferent look. "Oh my god, boss, Lu Xingzhou told me this because he trusts me, right? I am touched. So touched." Zhao Qian silently swore in her heart that she would not let down boss Lu Xingzhou's trust. "I must keep this secret in my heart. Even if my own father asked me, I would never tell him. But, sir, this boss is quite tough. He can withstand your flames for such a long time." In Zhao Qian's opinion, the vitality of this Stone Giant King seems to be stronger than that of a lost ancestral tree. Are all high-level dungeon bosses so perverted? However, Sun Qi next to her explained to her, "It's not that this boss is tough. It's because the hidden form of this Stone Giant King has a significant damage reduction against single attribute skills. So after triggering the hidden mechanism, you need to use 2 or more skills to attack." Hearing this, Zhao Qian was stunned. But, boss, you only use fire skills to attack? Didn't you still get killed instantly?" Sun Qi glanced at her with disdain in his eyes. "No, Brother Lu is a monster. Don't worry about how he fights. We can't learn it. Zhao Qian nodded. It seemed to make sense. Lu Xingzhou ignored what they said and just silently calculated how long it would take him to level up. According to Lu Xingzhou's judgment, it would take at least 10 days to reach level 19. But when he saw the speed at which his experience points were increasing, Lu Xingzhou was stunned. Question mark. How come the speed at which my experience points increased has become 1/3 of what it was before? Lu Xingzhou was really confused. Can this be right? In an instant, Lu Xingzhou thought of a possibility. Is it that my own experience was divided between my two Dharma bodies? You're a bit fooled. Lu Xingzhou remained calm on the surface, but in fact, he had already started cursing in his heart. After reading the detailed introduction of the skill, he saw a sentence mentioned in the skill description. After summoning the Dharmakaya, it has independent experience points, equipment, health points, magic points, etc. When a user cancels the summoning of the Dharmakaya, the additional attribute points gained when the Dharmakaya is upgraded will return to the user. Lu Xingzhou understood what was said, although my Dharma body absorbed some of my experience points. However, the skill points gained when the Dharmakaya is upgraded can also be returned to the original body. To put it in simpler terms, it means every time Lu Xingzhou gains a level, his experience bar triples. However, the increase in the upgraded attributes obtained will also be 3 times the original. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly smiled in his heart again. Even if the experience points in the early stage are tripled, the total amount of experience is not exaggerated. And if the attributes you gain can be tripled every time you level up, the accumulation will definitely be terrifying. Moreover, the later the game progresses, the greater the gap between you and other professionals will become. 3 phases return to origin. Is this what it means? The effect of this skill is like a double-edged sword. It will make the strong stronger, while making it difficult for the weak to make any progress. If Lu Xingzhou wanted to live a comfortable life, he could actually remove his Dharma body and upgrade directly. However, Lu Xingzhou is pursuing overwhelming strength. Then, he will not miss any opportunity to become stronger. 2 horizontal lines and 1 vertical line, just do it. Chapter 90. If you're not my friend, you won't fight me if I frame you. After a day of clearing the dungeon, Lu Xingzhou still remained at level 14, with 21% experience. The upgrade speed is indeed a bit slow. Sun Qi, on the other hand, had reached level 13 and was excitedly showing off his information panel. Fuck, Brother Lu, look, I've leveled up again. Invincible. I am definitely the best among the senior high school students in the entire Jiangbei province. Lu Xingzhou looked at his information panel. Name, Sun Qi. Profession, extreme boxer, rare level. Level, 13. Combat power, 27 stars plus 6. Equipment, HP, 1012/1012 plus 80. Magic points, 430/430 plus 25. Strength attribute, 47 points plus 10 points. Spiritual attribute, 8 points plus 1 point. Agility attribute, 22 points plus 5 points. Defense attribute, 10 points plus 3 points. For some reason, Lu Xingzhou looked at Sun Qi's information panel. He actually had a feeling that he didn't know whether this was strong or weak. Wearing equipment, the combat power is only 26 stars. Even the highest strength attribute is only 47 points. Oh, that's not right. When did my mentality change? Sun Qi's strength is definitely very strong among students of the same level. It's just that, compared to myself, it's a bit, forget it. There's no need to compare everything, as long as he is happy. Lu Xingzhou rarely chose not to attack Sun Qi. However, at this time, Sun Qi said, Brother Lu, let me take a look at your information panel. I think it will be just around the corner for me to catch up with you, right? Lu Xingzhou was silent. You asked for this. So Lu Xingzhou directly displayed his information panel. Crows flew slowly across the sky. Then, there was one more sad person in the city. Brother Lu. He is simply not a human being. He is not a human being. I know. Zhao Qian patted Sun Qi, who was squatting on the ground crying, and said sympathetically, Lu Xingzhou's data panel is indeed a bit outrageous. Even if you were a legendary profession, your combat power shouldn't be so outrageous, right? Unless it's a display error, it's possible. Sun Qi was heartbroken, so he said goodbye and went home to recuperate. After Lu Xingzhou and Zhao Qian parted ways, He planned to go to the Jianghai City Trading House at first to buy some equipment and robes for his Dharma body. But after Lu Xingzhou left the copy door, there was a long-haired girl sitting in the corner with almost no sense of presence. He followed suit and stood up. Then, he disappeared silently in the noisy crowd without attracting any attention at all. After Lu Xingzhou arrived at the Jianghai City Trading House, he purchased 2 complete sets of level 10 gold-grade equipment. As for weapons, Lu Xingzhou did not choose to buy them. After all, Yuanqiu had given him golden red fire, with a fire attribute bonus, plus the Lost Abyss staff that dropped in his own copy. These 2 dark gold level weapons are enough for the time being. Yuanqiu didn't understand why Lu Xingzhou bought so many similar equipment, but she didn't ask any more questions. When a genius does something, he must have his own considerations. Then, Lu Xingzhou bought 2 sets of black standard robes, which were level 0 decorative weapons. It has no effect other than covering up your figure. Moreover, this robe is a relatively common type, so it won't attract too much attention if you buy it. Lu Xingzhou, who holds a black card, is indeed treated differently. For such ordinary purchases, he doesn't need to pick them out one by one himself. Instead, there were special staff members who selected the items according to his requirements and packed them and delivered them directly to Lu Xingzhou. All Lu Xingzhou needed to do was to sit in the lounge, drink iced cola, and wait while enjoying the air conditioning. Of course, this lounge also has some high-end foreign wines and entertainment facilities. However, Lu Xingzhou was not very interested. Fat House Happy Water is the only true god. Okay. After getting what he wanted, Lu Xingzhou left the Jianghai City Trading House. However, when he walked out of the trading house door, behind the green trees on the roadside, a term suddenly popped up. The entry this time is a little different, because it only has 1 line of words. Invisible, undetectable. Lu Xingzhou was silent. Invisible, undetectable. Then don't tell me, buddy. No, what do you mean? Do you want me to know? Or do you want me to pretend I didn't see it? Lu Xingzhou was speechless. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. After all, it had nothing to do with him. I don't know which peeping Tom it is, or some special enthusiast. Besides, since they're invisible, you can't just go up to them, pat them on the shoulder, and say, "Hey, buddy, I see you," right? But after Lu Xingzhou walked out a few intersections, he suddenly discovered, this figure always follows me. Following me? Lu Xingzhou originally wanted to shake off the other party, but after thinking for a moment, he was no longer in a hurry. Since you're willing to play with me, let's play. Adhering to the famous principle of you don't play when there is a frame in the esports circle. So Lu Xingzhou turned directly. Not only did they move away from the city center, but they also walked towards the uninhabited area on the edge of the city. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou didn't know what he was thinking of. Maybe it was his sixth sense, or maybe it was some other reason. He called Su Ruyan. After dialing the phone, he asked directly, "By the way, do you have any relatives in Shanghai? For example, your sister?" "Huh? How did you know?" Su Ruyan was slightly stunned and said subconsciously. After receiving Lu Xingzhou's call, Su Ruyan felt embarrassed and annoyed. So I called immediately to question him. "Sister, are you following Lu Xingzhou? How many times have I told you? We are not children anymore. Stop playing detective games. Why are you still so childish?" After she heard Lu Xingzhou talk about what happened just now, the first thing she thought of was whether her sister was following him. When she was a child, she and her sister often played detective games. This hobby made their fathers and mothers miserable. There was even one time when the father was holding down the mother and preparing to commit domestic violence. The two sisters rushed out and stopped their father. That scene was very embarrassing. From then on, Su Ruyan made an agreement with her sister not to play detective games anymore. On the other side of the phone, Su Ruyan smiled and said, "You found me? Hey, I wanted to ask you, what did you do when you went to Lu Xingzhou's room last night?" Hearing this, Su Ruyan suddenly lost her composure. His voice unconsciously became louder, and he said, "Sister, what's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong?" Su Ruyan didn't care. Snort. Su Ruyan snorted coldly and was too lazy to ask further questions. After all, she has nothing to fear, and neither of them has done anything shameful. "Okay, sister, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Stop following Lu Xingzhou. He just called me. If you don't know, you might think there's something weird about our family." However, hearing this, Su Ruyan on the opposite side was silent for a rare moment. Then, he said in a cold voice, "It was me who followed him yesterday, but now, I'm in the guild." Hearing this, Su Rian instantly realized that something was wrong, so she hung up the phone immediately. Then, he immediately dialed Lu Xingzhou's phone number. Chapter 91. Relax. Dizziness is normal. Lu Xingzhou guessed that the woman with teardrop moles at the corners of her eyes who was sitting next to the Blood Knight Guild at that time should be Su Rian's sister or something like that. So, naturally, he thought that maybe the Su family sent her to secretly monitor him. Before you take action, you should avoid hurting people you know, especially those like Su Rian's sister who are relatively close to her. But when Su Rian called back, Lu Xingzhou smiled with relief instead. Isn't it? Then I know. At this time, Su Rian on the other end of the phone said in a cold but slightly concerned voice, "Where are you now? I'll go find you." "Need not." Lu Xingzhou spoke lightly. "If that person dares to follow us, he will be dead." After saying that, Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone. After Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone, he pretended to turn his head casually and glance behind him. Invisible, undetectable. Well, this kid is still following me. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to find him, but there's a bug in Lu Xingzhou's entry. Since you want to follow me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Not long after, Lu Xingzhou arrived at the uninhabited area outside the city. After the game comes out, the major cities are not closely connected together, and there are large uninhabited areas around each independent city. The reason why these so-called no man's lands are formed is because a large number of copies appear one after another. Among them, some special copies will not only open dimensional channels, but also affect the real world. The surrounding environment is no longer suitable for human habitation. Apart from some desperate criminals, the only people who have been active in uninhabited areas for a long time are professional hunters. They're doing things on the edge of a knife. Even though Lu Xingzhou is now heading to an ordinary uninhabited area, these are not the high-risk, uninhabited areas that are strictly controlled by the federal government and are expressly prohibited from entry. But it is also a chaotic area without law and order. Even many second-level professionals don't dare to go there alone. Not to mention, an ordinary senior high school student like Lu Xingzhou. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou's steps were very light, and he did not seem to be nervous at all about entering an uninhabited area. It was as if he was just taking a walk and happened to come here. When a student like him, who was out of tune with the surrounding environment, appeared here, he instantly attracted a lot of unfriendly looks from the people around him. All around, in the dark corners of the abandoned houses in the uninhabited area, several figures were ready to move. In their eyes, aren't these young children with delicate skin and tender flesh the best fat meat? Lu Xingzhou strolled leisurely in the garden, but as he walked, he suddenly saw the invisible man behind him, who seemed to be closer to him. Is it because he finally couldn't help but take action when he reached an uninhabited area? He laughed inwardly, but his expression did not change. He just silently took out his three-piece set of frost jewelry. He was totally defenseless and full of flaws. How would a guy like this get first place in Jianhai? The invisible man took out a silver-level dagger equipment from his prop bar at the moment when Lu Xingzhou seemed to be bending down to tie his shoelaces. The invisible man's murderous intent emerged. It seemed as if I had made some kind of decision in my heart. In an instant, the speed of his figure increased several times. Then the silver-gray dagger stabbed directly into the gap between the second cervical vertebrae of Lu Xingzhou. As an assassin-like profession that is good at hiding one's body, one-hit kill is their professional creed. However, just when the invisible man thought that his knife was about to succeed, suddenly, an extremely hard frost armor instantly blocked his sword. There was a crisp collision sound. What? The invisible man was suddenly surprised and wanted to retreat as quickly as possible. But at this moment, the anti-injury effect of the frost armor was revealed. A severe pain came instantly. She couldn't help but yell subconsciously, "Ah!" At this time, Lu Xingzhou also turned around and looked in the direction of her sneak attack. Female. The invisible person's brain was working rapidly, and she realized that she was exposed. But there was one thing she couldn't figure out at all. How did Lu Xingzhou discover himself? Did he deliberately lead me here so that he could kill me in this no man's land? That's impossible. I shouldn't be discovered so easily in my invisible state. Moreover, he was clearly attacking Lu Xingzhou. But why was it me who was hurt? She felt the constant pain coming from her wrist. I found that I could hardly lift my hands. The power of counter-injury is so great. Her mind was working rapidly, but she still found it a little unbelievable. Damn it. The invisible man realized that his sneak attack had failed and instantly changed his strategy. Run. So, she immediately distanced herself from Lu Xingzhou. He jumped up and prepared to leave. Lu Xingzhou stretched out his hand, and a flame appeared in his hand. Just when he was about to keep the man who attacked him, the desperate criminals active in the no man's land had already surrounded Lu Xingzhou. Boy, I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to make the road. So noisy. Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. The universe is vast, and the field is unfolding. Boomstrapia. Before the other side could finish the cliched lines, the terrifying vines around them instantly broke out of the ground. Then it suddenly fell down, knocking everyone to the ground. Lu Xingzhou glanced around calmly. There were quite a few desperate criminals around who were ready to make a move, and all of a sudden, I felt a tingling sensation on the back of my head. The moment he looked at the young man in front of him, he became very wary. What kind of monster is this kid? Lu Xingzhou looked indifferent and said he was a desperado. In fact, when it comes down to it, they're just a group of rabble who bully the weak and fear the strong. However, when Lu Xingzhou looked at the invisible man with the entry on his head, he found that he had disappeared from his sight. It runs pretty fast. Lu Xingzhou looked at the group of desperate criminals around him and became more and more angry. I came all this way just to teach this guy who followed me a lesson. You guys are just causing more trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou took out a cloth bag. Then he came to the person who was closest to him and was dying under the vines and squatted down. He slowly spoke. Relax, it's normal to feel dizzy. Come on, while you're still conscious, put all your valuables in the bag. Chapter 92, I want that little bastard to be buried with me. On his way back, Lu Xingzhou thought about the other woman who had a conflict with him. Who else was there? I'm not the kind of person like Brother Chung. I've never done anything like two-timing. Well, if I really want to talk about it, was the girl who had gaming syndrome before called Xiaoyu? If Lu Xingzhou remembered correctly, this seemed to be the name. At that time, her brother tried to rob her, but was killed and sent to the police station. Then this little girl seemed to be a little hostile towards me. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou went to the hospital where she had worked before. After arriving at the hospital and asking around, the nurse at the front desk said that Xiaoyu had left the hospital a few days ago. The hospital is also looking for her. After all, the follow-up treatment has not been completed yet. It will have an impact on her recovery. There is no news from the hospital. Just as he walked out of the hospital gate, he received a call from Captain Chun. It's the one from the Public Security Bureau, Captain Chun. On the other end of the phone, he asked Lu Xingzhou to come to the Public Security Bureau when he had time, as the previous reward process had been completed. With nothing else to do, Lu Xingzhou went to the Public Security Bureau and found Captain Chun. Hey, you don't know, Brother Lu. Because of these few things you did, I held several meetings and wrote several reports to the leaders before I was able to get the reward for you. The honor of this year's Jianghai City Outstanding Youth belongs to you. Originally, this honor seemed to have been given to someone else, but I don't know what the leadership was thinking. They suddenly gave in. In 2 days, the municipal government will hold an awards ceremony for you. You are so lucky. Hey, this matter has come to an end. You don't know. I'm really exhausted during this period. Captain Shin started complaining as soon as they met. Of course, he actually wanted to win credit from Lu Xingzhou. This young man who came out on top in the city's special training assessment will definitely achieve great things in the future. It's definitely a good idea to build good relationships first. Lu Xingzhou blinked, thanked him, and asked, Captain Chun, where's the reward? Award? Didn't I say it? It's an honor for outstanding young people. Jianghai City only has one quota every year. Captain Chun spoke up, feeling a little speechless. No, what about the material rewards? Captain Chun was stunned. Wow, you are an outstanding youth in Jianghai City. You also want material rewards. Are you worthy of this honor? When Lu Xingzhou saw the expression on the other person's face, he knew that the money was probably gone. So he didn't say much, just nodded and said, Hey, well, forget it. By the way, Captain Chun, I want to ask you something. Do you remember Xiaoyu from before? Captain Chun actually has very little to say. The Public Security Bureau is also very short on manpower, and it is impossible for them to know everything. However, before Lu Xingzhou left, Captain Chun said a few words with emotion. Actually, this girl is quite pitiful. She had received an invitation from one of the top 5 universities in the Federation, but she suddenly got a flare-up of gaming syndrome. What a pity. Although her brother did things that were not very glorious, he had nothing to say about his sister. Lu Xingzhou listened to these words and nodded. This is the case with many people. Maybe he's a complete jerk, but when it comes to his family, he may show a softer side than you might imagine. It's hard to define whether this guy is a good person or a bad person. If you meet that kind of upright protagonist, you will probably have to engage in some moral ideological struggles with yourself. But Lu Xingzhou is not that kind of person. He doesn't care about boring arguments about good guys and bad guys. He only knew who his enemies were. If it was really this Xia Yu who attacked me, then what can you do even if you are pitiful? Does it have anything to do with me? Lu Xingzhou wanted to find it for her now and then prevent future troubles. But now he is aimless, and Lu Xingzhou can't go knocking on every door, right? He had been anxious to go to the dungeon to gain experience and level up. Oh wait, it seems it's not impossible. Don't you have a Dharma body? Let them go find Xiaoyu, and I can just clear the dungeon myself. So Lu Xingzhou really did it. For the next 2 days, when Lu Xingzhou was clearing the dungeon, his Dharma body checked every place where Xiaoyu might appear. This feeling is quite magical. Lu Xingzhou feels that as long as he moves his mind slightly, he can see scenes from different perspectives. Honestly, this is kind of cheating. But these 2 days have been quite quiet, and Lu Xingzhou hasn't seen Xiaoyu. But just when I finished the dungeon that day and was preparing to go home, Lu Xingzhou suddenly received a short text message from Su Ruyan. Just a few words. Fei Long is here. It's dangerous. Return quickly. Just a few simple words. Lu Xingzhou's nerves instantly became tense. Fat Dragon, this damn beast actually dared to cause trouble. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Xingzhou's eyes. He immediately rushed home at his fastest speed and summoned his Dharma body back into his body. And at this moment, Fei Long was stepping on the bloody heads of the 2 lowly brothers and sitting arrogantly on a stool at the door of the store. His sister, Fipio, was standing next to him, also looking arrogant. At this time, Fei Long was looking at Su Ruyan and Chu Qing, who had serious faces in front of him with a playful expression. At this time, the store had been completely cleared out by Fei Long. You know, the deterrent power of Fei Long and Fipio is completely different. Fipio is just an ordinary man who takes advantage of the power of others. When he comes to make trouble, the customers in the store will not tolerate him. But Fei Long, he is the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild of Jianghai City, a level 39, second level top professional. Looking at the entire Jianghai City, it is naturally almost invincible. The customers who had been queuing in the store before were angry but dared not say anything and could only leave in disappointment. Looking at the empty store, no matter how good-tempered Chu Qing was, she couldn't stand it anymore. Why do you come here to cause trouble again and again? Can't you give us a little peace of mind? What on earth did we do wrong? Fei Long smiled sarcastically and said, Wrong. Being weak is your biggest mistake. Besides, that damn Lu Xingzhou provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. He forced me to be here today. When Fei Long mentioned Lu Xingzhou's name, he could be said to be filled with hatred. After the special training assessment was completed, Su Ruyan, the prosecutor of the General Association, did a very impressive job in grading, expressed her disappointment with the Blood Knights chapter. Afterwards, President Qin Xian was furious. The responsibility for the whole incident was entirely put on Fei Long and his group of younger brothers. Moreover, he was directly dismissed from his position as vice president. Thinking of this, Fei Long became extremely angry and almost out of control. Damn it, what does this have to do with me? Lu Xingzhou is a useless low-level professional and a rubbish magic apprentice. You are just trash who deserve to live at the bottom of society. He defeated Chun Jinqi and won the top spot in this year's Jianghai City assessment. Who the hell could have thought of this? This thing that was impossible to happen just happened. Can you blame me, Fei Long, for being blind? But he certainly didn't dare to let Fei Long and Qin Xian speak out. Even though the latter was the one who ultimately made the decision to remove him, Fei Long still didn't dare. Just because Qin Xian is too strong. But he had to vent his anger, so he set his sights on Lu Xingzhou. This is the culprit that caused all this. Damn that bastard magic apprentice. Looking at Fei Long's appearance at this time, Su Ruyan remained calm. She protected Chu Qing and said in a cold tone, Aren't you afraid of the trial by the Public Security Bureau? The Sheriff's Department? Fei Long sneered, then said contemptuously, You have already pushed me into a dead end. If I lose my position as the vice president of the Blood Knights, guess how many enemies will come knocking on my door? I've suppressed them so much before. Do you think their revenge is less terrible than the trial by the Public Security Bureau? Humph. But even if I, Phylong, die, I want that little bastard to be buried with me. Chapter 93, The Horrifying Jade Rakshasa. After Su Ruyan heard Fei Long's words, her expression instantly turned cold. Because to her, those who want to hurt Lu Xingzhou, she is her biggest enemy. I advise you to take back what you just said. Oh, Fei Long looked at the cold girl in front of him with interest, and then slowly said, "You are so anxious, isn't it because you like that boy?" Su Ruyan looked at Fei Long with hostility. No words. But at this time, Fei Long seemed to have discovered something interesting, and then he smiled and said, "Yo, it looks like I found something interesting. What if I kill both of you? Will that kid go crazy when he comes back?" "Uh-huh. I'm looking forward to seeing his expression." After Fei Long finished talking to himself, he suddenly felt, "But it seems a bit wasteful to just kill both of you. Why not make good use of it before you die?" The fat guy next to him also had a face full of flesh. He smiled and clapped and said, "Take advantage of it. Of course, make good use of it. And don't let that bitch Chu Qing go either." After saying that, Fei Long stood up, prepared to give Lu Xingzhou a big gift. But just as he stretched out his hand towards Su Ruyan, two sharp cold rays flashed by. Puff! In an instant, blood spurted out from Fei Long's arm. Fei Long gasped, and the intense pain instantly made him extremely angry. Su Ruyan indifferently shook off the traces of blood on the two-handed sword. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "If you take another step forward, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Fei Long was extremely angry when he saw the two wounds on his body that were so deep that the bones could be seen. He didn't expect that any little girl would attack him now. "Bitch!" In an instant, Fei Long took direct action. The fat on his body suddenly swelled up and became twice its original size. And just now, the wound caused by Su Ruyan healed quickly. This is the most powerful skill he has mastered, the 6th level skill, Gluttony. Consume the body's energy in exchange for terrifying recovery ability and explosive power. In a moment, Fei Long rushed out at a speed that was not suitable for a man of his size. Boom Strapia. A terrifying palm strike was thrown out. The powerful palm wind blew the tables and chairs in the room backwards. Su Ruyan was able to dodge this attack. But Chu Qing can't do it. Without any thought or hesitation, Su Ruyan directly took the blow head on. Cross the two-handed sword in front of you and use the sword as a shield to block. Bang! The terrifying explosive force blew Su Ruyan away the moment it touched her. It hit the wall heavily, creating a huge cloud of dust. Fei Long snorted coldly. His expression was full of sarcasm. "This is the price for challenging me. You are such an ignorant bitch. How dare you defy me? Humph, you deserve to die." However, when the smoke cleared, Su Ruyan just stood there, and half of a ghost mask appeared on her face. Fei Long was surprised to see that the other party was not only alive, but also stood up again. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. "What? You are Jade Rakshasa?" As the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, Fei Long is naturally more familiar with some news and rumors. Especially when he was inquiring about the news about those geniuses a while ago, he heard about the existence of a being called Jade Rakshasa. The strength is terrifying, far surpassing all the senior high school students of the same level. Moreover, Yuluasha's identity is very mysterious. All major guilds want to recruit her, but they're stopped by an invisible resistance. There is absolutely no news or information about her. However, he didn't expect to meet the famous Jade Rakshasa here. Fei Long was surprised, but Su Ruyan didn't say anything. In an instant, a terrifying evil spirit erupted around her body, and a suffocating black mist slowly emerged around her. Then, she took the initiative to attack. Swish, swish. Sword lights were flying all over the sky. Su Ruyan's two-handed sword was wielded like fingers and arms, and she continuously launched fierce attacks at extremely tricky angles. Although there is a huge gap in the levels of the two sides, but Su Ruyan's continuous and fierce attacks actually managed to stabilize the situation. For a moment, Fei Long didn't dare to go up and fight, and could only dodge. Beside them, Fipio was already stunned. My eldest brother is a level 39 professional. When it comes to real fighting, he has never seen his elder brother lose to anyone. And the Su Ruyan in front of me, her level is probably around level 20 at most, right? No, It's hard to say whether she is level 20 or not. Could he actually force his elder brother to not dare to confront him head-on? Isn't this a bit outrageous? What the hell are those monsters in this steamed bun shop? Bang, bang, bang. While Su Rian was attacking with her two-handed sword, she would occasionally swing her two beautiful legs out to connect with her attacks. It has to be said that her offensive methods are very diverse and her skills are very superb. In this kind of close combat, Fai Long, a top-level, second-level professional, didn't even gain the slightest advantage. But a moment later, Fai Long was also a little angry as he was being beaten passively. When Su Ruyan swung the sword at him again, he did not choose to dodge this time. Instead, he blocked it directly with his left arm. Puff! Blood spurted out again, so deep that the bone is visible. Fai Long grimaced, obviously in great pain. However, his vicious expression now revealed his ferocious nature. How can you run away now? The sword blade that had just pierced his arm was actually stuck by his instantly healed wound. At this time, even if Su Ruyan wanted to take back her weapon, she couldn't. And this is exactly Fei Long's plan. He pulled his arm back with force, and with the force, he pulled Su Ruyan towards him. Come here! Fai Long stretched out his other hand and grabbed Su Ruyan directly. It has to be said that due to the difference in levels, there's a big difference in strength attributes between the two sides. Su Ruyan was dragged and staggered. In terms of absolute strength alone, she is no match for Fai Long. But at the moment when the two sides were about to come into contact, the whole person's body was instantly wrapped in black mist. Then, Fei Long's palm that was grabbing her throat suddenly stretched into the black fog out of thin air. What? Fai Long was very surprised. The black mist passed through his body and came behind him. At this time, Su Ruyan had regained her original physical condition. 5th level skill, 6-layer prison sword. The terrifying sword energy slashed out, and a circular sword formation filled with murderous intent instantly formed on the ground. The black mist sword directly strangled the fat dragon in the center. But Fai Long did not dodge or evade, and even showed a crazy smile at this time. None of you take me seriously, right? You think you can kill me? Bring it on. The moment the black mist sword strangled Fei Long also shouted. Great! 5th level skill, mountain shaking roar. The sound waves as strong as ripples directly shattered the black mist sword. Even though the skills are at the same level, the basic attributes of both sides are too different. Taking advantage of the afterswing of Su Ruyan's skill, Fai Long pursued her, consuming a large amount of energy and pushing his body's speed to the limit. The distance between the two was shortened in almost a second, and then Su Ruyan was knocked away with a punch. Bang! This time, Su Ruyan didn't have time to use the black mist to protect herself. He took Fei Long's attack firmly. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing the wall next to the shop into pieces. After taking 2 deep breaths, Fai Long grinned. Let's see who the hell dares to look down on me. Next, you'll be the one to die. Fai Long turned his head and looked at Chu Qing beside him. At this moment, Chu Qing clenched her teeth as if she was struggling with some kind of resolution. However, Su Ruyan's voice came again. Hey fatty, you pissed me off. At this time, Su Ruyan actually climbed up again. There was a little dust on her delicate face, and Su Ruyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. She was completely furious. The runes on the ghost mask flowed slightly, and a long black horn like a devil grew out. If Su Ruyan were here, she would know. My sister is risking her life. Little bitch, why don't you just die? Fai Long was also completely enraged at this time. He could not accept a senior high school student provoking him again and again. Just like that damn Lu Xingzhou. At this moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. The body exploded like a cannonball, shattering the floor tiles in the store. At this time, Su Ruyan was about to confront Fei Long head-on. A voice came from her that was extremely familiar and reassuring. But at this moment, the voice was extremely cold. If you dare to call her that, I will tear your mouth apart. Fat Dragon. The field expands. Everything is in the universe. Chapter 94. You can bear it once, but can you bear it 3 times? The moment she heard the voice, Su Ruyan's expression froze for a moment. Then she revealed a hint of a smile. Then, the ghost face mask that was about to be transformed also turned into black smoke and disappeared at this moment. When Fai Long heard Lu Xingzhou's voice, he recognized him immediately. These days, he hated Lu Xingzhou so much that he couldn't sleep. Boy, get out of here. The word come out hasn't come out of Fei Long's mouth yet. Several violent dead vines suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbing Fei Long's limbs directly, trying to tear him to pieces. However, Fei Long also burst out with terrifying power in an instant, even more than when he fought Su Ruyin just now. Bang, bang, bang. He threw several punches in succession, directly smash all the wooden bars in the air. But Lu Xingzhou was not surprised, because the other party was a top-level, second-level professional at level 39. If you don't even have this much strength, then you're just rubbish. Lu Xingzhou walked in slowly from outside the store. His eyes fell on Chu Qing and Su Ruyin beside him. Seeing that the two were in good condition, Lu Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. However, the two lowly brothers were seriously injured and had fainted. Obviously, they had gone through a fierce battle in order to fulfill their mission and protect Chu Qing. Lu Xingzhou's anger intensified again. Wanxiang Sunluo, the arrival of the wood dragon. In an instant, dozens of wooden dragons broke out from the ground behind Lu Xingzhou. It's like a god descending to the sky, looking down on the world. The wooden dragon in front of Lu Xingzhou suddenly burst out with terrifying power and pounced towards the fat dragon. What kind of skill is this? Holy shit. Fipio was stunned. This kind of terrifying controllability, is it possible for a student to have it? At this moment, he even had a vague feeling that his previous defeat was not unfair. But Fatty was not panicking, because no matter how strong Lu Xingzhou is, he can never beat his Oni Ai-chan. Brother, come on to him, come on. Fipio suddenly found that his throat was inexplicably tight, so he coughed twice. At this time, Fei Long looked at the wooden dragon rushing towards him, and there was still a hint of indifference in his expression. Just a trifle. Watch me smash them to pieces. He swung his fist suddenly, wanting to smash these so-called wooden dragons like before. But Fei Long discovered, these wooden dragons have even more terrifying impact force and hardness than the dead vines just now. He could hardly block the opponent's attack with just his fists. Grasp! Fei Long was extremely angry and used his skills. Bazooka Fist. It was during the confrontation between the two sides that Su Ruyin discovered. Lu Xingzhou did not bring anyone from the Public Security Bureau, nor did he tell his sister about this matter. She frowned slightly. Fei Long is a level 39 professional, and she knows very well how big the gap in strength is between second-level professionals and them. Second-level professionals have higher skill levels, stronger properties. Moreover, Fei Long is only one step away from being promoted to the third level. The gap between us and them is still too big. If Lu Xingzhou didn't call for help, it would be impossible for him to defeat the opponent. Thinking of this, Su Ruyin found the right time to send a text message to her sister, asking her to come over and help as soon as possible. At the same time, Su Ruyin adjusted her state, stood up, and prepared to help Lu Xingzhou continue to fight against Fei Long. But at this moment, in Su Ruyin's vision, Fei Long was actually blasted away by the wooden dragon controlled by Lu Xingzhou. Flying straight upside down, the fat body fell several times on the ground and then stood up. But just as he stood up again, Lu Xingzhou once again controlled countless wooden dragons and attacked again. This is a new form of skill that Lu Xingzhou can perform after his magic power limit increases. After Lu Xingzhou replenished some magic power, he slowly approached the fat dragon. The surrounding plants seemed to have life, dodging Fei Long's attacks and suppressing him. This scene made Su Ruyin slightly dazed. Lu Xingzhou is actually here, beating Fei Long? You must be kidding. At this time, Fei Long was also a little dazed. You fucking... Before he could finish his words, a tidal wave of attacks came again. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fipio was ready to escape. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou only glanced at him briefly. Then, the terrifying pressure fell directly on him. A wooden dragon emerged directly from under Fatty's feet, hit him in the crotch. The powerful impact lifted up his entire fat body. The fat man's face turned purple. Originally, it was just the eggs that were broken, but now the chickens have to fly. Fatty covered his crotch and collapsed to the ground. Fei Long also gradually realized that something was wrong. He seemed to be suppressed by the boy in front of him. How is it possible? Although he didn't believe it in his heart. However, he actually felt that Lu Xingzhou posed some threat to him. Moreover, Lu Xingzhou did not give him any chance to replenish his health and magic points. If I continue to fight a war of attrition with this kid, Lu Xingzhou, even if your level is higher, you will most likely suffer a loss. Thinking of this, a hint of ferocity flashed in Fei Long's eyes. He looked at Lu Xingzhou and then glanced at Chu Qing beside him. A plan emerged in his mind. If I can't deal with you, how can I deal with this live professional next to you? Oh shit. Fei Long burst out with his last bit of physical strength and rushed directly towards Lu Xingzhou at an extremely fast speed. Lu Xingzhou's expression was calm, with only indifference. He raised his hand slightly, feeling like he was in control of the overall situation. The next second, dozens of wooden dragons twisted together and collided with the fat dragon. Bang! A huge explosion spread out smoke and dust. Fei Long's power is indeed terrifying, and his strength as a second-level, top-level professional is unquestionable. This punch with explosive strength directly shattered the wooden dragon that Lu Xingzhou had twisted into a piece, and the wood fibers loosely exploded in all directions. But it was at this moment. Fei Long did not choose to continue attacking Lu Xingzhou, but changed direction directly. Go straight to Chu Qing next to him. This time, Fei Long's speed was even faster than the speed he had just burst out when he was fighting with Lu Xingzhou. Haha, bitch, just go die first. Wait until I kill her, then I'll kill you. Lu Xingzhou. Su Ruyan realized something was wrong and immediately ran towards Chu Qing. Damn, so fast. Fei Long burst out with all his speed and took advantage of the opportunity. Su Ruyan naturally couldn't catch up. It's getting late. However, just when Fei Long was only 1 meter away from Chu Qing, a wooden wall suddenly appeared on the ground without any warning. Bang! It hit Fei Long's chin so hard that he even lost consciousness for a short time. Then Fei Long fell out and flew directly out of the store. You fucking brat. Fei Long supported himself on the ground with one hand, breathing heavily and cursing. He couldn't believe Lu Xingzhou's reaction. It was so fast. Could it be that he had already prepared? At this time, Fei Long was still planning to fight to the death with Lu Xingzhou. But this time, he found that Lu Xingzhou's expression changed. From the cold and serious look just now, it turned into an indescribable sympathy. I let you live so long just now because I was afraid that my aunt's store would be completely destroyed. But now go to hell. Flame of extinction. Fei Long found it funny when he saw the flames gradually rising in Lu Xingzhou's hands. Boy, do you think that you, a professional who hasn't even reached the second level, can really kill me? I know your flames are quite powerful, but that is only for professionals of your level. It's useless against me. Lu Xingzhou said nothing, just focused on gathering the flames. And the next second, the terrifying flame of extinction erupted instantly. However, what was different from what everyone expected was that Lu Xingzhou's move did not have the same devastating effect as before. Fei Long actually relied on his level advantage and higher attributes to withstand this attack. Haha, I told you, kid, your attacks don't work on me. Do you really think you can kill me? Although Fei Long is eager for revenge, he is not a brainless waste. Of course, he also considered the possibility that he would be killed in return. But after his judgment, he felt that although Lu Xingzhou's skills were powerful, they were not enough to threaten him. Plus, he has the ability to heal himself. Lu Xingzhou used one skill, and he took it without any problem. The fact turned out to be just as he expected. Everything was fine. Boy, since you can't kill me, then go and die. Fei Long roared, just getting ready to take action. But this time, Lu Xingzhou still said calmly, I really didn't expect that you could withstand my first skill. But can you carry 3? Chapter 95, How Can You Have a Clone? Fei Long still hasn't figured out what Lu Xingzhou meant by this. What does it mean that you can withstand 1 skill, but not 3? How could I give him a second or even a third chance to attack? This is just a joke. Fei Long didn't care and even thought Lu Xingzhou was a fool. So at this moment, Fei Long did not retreat but advanced, continuing to close the distance between him and Lu Xingzhou. But the next second, he saw 2 figures slowly walking out from behind Lu Xingzhou. Those are 2 young men in black robes, and they each held a staff in their hands. Where did these 2 people come from? I didn't even sense their presence at all. In an instant, Fei Long had a very bad feeling in his heart. He felt all the muscles in his body tense up, and his brain was frantically sending him warning signs of danger. At this time, the 2 figures slowly took off their black robes, revealing their faces. At this moment, Fei Long realized a terrible thing, and he spoke with a trembling voice. How come you're Lu Xingzhou? You guys, wait, this is a clone? How is it possible that you have mastered this level of clone skills? As a top-level, second-level professional, Phylong naturally knew about the skill of clone. The clone skills of the six realms can generally only form an incomplete clone shadow. The expressions and states of the clones are not very lively, and there's still a big difference between them and the real people. But at this moment, the two clones behind Lu Xingzhou were extremely solid, and it looks almost exactly like the real person. This is not something that a level 6 skill can do at all. Feilong's mind was in a mess at this time, and he began to calculate how much damage this skill would cause to himself. How much strength can Lu Xingzhou's clone exert? Can I withstand it? Will he break my defense first? Or can I crush his throat now? At this moment, Phylong was really panicked. Run away. If you run away now, you still have time. Phylong was very confident that if he wanted to run away, Lu Xingzhou would definitely not be able to stop him. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body has taken action. Mist of Confusion. This is the consumable item that Lu Xingzhou obtained in the Lost Forest dungeon. At that time, I got a total of 10 of this prop, but never had the chance to use it. Hey, I used it today. After the fog of confusion was thrown out, it instantly turned into a wisp of thin white smoke. It drilled into Feilong's 7 orifices. The effect of the fog of confusion can blind the opponent's 5 senses and make him lose his sense of direction. The effect of this item is somewhat similar to the copy mechanism of the Lost Forest. In an instant, Phylong felt as if he had lost his sense of direction, and it seemed as if a layer of fog was covering his eyes. He was originally confident of victory, but now he was starting to get nervous. Are you not letting me run away? Is he so confident that he can kill me? Sweat soaked Feilong's back. His brain was thinking so fast that time seemed to slow down. But Phylong didn't know at this time that it wasn't that his thinking had become quicker, but that his life had begun to take a revolving door. Lu Xingzhou's 2 Dharma bodies instantly moved to the left and right at this moment, and released the same skills directly towards the fat dragon in front of them. Flame of Extinction. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying flames almost illuminated the sky and the earth, and the entire street was instantly illuminated by this terrifying flame. The 3 flames of extinction combined together. The power is so terrifying. At this time, the last glimmer of hope in Feilong's eyes also disappeared. Being able to withstand a blast of annihilation flame was already his limit. Originally, he was still thinking, if Lu Xingzhou's 2 clones were just for show, if his 2 clones could only use ordinary skills, well, he still has a chance. However, this blow completely dispelled his idea. It's over. These 2 words were the only ones left in his heart. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying flame broke out. It swallowed up Phylong in an instant. Flames shot up into the sky. The light of the flames reflected on the face of a beautiful woman not far away. After Su Riyun saw Lu Xingzhou's skill from afar, there was a hint of emotion in her pretty face. Su Riyun originally received a call from her sister and came here to help Lu Xingzhou out of his predicament. Besides, she couldn't stand Feilong's shameless behavior of bullying the weak. But I didn't expect it. Lu Xingzhou actually managed to defeat the strong with the weak. Moreover, it was almost a crushing defeat. Su Riyun secretly released an identification spell. Then, she widened her eyes slightly, with a hint of disbelief in her expression. Why is his detailed panel full of question marks? If someone else saw this scene, they would probably think that Lu Xingzhou was carrying some special props to block information. However, Su Riyun is different, because her innate skill is called Eye of Delusion, one of the strongest talents, able to see through all disguises and illusions. So any concealing effect has no effect in her eyes. This is Su Riyun's ability, but she was completely unable to see through the young man in front of her. All the information about Lu Xingzhou appeared as a question mark in front of her. This young man is really interesting. It's also very strong. If it's him, he can indeed compete with those evildoers in Shanjing. Su Riyun's mouth curled slightly. Then she said to herself, I'm really looking forward to how he will perform after arriving in Shanjing. After seeing Lu Xingzhou solve the problem in front of him, Su Riyun walked up with a little relief. Then he came to the young man and slowly said, Young man, are you in any trouble? When Lu Xingzhou saw that the person coming was Su Riyun's sister, he smiled slightly and said, Hello, sister. As he spoke, he also took back his 2 Dharma bodies. Su Ryun looked at the two Dharma bodies behind him with interest and watched them disappear from her sight. I silently calculated in my heart. The extremely small fluctuation of breath should not be an ordinary clone. It could be a more advanced physical clone, or perhaps only a Dharmakaya could do it. This kid does have a lot of secrets, so I'll have to pay close attention to him in the future. After putting away her thoughts, Su Ryun smiled and said, "You're so self-conscious that you start calling me sister?" Su Ryun looked at Lu Xingzhou, and her half-smile made him shrug helplessly. At that time, I thought you were very similar to someone I knew. The person you're talking about is my sister? Who do you think is prettier, me or my sister? When Su Ryun said this, there was a hint of a smile on her face, and her pair of expressive eyes were staring straight at Lu Xingzhou in front of her. It seemed as if she didn't want to miss any expression on his face. However, Lu Xingzhou slowly opened his mouth and said, "Well, I haven't looked at it carefully yet." Not getting the answer Su Ryun expected, a hint of anger appeared on her face. "What kind of answer is that? Boy, who did you learn this insincere character from?" Su Ryun spoke slowly and looked at him with a strange look. Lu Xingzhou shrugged. "I didn't lie. I didn't look carefully in the first place. If I have to say, Lu Xingzhou would vote for Su Ryun. Nothing else, just because. Lu Xingzhou is a person who protects his own people." Su Ryun also put away her playful thoughts and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I promised my sister to come and rescue you, but it looks like you don't need my help anymore." Lu Xingzhou asked, "Did Su Ryun ask you to save me?" "Oops, I think I let it slip." Su Ryun covered her chin with her hands, but there was no sign of nervousness or regret for saying the wrong thing. Instead, it looked more like she did it on purpose. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou changed his perspective and said, "Didn't you allow this Filong to come here?" Su Ryun smiled slightly and did not comment. "You think I asked him to come?" "I didn't say that." Lu Xingzhou smiled and said meaningfully, "I'm just saying it's the result of allowing things to happen naturally if you allow them to happen. Isn't it?" After a moment's silence, Su Ryun revealed an extremely charming smile. Then he nodded and said with some emotion, "You're quite smart, kid. This makes me more interested in you." Chapter 96, I also want to recruit you. In fact, Lu Xingzhou had roughly guessed her identity when he saw her sitting with the people from the Blood Knight Guild. Although I don't know who he is in the Blood Knight Guild or what position he holds, but it can be guessed that she definitely has status and say in the Blood Knight Guild. He must know more about the internal affairs of the Blood Knights Guild than I do. In other words, Su Ryun could foresee what was going to happen, but she didn't stop it in advance. That's enough to explain a lot of things. So, little brother, after you figured out what happened, will you be angry with your sister? Lu Xingzhou did not continue her words, but asked, "But I can't understand. What is your purpose in doing this?" "Just curious. Are you so bored?" Lu Xingzhou's expression turned slightly colder. He couldn't accept that others would put their families in danger because of such a boring thing. Even if this person is Su Ryun's sister, it won't work. "Hey, little brother, there seems to be a hint of murderous intent in your eyes." "Sister, I'm so scared." As Su Ryun said this, the corners of her mouth lifted up unconsciously, which made her already charming appearance even more outstanding. "However, you don't have to be so hostile to me, because I have been paying attention to Fei Long's movements during this period of time. So your aunt is definitely not in danger, don't worry. After all, I wouldn't bet on my own dearest sister, would I?" Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. He agreed with Su Ryun's point of view. The coldness on his face dissipated a little. The murderous intent that unconsciously emanated from his body gradually subsided. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou's expression had eased, Su Ryun slowly walked closer. Then he whispered in his ear, "Sister, I have a question for you. Are you really just a magic apprentice?" Lu Xingzhou remained silent, but he became alert unconsciously in his heart. What does she want to do by asking this? His peripheral vision met Su Ryun's slightly smiling eyes, but he found that there seemed to be a barely perceptible light flashing in the latter's eyes. In fact, he was still not sure what Su Ryun's real purpose was in coming to see him. Was it for the Su family, for the Blood Knight Guild, or was it entrusted by Su Ryun? Therefore, Lu Xingzhou did not dare to say too much to this smart and even somewhat cunning woman. "Can't you answer me?" Su Ryun said pitifully. Lu Xingzhou looked at this peerless beauty who was so close to him that he could almost feel her warm breath. I felt a little emotional. There are so many dramas. It is completely different from Su Ryun's personality, which is as cold as a snow mountain. If you have nothing to do, I'll go back first. Lu Xingzhou did not answer her question. Su Riyun was not surprised by Lu Xingzhou's reaction. Of course I have something to talk to you about. After all, my time is very valuable. What's the matter? Lu Xingzhou said in a matter-of-fact manner. I want to recruit you. I refuse. Lu Xingzhou said this very decisively, without any hesitation. I haven't stated the conditions yet. Why are you so anxious to refuse? Su Riyun said in a slightly blaming tone. I feel like this guy thinks of himself as a bad guy. If you're speaking for the Blood Knight Guild, then this is not necessary. No matter what conditions you offer, my decision will be the same. Lu Xingzhou had absolutely no favorable feelings towards the Blood Knight Guild. Not only the Blood Knight, it should be said that he has no good feelings towards all guilds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected the Heavy Hunter's S-level training contract so directly in public. However, Su Riyun smiled slightly when she heard this, and then said in a tone of I see. So that's what you're worried about? Don't worry, I have nothing to do with them. I returned to Zhanghai only because someone asked me to come here to investigate. As for the Blood Knights Guild, whether it's the headquarters or the branch, they're not qualified to ask me to join. When Su Riyun finished speaking, Lu Xingzhou was obviously a little surprised. You are not a Blood Knight. Certainly. Then why are Qin Xian and Fei Long so in awe of you? Lu Xingzhou asked the doubts in his mind. Su Riyun took out a small, square, jade token from her arms. Have you heard of the Swordbearer? Swordbearer. Lu Xingzhou repeated the name and shook his head. This is a special authority established by the federal government to monitor the development of major guilds. In short, you can understand that this is a means for the federal government to restrict the major guilds. After the game came into being, the emergence of professional guilds brought together experienced and capable professionals. In the early stages, it really helped many ordinary professionals who had just changed their professions to quickly grow into reliable combat forces. It can be considered as making some contribution to the survival of mankind. But now, as the major guilds have grown stronger, they have also gradually grown into giants that are not controlled by the government. In order to consolidate their own interests, they began to monopolize resources and suppress ordinary professionals who did not join the guild. On the contrary, it affects the progress and development of ordinary professionals. In the beginning, the federal government wanted to find a balance between itself and the major guilds in order to take the overall situation into consideration. But these guys are like giant worms that can never be satisfied. They won't stop until they have devoured every piece of flesh and blood. So, the Swordbearer is the first step taken by the federal government to restrict the development of the major guilds. If we find any union taking actions that go beyond the scope of the federal constitution, we can impose penalties on them and execute first and report later. When he said this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly remembered what Bai Shengyang had once said to him, I hate those guys too. It turns out that the conflict between the federal government and the major trade unions is no longer a secret. Lu Xingzhou still has some questions at this time. Since the sword wielder has such great power, why are you conducting an inspection on behalf of the Blood Knights? Of course I want to make money. It's just an ordinary business commission. For high-level professionals, the consumption of various resources is very high, and I don't want to rely on my family for everything. Su Riyun said it without hesitation, and then smiled. Of course, my main purpose is to visit my dear sister on the way. Lu Xingzhou thought about it for a moment and felt that it all made sense. So he stopped thinking about it and asked, So, when you say you're recruiting me, do you mean you want to invite me to become a swordsman? Hearing this, Su Riyun suddenly sneered. Little brother, what are you thinking about? How can I promise you a profession like sword wielder, which carries so much authority so easily? Do you know what kind of monsters those S-level guilds are? Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. Okay, so all that you said just now was just to show off to me, right? Absolutely, right? Lu Xingzhou felt helpless and was about to say something. Su Riyun seemed to see what he was thinking, so she didn't keep him in suspense and spoke directly. The professional hunter team I hired recently is still short of a thug. You should have also felt that the upgrade speed has obviously slowed down since level 10, right? If you want to have the capital and strength to deal with the Su family as soon as possible, then I suggest you upgrade your level as soon as possible. This copy I recommend you to join is the best opportunity. This can also be considered as an opportunity to bring down the Su family. Chapter 97, I seem to have been killed by the vice president. Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched. This Su Riyun never stops until she says something shocking. Deal with the Su family? Why does it feel so strange when these words come out her mouth? However, Lu Xingzhou did not complain, but instead focused more on the copy she mentioned. I want to know, what copy are you talking about? Su Riyun was not surprised at all to see the other party's curious look. This dungeon is called Nightmare Library. It has 5 rooms. The number of monsters in each room is equal to the total number of monsters in a normal dungeon. Therefore, if you clear the dungeon, you could get a lot of experience rewards. But when you enter the library, you have to pay a fee to the administrator, which is considered an admission ticket. Lu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows slightly. There's actually a librarian? This copy is really quite authentic. How much does it cost? 100,000 gold coins per person each time. But don't worry, I'll get the money for you. Su Riyun spoke lightly, as if she didn't take the 100,000 gold coins seriously at all. Tell me, what are your conditions? Lu Xingzhou doesn't believe that there is any kindness in the world for no reason, especially Su Riyun, who had caused so much trouble for himself after only meeting him twice. Little brother, I just like talking to smart people like you. This dungeon will produce an item called Hegemony Rune. If you obtain this item, I will buy it from you at the market price. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and then asked, with your status, can't you buy this kind of prop? Yes, I can buy it. Su Riyun nodded. Although the Tyrant Rune is relatively rare, it can be bought. Then why bother with that? I can't buy it. Well, I should say I can't let anyone know that I want to buy it. When Su Riyun said this, Lu Xingzhou also noticed a slight gleam in the corner of her eyes. She must have her own considerations. Lu Xingzhou didn't ask any more questions, so he nodded and agreed. Good. Afterwards, Lu Xingzhou learned more about the composition of the professional hunter team mentioned by Su Riyun. However, the answer given by Su Riyun was beyond Lu Xingzhou's expectations. Professional hunters are not trustworthy. Just trust yourself. If something unexpected happens, show no mercy. Su Riyun finished speaking. Lu Xingzhou had a different feeling in his heart again. Hey man, you call me over here. Aren't you asking me to supervise you for free? However, Lu Xingzhou saw through it, but did not say anything. After all, the other party had agreed to give him a ticket worth 100,000 gold coins per game. There's no need to argue over such a small matter. It would be too petty. Where's the location of that copy? I plan to go check it out tomorrow. Su Riyun smiled slightly, seeming very satisfied with his decision. Then she uttered 2 words lightly. Go to Beijing. Lu Xingzhou planned to leave for Shangjing after a while, but he didn't plan to go so early. I can't go to Beijing these 2 days. Why? Little brother, where is your vigorous and decisive look just now? Lu Xingzhou did not answer, but signaled her with his eyes to look at the fat dragon next to him that had been burnt to charcoal. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a lot of trouble in the next few days. I can't leave my aunt and the others here to deal with these things alone. Hearing Lu Xingzhou's answer, Su Riyun smiled. You are quite responsible. In today's society, there are not many men willing to take responsibility. But you don't have to worry about these things, because I think no one will cause trouble for you, including Qin Xian. Lu Xingzhou looked at Su Riyun in front of him with some confusion, and then slowly asked, How do you know? How should I know? Because I know Qin Xian better than you do. Su Riyun changed the topic and said, Do you know why this super genius who has already entered the ranks of a 3rd-level professional at such a young age would choose to return to a small place like Jianghai City? After a moment of silence, Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. In fact, this is also a problem that has troubled him for a long time. 3 years ago, Qin Xian's performance could be said to be stunning, shocking all the bigwigs in Jianghai City. Created one copy record after another. And in just 3 years, he accomplished what many people cannot do in their entire lives. Crossed the threshold of the 3rd transformation. His future prospects are limitless, and it is even possible for him to become a 4th-level professional. So Lu Xingzhou didn't understand why he had to go back to such a small place, since he had already walked out with great difficulty. After a moment of silence, Su Riyun finally answered Lu Xingzhou. Because he is the most self-aware genius I have ever met. If he stayed in Shangjing and competed with those equally gifted super geniuses, Qin Xian would only be regarded as a rival by those who have resources and talents. This crazy suppression will never lead to a solution. You can do without background and resources, but you can never be without them. What's more, those evildoers in Shangjing are not weaker than him. In fact, they are stronger than him. Qin Xian was very aware of this, so he made a very smart choice to return to Jianghai City. Here, He will not be affected by the struggle between the core powers. He himself is the one standing at the top of the food chain. So, do you think he would mess with you, who may become a super genius in the future, just for a fat dragon? Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. All right, it seems that Su Rian's sister has really considered everything very clearly. But it was precisely this kind of character of hers that made Lu Xingzhou always feel that this woman was very cunning. At this time, Su Ruyun slowly spoke, bringing Lu Xingzhou back to his senses. I'm not saying this just to talk about Qin Xian. It's to tell you, in the future, you will meet the strongest geniuses of this era. So, don't underestimate anyone. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Of course, he never looked down on anyone. Maybe there are 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 rubbish people who don't know their own limitations. However, Lu Xingzhou still has awe for this world. I'll keep that in mind. Su Ruyun smiled and nodded. Then she looked at the charred body of Fei Long next to her. Different from the charming look when she was talking to Lu Xingzhou, when she looked at Fei Long's corpse, that look was extremely cold and indifferent. Call the police department. After all, this guy was the one who started the trouble. Maybe he can even give you credit for it. Lu Xingzhou nodded. Even if she didn't say it, I would have called her. After all, the traces of this battle still need the help of the Public Security Bureau to clean up. After Lu Xingzhou erased any traces that might expose his clone skills, he called Captain Chun. On the other side, Captain Chun of the Public Security Bureau had just finished the last case that had accumulated recently. He sat in his office chair and stretched out. On the desk was the leave document approved by the Public Security Bureau. And he also had time, which was rare, to make himself a cup of strong tea. Hey, I can finally take a break. I won't be bothered by any messy troubles anymore. In life, you should have some time for yourself. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou called. Captain Chun slowly picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then answered the phone. Hey, Lu Xingzhou, what do you want to talk to me about so late at night? Over there, Lu Xingzhou said. Captain Chun, I think I was killed by the former vice president of the Blood Knight Guild just now. Can you come over? Captain Chun, poof. Chapter 98, it's outrageous. How about asking a professional? Inside the delicious bun shop, Fei Fei had been tied up and thrown in the corner of the store like a puddle of mud, although the wounds on his body were still bleeding. However, Fatty was still arrogant at this time. He smiled cruelly and said, just wait. After my brother killed Lu Xingzhou, it was you. Damn it. You've ruined my path to becoming a man, and you've humiliated me time and again. Your whole family deserves to die. I advise you to kill me now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later. This fat guy has been following his big brother and wandering around in the underworld for so many years. Although I didn't learn much skills, I learned most of the murals. After Fipio said this, Chu Qing also became a little worried. Rian, why don't you go and take a look at the situation? Xiaolu hasn't come back for such a long time. I'm a little worried about him. Su Rian held Chu Qing's hand and said comfortingly, it's okay. I believe Lu Xingzhou will be fine. But at this time, the fat guy next to him continued. Haha, it's okay. Are you kidding? How can he, a rubbish magic apprentice, fight my brother? My brother is the vice president of the Blood Knight Guild, a level 39, second-level professional. With that strength, with just a little effort, Lu Xingzhou can be crushed into a pulp. Fatty hasn't finished speaking yet. Su Ruyan swung her shoe in midair and hit him on the fat face. Just kick him out. Shut your stinky mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone heard a slightly heavy sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. After hearing the voice, Fipio looked outside the door excitedly. He knew that Lu Xingzhou's footsteps would never be so heavy. As expected, this voice is Fei Long. Haha, my brother is back. You're dead. You dare to do this to me, go to hell. Could be that Fei Long really came back. Lu Xingzhou lost? Su Rian's heart was beating fast. Although she didn't want to believe it, she was instantly ready to fight, until the man's shadow gradually lengthened and extended to the door of the store. Everyone then saw the handsome young man with regular features and a resolute expression walking and dragging a charred corpse. It's all taken care of. Lu Xingzhou spoke lightly, then casually threw Fei Long's body aside and brushed the dust off his hands. Elder brother. The moment Fipio saw the corpse, he completely collapsed. But his hysterical cry was not because he was heartbroken over Fei Long's death, but because he's going to die too. My biggest supporter has fallen, so I am now a useless person, right? He turned to look at Lu Xingzhou with fear in his eyes. At this moment, In his eyes, this young man was like the most terrifying devil. "You, how could you possibly beat my brother? You are just a rubbish magic apprentice. This shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening. I see. You must have used some despicable means. You damned villain." Fatty cursed loudly. Lu Xingzhou didn't pay any attention to it and simply cut off the power to the surveillance cameras in the store. Then he slowly came to Fatty's side and said in a kind tone, "People choose their own paths. Originally, if you hadn't come to provoke me, you might have lived a good life. But unfortunately, you don't have eyes." In fact, when Fipio started to plot against Chu Qing, Lu Xingzhou had already sentenced Fipio to death. It's just a suspended execution. Lu Xingzhou's right hand gently rested on his shoulder. Then, a flame emerged from the palm of his hand. Then, call! It spread throughout his body. Fatty's legs, which were tied up tightly, were still kicking and shaking on the ground, as if he was trying to escape. But how could he possibly escape? In just a moment, the noise in the room quieted down. Lu Xingzhou and Su Ruyan helped clean up the house that was in ruins due to the battle. The two brothers wearing Lolita skirts also drank the healing medicine and recovered a lot. Lu Xingzhou was still very grateful to these two people. Even though he knew he was no match for his opponent, he still rushed forward without hesitation and bought some time for Lu Xingzhou. The professionalism is commendable. And to be honest, the strength of these two people is quite good, which is enough to deal with ordinary people. However, even Lu Xingzhou did not expect this. Fai Long actually came down personally to cause trouble for himself. This dignified level 39 top-level, second-level professional is definitely a well-known figure in Jianghai City. He actually made such a stupid move. Was he really pushed into a corner? Or was he just too stupid? Lu Xingzhou shook his head and was too lazy to pursue the matter. After all, in reality, not everyone is as smart as Su Ruyan. Not long after, Lu Xingzhou saw Captain Chun, with a gloomy face, and two other new colleagues, appearing at the door of the store. His face looked extremely grim, as if he had just received some bad news. It was like a bolt from the blue, and my face turned pale. Lu Xingzhou looked at him and said slowly, "Forehead, Captain Chun, what's wrong? Are you busy lately? Why do you look so unhappy?" Captain Chin's mouth twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Thanks to you, I wasn't too busy." Lu Xingzhou touched his chin, pretending not to hear, and said, "I'd like to trouble you to help deal with the situation at the scene. It's quite complicated." Okay. Captain Chun had no choice but to accept his fate. When a person is unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in his teeth. He turned his head and looked at the two charred corpses beside him, pointed at one of them with a puzzled look, and said, "Hey, why is it still hot?" "Really?" Lu Xingzhou scratched his head and said, "It must be an illusion." An illusion? Captain Chun was too lazy to think about it, and just started recording the situation on the scene according to the rules and procedures. But he didn't understand this famous vice president of the Blood Knight Guild. How'd he get killed by a kid who hasn't even gone to college yet? Is this reasonable? Although Lu Xingzhou had defeated opponents of higher levels several times before. But, after all, it was not much higher than Lu Xingzhou's level. And this Fai Long is a level 39 professional. Captain Chun completed the registration of the on-site situation while thinking. He felt that this matter was a bit too serious. Not only did it involve the core figures of the only two A-level guilds in Jianghai City, but it also involved the top scorer in this year's Jianghai City assessment. At his level, he is no longer able to make a decision. So, after returning, Captain Chun reported the matter to the leaders of the Public Security Bureau. The leader nodded and agreed that it would be best to send a professional to investigate the matter. At this time, the leader thought of a suitable candidate. By the way, didn't Dean Shun from Shangjing Academy come to our place to do some business recently? I heard that she is very capable and has provided a lot of valuable advice to the Shangjing Security Bureau. Why don't we ask her? Chapter 99, Boss. Who will treat me as a child if I leave you? Just like Su Ruyun said, Qin Xian did not show any anger after learning about Fei Long's death. He didn't even think of seeking accountability. It seems that who killed Fai Long is not important. Lu Xingzhou was quite happy and at ease, otherwise he would have to deal with it. But he didn't expect that Captain Chun on the other side didn't pursue the matter further. After a brief understanding of the situation, there was no further follow-up. He seemed to have said that this matter was handed over to someone else. Anyway, if they don't look for me, then it has nothing to do with Lu Xingzhou, because he has a lot of things to do now. And Why don't you come with me to the capital? This way we can still look after each other." After hearing this, my aunt hesitated for a moment. Then he said with some seriousness, "I've been in Shanghai City for so many years, and I have developed feelings for this place. If I were asked to move to another place and open a new store in a hurry, I would be reluctant to leave." Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou felt a little strange, because my aunt and I have always been the closest people in this world. She rarely says that she is reluctant to leave a place. However, Lu Xingzhou still chose to respect his aunt's opinion, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and said that he would go to Beijing for a while, but would be back soon. But secretly, Lu Xingzhou is still worried about his aunt's safety. It is not safe to rely on outsiders to protect his aunt. Besides, there is an unstable factor like Xiaoyu. It is really difficult for others to guard against her sneak attacks, except himself. So Lu Xingzhou arranged a Dharma body of his own to stay in Shanghai City to secretly protect Chuqing. This way there are no worries. On the other hand, saying goodbye to Sun Qi and the others was much simpler. Lu Xingzhou just left the sentence, "Good boy, take care of yourself." Of course, Sun Qi was totally dissatisfied with this. And he said more than once, "Do you dare to say this in front of my dad?" Of course, this is all a joke. Lu Xingzhou was not worried that Sun Qi's upgrade speed would be lagged behind, because no matter what, this kid is still a strong one among those with rare professions. If even he has difficulty upgrading, how can you let others survive? However, the upgrade speed is definitely not as fast as when you win easily by clearing the dungeon with yourself. On the other hand, when Zhao Qian heard that Lu Xingzhou was going to leave Jianghai for a while, she felt even more reluctant to let him go. "Boss, when will you come back?" "After playing with you, boss, I'm no longer used to playing with other ordinary people." Lu Xingzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to be more efficient in picking up items, Zhao Qian specially changed into a set of equipment that increased agility. The speed of running is very fast. If it was an ordinary map-clearing team, they would definitely not let her match the equipment like this. After all, you're good for nothing except running fast. What's the point of you being the only one running fast when all your teammates are wiped out? What? A marathon race with a monster to see who dies first? If Zhao Qian were to join another team later, she would have to buy and craft all the equipment again. Of course, Zhao Qian is not someone who cares about money. But if she left Lu Xingzhou, who would still treat her as a child? When Zhao Qian thought about the boss's concern for her, she couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Only with Lu Xingzhou did she feel the care from strangers. She often heard Lu Xingzhou tell her, "Go sit at the kids' table. Hey, the boss is actually going to Beijing. Why don't I sign up for the Beijing Academy and give it a try?" Judging from Zhao Qian's current performance, it should not be a problem for her to be admitted into the top 3 universities in the Federation. Although the admission standards for Shangjing Academy are strict, it does not mean that you cannot try. Just do it. At this time, Zhao Qian had already silently kept this idea in mind. On the other side, inside the Shanghai City Security Bureau, the Director of Public Security personally received Shun Xining, Dean Shun of Shangjing University, who was dressed in a white business suit. Shun Xining looked very capable in her white business suit, but the black-framed glasses on her pretty face gave her an intellectual beauty. Although she was the Dean of Shangjing Academy, she had only been in this position for a short time. She looked about the same age as Lu Xingzhou's aunt, probably around 27 or 28 years old. "Dean Shun, we would like to trouble you to help investigate this case. It's mainly this thing. It's really weird. This year, our Shanghai City's top scorer, Lu Xingzhou, actually defeated a level 39 second-level professional." After hearing this, Shun Xining showed a puzzled expression on his face. Shouldn't the top scorer in Shanghai City's exam be a senior high school student? Yes. The director of the sheriff's department nodded. Then he is probably at most in the early 10th level. Yes. The chief of public security nodded again. Shun Xining was silent. If the person who said this to me was not the director of Shanghai City Public Security Bureau, then she would probably think that someone was making fun of her. A senior high school student who is in his early 10th level and has not yet completed the second transformation, overcoming a level gap of more than 20 levels and defeating a top second-level professional? What a joke. Show me his information. After Shun Xining finished speaking, the staff member next to him quickly handed over Lu Xingzhou's information. She raised her right hand slightly and adjusted her black-framed glasses. He looked at the contents of the report with great interest. After reading Lu Xingzhou's basic information, she put down the thick report. Then he slowly opened his mouth. Take me to the scene. Public Security Department, in a storage room where evidence is displayed. The bodies of Fai Long and Fipio were lying there steadily, motionless. Fire-attributed magic. Moreover, the skill is of a very high grade. Shun Xining muttered silently to himself, recalling in his mind the skills that Lu Xingzhou had mastered as written in the report. Small Flame, Level 1. This is a skill that Lu Xingzhou obtained from the library of Jianghai No. 2 Middle School, and it is registered. But Shun Xining didn't believe at all that Lu Xingzhou really mastered this skill. A first-level skill simply cannot cause such horrific burning damage. At least a 7th-level skill. Shun Xining secretly made a judgment in his heart. Then, she carefully observed Fei Long's body. After observing carefully for a while, Shun Xining's eyebrows moved slightly, because she just discovered some problems. The direction of the flames burning, is it coming from 3 angles? Although there is no obvious evidence or traces from the outside. However, judging from the remaining traces of magic power, Shun Xining was very sure. Before Fai Long died, he was definitely attacked by 3 fire attacks of equal power. This made her feel very puzzled. How did this young man named Lu Xingzhou do it? After thinking for a moment, Shun Xining said to the chief of the Public Security Bureau and a group of staff next to him, "Please go out for a while and leave me a quiet space. I have some things to do." After hearing this, the chief of public security nodded slightly and quickly kicked everyone out. Let's go. When the room was completely empty, Shun Xining came to Fei Long again. Then he took off a ring with a somewhat strange shape and slowly bent down. Pressed his right hand on the ground. "In my name, obey my command. The dead resurrected." Chapter 100 I think it's worth looking forward to. Lu Xingzhou and Su Ruyun set off together and went to Shanjing. This was the first time he had left Jianghai City since he was a child. Whether in the previous life or this life, in every sense, this is Lu Xingzhou's first time. In fact, it's not just Lu Xingzhou. For the vast majority of people, no matter how big the world is, no matter how wonderful the world outside is, the scope of ordinary people's lives is always limited to a small corner. Fate has already defined a scope of life for ordinary people. Many people try their best, but can only gently test the edge of this defined range. Just a taste of it would have wasted most people's energy. Lu Xingzhou sighed slightly. In fact, the so-called destiny is nothing more than a way for those vested interests to consolidate their position. It's just a shackle forced upon ordinary people. This is the story of the 33 tales of silver. For the vast majority of people in life, just being alive is already the best they can do. Lu Xingzhou knew that he would definitely meet more people who disliked him in the future. They certainly don't want to see a low-level professional. A mediocre magic apprentice climbed up from the bottom, even climb onto their heads. However, Lu Xingzhou liked to see their expressions as if they were unhappy with him but couldn't do anything about it. "What are you thinking about, kid?" Su Ruyun saw that Lu Xingzhou seemed absent-minded, so she took the initiative to speak and asked with a smile. At this time, the two were sitting in the back seat of the black business car. The car's rear space is large, and the leather seats can comfortably accommodate 2 people. On the small wine table next to the chair, there is a wide variety of expensive wines. At this time, Su Ruyun was shaking the second goblet in her hand, swirling the crystal amber liquid in the glass. Su Ruyun has a pair of long and beautiful legs that are almost as amazing as Su Ruyun's. But compared to her sister, Su Ruyun's legs appear more plump and fleshy. The edge of the black stockings was gently pulled in, making it impossible to take your eyes off it. Especially when she spoke close to Lu Xingzhou's ear, the 2 long legs squeezed together hard, which added a special charm. Even Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but take a few more glances. Ahem, who turned on my automatic aiming? Lu Xingzhou pondered in his heart, but on the surface, he shrugged as if nothing had happened and said, "It's okay. I don't like drinking anyway. I was just daydreaming." "Well, let's chat." Lu Xingzhou actually had no interest in chatting. Was it because his legs were ugly? But, since Su Ruyun has already spoken, Lu Xingzhou still cooperated and asked, "What to talk about?" Su Ruyun moved closer, then narrowed her eyes slightly, and said charmingly, "Have you and my sister confirmed your relationship?" Lu Xingzhou's mouth twitched, then he shook his head slightly and said, "No." Su Ruyun stretched out her voice and said, then she took another sip of the wine in the glass and said, So, are you interested in my sister? I heard from her that you're also planning to apply for the Beijing Academy, right? Lu Xingzhou felt that Su Riyun's sister really had a bit of a gossipy spirit in her. Could it be that gossip is her true nature? Shangjing Academy is the best school in the federal government. If you want to challenge yourself, you will naturally apply here. Lu Xingzhou answered calmly. At this moment, Su Riyun's eyes suddenly became sharper, as if she wanted to see through Lu Xingzhou. You didn't answer my question. Are you interested in my sister? Lu Xingzhou pondered for a moment, not knowing why. He, who never cared about other people's opinions, subconsciously touched the tip of his nose at this moment. Then, he raised his head and said, Of course, I'm a little worried about her. You know, there are a lot of bad people in this society. However, before Lu Xingzhou could continue to find some legitimate reasons and excuses for his actions, Su Riyun suddenly smiled. Then, as if talking to himself, Sister, did you hear that? They said they are worried about you. Lu Xingzhou. Then, he saw Su Riyun rummaging around in his arms and finding his cell phone. Although the phone interface showed that the call was in progress, the person on the other end did not say a word. Then he quickly hung up the phone. There was a beep. On the other end of the phone, Su Riyun's face turned red instantly. He was still mumbling softly. I'm a star-level professional. How can you be worried about me? You're so stupid. She said this. You can also convince yourself and make yourself believe it. However, Su Riyun's clenched fists unconsciously formed a layer of fine beads of sweat due to excitement. But she was completely unaware. On the other side, after Su Riyun hung up the phone, she smiled for a long time like a victorious general. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, young people's love is so beautiful. We haven't talked about this kind of thing yet. We're just friends. Lu Xingzhou corrected sternly. Oh yes, my friend, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Although Su Riyun's face was full of disbelief, she still said this, giving Lu Xingzhou enough face. Lu Xingzhou held his forehead with one hand and sighed helplessly. It seemed that she had had enough fun, and Su Riyun quickly changed the topic of the conversation. Yes, this is 1 million gold coins, enough for your 2-day dungeon entrance fee. Before you get off the bus, exchange contact information with me. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Of course, if my sister is busy, she won't answer the call. Lu Xingzhou took the bag containing 1 million gold coins. Then, he put it in his own prop column. Now Lu Xingzhou's total assets have reached 3 million gold coins. In fact, including the rewards from school and the materials he had sold from dungeons, Lu Xingzhou's assets were already close to 4 million gold coins. But he left some money for Chu Qing, partly for the purpose of redecorating the store. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou also asked Yu Wanqiu to purchase some protective equipment. It can be regarded as another guarantee for Chu Qing. After all, I'm not in Shanghai, so I still have to be fully prepared. So, he only has 3 million left in his hands now. However, this is an astronomical figure for a student like Lu Xingzhou, who has just graduated. After seeing Lu Xingzhou put the money away, Su Riyun gave him a few more instructions and said, You still have 20 minutes until your arrival. Remember what your sister said. Don't trust anyone out there. The wild dungeons around Shangjing are full of mixed people, and the crazy people gathered there are not ordinary people. It is much more dangerous than a small place like Jianghai City. Lu Xingzhou nodded. He would pay attention to these things, even without her telling him. Su Riyun finally added, By the way, none of them know my true identity. I was recruited anonymously into the team. So don't reveal my identity, brother. Lu Xingzhou glanced at her, and then suddenly asked a question. Are you hiding your identity like this to avoid someone? Combined with what you said at the time about overthrowing the Su family, Lu Xingzhou lowered his voice a bit and looked at the driver in the front row. But at this time, Su Riyun smiled and said, Don't worry, he can be trusted. And you, little brother, there are many things I can't tell you right now, so don't ask. But if you reach the 4th level in the future, maybe you can help a little. Lu Xingzhou's eyes moved slightly. For turns? Only professionals above level 60 are called 4th turn. They're the top professionals who are qualified to have access to 9th level skills. Lu Xingzhou guessed that this matter must involve quite a bit, so I didn't ask any more questions. Good. He responded and didn't say anything else until he got off the car. But after he left, the driver slowly said, Ms. Su, do you think you will be able to join us in the future? Su Riyun touched her chin, then slowly said, Who knows, but I think he has the potential. Although he is young, He sees things more clearly than most people. Besides, I think he wants to overthrow the Su family more strongly than any of us. The driver nodded. He's really smart and sharp, but he's just a magic apprentice. His ceiling may not be high. Suryun did not comment, but just said very calmly, "Then let us wait and see." After the car drove a distance, the driver suddenly asked, "Ms. Su, can you answer a question I have?" "I'm in a good mood today, let's talk." Suryun shook her wine glass and spoke slowly. "I want to ask you, why did you let him participate in this copy?" While the driver was driving, he unconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. If I remember correctly, this copy of the Nightmare Library should be part of the required courses at the Shangjing Academy, right? And this is not a copy that ordinary freshmen can access. Hearing this, Su Ryun raised the corner of her mouth slightly. "Because I talked to Bai Xingyang a few days ago, he plans to let Lu Xingzhou participate in the military district competition. Before that, Lu Xingzhou must reach level 20. If we upgrade step by step, it will be very stressful. Besides, if he's in the dungeon, maybe I can get the Overlord rune I want." The driver nodded, as if he understood, and then returned to driving. But in fact, the driver secretly complained in his heart that the market price of the Domination rune was more than 10 million gold coins, a super rare item. You have been secretly arranging it for so long, but still haven't gotten it. Isn't it a bit too optimistic to expect Lu Xingzhou to help you get it? However, Su Ryun just smiled slightly at this time. I think we can look forward to it. Chapter 101, You Are a Magic Apprentice. The edge of Shangjing, the dungeon jungle area. There are many regional copies within this range. Both in quantity and quality, they are much higher than the regional copies in Jianghai City. This is very strange. Shangjing is more developed than other cities. There are even more copy resources. Lu Xingzhou followed the contact information given by Su Ryun and reunited with the professional team. They agreed to meet at a tavern in a camp in No Man's Land. It is more than 200 kilometers away from the edge of Shangjing City, but it is very close to various outdoor dungeons. Therefore, this place should be considered as one of the few supply bases for professionals. There are simple supply stations, small hotels, taverns, and even a black market street dedicated to trading. After Lu Xingzhou walked into the pub, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol, sweat, and some people's vomit. Instantly he frowned, revealing a bitter mask. Fortunately, Lu Xingzhou still has strong endurance. After he adjusted himself briefly, he went straight to the table at the back. There were 4 people sitting at that table. A muscular man wearing a turban was drinking with a generous girl next to him. Sitting next to him was a frail scholar wearing glasses who looked sickly. The remaining one was a 50-year-old man sitting at the corner of the table, drinking lemonade. His drink choice was a little odd for this 50-year-old man. In Lu Xingzhou's stereotype, they would prefer to drink strong liquor neat without ice. Lemonade? Well, very creative. The boss asked me to take the last position in the Nightmare Library dungeon. Lu Xingzhou came to the table and interrupted everyone. The 4 people at the table all turned their eyes and looked at Lu Xingzhou next to them. Then, the muscular man in the turban said, "You're the one who made the appointment with us. The boss asked you to come, are you sure?" The muscular man looked Lu Xingzhou up and down. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with this young boy with a green face. He clinked his glass with the girl who looked very generous, then drank it all in one gulp, and said to himself, "Oh, I really don't know what this boss is thinking. We found an old man with some weak glasses, and now little brats who haven't even grown all their hair are here. Huh, this is fucking terrible." The muscular man wearing a turban looked at Lu Xingzhou and said, "Let me check your identity. Tell me, what is the boss name?" He was recruited anonymously by the team. Are you kidding me? Lu Xingzhou was not fooled at all and spoke directly. Hearing this, a light flashed in the muscular man's drunken eyes. Then, he touched the back of his head and spoke carelessly. "Oh yes, I forgot. Okay, since you want to join our team, tell us about your basic attributes and skills first. We don't want to be in a situation where we don't know what skills you have when the fight starts." Lu Xingzhou looked at the muscular man in front of him and knew that the other party was deliberately testing him. But unfortunately, the means are too low level. Lu Xingzhou did not hide it and directly revealed his information panel. However, at the moment when Lu Xingzhou showed his attribute panel, the few people who were drinking just now were stunned for a moment. "You're a fucking magic apprentice?" Looking at everyone's surprised eyes, Lu Xingzhou shrugged lightly. What's wrong? Everyone didn't know what to say because they really didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou was just a magic apprentice. This is fucking a joke. Although these 4 people are not considered to be the top strong ones in the same level. However, the muscular man with the turban and the weak glasses is a rare profession no matter what. The strength should not be underestimated. The generous girl and the 50-year-old man are both high-level professionals. At least it can provide positive help to the team. And Lu Xingzhou, a low-level professional? Are you kidding me? The muscular man's face had turned gloomy. He tightened his grip a little and crushed the wine glass. Crack. He stood up, came to Lu Xingzhou, and said, "Kid, I don't care who asked you to join this team, but I can't allow a loser like you who will only cause trouble to join us." Lu Xingzhou said calmly, "All of this is the boss's request. If you're not satisfied, you can find him. You kid, don't *King use your boss to pressure me. Since you're not afraid, then go and talk to him. Why bother competing with me?" Lu Xingzhou smiled, then waved his hand, unwilling to pay any more attention to him. Although the muscular man was a little unhappy with Lu Xingzhou, everyone was doing the job for money. After thinking for a moment, he finally swallowed his words and didn't say anything more. Lu Xingzhou sat down and ordered himself a glass of iced Coke. He doesn't like drinking, and he's been unable to get used to it for a long time. When the iced cola was served, he drank it with a straw and said to the remaining people, "You guys will be teammates in the next few days, so please introduce yourselves to each other." The somewhat generous woman looked at Lu Xingzhou and thought that this young man was very interesting. Although he doesn't look very old, he looks like a student who just graduated from high school. But his words and actions, as well as his calm style of dealing with such situations. But everyone felt that Lu Xingzhou had a maturity and composure beyond his age. "My name is Yihua. My profession is a Bao mage. My level is 20, and my current combat power is 29 stars. The generous woman said with a smile, obviously not disgusted with Lu Xingzhou. "You could just call me Glasses. Anyway, there are always people saying that Glasses is my true self. My profession is Summoner, currently level 20, combat power 31 stars. In the corner, the frail man with glasses spoke in a gloomy voice and introduced himself. Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly, then turned and looked at the 50-year-old man. The latter had almost finished the drink in his cup. It seemed that he really liked drinking lemonade. For some reason, Lu Xingzhou always felt that this 50-year-old man was secretly looking at him from time to time. Because when I look at him, he always looks away unconsciously. Maybe it's an illusion? My name is Shirdali. I don't have much education, so I'll just follow your instructions. My profession is Shield Knight, and my current level is 20, with a combat power of 25 stars. After the 50-year-old man finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to the turban man. At this time, the burly man with the turban saw that everyone had introduced themselves. Then he could only snort coldly and said lightly, "Just call me Turban. That's the name I used when I was in the underworld. As for my profession," he directly showed his information panel. Level 20 rare professional, wandering swordsman. Combat power rating 33 stars. It can be said that among the people present, the strength of the headscarf is the strongest. No wonder he showed great disdain when he looked at Lu Xingzhou. "We'll start the action tomorrow. Don't hold me back, okay? If you are strong, you will naturally speak with confidence." Although no one elected a captain, it was obvious that no one objected to what the turban said. But this time, Yihua said, "Don't worry, Turban. In fact, the fighting power of the few of us is enough to challenge the Nightmare Library. There's only this little brother, Lu Xingzhou. He just needs to help pick up the props." Lu Xingzhou was slightly stunned. Wow, it really is true what happens. Someone actually asked me to come to the dungeon to help pick up items. What the hell? Are you kidding me? If Sun Chi knew about this, he would probably laugh at himself for half a year. The man in the turban looked at Lu Xingzhou and then nodded. I think what Yihua said makes sense. With Lu Xingzhou's combat capability, it doesn't matter whether he has it or not. It would be better to let him pick up items and then give him less of the spoils from the copy. Everyone is happy. It's settled. We'll set off on time at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Chapter 102, are you kidding me? The next morning, everyone gathered outside the copy gate. Lu Xingzhou did not rest very well that night, because it's really not safe here. At night, Lu Xingzhou could often hear various fighting sounds and screams coming from outside. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xingzhou would hear some and sounds coming from the hotel next door. Most likely, they think that the people next door have started having children again. But last night, Lu Xingzhou heard the sounds of and. Most likely someone died again. Without strength, You are not safe anywhere. Last night, Lu Xingzhou also felt that his door was opened stealthily. But for some reason, when Lu Xingzhou was about to take action, the man tactfully retreated. Considering that this kid was lucky, Lu Xingzhou did not pursue the matter too much. Otherwise, there would be another cold corpse on the streets this morning. Boy, what are you dawdling for? Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as Lu Xingzhou walked out of the door, he saw the man in the headscarf shouting at him impatiently at the door. Lu Xingzhou looked at the time, and it was not yet 8 o'clock. So he was not in a hurry and just walked forward slowly. The man in the turban felt annoyed when he saw Lu Xingzhou's nonchalant and arrogant look. Although he urged him several times, Lu Xingzhou did not give him any face. Anyway, he just walked on his own and came in front of the crowd. Seeing that everyone had gathered, they didn't hesitate and went directly to the location of the copy. After all, everyone comes out to make money. Time is money. They still understand this truth. The man with the turban led everyone to the outside of the copy. The entrance fee is 100,000 gold coins per person. After that, we will prepare for the next dungeon. Everyone took out 100,000 gold coins from their own prop bars and handed them to the turban. The next copy will be 500,000 gold coins. This is quite a luxury. The gold coins piled up together, attracting the attention of people around. As I said, the visual impact of so many gold coins put together is really terrifying. However, none of the people around them had the idea of robbing them. After all, those who dare to challenge the Nightmare Library are no ordinary people. Everyone has heard about the difficulty of the Nightmare Library. The dense rain of monster bullets can drown all invading enemies. In other words, if you don't have enough experience or strength, trying to challenge it would be tantamount to committing suicide. So everyone around just looked at Lu Xingzhou, and their team slowly walked into the Nightmare Library copy. After paying the entrance fee and choosing the copy, the turban wanted to choose the normal level of difficulty. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly said, "Why not choose warrior level difficulty?" The man in the turban looked at Lu Xingzhou, who was talking next to him, as if he was looking at a fool. It's still warrior level difficulty. Do you know that it's already difficult to fight ordinary level enemies with a loser like you? If the boss hadn't asked you to join the team, I would have kicked you out long ago. Do you understand? However, as the captain of the entire team, he still had to show some captain's demeanor on his first day in office. So he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's try the normal level first, and see if we can get through it. I just think that warrior level difficulty might give me a better chance of getting what the owner wants." Lu Xingzhou spoke again, looking innocent. At this time, Hihua suddenly spoke up to smooth things over for Lu Xingzhou. "Little brother, you may not know much about the difficulty of the warrior level. It is several times more difficult than the normal level. Let's try to see if we can beat the normal level first. If we can, we could try the adventure level later." Although Lu Xingzhou really wanted to say at this time that this warrior level difficulty was not difficult to beat. I have played several copies of the record. However, Lu Xingzhou thought that it was better to have less trouble than more, so he decided to give it a try first. Maybe the difficulty of this Nightmare Library copy is really high. Lu Xingzhou nodded and said nothing more. Seeing that the boy didn't continue to pester him, the man with the turban chose the copy and set the difficulty to normal level. Then a white light flashed in front of everyone, and they entered the copy. After entering the copy, the surrounding environment changed instantly from a somewhat dilapidated and unattended environment. Instantly, I was in a high-end library that was elegant and noble, and if I smelled carefully, I could smell a faint scent of perfume. At this time, everyone at the scene felt something was unreal. "Are you the staff who are cleaning the library today?" Suddenly, a low voice echoed throughout the library and reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned their heads suddenly. At this time, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe and a strange mask who had appeared behind them without them knowing when. The turban was startled and immediately assumed a fighting stance. But his action was quickly stopped by Hihua beside him. "No, this is their curator. He won't attack us. He's just an ordinary NPC." After hearing this, the headscarf finally reacted. He naturally knew that there was a curator in this copy, and he was just subconsciously a little excited just now. It almost came to a head. At this time, the curator spoke again. "There are 6 rooms in the library. You can choose which room to enter first according to your own ideas. After completing all the tasks, you can come back to me to claim your rewards." After saying this, the purple-robed librarian left. Lu Xingzhou looked at the back of the library director and said silently, "This really can't be fought." The turban took a deep breath and kept his inner peace. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Fuck you. Stop saying those unrealistic things and go." Next to him, the weak man with glasses adjusted his glasses with his right hand and said gloomily, "I've heard of people attacking the curator before, but the ending was not good. They were wiped out directly, and only 2 professionals forcibly withdrew from the dungeon at the last moment. Otherwise, the whole army will be wiped out." Next to him, the 50-year-old man, Shirdali, also nodded. He had also heard of this rumor. In short, this curator is a dangerous person, so we'd better be careful. Hihua said. Lu Xingzhou didn't hesitate any longer. "Let's go. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, and blue. There are 6 rooms, each corresponding to 6 colors." The man with the turban led everyone to the first room. Red room. As everyone slowly walked in, the style of the room changed. The surrounding walls are covered with red decorations, with a very unified style and color. The moment they entered the room, they were on high alert. Glasses activate the skill, Twin Elves. Then 2 elemental elves, one black and one white, were summoned beside him. Shirdali also took out a huge shield from the prop space and blocked it in front of him. Hihua and Toussaint also took out their weapons from the prop bar. Seeing that Lu Xingzhou did not move, the turban urged, "What are you doing, kid? Hurry up and get your equipment." "Oh," Lu Xingzhou responded. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Xingzhou slowly took out one from his prop column. Broken wooden stick. Scarf. Are you fucking kidding me? Chapter 103. Tempering fire? Make a fortune. Everyone took out gold level shadow bow, dark gold level earth shield, dark gold level phantom staff, and dark gold level shadow sword. The broken wooden stick that Lu Xingzhou took out revealed an entry in everyone's eyes. Equipment name, wooden stick. Equipment evaluation, a wooden stick that can be found everywhere. Making fire may be its only use. Everyone was confused. My goodness, is this guy really not an actor? Holding a broken stick, are you here to make fun of me? Even if you can't afford gold level equipment, you should at least wear silver level equipment, right? A broken wooden stick. Can it add the slightest bit to my strength? But this was not the time for everyone to complain. The rows of cabinets displaying books in front of me began to become restless. Boom, boom. In the cabinets, rows of books began to float. There's a circle of crimson light surrounding these books. Monster name, Floating Book of Flame. Monster level, level 19. Combat power rating, 23 stars. Mastered skills, flame text, floating, self-combustion. Everyone get ready, the turban shouted. Hearing this, everyone was on high alert again. Shirdali's shield was directly inserted into the ground, blocking the crowd. As soon as the words fell, the books floating in the sky suddenly opened up, forming a large, densely packed area. The book was emitting a crimson glow, revealing the pages inside. Then, the words on the pages seemed to come alive. It actually broke free from the paper and blasted towards everyone. Bang! Like words attached with flames, they bombarded Shirdali's shield, causing a violent explosion. But this is just the beginning. More and more floating books of flame continued to rise in the sky. Then it came blasting over. Shirdali said directly, "Fuck them, I can't stand it anymore." At this time, Tushur and Hihua instantly lowered their center of gravity. The two aimed at the 2 books near them, and then instantly released their skills. 3 consecutive kills. Thousands of arrows fired at once. The 2 men's attacks were so fierce that they instantly shattered the 2 books in the sky. But before they could be happy, the attacks from other books instantly surrounded them. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the headscarf hit the ground, his feet suddenly pushed off the ground. He flashed directly back behind Shirdali's shield. Hihua also used her own body movement skill, Nippy Dodge. After a few quick moves, he hid behind the shield. The flaming words landed on the shield like a homing missile. Shirdali was struggling there with a grimace on his face. Ouch! Quick, give me some status. Although the shield can reduce most of the damage, it will still consume some of Shirdali's health. At this time, Glasses pondered and said, "Spirit of life, use healing." Beside him, the white elemental spirit opened its arms, and a healing array rose from the ground. Shirdali's condition recovered quickly. After the continuous bombing ended, all the characters on the open pages of the books floating in the sky were blasted away. Just when the opponent's attack ended and they were about to turn the page, The turban yelled, "Seize the opportunity, attack." Tujin and Hihua attacked again from the left and right. Glasses also joined the offensive and said directly, "Death Spirit, use dark bombing." The man in the headscarf rushed to the front, releasing his skills like chopping melons and vegetables, slashing out one sword beam after another. Hihua and the death elf with glasses were behind him, providing fire support to help him clear out the book monsters that had just turned the pages and could threaten him. But the gap left for everyone to output was not long, and most of the flame books had already completed the page turning again. Rows of words emitting red glow came again. Hihua and the others had no choice but to hide, because they also understood the tremendous power that the flames bombarding the shield caused. Therefore, everyone was neither arrogant nor greedy, waiting for the next opportunity to make a move. But just when everyone hid behind their shields again, Shirdali suddenly saw it out of the corner of his eye. The handsome young man standing beside him in a daze, Lu Xingzhou. "Fuck, you're crazy. Get out of here." Shirdali suddenly started shouting. When everyone turned around, they saw Lu Xingzhou standing nearby, staring at the dense flaming characters in the sky. "You're looking for death, you stupid boy." The man in the turban cursed inwardly, thinking that Lu Xingzhou was simply hopeless. Forget it, let him die. It was his own fault for not being strong enough. It has nothing to do with me. However, the generous woman could not just watch Lu Xingzhou die in vain. Ran out of the protection range of the shield. Before the flaming words in the sky fell, he grabbed Lu Xingzhou's collar. Then, he used the nimble dodge skill. Swoosh, swoosh. Several times, the flaming words fell close to her side. Passing by, Hihua's nimble dodge skill is a tier 4 skill in itself, and she has already enhanced the skill by +1, so her proficiency is very high. With Lu Xingzhou, he actually dodged several attacks. But just as she was about to return behind Shirdali's shield, several nearby fire books instantly launched 2 consecutive waves of attacks, directly blocking her 2-step dodge route. All blocked. This made Yihua feel very uncomfortable. Although she realized that something was wrong, due to inertia, it was impossible for her to completely change direction in such a short time. Broken. Yihua thought something was wrong, but she twisted her body with all her strength and avoided the attack with Lu Xingzhou. Bang! The flaming words did not hit Hihua's body directly, but still scratched her calf. The moment of being attacked, severe pain came from her calf, and Hihua fell directly to the ground. But fortunately, Shirdali moved a few steps in time. He stood in front of Hihua and Lu Xingzhou, blocking all subsequent attacks. "I'm here, are you okay?" Hihua looked at her calves. The burns from the flames had caused considerable damage to her calves. But fortunately, it was not fatal. "Fine," Hihua spoke, then turned to look at Lu Xingzhou beside her. "Don't be dazed on the battlefield." Although Lu Xingzhou wanted to say something, he knew that Hihua saved him completely out of kindness. So I didn't refute it, but said apologetically, "Sorry, I understand." Glasses came over with the spirit of life and said, "It's okay, I can treat it." Then, the spirit of life opened its hands, and the healing array in front of it rose instantly. Buzz. At the same time, Lu Xingzhou's mind moved, and he closed his eyes slightly. All things in the universe, the field expands. In an instant, the pain in Hihua's leg completely disappeared, and the wound healed visibly. It only took a moment for Hihua to be completely cured. Shirdali next to him exclaimed slightly, "Hey, how come her healing speed is so fast? It's so hidden." Even Hihua looked at the glasses with surprise and nodded slightly. As expected of a rare profession, the recovery speed of this treatment is really fast. When Glasses heard this, he lowered his head a little shyly. Thank you. This is what I should do." But having said that, Glasses muttered in confusion. "Is the healing speed of the spirit of life I summoned so fast? How come I didn't know?" Next to him, the man in the headscarf came to Lu Xingzhou with a serious face. He shouted harshly, "You little bastard, if you mess with me again, I'm going to kill you. Did you hear that?" Say, Lu Xingzhou didn't want to cause trouble, so he nodded. At this time, Hihua came over to comfort Lu Xingzhou and said, "Don't worry, little brother. Just be careful next time." "Good." Lu Xingzhou agreed verbally, but he wasn't actually in a daze just now. It was because the fire runes and the fire words showed different terms in his eyes. Item name, Fire of Refining. Item level, Rare. Effective use, chance to increase the upper limit of the power of fire skills. Item review. Few rebirth from the ashes, that's the feeling. Chapter 10 for no. He is alone solo. In fact, Lu Xingzhou really wanted to give it a try. What exactly is the effect of this so-called quenching fire? Permanently increase the fire attributes attack power TSK, TSK, TSK. This effect is really eye-catching. But Yihua saved him just now, which made Lu Xingzhou give up this idea. If you want to try it yourself and then end up involving other people, then the gain will not be worth it. So Lu Xingzhou kept this matter in his heart and quietly became a nobody in the team. Just follow your teammates first and try again when you have a chance. Along the way, Lu Xingzhou was beside them, releasing magic bullets to assist. Of course, it was a normal attack without the 3-piece set of frost jewelry, and it did not have the effect of the 6th-level skill Extreme Ice Storm. However, because of the blessing of the Eye of the Star's staff and the fact that Lu Xingzhou's basic attributes were already ridiculously high, therefore, even the damage of ordinary attacks is quite high. In addition, the character and professional configuration of the team, selected by Su Ruyun, is quite good. And except for him, everyone else is a 2nd-level professional. If you play normally, it is not difficult to complete this copy. After more than 40 minutes of tug-of-war, the crowd finally defeated all the floating books on the bookshelves in the Red Room. This room is very large and contains quite a lot of monsters. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou did obtain a large amount of experience value rewards. After finishing the first room, the man with the turban and the other 3 showed a trace of fatigue on their faces. But the copy has not been completed yet. There are still 5 rooms to be completed. So, they pick themselves up again and continue to fight in the next few copies. Finally, after more than 3 hours of hard work, they managed to complete the copy. I returned to the original hall and found the director of the library. The middle-aged man in a purple robe and a strange mask slowly spoke. You completed the mission and did a great job. The rewards will be distributed to you next. Book of Experience, 10,000 points, X5. Agility Rune, Rare Level, X2. Defense Rune, Rare Level, X2. Everyone was listening intently to what the purple robe curator was saying, and just when everyone was expecting him to say the words Dominant Rune, the other party's voice suddenly stopped at this moment. Next, you can leave. After saying this, the curator waved his hand and slowly walked back to the curator's office at the end of the corridor. In front of Lu Xingzhou and the others, a portal to leave the copy appeared. There's no Overlord Rune, damn. The turban spat and spoke a little unhappily. Agility Rune, Defense Rune. The effects of these 2 consumables are also very good and can improve the user's agility and defense attributes in a short period of time. However, compared to the effect of the Overlord Rune, it is incomparable. The Super Armor effect allows you to ignore the opponent's attacks. A top-level buff effect with continuous and efficient output. The strategic value is extremely high. Although the Overlord body is not invincible, it can definitely cause huge damage to the enemy in a life-and-death situation. This is why, although Sun Chi's Extreme Boxer is only a rare profession, its strength is comparable to many star-level professions. This is because after his 3rd transformation, his Extreme Boxing Master can learn a skill. Level 8 skill, Bad Armor. Therefore, the price of the Domination Rune far exceeds that of any other attribute rune. But this explosion rate is indeed a bit touching. Otherwise, it wouldn't be sold at such a sky-high price. Keep going. It's still early. I guess we can still do it twice today. Iwa said something. This dungeon can indeed gain a lot of experience, but the time it takes to clear the map is also much longer than that of ordinary dungeons. 3 swipes is their limit. After everyone left the dungeon, each of them paid 100,000 gold coins to the captain and then entered the dungeon again. But this time, when he was refreshing the map, Lu Xingzhou asked, "If we push down all the bookshelves, can we finish them all at once?" As a result, when Lu Xingzhou said this, others were still not willing to agree. Sure, Dolly couldn't sit still anymore. I don't agree. You want me to die? If they all fall down, I won't be able to handle it. Seeing Sure Dolly so excited, Lu Xingzhou smiled and waved his hand and said, "Well, I'm just making a hypothesis. Don't be so excited." But having said that, Lu Xingzhou still thought it was worth a try. After all, just because he can't bear it doesn't mean I can't bear it. This thing might be a terrifying attack to others. But for myself, there are only benefits and no harm. Maybe it can even help strengthen yourself. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou still wanted to give it a try. However, He didn't find any good opportunity to try this time, and it took him more than 3 hours to clear the level for the second time with the team. By the third time, everyone in the team was a little tired. Even though physical injuries can be healed with life-restoring potions, mental fatigue cannot. Although there are medicines that can remove mental fatigue, they're too expensive. For professional hunters like them whose purpose is to make money, it is definitely not cost-effective to use that kind of potion. In fact, it is not impossible for them to play another game despite being tired, but today is only the first day and there will be opportunities later. So the turban just thought for a moment and said to everyone, "Let's go back and rest today, then regroup and fight again tomorrow." After saying this, everyone agreed. Lu Xingzhou was also very happy after hearing everyone's reactions. Okay. Finally found an opportunity to act alone. Okay, then you guys go back first. I'll stay here for a while. The man in the headscarf looked at Lu Xingzhou with a strange look and said, "You kid, don't you think you didn't perform well today and want to review it carefully? You are still ambitious. You know you've held our team back today." Lu Xingzhou didn't say much, just nodded and responded casually, because at this point, he was already getting impatient. After the headscarf left, Glasses and the others followed. Before leaving, Hihua looked at Lu Xingzhou more and said, "Be careful, it's very chaotic here at night." Lu Xingzhou nodded, thinking that Hihua was quite enthusiastic. This kind of personality is not common among professional hunters who live on the edge of a knife. After everyone left, Lu Xingzhou walked around and took out 100,000 gold coins from his item bar. He walked slowly into the dungeon alone. Many other professionals around were slightly stunned after seeing this scene. Me? This kid's teammates have all left, but he's going into the Nightmare Library copy alone? Is he crazy? Many professional hunters nearby were discussing. Instead of wasting 100,000 gold coins, you might as well give me the money. Who says it's not true? We spent so much money, but in the end, there was no effect. It was all in vain. There are such fools in the world who don't know their own limitations, haha. And while they were talking, next to them, a few people who looked like students also saw Lu Xingzhou's back as he entered the dungeon. Was that also a student? A blonde boy with a cross on his chest spoke slowly. He didn't have an expression of wanting to watch the fun. He was simply asking a question. The other people nearby also slowly spoke up at this time. From his appearance, it seems so, but he shouldn't be a student of our Shangjing Academy. I don't know, but how dare he enter the dungeon alone? While everyone was discussing, the blonde boy slowly spoke again. Ignorance is bliss, but we don't have time to pay attention to others. After all, our goal is to complete the Nightmare Library dungeon before entering school. Everyone nodded. Obviously, they had the same goal. And they also regarded Lu Xingzhou as a representative of the ignorant and fearless. On the other side, Lu Xingzhou has already entered the copy and is ready to start the challenge. Chapter 105. Absorb the enemy's bullets. Instance name, Nightmare Library. Restriction level, 15-21 levels. Recommended number of people, 4 to 5. Recommended combat power, 25 stars or above ordinary level. After entering the dungeon, Lu Xingzhou did not choose the normal level, but the adventure level, because he felt that the difficulty of the ordinary level would not pose much threat to him even if he dealt with it alone. But this is just an attempt after all. To be conservative, he has not chosen the warrior level difficulty. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou looked at the slightly familiar room in front of him. He was already a little eager to try. At this time, the curator was wearing a purple robe and a strange mask. His voice also sounded again from behind Lu Xingzhou. After receiving the task, Lu Xingzhou went directly into the first room, the red room. After entering the room, all the flaming floating books on the surrounding bookshelves entered combat mode. These floating books, burning with blazing flames, stood in front of Lu Xingzhou from above. Countless characters wrapped in the light of flames poured down like heavy rain. Bom strapia. If the other people in the turban team saw this scene, they would definitely avoid it. However, Lu Xingzhou had no intention of fighting. Instead, he opened his arms and directly met their attacks. Call! The moment the characters wrapped in flames touched Lu Xingzhou's body, not only did it not explode, but it turned into a stream of light and entered his body. The flames seemed to have merged into his body, as if they were completely consumed. It really works. Lu Xingzhou was delighted. And at the moment the flame entered Lu Xingzhou's body, he also felt a strange energy merging into his body. That flame was like a naughty child running around in his blood vessels. Does the Monkey King know? Just as they were lawless when they attacked the Lingxiao Palace, this flame is just like that. One can even say that when the Monkey King went to the Lingxiao Palace to cause trouble, it was all because of the human relationships, and he more or less kept some face. But this little flame is completely different. It gave Lu Xingzhou almost no face at all, and the terrifying flames quickly spread throughout his limbs and bones. It made every part of his skin feel like it was burning. And that's not all. As more and more attacks fell on Lu Xingzhou, more and more quenching fire was absorbed into his body. Although this terrifying little flame looked small, its temperature and destructive power were much stronger than he had imagined. In an instant, Lu Xingzhou felt as if his body was about to explode in flames. It was so uncomfortable that he even grimaced in pain at one point. No one told me this thing actually hurts so much. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou still gritted his teeth and persevered, because he knows that the greater the pain this thing brings in the beginning, the greater the benefits will be in the future. As the characters on the page of the floating flaming book in front of him were unfolded, they were all absorbed by Lu Xingzhou. In between turning the pages, Lu Xingzhou also had time to catch his breath. He concentrated his mind and used all his strength to digest these violent little fires raging in his body. A moment later, Lu Xingzhou suddenly heard a notification sound in his ear indicating that his personal information panel had changed. After being baptized by the fire of refinement, you have successfully increased your fire resistance by 1 point. After being baptized by the fire of refinement, you have successfully increased your fire resistance by 3 points. After being baptized by the fire of refinement, you have successfully increased your fire damage by 1 point. After being baptized by the fire of refinement, you have successfully increased your fire damage by 2 points. As more and more tempering fire was digested by Lu Xingzhou, the pain in his body gradually eased, and he also felt a force gradually rising in his body. Is this the benefit of the quenching fire? Lu Xingzhou shook his head slightly, feeling a little emotional. Although Lu Xingzhou felt that he had just absorbed a lot of fire character attacks, the ratio that could bring improvements to his body was not 1-to-1. At present, this thing is still a probabilistic event. After most of the tempering fire was absorbed and digested by Lu Xingzhou, it failed to improve his physical fitness. But that's not a problem, because there will be a second wave, and a third wave, and even more attacks. Lu Xingzhou smiled, and at this time, the flaming floating books in the sky had also finished turning the pages. Then the second wave of baptism of trial fire came again. After the second and third waves of baptism, Lu Xingzhou felt that his acceptance of this flame was gradually increasing. The pain also subsided slightly. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and felt that the efficiency was a little slow. Then a bold idea emerged in his mind. Fuck, let's try knocking down all these bookshelves. Then Lu Xingzhou fired several magic bullets from the staff in his hand, knocking down all the cabinets in the room. In an instant, densely packed flaming floating books all appeared in the air. If any other team saw such a scene, their scalp would probably tingle. Especially Sherdali. He was probably about to burst into tears when he saw this scene. But Lu Xingzhou was extremely happy. Wonderful, wonderful. Let the storm come even harder. Lu Xingzhou's face was calm, and he opened his arms to welcome the various fire rune attacks that fell from the sky like raindrops. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying, tempering fire was like a tsunami along the river, sweeping through every vein and corner of his body. His body continued to enjoy the baptism of the tempering fire, and the pain gradually turned into a feeling of comfort. But before long, all the runes on every page of all the books had been blasted away. Now all the pages of the books have become blank, with no more words or symbols that can be used for attack. In short, it's just hollowed out. The floating, flaming book, without any means of attack, seemed to be angry and humiliated. He actually set himself on fire. Call! In an instant, many burning fireworks appeared in the sky. It's quite spectacular. Lu Xingzhou's ears also kept hearing reminders of gaining experience. It was as if a girlfriend suddenly sent me a WeChat message after I finished playing a game. Direct explosion. No wonder Su Riyun said that this dungeon provides more experience. It's too exaggerated to destroy them all in one go. In fact, the individual experience of the monsters here is not much different from that in normal copies. However, the Nightmare Library copy is superior in that there are so many monsters here. If it weren't for the fact that every time Lu Xingzhou cleared a map, his experience would be divided equally into 3 parts. He would have been leveled up long ago after clearing these dungeons. And then orange, red, green, cyan, and blue. Lu Xingzhou used the same method to clear these 5 rooms. When you enter, push down all the bookshelves first, then stand there and get beaten. Anyway, the attacks of these floating books are of only benefit to me, with no harm. And the most important thing is that after the attack of these books is over, they will activate the backup hidden energy to self-destruct. Hey, Lu Xingzhou finished the map happily while eating hot pot and singing songs. This copy, which is considered extremely difficult by others, has become a holiday resort for Lu Xingzhou. Isn't it beautiful? It seems that this Nightmare Library dungeon is not difficult even at the adventure level. How about trying the warrior level next time? Maybe you'll get more benefits. Lu Xingzhou nodded and thought with great satisfaction. On the other side, not long after Lu Xingzhou entered, the team of the blonde boy also entered the Nightmare Library copy. The difficulty they chose was also adventure level. However, after a hard battle, they came to completely opposite conclusions from Lu Xingzhou. This Nightmare Library is too difficult. I'll just play the normal level later. Chapter 106, I exploit myself. Because Lu Xingzhou has been absorbing the enemy's attacks, there was no smooth progress. Therefore, the time to complete this copy is not too fast. But Lu Xingzhou didn't care about the so-called copy records anyway. After all, the best thing was to improve himself. After leaving the copy, Lu Xingzhou suddenly thought of another thing. Why? Then, can my Dharma body clear the dungeon by itself? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou secretly summoned his Dharma body and asked him to wait beside him for a while. After you enter the dungeon, try to see if your Dharma body can also enter the dungeon. If it were possible, wouldn't it be double the joy? This time, Lu Xingzhou chose a warrior-level difficulty copy and entered directly, as his figure disappeared in the copy interface. Outside the copy, another beam of teleportation light lit up. The blonde boy who had just entered the copy and his teammates were teleported out at this time. After the battle, just now, they can be said to have played all their cards. The difficulty of the adventure level was far beyond their imagination. Everyone originally planned to exit the dungeon directly in the first room, but their self-esteem as top talents kept them going. By the time they reached the 3rd room, everyone's condition was really not good, and they had no choice but to leave the dungeon. But the good news is that they only lost some experience points and dropped some common consumable materials. The rare equipment and some rare items on his body did not fall off. This dungeon is indeed quite difficult. Rashly challenging the adventure level is not something we can tackle at the moment. The blonde boy wearing a cross spoke slowly. Because their levels are not high, only level 17 and 18. At present, the second transfer has not been completed. Everyone knows that there is a default rule. When challenging a dungeon, one usually has to play within the dungeon's level cap. For example, the level of this copy is 1521. Most people will challenge the Nightmare Library when they are above level 20. At this moment, they are actually jumping through levels to clear the dungeon. What's more, this is a copy that spans the 1st and 2nd stages. If they were allowed to complete the 2nd transformation before challenging the Nightmare Library, then this adventure level difficulty would not be a challenge for them. However, you have to know that they are just a group of 1st level professionals at this time. Let's adjust our state and try the normal level difficulty later. I think judging from our performance just now, it shouldn't be a problem to clear the normal level. The blonde boy wearing the cross hesitated for a moment. Although he had failed just now, it did not dampen the sharpness in his eyes. Because failure is the mother of success. It is already a remarkable thing that they have the courage to challenge this copy of a higher level. And they don't believe that others will do better than them. So everyone started to adjust their status outside the copy. At this moment, someone in the team suddenly said, "I wonder how the boy who just went in alone is doing." The others also remembered the handsome young man they saw entering the copy alone before they entered the copy. Who knows? Most likely he found out that he couldn't beat the dungeon at all, so he quietly quit. But that person is still quite interesting. It's rare to find such an idiot who doesn't know his own limitations. Everyone nodded and didn't take it seriously. They would not even think that Lu Xingzhou had the ability to clear the Nightmare Library alone. However, at this moment, they suddenly saw a young man in a black robe sneaking to the door of the copy. Then he took out 100,000 gold coins from his pocket. Right in front of them, They walked into the portal to the Nightmare Library copy. Did another person go in just now? And it seems he went in alone? Everyone was silent. What happened today? They originally thought that they were already very amazing and courageous for challenging the Nightmare Library copy before completing the second transformation. But there's still experts here? Could it be that this person is also a fool who overestimates his own abilities? Everyone was confused and were left in disarray by the wind. On the other side, Lu Xingzhou felt that his Dharma body had also successfully entered the copy. I couldn't help feeling excited. Can my Dharma body really clear dungeons alone like me? If that's really the case, then it will be much easier to level up by clearing dungeons by yourself. It was just when his Dharma body really started to clear the copy. Lu Xingzhou discovered that although his Dharma body was able to enter the copy and go through the clearance process normally, but there's a small problem. That is, after one's Dharma body defeats the monster, there is no normal experience reward. After his Dharma body killed the monster disappeared out of thin air as if nothing had happened. However, the experience points did not go to Lu Xingzhou. Killing is a waste of time? This made Lu Xingzhou feel a little confused. Come on, I paid a full 100,000 gold coins for the entrance fee. Am I going a little too far by playing with me like this? But fortunately, the effects of the tempering fire and other rune attacks are no different when they act on Lu Xing's Hufa than when they act on himself. There's a chance to increase your fire resistance and fire damage. Moreover, whether it is equipment or materials, the normal drops are no different from usual. It's just that the experience points gained from killing monsters will not be dropped. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou felt better. After all, his money was not wasted. But at this moment, he couldn't help thinking. It seems that using my Dharmakaya to gain extra experience points is not an option. I'm happy for nothing. However, one can use the fire of trial to temper one's body and increase some permanent attributes. In fact, the value of this aspect is far higher than the value of gaining some experience points. In general, by spending more than 100,000 gold coins, you can get an opportunity to permanently improve your attributes. It's not a loss anymore. It can even be said that there is some small profit. After all, if you're lucky enough to get a rare item like the Overlord rune, it would be worth tens of millions. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou felt that he should let his Dharma body continue to clear the dungeon in the future. This can be considered an opportunity to make a small investment for a big gain. On both sides, Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body were constantly absorbing the enemy's bullets. The way they fought made the floating books in the dungeon confused. Good man, you are not a human being, right? It's cheating, right? Why is it that the more we fight, the more excited this guy becomes? You're very happy, right? Sometimes, when they were turning the pages, Lu Xingzhou would even mutter a few words beside them. Why are you so slow? Why don't you send the second wave of attack? Hurry up. They rely on the floating books. They are monsters existing in the copy and do not have things like blood pressure. Otherwise, wouldn't their blood pressure have skyrocketed due to Lu Xingzhou's anger? After Lu Xingzhou finished the last dungeon, he had used up all the opportunities to enter the 5 dungeons for the day. But although he can rest, his Dharma body cannot rest. Do you understand what the face of a capitalist is? What is a ruthless person? This is a ruthless person. I exploit myself. Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body continued to work diligently, continued to endure the quenching fire and the baptism of other runes. After Lu Xing, he realized that after his Dharma body returned to his original body, the various attributes he had improved would be added to his original body accordingly. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou does not need to be polite to his Dharma body. But after working diligently for a whole day on the dungeon, after Lu Xingzhou spent a full 1 million gold coins, he came to a conclusion. In this dungeon, there is no such thing as a hegemony rune. Chapter 107. Do you think he died in the dungeon? You should know that Lu Xingzhou in his own Dharma body refreshed it a total of 10 times. During these 10 copies, he obtained a total of 6 defense runes, 3 strength runes, 2 mental runes, and 5 agility runes, and a total of 8 experience book props with 10,000 experience points. But I didn't see even a single domineering rune. Okay, this explosion rate is so touching. But Lu Xingzhou was not discouraged. After all, this is something even Su Ruyun wants to get. It is normal to be a little rare and less common. However, with the previous experiences in the Stone Giant City and the Lost Forest, Lu Xingzhou was thinking, does this so-called nightmare library also have a mechanism to trigger hidden copies? If the hidden mechanism can be triggered, can the probability of obtaining the hegemony rune be increased? In fact, Lu Xingzhou didn't know much about this hidden mechanism. Including the 2 previous times when the hidden mechanism was triggered, it was actually just accidental. If we really have to talk about who knows the most about this kind of dungeon strategy, it would probably be Qin Xian. Although I did break the opponent's record 1, 2, 3 times before. But Lu Xingzhou had to admit that they were indeed professional in this area. So, Lu Xingzhou wanted to find a time to ask and see if Qin Xian had any ideas. Of course, Lu Xingzhou was not naive enough to think that the other party would help him unconditionally, and he had offended the Blood Knights Guild many times in public. It's not logical that the other party would help me, right? But, as the saying goes, success depends on human effort. If Lu Xingzhou himself doesn't have enough face, he can seek help from others. For example, Bai Xingyang. This is what Lu Xingzhou was thinking. If the domineering rune still doesn't appear tomorrow, then I can only use my personal connections a little bit. Just as Lu Xingzhou was thinking, there was a sudden flash of light at the door of the copy, and 5 people came out. The 5 people's expressions could not hide their excitement. They looked at each other, their faces revealing unspeakable joy. Finally, I cleared the level. Hard work pays off. Haha. Thanks to Gabriel's final 5th level skill, Holy Light Judgment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for us to pass the level. Captain Phil, thank you so much. Gabriel, the blonde boy with a cross on his chest. He nodded slightly to everyone as a response. Everyone's expressions were extremely excited. At this time, Phil turned around and saw Lu Xingzhou, who had come out and was waiting next to the copy. He recognized that this handsome young man was the one who had entered the copy alone before. Then, Phil stepped forward as if possessed by a ghost and said to Lu Xingzhou, I just saw you enter the dungeon alone. You also want to challenge this nightmare library, right? Lu Xingzhou saw the blonde boy next to him talking to him. However, the other party did not seem to have any ill intentions, so Lu Xingzhou replied normally. Right? When the blonde boy heard Lu Xingzhou's answer, he still had a smile on his face. But anyone can see that this blonde boy still has a sense of superiority in his heart. This dungeon is still very dangerous. I think you should be about the same age as us. I'm trying to persuade you to stop trying to be brave. It wouldn't be worth losing your life here. Besides, when you took out the gold coins just now, quite a few people were already staring at you. If you need it, the students from our Shangjing Academy can protect you and send you back to the safe zone. When Lu Xingzhou heard this, he was slightly stunned. It turns out that these people are also students of Shangjing University? Although Lu Xingzhou has not filled out his application form yet, it is almost certain that he will be admitted to Shangjing University. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou also considered himself as a student of Shangjing University. You are students of Shangjing University? Lu Xingzhou looked at the few people and did not feel any threat from them. The strength should not be strong. At most, it can be considered as January 2nd Sunday Qi. Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and thought, these students from Shangjing University seem to be just like this. However, Gabriel shook his head slightly and said, Prospective freshmen, we want to challenge the difficulty of this nightmare library, which is said to be a must-play dungeon in Shangjing University before entering the university. How difficult is it? Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. If it's a prospective freshman, then that makes sense. If a sophomore or even a junior only had this much combat power, Lu Xingzhou would be somewhat disappointed with this so-called top federal university. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't think there is any danger here, so I won't bother you. Lu Xingzhou didn't want to have anything to do with these people, so he slowly said goodbye. Gabriel didn't say much. After all, judging from Lu Xingzhou's behavior of challenging this nightmare library alone, we can guess that his personality should be rather withdrawn and arrogant. You have expressed your goodwill, but the other party does not accept it. Then it is no longer your business. So Phil just nodded slightly, touched the cross on his chest, and said, May the holy light bless you. After watching Lu Xingzhou leave, the other teammates gathered around and asked, Phil, what did you say to him? Phil shook his head slightly. I didn't say anything. I just thought it was interesting that a magic apprentice would dare to come to a place like this. Everyone was shocked. What? He is a magic apprentice? Oh my god. A low-level professional challenges the nightmare library alone. What a lunatic. Fools have good fortune. He hasn't died in the dungeon yet. Everyone sighed with emotion. But after a while, everyone suddenly had some questions. Hey, but this guy shouldn't have exited the dungeon directly. Otherwise, why would he exit the dungeon later than us? So what was he doing in the dungeon just now? Everyone was silent and looked at each other, but no answer came out. On the next day, Tusha and his team gathered again. After a night's rest, everyone felt much better. Do you think that magic apprentice boy died in the dungeon last night? Not really. Weak Glasses spoke slowly. The turban curled his lips. Really? You also spoke at this time. Can't you expect a little good from others? I just stated my guess. Besides, who says it's not true? The turban felt that this boy was neither very strong nor had any special abilities. I was basically slacking off the whole time on the first day of clearing the map. With this level, I'll just stay in the wild dungeon. Isn't that a dead end? How about, do you want to make a bet? Let's see if this kid is lucky enough to survive. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although everyone didn't want a headscarf to say such unlucky words. But deep down in everyone's subconscious, they didn't think that this magic apprentice could really survive. So when it comes to the bet, everyone keeps silent. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou suddenly walked out from the side, full of energy. Then he yawned faintly. Chapter 108 Warrior Level Difficulty is ineffective for you? Are you crazy? Everyone, what are you all doing here? Are you ready to leave? Lu Xingzhou greeted everyone with a smile, covering his mouth with his right hand and yawning. He looked like he had slept well last night. At this time, everyone was slightly stunned. Nesgrass? This kid is actually fine, and he seems to be in very good spirits. Silence. There was a moment of silence. Oh no, I should have made a bet with the turban earlier. The key point is that they really didn't expect that Lu Xingzhou's current condition is so good, and he doesn't look injured at all. Lu Xingzhou looked at everyone innocently and then said, "Let's go." Everyone nodded, and for some reason, they subconsciously said, "Oh." After coming outside the copy, the man with the headscarf took out 100,000 gold coins from his item bar and then prepared to charge everyone for entering the copy. But at this time, Lu Xingzhou suddenly said, "By the way, I discovered something when I was challenging the dungeon yesterday. That is, the attacks in this copy will not cause any harm to me. So, how about letting me try to withstand the opponent's attack today?" The thin man with glasses next to him pushed his glasses with his right hand and asked with a hint of doubt on his face, "You mean the floating book's attack has no effect on you?" "Yes." Lu Xingzhou nodded, said with great confidence. Sure, Dolly was shocked and shook his head vigorously. "Impossible. You must be kidding me. That attack made my shield buzz. How could it have no effect on you?" It was impossible for Lu Xingzhou to share his secrets with people he had only known for one day. Su Ryun had told me before not to trust anyone here. Besides, Lu Xingzhou is not a naive person who would tell his secrets to the whole world. Isn't that stupid? So, Lu Xingzhou made up a story. Maybe it's because I'm a magic apprentice, and my resonance with magic led to this result? Actually, I don't really know what the specific reason is. What Lu Xingzhou said was also vague. After all, it was all nonsense. Everyone looked at each other. Although they doubted Lu Xingzhou's words, it was impossible for them to find another level 15 magic apprentice to verify it. Even if he could find such a person to verify his words, Lu Xingzhou would have other reasons to make up. After thinking seriously for a moment, the man with the turban said with some doubt, "Then why can't a magician do that? His resonance with magic should be stronger than yours." Hearing this, everyone's suspicion increased a little, but then they heard Lu Xingzhou continue to make up stories calmly. "Because my understanding of magic is not that strong, I can accept magic that is different from my own. But magicians have a deeper understanding of magic and form their own school, so he can't do that." Everyone was silent, although I think this matter is outrageous. But after a careful analysis, I can't tell what's wrong. So the turban touched his chin and said doubtfully, "Wait a minute, go into the dungeon and try it." "Good." When choosing the difficulty of the dungeon, Lu Xingzhou added, "Trust me, just choose the warrior class." Warrior level difficulty? This kid is crazy. No one dared to challenge the warrior level. Even a low-level copy was impossible to challenge the warrior level. Not to mention the Nightmare Library, which is a copy of the dungeon whose difficulty is beyond that of ordinary copies and where monsters are very densely populated. Although Hua had always shown that she did not show too much contempt towards Lu Xingzhou, but at this time, she still wanted to persuade the young man not to overestimate his abilities. However, the man with the headscarf spoke slowly at this time, uttering 2 words lightly. Try. Sure, Dolly shook his head suddenly. Hey, I don't agree. If this guy gets killed in one go, wouldn't our 100,000 gold coins be wasted? The man with glasses beside him nodded in agreement and said, I agree with Sherdali. If Lu Xingzhou dies, we will not bear the cost for his mistake. At this time, the turban did not refute, but turned his head to look at Lu Xingzhou and said, I'm worried too. So Lu Xingzhou, you have to bear this part of the gold coins in advance. All the gold coins that everyone has entered into the dungeon. If you can really withstand the attack from the other party, as you said, we will return your money to you. Lu Xingzhou agreed without even thinking about it. Then he continued, when something good comes out, I'll just give you a bigger share of mine. No problem. The man with the headscarf said cheerfully. Then, he chose the warrior level difficulty. You know, the recommended combat power for the warrior level difficulty is as high as 38 stars. Even when everyone entered the dungeon, they were still unsure. I've already made plans to exit the copy at any time. However, Lu Xingzhou was not panicked at all. Walked directly into the first red room. Sure, Dolly was ready for battle. He took out his shield from the prop bar and placed it in front of himself. Bang! Then, he activated his skill, Absolute Protection. This is the Shield Knight's Tier 4 skill, which can double the defense for a short period of time and create an armor in front of it with 5 times its health. This is also one of the core skills of the Shield Knight, which can absorb a lot of damage. Obviously, he was very nervous about the difficulty of the warrior level dungeon. And to be honest, he didn't think that Lu Xingzhou could really withstand the attack of these floating books with his mortal body. Because even when I was resisting their attacks, it was quite difficult. Is this kid just going to take it? This is not a joke. However, just when everyone wanted to see whether Lu Xingzhou could really withstand the opponent's attack, suddenly, he made an even more shocking move. Lu Xingzhou actually pushed down all the bookcases in front of him. In an instant, a vast array of floating flaming books appeared in the air. The faces of everyone present suddenly turned cold. He immediately revealed an expression of extreme horror. Is this kid crazy? Does he want to die with us? Is it because we said a few unpleasant words to him a few days ago that he wants to die with us now? Isn't this guy's heart a little too fragile? It's bad. Judging from his expression, he really wants to throw the jar into the ground. A fierce battle is inevitable. However, just as they were thinking so pessimistically, Lu Xingzhou stood directly in front of everyone and opened his arms. Facing the attack that came like a storm, he showed no fear at all. Boom, 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 boom. Lu Xingzhou directly blocked all attacks for his teammates. Just when everyone thought that Lu Xingzhou was about to be reduced to ashes and crushed into slag, Lu Xingzhou was not only fine. On the contrary, he showed a relieved expression. Chapter 109. Talk to me? Return to Jianghai. The expressions of the other members of the team were all shocked. It was seen that Lu Xingzhou was absorbing the enemy's bullets endlessly. But nothing happened. This kid is actually immune to the opponent's attacks. While everyone was horrified, they also inexplicably felt a little wary of Lu Xingzhou in their hearts. Although the excuse Lu Xingzhou just gave sounded a bit intimidating. But they're not fools. The so-called magic apprentices have a resonance with magic, so they're immune to this kind of damage. This is obviously against common sense. It is very normal for them not to believe it. This kid must have some secrets that we don't know. Not only Tusha thought so, but even Sherdali and Hihua beside him showed deep fear on their faces. Glasses pushed his real body, and his expression remained gloomy. Everyone had their own thoughts, and no one said a word. But Lu Xingzhou was too lazy to pay attention to them. As long as it doesn't interfere with your own business, it doesn't matter. This time the copy was very easy to clear. Since no one needed to take action anymore, Lu Xingzhou had to bear the damage alone. After a certain amount of time has passed, these floating books will self-destruct. But for Lu Xingzhou, his gains were even greater. Because when you are alone in a dungeon, the number and level of monsters will vary. There is no way to compare with when we are in a team of 5. More monsters and more frequent attacks mean that he has more opportunities to improve his strength. Lu Xingzhou led everyone to clear the map and gained a lot. And because the difficulty of the entire map has been simplified by Lu Xingzhou. So after clearing the 5 maps every day, no one even feels like they have cleared a warrior-level dungeon. They even wanted to say something to this warrior-level nightmare library. That's it. Oh, it doesn't seem that difficult. After Lu Xingzhou finished these 5 dungeons, He heard the dungeon reminder sound. You have cleared the Nightmare Library, Warrior level, dungeon and received 2,800 experience points as a reward. Congratulations to Lu Xingzhou for reaching level 16 and improving his basic attributes. Name: Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou was still very satisfied with his upgrade progress. After all, because of the influence of the three-phase return to origin skill, his upgrade speed is 1/3 of that of other professionals. Therefore, for Lu Xingzhou, the rich experience points gained from clearing this dungeon really made him satisfied. The copy recommended by Su Ruyun is still very reliable. Moreover, when Lu Xingzhou's main body was clearing the map, his Dharma body was also moving synchronously. Professionals outside the copy often see a figure in a black robe appearing outside the copy. He flashed outside the door and then entered the copy again. After Lu Xingzhou's main body finished clearing the dungeon 5 times, his Dharma body also finished clearing the dungeon. In the past 2 days, Lu Xingzhou spent a total of 2 million gold coins on admission tickets. This is definitely a sky-high price. 2 days, 2 million spent, tisk. Lu Xingzhou felt that if he couldn't get the invincibility rune again, it would be a big loss. However, just like the Beacon country it once was, when facing economic difficulties, Lu Xingzhou directly chose to exploit my allies. Because it was mainly Lu Xingzhou who was working hard today, the others basically made no contribution to the dungeon. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou took away most of the spoils from the copy without hesitation. The corners of the mouths of the man in the turban and others twitched, and their expressions were not very good. But they couldn't refute it. Lu Xingzhou was indeed the only contributor to the warrior level challenge. The others were of no help at all. Even Yihua felt a little embarrassed, thinking that her action of saving Lu Xingzhou on the first day was actually a bit self-indulgent. After Lu Xingzhou took away most of the rewards, he still felt a little unsatisfied. This copy shouldn't only give such a small reward. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou decided to talk to Qin Xian. Let's talk to the most dazzling genius in Jianghai City 3 years ago. But at this moment, Captain Chun from the Public Security Bureau called. Brother Lu Xingzhou, are you in Jianghai now? You will be awarded an award tomorrow. Remember what I told you. You're Jianghai City's outstanding youth. Then, our leader also heard about your deeds and wanted to meet you. Although Lu Xingzhou was in Shangjing, his Dharma body was still in the rivers and seas. Therefore, he didn't say much and agreed immediately. Okay, no problem. After the two chatted briefly about tomorrow's arrangements, Lu Xingzhou hung up the phone. Lu Xingzhou called to inform his aunt about this matter. He also made up a story that he would return to Jianghai tonight. Although he only wanted his Dharma body to show up tonight, Chu Qing was very happy. Because for her, the most worthwhile thing to celebrate is to see Lu Xingzhou return home safely. After receiving the news, Chu Qing began to prepare well and wait for Lu Xingzhou to return home. She cleaned the house twice inside and out, and then went out of her way to buy some dishes that Lu Xingzhou liked. Prepare to make him a sumptuous family dinner tonight. In the dark, Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body saw all of this. While he was moved, he also felt a little confused. Why haven't I seen Xiaoyu these days, even though I haven't been in Jianghai? You know, that little girl wanted to kill me before. Could it be that he was seriously injured because his previous sneak attack failed? Lu Xingzhou was not clear about it, but he remained alert about the matter. That evening, Lu Xingzhou's Dharma body returned home openly and saw Chu Qing, who was looking very happy. Xiaolu, you're back. How are you? Are you tired recently? Come and sit down. Annie has cooked your favorite dish for you. Lu Xingzhou smiled and sat down at the table. That's what family is. When you get home, they won't be like everyone else. Ask how much money you made. Ask how much progress you have made. Or ask how much you have achieved. They only care about whether you are tired or not. Lu Xingzhou smiled and said to Chu Qing, "It's okay. I'm not tired, especially after I got home." For Lu Xingzhou and Chu Qing, the definition of the word home is already different from that of ordinary people. The traditional family consisting of parents and children is too far away for them. It exists only in memory, vague and distant. But this room now, but it is even warmer than the home that other people talk about. That night, Chu Qing had a lot to talk to Lu Xingzhou about, but she considered that Lu Xingzhou must be very tired after the long journey. So I didn't argue with him too much and let him go to bed early. However, before returning to the room, Lu Xingzhou also invited Chu Qing to visit the commendation meeting with him the next day. How could the aunt refuse such a thing? She agreed immediately. The next day, Lu Xingzhou brought Chu Qing to the Shanghai City Security Bureau and found Captain Shun. The other party briefly explained the current situation to Lu Xingzhou. Then he slowly said, "The commendation ceremony will be broadcast live throughout the city this afternoon, but before that, our leader wants to meet you." Lu Xingzhou nodded. At this time, he saw a figure in a white research suit walking out from behind Captain Shun. She has intellectual straight black hair and wears a pair of large black frame glasses. Gentle, intellectual, generous, and decent. She looked to be about the same age as Chu Qing, probably not much older than Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou wondered how he could be called a leader by Captain Shun at such a young age. I guess she's also a daughter of destiny. You must be Lu Xingzhou, right? I've heard a lot of rumors about you recently. Your name is still very famous. Lu Xingzhou was not very happy about the other party's compliment. Instead, he got straight to the point. I heard that you want to talk to me about something. What is it? At this time, the woman in the white research coat smiled slightly, then shook her head and said, "It's not me who has something to do with you, but him." After saying that, Lu Xingzhou saw a familiar figure appear behind her. That is, Fat Dragon. Chapter 110, I can be your instructor. The moment Lu Xingzhou saw this face, his whole spirit tensed up instantly. His expression also turned cold, and in an instant, he was ready to summon the Eye of Stars to take down the opponent. But at this time, he suddenly discovered that Fei Long's eyes looked a little dull. His pupils were fixed on the front, and his face was completely bloodless. Of course, Fei Long had already been burned into a pile of charcoal, so it was normal that no blood could be seen. All in all, judging from his appearance and various conditions, he doesn't look like a living person. After Lu Xingzhou thought about it, he turned around and asked, "What's going on? If I remember correctly, he should be dead. Why, he is standing here." At this time, the woman in the white research coat showed a small dimple and smiled. "This is my skill, resurrection of the dead. I can revive the dead and allow them to move for a short period of time. Is it under your control?" Lu Xingzhou asked without thinking. Hearing this, the woman was obviously slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this was the first thing Lu Xingzhou noticed. What a keen intuition. "I can control it," she replied. After just a few words, Lu Xingzhou roughly understood what the other party meant. Moreover, there's a high probability that the other party has already known your secret. For example, the fact that I can split myself into two. Lu Xingzhou felt a little helpless. In my previous life, I once heard a saying that only the dead can keep secrets. Good guy. As a result, in this life, even the dead can't keep secrets? Lu Xingzhou was speechless. He didn't want to see Fei Long's stupid face again. So he said directly, "Excuse me, what should I call you?" She pushed her black-framed glasses and spoke with a smile, but there was an invisible majesty in her tone. Shun Xining, the current dean of the Law God Academy at Shangjing Academy. Lu Xingzhou raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the other party was actually a dean-level figure of Shangjing Academy. So young? Lu Xingzhou was a little surprised. You know, even the rank of ordinary lecturers in Shangjing Academy is higher than that of presidents of universities in various places. If Cheng Yuanshan were to take up a position at Shangjing Academy, then whether he could become a formal lecturer was an unknown. 3 parts depend on hard work, and 7 parts depend on luck. Not to mention, he is a dean-level figure. As for the principal, he is one of the most famous people in the entire federal government, standing at the top of the professional sequence. There is basically no interaction with students like Lu Xingzhou. There's a saying, the teachers and professors you meet in college may be the most awesome people you have ever met in your life. This sentence is not only applicable in the previous life, but also in this life. The young Dean Shun in front of him not only works at Shangjing University, and the most important thing is, she is also the dean of the Law God Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, in the future, won't this be my immediate boss? Dean Shun, hello. Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou became a little more respectful. Shun Xining hummed softly, and then said, "Why don't we talk in private?" Good. Lu Xingzhou knew very well that since the other party knew his secrets, including Flame of Extinction, 3 phases returned to origin. These 2 trump cards. But she didn't choose to speak it out in front of everyone, so the other party must want to talk to her alone. Lu Xingzhou is also a smart man. The 2 of them knew what was going on just by exchanging glances. Shun Xining said to the director of the Public Security Bureau and Captain Shun and others beside him, Please arrange a separate room for us. I have something to talk to this little boy. The chief of public security was slightly stunned. This Dean Shun, isn't this the person we asked to help? Why? Is he treating me as an outsider? But as the director of the Public Security Bureau, he still has some foresight. If others don't mention it, don't point it out. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. Lu Xingzhou and Shan Xining came to a separate small room. There is no surveillance and no observation room here. It is a separate room for conversation, and it has various anti-eavesdropping features. At this time, Shan Xining then slowly spoke. I've seen your magic. It's very interesting. Lu Xingzhou shrugged calmly and said, Well, thanks for the compliment. Shan Xining smiled, then sat down and said to Lu Xingzhou, I'm very curious. How can you, a magic apprentice, master this skill? High-level fire magic and high-level clone magic. If I'm not mistaken, the grades of these two skills have reached level 7 or above, and your level is not even the second level. As the dean of Shanjing Academy, she has a very sharp vision, although the big black frame glasses made her look more intellectual and gentle. However, the sharpness in Shan Xining's eyes was extremely sharp. It was as if he wanted to see through Lu Xingzhou. Can you tell me? Shan Xining smiled slightly and said in a tone that could not be refused. However, at this time, Lu Xingzhou did not feel threatened at all. Inconvenient. Shan Xining was slightly stunned, silent for a moment, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's good to be neither humble nor overbearing. Everyone has their own secrets, and I understand that. But the power you possess is beyond the reach of even a star-level professional. I am indeed very curious about you. After that, she pondered for a moment, then turned around and asked, Have you decided which institution of higher learning you will attend in the future? Although Lu Xingzhou had already promised Su Ruyan that he would go to Shanjing Academy with her. However, now that the other party has asked this, it would be better not to answer it for now. If Lu Xingzhou had directly said, I want to join Shanjing Academy, that would have turned the active into the passive. So Lu Xingzhou prepared to let the other party make some conditions. Not yet. Lu Xingzhou said, Have you ever considered joining our Shanjing Academy? In fact, the 5 best universities in the Federation. Shanjing Academy, Karindi Knight Academy, Toyama Academy, Freedom and Glory Academy, and Xingdu Academy. There is indeed a gap between them, but the gap is not big. If other universities notice talents like Lu Xingzhou, I will definitely be willing to take the initiative to recruit him. Although today's human society is organized by the federal government, the barriers between ethnic groups have not completely disappeared. Not to mention the conflicts between gangs and political parties. The same is true between schools. So, Shan Xining is considered. It is better to strike first. Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Lu Xingzhou naturally said thoughtfully, Shanjing Academy? I can consider it. Shan Xining smiled as if he had seen through Lu Xingzhou's thoughts, and then slowly said, If we just want to negotiate terms, why don't we be more direct? If you're willing to enter Shanjing Academy, I can be your admissions counselor. Ow! Chapter 111, Conditions Trouble. After hearing what she said, Lu Xingzhou touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Although the Dean Shan Xining in front of him did look gentle and generous. But, to be honest, Lu Xingzhou didn't think there would be any substantial benefits in having him as his mentor. For Lu Xingzhou, what he needs most right now is what he can see and touch. Besides, my gold coins are almost insufficient. Cough, cough. If I had known earlier that I would not show off to buy Shenyang, I should have accepted the 10 million. I still don't know how much gain his so-called exploratory copy can bring me. It is not certain that you can actually get that epic gem. You are still young. After hearing the conditions offered by the other party, Lu Xingzhou did not agree to it immediately. When doing business, you have to bargain. Dean Shun, I really appreciate the advice I just gave you. But you should also understand my family conditions. For me, cultivation resources may be more important at this stage. There is no need for Lu Xingzhou to tell lies to such a smart person. Because even if you tell a lie, the other party can still tell it, and appearing to be more honest will be more conducive to the subsequent conversation between the two parties. Sure enough, after hearing what Lu Xingzhou said, Shan Xining did not show any impatience or disgust. Instead, he patiently asked, Since we've started negotiating terms, that means you agree to join the Shanjing Academy, right? That depends on the conditions of our school in Beijing. Little rascal. Shan Xining said this with a smile, but she did not show any disgust. In her eyes, she can use her existing resources to gain the greatest benefit for herself. What Lu Xingzhou did was not only understandable, but also very smart. Besides, isn't it that the federal government allocates so much money to Shangjing Academy every year for the purpose of training these talented students? It's just a little money. For her as a dean, it's nothing. If you join Shangjing Academy, we will sign an additional training contract with you. You have to know that for institutions of higher learning like us, directly giving money is not feasible in terms of procedures. If you do that, it will be seen as fostering corruption. So, I can only agree to sign a training contract with you. As for the rewards in the contract, how much you can get depends entirely on your own ability. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou nodded slightly. I didn't expect that for the Federation's top university, the review of resource use would be so strict. This can actually reflect something from the side. That is, for the entire human society, resources and money are not abundant enough for everyone to have a part of them. Even these talented people who are the best of the best have to fight for it on their own. Can you tell me what rewards are included in the contract? Lu Xingzhou asked. There are several conditions clearly stated in our contract with Shangjing Academy. As long as your combat power level meets the requirements and you pass the corresponding trial copy, you'll be given a stage of resource rewards. If you can get all the contract rewards, it will include resources equivalent to 200 million gold coins. Such resources should be enough for you to improve yourself, right? When Lu Xingzhou heard this, his eyes widened. How many? Resources worth 200 million gold coins? At this moment, he even doubted whether he had heard it wrongly. Well, Shangjing Academy is indeed arrogant. Okay, don't regret it. Lu Xingzhou smiled and nodded, agreeing directly. Shen Xining was a little uncomfortable when she saw that the young man in front of her agreed so quickly. I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. I thought you would take advantage of the situation. I'm not that kind of person. Besides, 200 million gold coins of resources should be enough for me to use for a long time. In fact, Lu Xingzhou does not necessarily need too many resources to improve the combat power of his main body. After all, many things that are considered trash by others are priceless treasures in his eyes. It can't be bought with any amount of money. But don't forget that Lu Xingzhou has 2 Dharma bodies. The equipment worn by these 2 mages, the recovery potions they take, etc. These are all things that cost money. Therefore, Lu Xingzhou cared so much about money at this time. You seem very confident. Do you really think you can meet all the conditions in the contract? Shen Xining said with a smile. Why not? Lu Xingzhou asked with a faint smile. Shen Xining took out a contract from somewhere and placed it in front of Lu Xingzhou. After 20 days, when you enroll, this contract will take effect. I expect you to fulfill all the conditions above. Of course, why don't you start with the first one? Lu Xingzhou took a look at the contents of the contract in front of him. The first item on it reads, First stage reward conditions. Reach level 20 and clear the warrior level difficulty. Nightmare Library. When Shen Xining saw Lu Xingzhou was stunned for a moment, she thought he was frightened by the above conditions. So she covered her mouth and chuckled. You can study this matter after you go to school. Even the conditions of this first contract reward have kept many geniuses stuck for a whole year. Lu Xingzhou didn't care. He just smiled slightly and signed his name casually. I will come to you to redeem the reward in 20 days. Shen Xining saw that there was no fear at all in Lu Xingzhou's expression and nodded slightly in surprise. Okay, I'll wait. When Lu Xingzhou saw this condition, he smiled in his heart. Originally, the condition I agreed with by Shanyang was that I had to reach level 20 before school started. Moreover, he had already passed the difficult warrior level dungeon in the Nightmare Library. So isn't the contract reward for this first phase the same as giving it away for free? It seems that Dean Shan is still too young. Those geniuses you mentioned were stuck for a year, and you think the same is true for me? Feel sorry. To me, genius is just the threshold to my presence. After Lu Xingzhou handed the contract back, Shen Xining said to him with satisfaction, Then it's a deal. We'll meet at Beijing University in 20 days. Okay, Mr. Shen. Because Shen Xining agreed to be his instructor, Lu Xingzhou quickly changed his address. From Dean Shen to Teacher Shen. Shen Xining smiled. This perfect change of address invisibly brought the 2 people closer together. This kind of ability to deal with people is not something that an average 17 or 18-year-old student can possess. After the 2 chatted about some irrelevant topics, Shen Xining took him out and reported to the chief of the Public Security Bureau. In the end, they still regarded the death of Fai Long, a level 39 second-level professional, as an accident. Qin Xian did not pursue the matter further because of the Blood Knight Guild. In addition, Ding Shun and Lu Xingzhou had a master-disciple relationship, so they would naturally protect him more. Therefore, this matter has been resolved satisfactorily. The commendation meeting in the afternoon was also successful and ended smoothly. The director of the Public Security Bureau personally presented the award to Lu Xingzhou, and the event was broadcast live throughout Zhanghai City. When Chu Qing saw this scene from the audience, her eyes became slightly red. However, Shun Xining left Zhanghai in the afternoon and did not see this scene. Lu Xingzhou didn't know what she was doing, but it seemed like she was saying some trouble had happened. It seems that this matter is related to the investigation she conducted in Zhanghai this time. Lu Xingzhou didn't care. As long as he wasn't implicated, it didn't matter. At this moment, Lu Xingzhou was more concerned about discussing with Qin Xian how to trigger the hidden copy mechanism. After the commendation meeting, Lu Xingzhou found Qin Xian alone and explained his purpose to him. Originally, he thought that it would take some persuasion before Qin Xian agreed. But what was unexpected was that Qin Xian actually entertained Lu Xingzhou very warmly. Hidden dungeon mechanism? There is no pattern to this kind of thing, but after so many years of experience in exploring dungeons, I know that any dungeon that can trigger a hidden mechanism, it has already reminded you long ago in the seemingly insignificant content of the dungeon. As long as you can find the loophole, you can trigger the mechanism of hiding the copy. While Qin Xian was speaking, he looked at Lu Xingzhou again and asked, I heard that you once triggered the hidden mechanism of the Stone Giant City dungeon, right? Lu Xingzhou did not deny it and nodded slightly. After all, many people knew that he had obtained the shining heart of the Stone Giant. It would certainly be easy for Qin Xian to guess that this was the reward for the hidden copy. After Qin Xian received Lu Xingzhou's affirmative answer, he nodded slightly. Boy, you are very interesting. It broke my 3-copy record and even triggered a hidden copy mechanism that I had never triggered before. Your future achievements may be higher than mine. But I also want to tell you to be careful of those geniuses in Shanjing. Don't underestimate any of them. Those guys are monsters. Seeing the other party's earnest look, Lu Xingzhou wondered what the other party had been through. But he could also tell that the other party was doing it for his own good. So he nodded and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Qin Xian looked at his back and said, I value talent very much. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to come to me. Okay, Lu Xingzhou responded. Looking at Lu Xingzhou's departing back, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this the person Bai Shangyang has his eyes on? I didn't expect that even I couldn't see through him. If I had known earlier, I would have won him over, damn Fai Long. Oh, dead. On the other side, Shun Xining boarded a plane to Shanjing. Because just now she suddenly learned that abnormal space fluctuations occurred outside the uninhabited area of Shanjing. This time, space fluctuations are extremely similar to the space fluctuations that occurred in Zhanghai City a while ago. At that time, a copy channel of more than level 50 appeared in Zhanghai City. In the end, Qin Xian led the team to solve it. But the problem is that after this copy ended, a channel to another copy appeared. In order to be on the safe side, Qin Xian did not choose to enter the copy passage, but he did observe this strange phenomenon with his own eyes. Shun Xining came to Zhanghai this time just to confirm this matter. Now the same spatial fluctuations have also appeared in the wild area copy of Shanjing City, which makes her feel a little tricky. Have you notified us to block the dungeon area? If I remember correctly, there should be a lot of students from our Shanjing Academy active nearby. Shun Xining asked. On the other end of the phone, the staff was reporting the situation on the scene to her in detail. Well, the passage to the dungeon area has been blocked. Our students at Shanjing Academy have received the notice and are now assisting in evacuating the professionals in the dungeon area. Good. Although everything was going according to plan, Shun Xining couldn't be happy. Because even if the professionals outside the copy can be evacuated, what about the people in the copy at this time? Shun Xining looked a little serious, and what she was thinking about at the moment was how to minimize the impact. But she didn't have any good solution. I can only pray that no one else will be so unlucky. On the other hand, Lu Xingzhou's real body had no idea about this. At this time, he was still clearing the copy of Nightmare Library with the bandanas. Chapter 112 read, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. At this time, Gabriel and others who were outside the copy received a notice from Shanjing Academy. His expression was very serious, and he was also cooperating with the local security department to evacuate people. What's going on? Why are they suddenly saying there's a spatial anomaly? Not sure. Anyway, let's evacuate the students and other people nearby first. In fact, this kind of outdoor copy area does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. However, this space anomaly is still very dangerous. It may spread to urban areas. So they still received orders to come here for evacuation. Just as everyone was concentrating on their mission, a figure in a white research suit appeared outside the copy. What's the situation on the scene? Shen Si-ning spoke lightly and invisibly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Similarly, it also attracted the attention of Gabriel and others. Dean Shun, you're Dean Shun from Shangjing Academy, right? Shen Si-ning turned his head and looked at the slightly immature faces in front of him and said lightly, "Are you students from Shangjing Academy?" A prospective freshman. Gabriel answered. Shen Si-ning nodded and then said to him, "It's very dangerous here. You should leave as soon as possible. Are there any students from our school in the instance now?" Gabriel shook his head slightly. He knew very well that he and his group were the only ones attending the Beijing Academy these days. The others are basically professional hunters. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of the appearance of a handsome young man, and then, after hesitating for a moment, he spoke. "Although there are no students from our school anymore, there should be students from another school in the dungeon. Students from other institutions?" Shen Si-ning pondered for a moment. However, considering the overall situation, she couldn't take care of everyone. The primary goal is to ensure the safety of students at Shangjing Academy. You guys go ahead and leave. You guys have done a great job in the evacuation mission. I remember you guys. Hearing this, Gabriel and his group looked very excited and nodded vigorously. "Please stay safe, Dean Shun. We're leaving first." After saying that, Gabriel and the others moved to the surrounding safe zone, leaving the wild copy area. Shen Si-ning looked around. The people around have basically cleared out. Only then did she have the energy to focus fully on the developments in the copy space in front of her. The energy of the spatial fluctuation is even higher, almost reaching the same level as the energy of the copy channel that appeared in Zhanghai City at that time. Is a new copy going to appear? If that's the case, it's good news. I'm afraid it will be a worse outcome. Shen Si-ning pondered in her heart. Then she took off a moon-shaped ring on her right thumb. Then he slowly made hand gestures and pressed them on the ground. Moon God soldiers, descend. In an instant, the sky darkened. A huge black rune array spread out from her body to form a hexagram array. At the same time, dark clouds in the sky instantly covered the sun. It dimmed. In the magic circle, dozens of tall moon god soldiers holding swords, spears, and halberds, with their bodies completely black, slowly stood up. After doing all this, Shen Si-ning put her ring back on. Then, he slowly opened his mouth and said to himself, "All we can do next is wait. I hope it's just a normal dungeon channel." Inside the copy, Lu Xingzhou's real body was currently thinking about what Qin Xian had said. "All the details have been told to me. Where are the so-called details of this copy?" Lu Xingzhou touched his chin. "You know, there are only 6 rooms in this copy. Moreover, in these 6 rooms, most of the monsters are different in color and attributes. There doesn't seem to be any other difference. This copy of a Nightmare Library is somewhat different from the one I experienced before, called the City of Stone Giants. The latter copy obviously has more content." At this time, Lu Xingzhou was still absorbing the enemy's bullets. "You have absorbed the Ice of Trial, gaining ice resistance plus 1 point. You have absorbed the Ice of Trial, gaining ice resistance plus 1 point. You absorb the Ice of Trial, gaining ice damage plus 1 point. You absorb the Ice of Trial, gaining ice damage plus 1 point." Suddenly, Lu Xingzhou thought of something. Color? Could it be that the mechanism for triggering the hidden copy has something to do with this color? Thinking of this, Lu Xingzhou suddenly realized. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. These 6 rooms already reflect the first 6 colors. But only for the last type, there is no special room. However, Lu Xingzhou knew very well. It's not like there's no purple in this copy. After thinking about this, Lu Xingzhou instantly came up with a bold idea. That is, after clearing all 6 rooms, I will directly challenge the director of the Nightmare Library. I originally wondered why this guy was dressed so ugly. What decent person would choose to wear a purple robe? Now think about it. This is not just a coincidence. After clearing the final blue room and absorbing all the trial ice, Lu Xingzhou and others returned to the library hall again. The director of the Nightmare Library, who was wearing a purple robe and a mask, spoke in a very calm tone. You have completed your mission very well. Next, I will give you rewards. Familiar recipe, familiar taste. Everyone is waiting to see what rewards the director of the Nightmare Library will give out this time. But what is obvious is that this time, the rewards given by the library director still do not include the domination rune. Although the man with the turban looked a little disappointed, he still turned around and said to everyone, "It's okay. The probability of this thing is very low. If the chance of getting the Overlord rune was that high, it wouldn't be sold for tens of millions per piece." Everyone nodded. They also knew how rare this thing was, comparable to an ordinary star-level gem. So without saying anything more, I took the reward and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Lu Xingzhou suddenly said, "Hey, wait, I still have something to tell you." The purple-robed librarian actually paused slightly after hearing Lu Xingzhou's call. Then his body turned around mechanically, very stiffly. "What is the matter?" Lu Xingzhou looked at him with a smile, then slowly said, "I want you to hand over the hegemony rune." The purple-robed library director had a strange mask on his face, so it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. But his voice was different from before, and there was a hint of threat in it. "I have already distributed your rewards. If you don't leave, you will bear the consequences." The turban saw this scene. Even my scalp started to tingle. Is this magic apprentice crazy? Did he think that he could challenge the curator just because he could withstand the attack of the floating book? Wang Defa. He was about to reach out and grab Lu Xingzhou, but he saw that the latter had already taken out a wooden stick from the prop column and said with a smile, "Then go and die."